I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was past midnight and I was alone on a narrow, unpaved road somewhere in the countryside. My headlights were the only source of light, and the fields on both sides were mostly dark. The sky had no stars that I could see. I had been driving for hours and felt tired. I wanted to be home, but home was still far. I tried not to think about how isolated I was out there. Then I saw something. There was a figure on the side of the road ahead, crouched near a patch of weeds. The figure's eyes caught my headlights and glowed in a strange way, like two small bright points. I thought it might be an animal, maybe a stray dog, but it looked too upright. The thing was near the edge of the narrow dirt shoulder. I pressed my foot on the brake and the car slowed. When I realized it was shaped like a person, I jerked the wheel hard to the left. I felt the car's back end slip a little on the loose gravel. I managed not to hit it, but I lost control for a few seconds. The car ended up half-turned, engine still running, headlights shining across the empty field. I let out a shaky breath. The figure was behind me now. I wanted to look for it in the mirror, but I decided to check the front first. My bumper had scraped something. I didn't trust the car not to have some damage. I hated the idea of popping the hood in the dark, but I felt I had to. I also wanted to confirm what I had seen. I pulled the parking brake and stepped outside. The night air was cold and I smelled damp earth. There was gravel under my boots, my shoulders felt tight. I heard no insects, no rustling from the fields. I saw my car's headlights throwing weak light into the distance. The beam showed empty dirt, some scattered bushes, and a crooked fence far away. I turned around to face where I'd first seen the figure. In the darkness behind me, I could make out a shape. It stood near where I had swerved. It had those same bright eyes. They looked like they were reflecting light, but I didn't know what light could be reaching them now. I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the car's glare, but the figure was too far into the dark. I could only see its outline. It seemed taller now, not crouched. It stood very still. I opened the hood of my car and leaned over, shining a small flashlight I kept in the glove box. I checked my radiator, my hoses, my belts. I listened to the engine. It idled rough, but not too bad. Nothing looked seriously damaged. I just needed a moment to calm down. My heart was beating fast. My breathing felt shallow. I forced myself to breathe slower. I could feel sweat on my neck even though it was chilly. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but each time I looked away and looked back again, the figure seemed closer. Not by much, but it moved forward whenever I looked somewhere else. At first, it was at least 30 yards away. After a few glances, it stood maybe 20 yards away, then less than that. It wasn't walking right. It moved only when I wasn't looking. I never saw it step forward. It was just in a new spot each time I turned my head back. I slammed the hood shut and backed up until I felt the car's door behind me. I kept my eyes on the figure as I reached for the handle. My hand shook as I pulled the door open. I wanted to leave right away, but I also had to turn my head to get in. When I did, I saw from the corner of my eye a slight shift in the figure's position. Once inside, I locked the doors. I didn't know if that lock would matter. The figure had no visible tools, no visible weapon, just a strange posture and those eyes that caught the light. I tried to pull forward and straighten out, but I realized my front wheel was stuck in a small ditch. The car shook when I pressed the gas, but it wouldn't climb out. I put it in reverse, tried to get a little momentum, but I only managed to spin the tires. Each time I glanced in the mirror, I saw the figure a little bit closer. I tried to turn the wheel to get some angle, but the car wouldn't budge. I pounded on the steering wheel and cursed under my breath. I turned on my high beams, hoping to get a better look. The figure's head jerked away, as if bothered by the brightness. I saw more details now. The figure looked human in outline, but its clothing was hard to make out. It looked like it wore something loose. The face was unclear, but I could see pale skin where the eyes reflected the light. The eyes did not blink. The body was thin. The arms hung low. The figure's knees bent slightly inward. It was only about 10 yards away. Its chest rose and fell like it was breathing fast. I could not hear it breathe, but I saw the motion. I tried to speak. "Hey!" I yelled through the closed window. "What do you want?" There was no response. It didn't make any sound. I thought maybe it couldn't hear me. I stuck my head out the window a little and yelled again. "Do you need help?" "What's wrong?" Still nothing. The figure stood there. I pulled my head back in and kept my eyes on it while reaching down to the side of my seat. I had a tire iron under the driver's seat. I gripped it and placed it on my lap. It wasn't much, but it was something. I decided to try rocking the car out of the ditch. I turned the wheel, put the car in reverse, pressed the gas, let it roll back a bit, then forward again. The engine whined. The tires ground into the dirt. After a few tries, the car moved a few inches. I knew I had to look at the road, the mirrors, and the dashboard. Each time I looked away from the figure, I felt my chest tighten. After about 4 attempts, I managed to get the front tires onto level ground. I smiled for a second, relieved. Then I looked up. The figure was now only about 5 yards away, standing right next to my headlight beam. I saw its lower face in the light. The mouth was closed. The jaw looked rigid. The skin looked dry and pale. I put the car into drive and pressed the gas. The car did not move. I realized my rear tire was possibly caught on something. My heart pounded harder. My legs felt stiff. My arms felt weak. I pressed the gas again, harder this time. The engine revved. The car shook, and then nothing. The car didn't move. I clenched my teeth and felt sweat on my forehead. The figure was right there. I could see one of its hands now, a thin hand with long fingers. It twitched slightly. It stood completely silent. I couldn't even hear its footsteps or breathing. I left the headlights and engine on. I leaned over to the passenger side and opened the glove box. I had a small toolbox with a few items, a flashlight, some spare fuses, and a folding knife. I grabbed the knife and put it in my pocket. I had no idea what to do. If I stayed in the car, I was stuck. If I got out to check the tires, I had to take my eyes off that thing. Every time I did, it got closer. I thought I should try something different. Maybe I could back up the car more and turn around. I put the car in reverse and looked over my shoulder. I had to look away from the figure to do this. My neck hurt from tension. I tried not to blink. I stepped on the gas. The car jerked backward a little. I felt a bump. Then I turned my eyes forward again. The figure was now leaning against my driver's side window. Its eyes were bright in the reflection of my interior light. Its mouth was slightly open now. Its lips were thin and cracked. I could see its nostrils flare as if it was sniffing the air. I yelled and let go of the steering wheel for a moment. I felt my chest tighten. I scrambled to pick up the tire iron from my lap. I held it up, my arm shaking. The figure pressed a hand to the glass. I saw the palm spread out on the window. The fingers were long and thin, each fingernail a dull white. I could see the texture of its skin like rough, dry patches. I banged the tire iron against the inside of the glass. "Get away!" I yelled. It didn't even flinch. It just watched me. I could see its eyes more clearly now. They were not shining on their own. They were reflecting my interior light, creating that bright look. It was like the eyes were just extremely reflective. I couldn't guess why. I pressed the horn. The sound echoed in the quiet night. My own ears hurt from the noise in such a still place. The figure moved its head a bit, turning it to the side. Then it stepped back. I seized the chance. I slammed the car into reverse and stomped on the gas. I kept my eyes on it this time, trying to see if it moved. The car rolled backward about 10 feet and the figure stayed where it was. I turned the wheel sharply and then drove forward. The car jerked over some uneven ground, but it started to move. I pulled the wheel straight, keeping the figure in my sight the whole time. The figure started to follow, walking slowly and quietly. I had about 20 yards between us now. I could feel my neck and shoulders aching from tension. I wanted to get out of there. My plan was to find some paved road and get back to a main highway. I drove slowly forward, keeping my gaze partly on the figure and partly on the path ahead. The ground was rough, and I didn't want to blow a tire. The figure followed, but it never ran. It walked at a steady pace. I kept going, picking up a bit more speed. Eventually, I was moving fast enough that the figure became a dark shape behind me. I eased the car onto a slightly smoother patch of road. My headlights showed a bend ahead. I looked back in my rearview mirror. The figure was farther away now. It was still visible, but only just. I wondered if it would keep following indefinitely. I still felt shaky. My hands were sweaty on the steering wheel. My stomach felt tight. I tried to focus on getting away. I told myself not to think too much. Just keep driving. I kept moving for several minutes. The figure grew smaller in the mirror. The fields around me looked empty. I didn't see any farmhouse lights. I didn't hear any sounds except my engine and the gravel under my tires. After a while, I stopped seeing the figure. It was too far back, or had stopped following. I forced myself to breathe slowly and calm down. My heart still thumped hard, and my mouth felt dry. I wiped sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. The road straightened out, and I started to see a faint glow in the distance that might have been light from a main road or a distant farmhouse. I focused on reaching that light. The car seemed okay, aside from some shaky steering. I guessed the ditch hadn't done serious damage. I kept checking the mirrors. I saw no movement behind me now. I didn't want to leave the car again to check for damage. I didn't want to turn around or stop. I knew I just needed to keep moving until I found a real road and could get to a gas station or something. My mind was still stuck on that figure. I tried to push it out of my head. I felt tension in my neck and shoulders. My leg muscles were sore from pressing the pedals so hard. I turned on the radio out of habit, but there was only static. I turned it off again. After about 10 more minutes, I saw a paved road crossing ahead. It was narrow, but paved. I turned onto it and followed it until I reached a small intersection with a sign. The sign was rusted, hard to read, but I could see numbers on it. Maybe a route number. I followed that sign until I started seeing some fence posts with reflectors. Those reflectors gave me some comfort. I slowed down, rolled down my window a crack, and listened. I heard distant traffic, maybe on a bigger highway. That was all I needed. I kept going. My hands started to relax on the wheel. I took a long breath and rubbed my eyes. I felt cold air on my face. I didn't know what that figure was. I didn't know what it wanted. It hadn't attacked me. It hadn't broken into my car. It had just approached, getting closer whenever I looked away. The memory of its face was stuck in my mind. Those eyes bothered me. I tried not to think about them. I just wanted to get away from that place. I drove for at least another hour, taking turns down roads that led me toward more familiar signs. Eventually, I reached a main highway. The hum of the tires on smooth asphalt was a relief. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The darkness was empty. I took another deep breath and tried to calm the tension in my back. The night was still quiet, but it felt normal now. There were no strange eyes shining in the distance, just the empty road and a long drive ahead. I heard the rain hitting my window hard around 2 a.m. I was sitting in my living room, lights off, curtains halfway closed, just scrolling through my phone. It was quiet inside. I had turned off the TV earlier because nothing seemed interesting. My place is small. A living room that connects to a short hallway, a kitchen to the left, a bedroom at the end. The front door leads to a tiny covered porch with a single light above it. I remember checking that porch light before sitting down. It was working fine. I also had a small security camera mounted above the door, facing the driveway and the porch steps. It triggers an alert on my phone if it sees motion. Not top of the line, but enough for basic security. That night, the rain was heavier than usual. I heard the water running off the roof and splashing onto the concrete below. My curtains were thin. Even though they were closed, I could see faint shapes outside whenever headlights passed on the street. It happened once or twice, cars rolling by, their beams sliding over my walls. I wasn't paying much attention. My mind was drifting. Then I noticed something weird. There was a shape outside on the porch. I saw it through the curtains. It looked like a person standing there completely still. It felt wrong because I hadn't heard anyone walk up. I had been listening to the rain, and I never heard footsteps or the creak of the porch. My front door is cheap. It makes a slight rattle if someone puts any weight on the deck. But I hadn't heard a thing. Still, I saw a shape. It was just a dark outline behind the thin fabric of the curtain. I froze for a moment, just staring at it. I didn't rush to the window. I just looked from where I sat. My heart started beating faster. The back of my neck felt tight. I got off the couch and stood up slowly. I tried to be quiet because I didn't want whoever it was to know I was there. But maybe they did know. Maybe they had seen the light of my phone. I stepped closer to the window. The figure did not move. It looked like a person wearing a hood, something covering their head. I couldn't see details, just a tall form standing completely still. I moved to the side and reached for my phone. No alerts from the camera app. That made me uneasy. If there was a person out there, why didn't the camera detect them? I opened the app. The camera was online. The last recorded clip was just rainfall, no figure. I tapped the live view. The screen showed the porch, the driveway, the reflection of the streetlight on the wet pavement. Nothing else. No person, no shape, just empty space. I peered back at the curtain. I still saw the shape, but on my phone's screen, there was no one there. I started to feel a little lightheaded. I closed the app and walked slowly to the door. The door has a small peephole. I took a deep breath. I pressed my eye against it, expecting to see a face staring back. The porch was empty. I looked for any sign of movement or a shadow. I saw the porch floor, wet from the rain blowing in, a small puddle forming in one corner. The porch light was on. There was no one out there. I stepped back and glanced at the curtain again. That shape was gone. I lifted the curtain and looked outside. The porch was empty, just like on the camera. The street beyond was quiet. The sidewalk was shiny with rain. There were no footprints that I could see from inside, not that I expected to see any from that angle. I unlocked the door and opened it, letting some rain blow in. My socks got damp as I stepped forward. I looked left and right. Nothing. Just rain and empty streets. The nearest house had its lights off. No movement anywhere. I checked around the corner of the porch. The ground was wet, covered in old leaves that had washed up. No footprints in the mud near the steps. I didn't see anything unusual except that puddle on the porch floor. The rain was falling at an angle, and some of it had splashed under the roof. The air was cold. My shirt stuck to my back a bit because I was tense and sweating. My hands felt slightly shaky. I went back inside and locked the door. I took my phone and tried to think clearly. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was sure I had seen someone. My heart was still beating faster than normal. I tried to calm down. I thought about checking the camera history again. I sat back down on the couch and opened the app. It shows me a timeline of every motion event. The last one before I looked was about 15 minutes earlier. It showed a brief clip of the rain blowing by. Nothing else. No signs of a person. I checked the camera settings. Everything seemed normal. The sensitivity was high enough that it should have caught a person standing right on my porch. Still, there was nothing. I decided to ignore it and try to go to bed. But I couldn't. The sound of the rain was too loud. My mind kept going back to that shape. I hadn't imagined it. It was there. A solid figure standing on my porch. I got up and checked the front window again. I parted the curtain and looked outside. The porch light shone on empty space. The street was still. No cars, no people. Just rain. I paced around the living room. I felt frustrated. I didn't know what to do. Calling the police would sound stupid because there was no one there. There was no damage, no sign of forced entry. No real reason to believe a crime was happening. I tried to think logically. Maybe someone had stepped up to the porch, stood there for a second, and left. Maybe the camera missed it due to some glitch. It had happened before that the camera missed a delivery guy or a neighbor. Sometimes it just fails to record at the right moment. Still, that didn't explain how I saw the figure through the curtain but not through the peephole a second later. I decided to double-check the front door itself. I looked at the handle, the deadbolt. They were locked. The door seemed solid. The rain outside made a steady background noise. I listened for any sound of someone walking in the yard. Nothing. I checked the side windows. They were locked. The backyard gate was closed. I had no reason to think anyone had gotten inside or was lurking around. Still, I felt on edge. I tried to relax by making some instant coffee. It was late, but I didn't care. I boiled water, stirred in the powder, and sipped it while standing in the kitchen. I kept glancing towards the living room, half expecting to see that shape again. There was nothing there. Just the furniture and the glow of a streetlight on the wall. I took my coffee and sat near the window. I pulled the curtain aside and stared out at the porch. The rain kept hitting the roof, making a dull thumping sound. My porch light was a weak yellow bulb. It cast a small circle of light on the wet floorboards. I looked closely at that puddle. It was spreading out slowly. The wind must have changed direction. A small drip was hitting the porch floor, making ripples in the water. I watched for a while, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Nothing moved outside. Eventually, I set my coffee down and decided to check the camera again. I tapped the app icon. The live feed looked normal. Empty porch, empty driveway, the neighbor's house across the street. Nothing unusual. I scrolled through the motion clips once more. Mostly just rain triggers. A car passed an hour ago. That was it. I started to feel tired and annoyed. I told myself I would try to sleep. I turned off the living room light and walked down the hall to my bedroom. I left the door cracked open so I could still hear if something happened outside. The rain continued. It never let up. I lay down in bed, still in my clothes, and just stared at the ceiling. My mind wouldn't let go of that image of someone standing on my porch. They looked tall, maybe 6 feet or more. I remember the outline of the shoulders, the head slightly tilted. I wondered if they were looking straight at me. I wondered if they saw me move. After maybe 20 minutes, I got back up. I couldn't rest. I returned to the living room and turned on the light. I decided to check outside one more time. I grabbed an old umbrella from the closet. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, careful not to slip on the wet floor. I looked around again. The smell of wet pavement filled my nose. The street was empty. I checked the driveway. My car was parked there, covered in droplets. No footprints near it. The yard was just soggy grass and small puddles. I walked down the porch steps and stood in the rain for a moment. My shoulders got soaked immediately. My socks were already damp, so I didn't care anymore. I walked around the side of the house, shining my phone's light on the ground. I saw nothing but wet grass and some scattered leaves. No footprints, no sign of a person hiding. I walked around to the backyard fence. It was closed and latched. I checked the gate. It was secure. I listened carefully. Just rain, no voices, no footsteps. I went back to the front porch and stood there looking at my front door from the outside. The camera was mounted above the door, pointing towards the street. I could see the small LED on it. It was working. If I were standing here, the camera should be recording me. I pulled out my phone and checked the live feed. I saw myself on the screen, umbrella in hand. That confirmed the camera was working fine now. So why did it miss the figure earlier? I went back inside and locked the door. I felt a little better having checked around. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had run up to the porch and just stood there waiting for a reaction. But why would they leave no sign, and how did they vanish so quickly? I decided to pass the time until morning. I sat in front of the TV, kept the volume low, and listened for any sound outside. The rain never slowed down. It kept going, steady and heavy. Eventually, around 4 a.m., I checked the porch again. Nothing. I felt tired enough to try sleeping again. I turned off the TV, left the living room light on this time, and went to bed. I lay in bed, trying to ignore the sound of rain. My heart rate was normal again. My breathing was steady. I felt calmer. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. I tried to remember the exact moment I saw the figure. It was just a shape. No details. No color. Maybe it was just a shadow formed by a passing car's headlights. I had seen lights wash over the curtains before. Maybe some object outside cast a strange silhouette. I drifted off to sleep for a bit. When I woke up, it was early morning. The rain had stopped. The room was quiet. I got up and checked the porch again. It was just wet. Nothing else. I stepped outside with some paper towels and dried up the puddle. The air was crisp and smelled fresh. The street looked normal. A few neighbors were leaving for work. I nodded at one of them. He didn't mention anything unusual. I didn't bring it up. I checked the camera feed again in the daylight. It had recorded me stepping out with the umbrella, recorded me drying the puddle, recorded the neighbor walking by. Everything worked fine now. I scrolled back to the time I saw the figure. Nothing. Just rain. I never found any explanation. I checked for loose boards or something that might look like a person's shape in the dark. I found nothing that matched what I saw. I thought about the camera sensitivity. Maybe it glitched. Maybe the figure stood in some blind spot where the camera didn't get a clear outline. Still, the porch is small. There aren't many blind spots. I decided to move on with my day. I had breakfast, changed clothes, and tried not to think about it too much. But every time I looked at that porch, I remembered the shape. It was a solid, still figure, not moving, not reacting. When I checked through the peephole, it was gone. The camera didn't see it. Just me. That's all I know. I can't explain it. All I have is that memory of a shape standing quietly in the rain, and then vanishing without a sound. I never got an answer, and nothing like that happened again, at least not yet. I moved into this new place about a week ago. It was a small house on a quiet street. The first day I parked my old sedan in the short driveway, hauled my boxes inside, and looked around at the lawn and the neighbors' yards. Everything seemed normal and neat. The houses looked alike, simple and well-maintained. Nothing stood out. The next-door house to my left had its shutters closed and the lawn a bit overgrown, but I didn't think much of it. Some people don't take care of their yards, I thought. It didn't bother me. That first night I lay awake in bed, too wired from the move to sleep. Around midnight I heard something strange through the wall. At first I thought it was just an animal outside. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like a person crying. It was muffled, but I could tell someone was sobbing softly, pausing now and then as if trying to hold it in. I got up and walked to the window. I looked out toward the house next door. All the lights were off. There were no cars outside. I couldn't see anything. I opened the window slightly and listened. The crying continued for about 10 minutes, then stopped. The next morning, I knocked on the neighbor's door across the street. I introduced myself to a man in his 50s wearing a gray t-shirt and jeans. He had short hair and a flat expression. "Hey," I said, "I'm new here. I was wondering about the house next door to me." I pointed to the house with the closed shutters. He glanced at it, then looked back at me. "That place is empty," he said. "Has been for years." I frowned. "Last night I heard someone crying," I said. "I'm pretty sure it was coming from inside that house." He shrugged. "Nobody's lived there. The owner moved out a long time ago. You must have heard something else. Maybe a cat." He didn't seem interested in talking more. He just nodded and closed his door. That day I talked to another neighbor down the street, a woman in her 30s wearing shorts and sneakers. She was watering her plants. I introduced myself and mentioned the crying. She looked confused. She said the same thing. The house was empty for a long time, maybe 8 years or so. She didn't know why nobody lived there. She said she never heard anything. I spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking. I set up my living room, put my TV on a small table, and tried to get my couch placed right. I organized my kitchen and filled the fridge with some basic groceries. By evening, I felt settled in enough. I didn't really believe the neighbors. I trusted what I heard. That was a person crying. I decided to stay up and listen again. That night, I turned off all the lights around midnight and sat near the window that faced the neighbor's house. At around 12:30, I heard it again. The crying started low, then got louder. It was soft, but I could tell it was inside that house. The sound was too steady and too human. I pressed my ear against the wall. I could almost feel the vibration. I turned off the AC to make sure I could hear every sound. The crying kept going for at least 10 minutes, then faded. I felt a knot in my stomach. It didn't feel right. I wanted to call someone, maybe the cops, but I had no evidence of anything. Calling the cops because I heard crying in an empty house at midnight seemed ridiculous. Still, I hated the feeling of not knowing. I told myself I'd check the place out tomorrow. The next day was warm. I walked over to the empty house around noon. The lawn had tall grass and some weeds. The porch steps were dusty. The front door had peeling paint and a dried, cracked welcome mat. I tried looking in through the front window, but the shutters were closed tight. I moved around the side, found another window also closed. Everything seemed sealed up. I tested the front doorknob, locked. I tried to peek through the mailbox slot, but it was blocked by something inside. The place was silent. There was no sound of movement. I knocked on the door just once, lightly. No response. I felt awkward standing there, so I gave up and went back home. Around 3 in the afternoon, I decided to ask another neighbor. An older couple lived to my right. They were outside in their driveway cleaning out their car. I walked over, introduced myself, and asked about the house again. The man straightened up and told me the same story. The house had been empty since before they moved in, which was about 5 years ago. He said it belonged to some guy who never came back after leaving one day. The place stayed locked, and nobody bothered with it. I asked him if he ever heard anything strange. He looked at his wife, then looked back at me, shaking his head. "It's quiet," he said. "We never noticed anything." His wife agreed. They both looked calm and a bit puzzled. I went inside my house and tried to relax. I turned on the TV, tried to watch a show, and ignored the feeling that something was off. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I stayed up again. This time, I sat at the window with a notepad and my phone, ready to record if I heard the crying again. Right at about 12:20 it started. The crying was soft but clear. I pressed record on my phone. I got up and looked out the window. Nothing. I opened my back door and stepped outside onto my small deck. It was dark out there, but the moon gave enough light to see silhouettes. The crying sounded the same, definitely from next door. I whispered, "Hello?" Into the night, not too loud. The crying paused. I held my breath. Then it started again, as if whoever it was didn't care if I heard them or not. I went back inside, locked my door, and sat down. I listened to the recording. It was faint, but it was there. Someone crying. I decided I would call the non-emergency police line the next day. Maybe they could check it out. It felt strange, but I needed to do something. The next morning, I called the local police station. The person on the phone was polite. I explained the situation. I said I heard crying every night at around the same time, coming from a supposedly empty house. The officer said they would send someone later to have a look. I thanked them and hung up. That evening, around 6, a patrol car showed up. One officer got out and spoke to me. I explained what I heard. He took some notes and walked over to the house. He checked the door and windows. He tried knocking. There was no answer. He shined a flashlight through a small gap in the shutters, then came back to me. "It looks empty," he said. "I don't see anyone inside. The house seems locked tight. Maybe it's an animal in the yard or something. If you hear it again, give us another call." He said it politely and left. I didn't feel reassured. I knew what I heard. Animals don't cry like that. This sounded like a person. And why at the same time every night? Why did it always stop after about 10 minutes? I made a plan. That night I would try to get closer. I would go into my backyard and move closer to the fence line that separated my yard from the neighbor's yard. Maybe I could catch some sign of movement, or maybe even see a light inside. At around midnight, I turned off all my lights. I put on dark clothes and stepped outside quietly. I walked across my small lawn and stood by the chain-link fence between my property and the empty house. The grass in the neighbor's yard was taller, and I could see a small wooden shed in the corner. No lights in the house. The crying started again around the same time. This time, it sounded clearer. It was definitely inside the house, not outside. I could hear it through the closed windows. My heart was beating fast. I felt sweat on my forehead. I tried to stay still and just listen. The crying sounded like a woman. Her sobs were uneven. Now and then, she took a shaky breath. I didn't hear words, just sobbing. I wanted to call out, but my throat felt tight. I just stood there, listening. The crying lasted about 10 minutes again, then stopped suddenly. I went back inside, locked the door, and washed my face. My hands were shaking a bit. I thought about breaking in. I'm not someone who does that kind of thing, but I was tired of this mystery. I wanted to know what was going on. If someone was hurt or trapped, they needed help. If it was some intruder, I wanted to know. I didn't plan on stealing anything, I just wanted to figure this out. The next day, I walked around the block and checked if there was any other way into the backyard of the empty house. I noticed a side gate on the other side of the property, but it had a padlock on it. The fence around the back was just chain link. I could climb it, but it would be risky. Someone might see me. Still, nobody seemed to care about that house, and nobody was paying attention to me when I walked by. I waited until midnight again. This time, I put on gloves and a dark jacket. I grabbed a small flashlight and put my phone in my pocket. I went outside through my back door, climbed the fence into the neighbor's backyard, and crouched down low. The house was dark and silent. I waited for the crying. Right on schedule, it started. The sound was coming from the ground floor, I think from the living room area. I moved slowly toward a window on the side. I tried lifting a shutter. It wouldn't budge. I tried another window. Also stuck. I went around to the back door. It was an old wooden door, locked with a deadbolt. I looked around and saw a loose plank in the siding near the back steps. I pulled on it carefully and saw a small crawl space. It smelled damp. I shined my flashlight inside. Just dirt and old insulation. No way in. The crying kept going, softer now but steady. I decided to try another window. On the far side of the house, I found a basement window that was cracked at the corner. The glass had a small break in it. I tapped it lightly. It felt loose. I wrapped my glove around a small rock and pressed against the cracked part, trying not to make noise. After a minute or two, I managed to break off a small shard of glass and push the window open. I shined my flashlight inside. The basement was dark and empty, just a concrete floor and some old shelves. I squeezed through the window, landing on the floor, trying not to scrape my legs on the frame. Inside, it smelled like dust and mildew. I stood still and listened. The crying was above me. I looked for stairs. I found a wooden staircase leading up. Each step creaked. I moved slowly, shining the flashlight ahead of me. At the top of the stairs, there was a door. I turned the knob. It wasn't locked. I opened it carefully and entered what looked like a kitchen. There was an old fridge, cabinets with peeling paint, and a table with dust on it. It was cold inside, and my skin tingled. The crying was coming from a room to my left. I moved toward it slowly, my heart pounding. I shined my flashlight ahead. The living room had old furniture covered with sheets. There was a sofa, 2 chairs, and a coffee table. In the corner, I saw movement. A figure sat on the floor back against the wall. It looked like a woman wearing jeans and a stained shirt. Her hair was tangled and fell over her face. She was rocking slightly, crying softly into her knees. I froze. The beam of my flashlight hit her face. She looked up. Her eyes were red and wet. She looked terrified. I raised my free hand and said, "I'm not here to hurt you." She didn't speak. She just stared at me, shaking. I could see her breathing heavily. I tried again. "I heard you crying. I live next door. Are you okay?" She said nothing. She pushed herself back against the wall. I stepped closer slowly, showing my empty hand. She flinched. I stopped. "I just want to help," I said. She swallowed. Her voice was low and rough. "Leave me alone," she said. I tried to stay calm. "Are you living here? Everyone says the house is empty." She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. She looked thin, tired, and stressed. She didn't answer my question. She just said, "Go. Get out." I stood there confused. I didn't know what to do. She was alive, not a ghost or anything. I tried to think of a reason for her to be here. Maybe she had nowhere else to go. Maybe she'd been squatting here for a long time. That would explain why nobody saw her. But why cry every night at the same time? I took a step back. I didn't want to scare her. "Okay, I'll go," I said. "But I can call someone. Maybe help you find a place to stay." She shook her head hard. "No, just go." Her voice cracked. She coughed a bit and wiped her eyes. I could feel the tension in my chest. I knew she was afraid of me. I decided not to push it. I turned around and went back to the kitchen. I found the basement door and climbed out the same way I came in. Outside, the air felt fresher. I climbed the fence and went back into my house. I locked my door and sat down at my kitchen table. My hands were trembling. I was glad nobody was hurt or dead, but now I felt uneasy. She was there for a reason, and I had no idea why. The crying didn't stop in the following nights. I still heard it at the same time, but now I knew who it was. I didn't go back in. I didn't call the cops again. I felt sorry for her. I wondered if she was sick or scared. I left a small package outside my backyard fence one afternoon, a bottle of water and some snacks in a sealed bag. The next day, it was gone. I never saw her come out, but I think she took it. I didn't try to speak to her again. The crying continued. Sometimes it lasted 5 minutes, sometimes longer. I still didn't understand it, but at least I knew she was alive. After a few days, I noticed a change. The crying became softer, less frequent. One night, it didn't happen at all. The next morning, I checked the fence. I saw footprints in the dirt leading away from the back door of the empty house. I never saw her again after that. The house stayed quiet. I still live here. The neighbors never asked about it. They never seemed curious. I didn't tell anyone what I found. The empty house is still empty, or at least it looks that way now. I sleep better. Sometimes I think I hear a soft sobbing noise when I wake up in the middle of the night, but it's probably just my memory playing tricks on me. I keep my doors locked, and I try not to stare at the house too long. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. It happened, and now it's done. I'm just glad I never found anything worse. I still remember how the air felt that morning. It was a dry morning, no clouds, no wind, just me and the trail. The dirt path stretched ahead with weeds and brush along the sides. I had my running shoes tied tight, a small water bottle in my right hand, and a phone strapped to my arm. It was supposed to be a quick run, maybe a couple of miles. I wanted to get home before the heat got worse. There were no other people around. I didn't see any parked cars near the trail entrance, and I didn't pass anyone at the start. That felt normal. This trail was never crowded. I started at a slow pace, just trying to warm up. I focused on my breathing. I listened to the soft crunch of gravel under my shoes. I tried to keep my eyes forward. The trail had tall grass growing along both sides. Sometimes the grass swayed gently if there was a breeze, but that day it stood still. I could see small flies buzzing around, and I heard distant chirps from birds. There wasn't much else going on. After about 10 minutes, I felt my legs loosen up. I increased my pace. My shoes were old, and I could feel the thin soles letting me know each rock underfoot. My calves felt a bit tight. I was sweating a little. I took a short sip of water. I tried to relax my shoulders and keep my breathing steady. Then I heard something strange, something that didn't fit in. At first it sounded like a faint whisper, very low, very soft, coming from my left side. I slowed down and looked around. I didn't see anyone. The grass was high enough to hide small animals, but a person would have to crouch down to stay hidden. I saw nothing unusual. I stood still for a moment and listened. I only heard my own breathing and a few insects. I shrugged it off and started running again. A minute or two later, I heard it again. It was a whisper, but I couldn't make out words. I looked over my shoulder. Nothing. I tried to ignore it. I ran forward at my normal pace. Then I heard my name. I was sure it said my name. A whisper right next to my ear, but there was no one there. It was a man's voice, I think, but it was soft and hard to tell. It seemed to come from the grass, maybe a foot or two from the edge of the trail. I stopped, took a few steps back, and tried to look closely. The grass was tall, some of it up to my chest, and it was thick. I could see thin stalks, some brownish, some green. I tried to push the grass aside with my hand. I saw bare earth and a few pebbles, but no sign of a person. I listened carefully. The trail was quiet. I felt a drop of sweat running down my forehead. I blinked and wiped my face with my forearm. I tried to speak. Hello? My voice sounded strange and too loud. I waited. Nothing. I stood there, tense, trying to figure out if I was just hearing things. I turned around and considered heading back. It was unusual to hear someone say my name out here. It felt wrong. But I told myself it could have been a trick of the wind, or some distant sound that resembled my name. I decided to continue forward. I wanted to finish the run. I didn't have time to waste. I picked up my pace and focused on my breathing again. In and out, steady steps, eyes forward. I tried to forget about it, but a few minutes later I heard the whisper again. This time it was a bit louder and clearer. It said my name once, paused, and then said it again. It came from the left side of the trail, from the grass. I turned my head while still running, but I caught no movement, no shape, no face. I slowed to a jog, then to a walk, and finally stopped. My heart was beating faster now, and not just from running. I stood there, trying to keep calm. I listened. The whisper started up again, quiet but persistent. It repeated my name 3 times slowly. I wanted to shout at it, tell whoever was hiding there to show themselves. But my mouth felt dry. I swallowed, tried to stay calm, and said, "Who's there?" No answer. Just the whisper again, my name, and soft breathing sounds. It sounded like someone exhaling near my ear. I stepped toward the grass, reached in, and pushed it aside again. My fingers touched the dry blades. I saw dirt, small patches of weeds, a few rocks. I even kicked at the base to see if something would move. Nothing. I backed away and looked around the trail. There were no footprints other than mine. I saw my own shoe prints in the dirt. The air was still. I heard no cars, no people, nothing else. Just the whisper. It was coming from the grass. I tried walking slowly forward along the trail, keeping my eyes on the grass line. The whisper followed me. It didn't stop. It didn't fade. It called my name over and over. I tried talking to it. I asked, "What do you want?" I got nothing in return except my name again. I started to feel the hairs on my arms standing up. My neck felt stiff. My stomach tightened. I felt exposed. I could smell my sweat, and I noticed my breathing was getting shaky. I gripped my water bottle harder. The plastic creaked in my hand. I tried to ignore it and run again, hoping that if I got far enough along the trail it would stop. I ran at a steady pace, pushing myself harder. My shoes kicked up small clouds of dust. The whisper kept pace with me. It didn't fall behind. It stayed right at my side, always out of sight. I looked to my left as I ran. The grass was thick still and not moving. I couldn't understand how someone could be in there, whispering my name, and not show up at all. There was no rustling, no footsteps, no bending of the grass. After maybe half a mile of this, I stopped again. I couldn't keep running like this. I turned toward the grass and said, "I don't know who you are. Show yourself." I waited. It just whispered my name again. My pulse was racing, my legs felt heavy, my chest felt tight. I grabbed my phone. I thought of calling someone, but I hesitated. Who would I call? The police? What would I say? That I heard a whisper in the grass calling my name? They would think I was crazy or joking. Also, there was no signal out here. The reception on this trail was always terrible. I stepped closer to the grass. I knelt down and tried to part it carefully. I wanted to catch any movement, any sign of a person. I saw only dirt and some bugs crawling around. I could smell the earthy scent of the soil. I saw a few small plants with tiny leaves. I saw no hidden figure. The whisper didn't sound like it was coming from one particular spot. It felt like it was just there, all around the left side of the trail. I stood up and backed away. I felt uneasy. My face felt hot, and I noticed my mouth was still dry. I took another sip of water, trying not to spill it because my hand was shaking a bit. I tried walking again, slowly, keeping my eyes on the grass. The whisper matched my pace. Whenever I stopped, it continued, always at that same soft volume, always my name repeated over and over. I tried something different. I walked to the other side of the trail and stood there, putting the width of the path between me and the grass. The whisper grew quieter, but it didn't stop. I approached the middle of the path and it got a bit louder again. It always seemed loudest when I was closest to the left side. I took a step toward the left side. The whisper got louder, but still not loud enough to give me any other words. It only said my name. It sounded like a man's voice, low and steady, not frantic or hurried. It sounded calm, which made it feel even worse. I would have preferred shouting or screaming, something that made sense. This calm, steady whisper felt unnatural. I tried to think of a way to get past it. The trail ahead curved slightly and led deeper into the scrubland. The grass didn't look any shorter up ahead. If I kept going, I would have another mile or two before I reached a side path that led back to a main road. But that meant staying close to this voice. I considered turning back, but that would mean running all the way back to the start, and I wasn't sure if the whisper would follow me back. Maybe it would. Maybe it would never stop. I decided to keep moving forward. I picked up my pace and tried to keep my eyes straight ahead. I focused on the end of the straight section of trail. I watched the pebbles and dirt under my feet. I could feel sweat running down my back. The whisper continued, steady, calm, repeating my name. I felt my muscles tense. I tried to block it out, but I couldn't. It was too close, too strange. As I approached a slight bend in the trail, I noticed the grass thinning a little. There were some patches of shorter grass. I moved forward, hoping that if I reached a place where the grass was not as tall, maybe the voice would stop. I ran, breathing hard, my heart pounding. The whisper stayed with me. It didn't fade. It just kept going. When I reached the thinner grass, I slowed down and checked the sides again. The whisper was still there. It didn't matter that the grass was shorter. I looked around desperately, trying to catch a glimpse of anything. I saw empty fields, a few scattered shrubs, dry soil, and some distant trees. I saw nothing that could explain the whisper. I clenched my jaw and tried to ignore the shaking in my hands. I remembered I had a small pocket knife in my shorts pocket. It was a cheap folding knife I sometimes carried. I pulled it out and flipped it open. It made me feel a bit more secure, though I had no idea who or what I would use it against. I held it down by my side and stared at the grass. "Stop," I said. "Just stop." The whisper didn't stop. It said my name again, slower this time. I felt a drop of sweat fall from my chin. I wanted to leave this place. I wanted to get out of there. I decided to keep moving forward, to run until I got to the main road. I knew I would feel safer once I reached a place where cars might pass by. I started jogging again, faster this time. I let my legs work. I tried to ignore the dryness in my throat. I tried to ignore the stiffness in my shoulders and neck. The whisper matched my speed. It stayed with me for the next 10 minutes. Every time I glanced at the grass, it looked normal. Nothing moved. Nothing stood out. The voice never changed. It never got angry or louder than a whisper. It never said anything other than my name. But it never let me go. I kept running. My lungs burned. My feet ached. I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The whisper followed. It never fell behind. I tried to say things to it. I said, "Leave me alone." I said, "I don't know what you want." I said, "Just go away." None of it mattered. My name, repeated over and over, never stopping. Finally, I saw the trail junction ahead. There was a small wooden post marking the way toward the main road. I felt relief flood through me. I turned onto that side trail. The grass there was shorter. There were more rocks. The ground was harder. The whisper continued at first, but then it started to fade. I noticed after a minute that it grew quieter. I looked back at the main trail. I still saw the tall grass. I still felt uneasy. I waited and listened. The whisper got softer as I moved away. After about 30 more steps, I realized I could barely hear it. After another 30 steps, it was gone. I stopped and took several deep breaths. I listened carefully. I heard nothing but my own breathing and a distant hum of insects. No voice. I didn't celebrate. I just stood there, shaking slightly, trying to calm down. I looked down at my legs. They were dirty with dust and bits of dry grass. My shoes were filthy. My phone band was soaked with sweat. I felt a throbbing headache coming on. I put my knife back in my pocket, took a sip of my remaining water, and started walking toward the main road. I kept my eyes on the ground. I didn't want to look back. I didn't understand what had happened, and I didn't want to think about it. When I reached the main road about 15 minutes later, I saw a car drive by. I sighed and felt a bit safer. I checked my phone and got a weak signal. I opened it and saw the time. It had only been about 40 minutes since I started my run. It felt like hours. I walked along the roadside until I reached the small parking area where I had started. My car was still there. I got in, locked the doors, and turned on the engine. I drove away without looking back at the trail. For the rest of that day, I tried not to think about what I had heard. The whisper was too strange to make sense of. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't return to that trail. I took a different route the next time I went running. I still feel uneasy when I think about that voice, whispering my name from the grass, following me, never showing itself, never changing its tone. Even now, I can remember exactly how it sounded, and how dry the air felt, and how quiet everything else was. I can still feel that sweat running down my back and the tension in my stomach. I have no explanation for it. I'm just glad I got out of there. I have no plans to go back and find out what was in that grass. I first noticed it when we were stopping to catch our breath on a dirt path. It was late afternoon. There were 4 of us: me, Peter, Mark, and Luis. We had decided to go hiking in a remote park far from any town or city. We had heard that the trails here were quiet and the scenery was worth it. The trees were tall and dense. The leaves were dry and rustled whenever a slight breeze passed through. It felt like a place where not many people came. As I stood there leaning forward with my hands on my knees, I looked up at the tree line and saw a light. It was about the size of a golf ball from where I stood, shining bright white and hovering above the tops of the trees. It wasn't just hanging there. It moved around in quick, small jerks like a drone with a bad pilot. But there was no sound. I tried to listen. I tried to pick up any distant hum or buzzing. I heard nothing. just my own breathing and the crunch of dirt under Mark's boots as he shifted his weight. I wiped sweat from my forehead and pointed it out to the others. Peter squinted and asked if it might be a reflection of something, maybe a plane or a helicopter far away. I didn't think so. The movement seemed too weird. It would dart left, then right, then suddenly rise higher and remain still before shifting position again. It was bright against the clear sky. We couldn't see it clearly through the leaves, but whenever it found a gap, we caught its glow. Luis took out his phone and tried to record it, but there was no signal out here, and the camera just captured a shaky white dot. He cursed and said it was probably nothing. Still, he looked concerned. We all were. It felt odd. We were far from any popular viewpoint or rest area. If it was a drone, it belonged to someone with a reason to be out here watching hikers. That made no sense. We had passed nobody else on the trail all day. We decided to keep moving. We had planned on making camp near a stream another few miles ahead. We walked at a steady pace, watching the light whenever we got a chance. It stayed with us, drifting above the treetops on our left side. Sometimes it vanished behind branches and we thought maybe it was gone. Then it would pop up again ahead of us or behind us. It seemed impossible for it to move that fast without making a sound. There was no rustle of equipment, no mechanical whir. As the sun lowered, we kept an eye on it. Our mood changed. We weren't joking around anymore. We were more alert. Mark tapped my shoulder a few times to point it out whenever it reappeared. Peter got frustrated and tried shouting at it, just yelling, "Hey!" into the trees. There was no reaction. The light continued to slip in and out of view. When it was out of sight, I got tense. My stomach tightened, and I felt a dry sensation in my throat. I kept expecting it to appear from a new angle, maybe right above us. We didn't talk much, just the crunch of our boots and the rustling of gear. After another hour or so, we reached a small clearing. It was an area with a few logs and some flat ground. We had planned this as our campsite for the night. The stream was a short walk downhill from here. The air was getting cooler. The sky had started to turn orange and then pink. I dropped my pack and tried to relax my shoulders. My legs were sore. I took a sip of water and tried to ignore the dryness in my mouth. I looked around for the light. It wasn't there. The others scanned the tree line and didn't see it either. Peter said maybe it was gone. Maybe it had been some weird reflection of the sun on something metal, and now that the sun was going down, it wouldn't appear again. None of us really believed that. There was something too controlled, too deliberate about the way it had moved. But none of us had a better guess. We set up camp without much conversation. I unrolled my tent and tried to focus on the immediate tasks. I hammered stakes into the ground, pulled the rainfly over the top, and set my sleeping bag inside. Luis lit his camp stove and heated some canned food. Mark kept scanning the treetops as if he expected something to drop down. Peter was fiddling with his headlamp, adjusting the straps and glancing around nervously. As darkness fell, we turned on our flashlights and headlamps. The woods felt tighter, the trees seemed closer together. The crunch of small animals moving in the leaves made me tense. I ate my dinner quietly, tasting the blandness of it and feeling no real hunger. I was uneasy. I looked up at the sky. The stars were clear. Without city lights, the view was sharp, and I could see more stars than I ever saw back home. But I kept expecting that white light to show up again. I heard nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual sounds of the forest at night. Insects, a light breeze, leaves shifting in the dark. We talked in low voices. Peter wanted to keep watch, just to be safe. I didn't blame him. Something about that light had shaken us. We had all gone hiking before, and we were used to nature's surprises. But this felt different. It felt directed at us. I said I would take a watch as well. Mark and Luis agreed. We would rotate through the night. Nobody argued. It seemed like the only way to calm our nerves. I took the first watch, sitting on a log with my headlamp off to preserve the batteries. I held my flashlight in my hand. I listened for anything unusual. After about half an hour, I saw it. The same light. It was back, hovering over the treetops on the opposite side of the clearing. I felt a chill spread through my chest. I gripped the flashlight tighter and held it up, shining it toward the light. It stayed there, not reacting, just bobbing around silently. I walked over to Mark's tent and whispered his name. He scrambled out of his sleeping bag and peeked outside. He saw the light and froze. He called Peter and Luis. They got out, still groggy, shining their lights at it. We watched it together. Nobody knew what to say. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. My heart was beating faster. I noticed my breathing got shallower. The light dipped behind the treetops, then reappeared on the other side of the clearing, as if it had circled around us. Luis tried yelling again, something like, "Who's there? What do you want?" Nothing. No response. We considered shining a bright beam at it with our strongest flashlight. Mark had a powerful one in his pack. He dug it out, turned it on, and aimed it straight at the thing. For a second, the beam cut through the darkness, lighting up some branches and leaves. But we could not see the source of the light. It was like it stayed just far enough away, or behind something. After a few seconds, it vanished again. Mark cursed under his breath. Luis spat on the ground and rubbed his arms as if trying to warm up. We talked quickly and quietly. We didn't want to leave in the middle of the night and risk getting lost. We had some experience hiking, but not enough to feel safe making a run for it with only headlamps and flashlights. We decided to wait until morning. We would pack up and head back down the trail. We saw no reason to stay here another night. The tension was too much. None of us liked the feeling of being watched by something we didn't understand. We stood there for a while, shining our flashlights around, trying to spot the light again. It didn't come back. After maybe an hour, we were too tired to keep standing around. We agreed to go back into our tents. We would take turns staying awake. I crawled into my sleeping bag and lay on my back, listening. It was hard to sleep. My mind kept replaying the sight of that bright dot moving too fast and too silent. I rubbed my eyes and tried to calm down. Eventually, I dozed off. I woke up to Mark shaking my shoulder. It was probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. He said he saw it again. I got up, rubbed my face, and stumbled out of the tent. He pointed to the trees. I saw nothing. He insisted it had been there, circling the clearing. I believed him, of course. We waited, shining our lights around. All we got were glimpses of leaves and branches, nothing else. After a while, I got tired and climbed back inside the tent. Mark stayed outside a bit longer, then eventually came in too. Morning light woke me up. My back was stiff. I crawled out and saw Luis boiling water for coffee. He looked tired. His eyes were red. Peter sat on a log, running a hand through his hair. Mark was rolling up his sleeping pad. We all wanted to get the hell out of here. I ate a quick energy bar and drank some coffee. It was bitter and not very good, but I needed something warm. We started packing up. The forest looked normal in the morning. Just trees, dirt, leaves, sunlight. No sign of that strange light. We headed back the way we came. The trail was the same narrow path through thick woods. Our boots made steady thumps against the dirt and rocks. We tried to keep an eye on the treetops, but we saw nothing unusual. I focused on my breathing and on moving forward. I wanted to be done with this place. I felt sweat gathering under my backpack straps. I felt a dull ache in my thighs. Nobody talked much. Every now and then, Peter would glance behind us. Mark looked up a lot, shading his eyes with his hand. We walked for hours. The hike was supposed to be enjoyable, but now we just wanted to be out. My shirt stuck to my back. My socks felt damp. The air smelled like pine and dirt. It was quiet, except for our steps and the occasional bird call. I tried not to think too much. I just counted steps and kept going forward. Around midday, we stopped near a spot where the trail widened. We checked our maps. We still had a few hours to go before we reached the ranger station where we had parked. We ate some jerky and drank water. My throat felt dry and I didn't feel hungry, but I forced something down. Luis kept scanning the trees. I did too. The sunlight was bright, and I couldn't see anything that looked like a hovering light. I started to wonder if it would come back in daylight. Part of me hoped it wouldn't. Another part of me worried about when it would show up again. We started moving again. After another hour or so, I caught a glimpse of something bright off to the side. I stopped and stared. The others noticed and stopped too. The light was back just above a ridge, flickering in and out of view as if it was ducking behind branches. I felt my heart speed up. My palms were sweaty. I could feel the tension in my shoulders. I didn't say anything. I just pointed. The others saw it. Peter muttered a curse. Mark's jaw tightened. Luis shook his head and tried to record it with his phone again with no luck. Just a shaky dot. We stood there, not sure what to do. It didn't come closer. It seemed to track us, staying parallel to the trail. We started walking again and it moved too, always staying out of clear view. At one point I tried to break into a light jog. It stayed with us. I slowed down. It stayed. I felt like we were under observation. My stomach felt tight. I licked my lips and tasted salt. I pulled the straps of my backpack tighter and tried to ignore it. After a while, it vanished again. We kept moving. Each step felt heavy. The silence between us was thick. I noticed Mark's fists were clenched. Peter kept shaking his head quietly. Luis rubbed the back of his neck, leaving red marks on his skin. I just focused on getting out. The hours dragged on. The forest looked the same, but we knew we were getting closer to the ranger station. Eventually, the trees thinned out. We recognized a turn in the trail near a signpost we had seen the day before. There was a wooden bench and a small trash bin. We were about half an hour from the ranger station. The sunlight was strong and I could feel it on my neck. I looked back one last time and saw no sign of the light. It had disappeared completely. I felt relieved, but not comfortable. I wanted to be inside a building with people around. We got back to the ranger station in the late afternoon. We walked straight to the parking lot where we had left our car. Peter started the engine, and we got in, slamming the doors. None of us talked about what we saw. I think we all just wanted to leave it behind. As we drove away, I felt my body relax a little, but my mind kept playing back that silent, hovering light. I wondered if anyone else had seen something like that out here. We never reported it. None of us wanted to deal with the questions or the look on the ranger's face if we tried to explain something we couldn't understand. We just headed home. In the following days, we texted each other, but we didn't go into detail. I think we were glad to drop it. But I still remember how my throat felt dry, how my heart pounded, how the sweat rolled down my spine when I looked up and saw that thing tracking us through the trees. It's not something I'll forget. It's not something I want to see again. I remember the exact moment I saw it. I was working on the house on a Saturday morning. The place was a mess. I had pulled down old drywall, carried out dusty boxes, and tossed broken pieces of wood into a dumpster outside. I was tired, sweaty, and my shoulders ached from lifting heavy things. The plan was simple. Fix the wiring in the ceiling, run new cables, then patch everything and repaint. The house was small and old, and I had a detailed blueprint from the last owners. There were no hidden rooms on that plan, no strange areas. It was a straightforward single-story house with a basic attic space that I had checked when I first bought the property. Everything seemed normal. That morning, I climbed up the stepladder in the hallway, pulled back a section of plaster I had cut, and spotted a door in the ceiling. It was a flat wooden door, about 2 feet wide and maybe 3 feet long. It sat flush with the ceiling beams. I froze and stared at it for a few seconds. I knew that door had not been there before. The attic entrance was supposed to be in another area of the house, on the other side, with a fold-down ladder. I had used it a couple of times. This new door was something else. It had old hinges and a simple handle. It looked like a panel that someone had installed a long time ago. But I had never seen it, and it wasn't on the plans. I was confused. I ran a hand over the wood. The door felt rough. The hinges had a bit of rust. The handle was a simple piece of metal that curved out, not a modern fixture. It reminded me of something people used decades back. I tried to move it, to check if it was locked. It moved slightly, making a small scraping sound against the beams. I heard nothing else. The attic above me should have been empty except for insulation and old wiring. I wondered if I was mixing things up, if the blueprint had missed something. I decided to open it. I reached up and tugged the handle. The door stuck at first. I pulled harder and it made a crackling noise, like old paint or wood splitting slightly at the edges. Then it opened upward. I pushed it all the way. Dust fell into my eyes, and I squinted. I wiped my face on my sleeve. I lifted my work light up into the hole to see what was there. My light shone into an open space. It looked like an unfinished attic area, just joists and insulation. I couldn't see anything unusual at first. I leaned my head up through the opening. The space felt cramped, but it was large enough for a person to lie down. The roof beams were low. The insulation was old and discolored. I smelled stale air like a room that hadn't been opened in decades. I didn't see any boxes or stored items. It looked empty. I listened. It was quiet, except for my own breathing and the distant hum of the street outside. There was no movement, no voices, no animals, but I felt strange. I felt like I wasn't alone. My neck tingled. I felt a prickling on my arms. It was like someone was just out of sight watching me. I focused my light in every direction. Nothing moved. I backed my head out and closed the door. The hinges squeaked. I stood on the ladder staring at it. I tried to calm myself by thinking rationally. It was just an old hidden part of the attic. Maybe a sealed-off section that nobody bothered to mark on the plans. It could happen in old houses. Maybe someone who lived here before created a small storage space and never told anyone. Still, the feeling of being watched bothered me. It didn't make sense. Maybe I was just spooked by discovering something unexpected. I climbed down and thought about what to do next. My arms felt tense. My stomach felt tight. I had no reason to go up there, but I also didn't want to ignore it. I decided I would finish my wiring job, close it up, and forget about it. I got back to work. I tried to concentrate on the wiring. My tools felt heavier than usual. My back hurt. I kept looking over my shoulder at that part of the ceiling. It was above the hallway near the old coat closet. I never noticed any hatch there before. I finished the wiring and put my tools away. In the late afternoon, I had some lunch. I tried to watch something on my phone to relax, but I kept thinking about that door. I felt uneasy inside the house now. It was too quiet. The air felt still, like there was no circulation. I opened some windows. I stood under the door again, looking up, trying to see if I had imagined it. It was still there. The outline of the door was clear. I grabbed the ladder and decided to look again, just to make sure there was nothing inside that I missed. I climbed up and opened it again. I held my flashlight firmly and inspected the space more carefully. I moved the light slowly across the beams, the insulation, the corners. I noticed some old nails sticking out of the wood. There was a piece of wood lying flat across two beams, maybe a plank someone had left behind. Nothing else was visible, but the feeling was back, stronger now. I felt my heart beating faster. My mouth was dry. My shoulders felt stiff. I spoke out loud, just to break the silence. I said something like, "Anyone here?" Obviously no one answered. My voice sounded strange up there. It felt like the sound got swallowed by the space. I got a chill. I pulled my head back down and shut the door. I locked it with a small latch I found on the side. It clicked into place. I climbed down and wiped sweat off my face. I told myself to keep calm. It was just an attic space. I would seal it off later, maybe tomorrow. I would put some drywall over it and pretend I never saw it. But I couldn't shake the idea that something was wrong. That evening, I tried to relax. I ate a sandwich and drank a beer. I walked around the house, checking my renovation progress. I still had a lot to do. I planned to paint the living room, fix the bathroom sink, and sand the bedroom floor. The house felt different now. I was on edge. I kept thinking I heard small noises like creaking boards or a soft tapping sound. Every time I listened closely, I heard nothing. I looked up at the ceiling a lot. I felt watched like eyes on my back. My stomach was in knots. I decided to sleep early and deal with it in the morning. At night, I woke up a few times. I thought I heard soft footsteps. I thought I heard a slight scraping above me. I lay still in bed, holding my breath, my heart beating fast. The sounds were faint. Maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise. Still, my skin felt sweaty. I wanted to get up and check, but I didn't want to open that door again. I felt stupid and nervous. Eventually, I fell asleep again, but I slept lightly. In the morning, I decided to deal with it. I grabbed a crowbar and a piece of plywood. My plan was to close that door for good. I climbed the ladder, opened the door again, and peeked inside one last time. Everything looked the same as before. Nothing had changed. There was no sign that anyone had been there. I still felt that uneasy tension in my chest. My mouth tasted bitter. My hands were sweaty, and my grip on the ladder was tight. I shut the door and screwed the plywood over it, sealing it shut from below. I made sure it was secure. I told myself that was the end of it. But as I worked on other parts of the house that day, I couldn't focus. I felt something was off. I caught myself listening for sounds from the ceiling. When I went to the bathroom, I looked up at the ceiling corners. I felt a slight draft in places I hadn't noticed before. I kept telling myself it was just nerves. I finished painting one wall and took a break. I tried to distract myself by calling a friend. I told him about the odd door I found. I didn't mention the feeling of being watched. I just said it was strange to find a hidden attic hatch. He said old houses have weird features sometimes, that maybe someone built it and never documented it. We talked about normal stuff, and that helped for a while. But when I hung up, the house was silent again, and that tension returned. Late in the afternoon, I heard a soft tap. I froze. I stood in the hallway, listening. The sound came from above. I stared at the plywood I had installed. I listened, holding my breath. Another tap. It was faint, like a fingertip against wood. I backed away. My chest felt tight. My neck muscles were stiff. My pulse pounded in my ears. I tried to think of a reason for the sound. Maybe something was expanding with the heat, or maybe a branch outside was brushing against something. But there were no branches near that part of the house. I turned on music. I tried to ignore it. Later, I went outside and walked around. I stared up at the roof. It looked normal. No new vents, no obvious changes. I came back inside, had a quick dinner, and tried not to look at that part of the ceiling. But I felt it. I felt like there were eyes on me whenever I passed under it. The air felt colder beneath the sealed door. My throat felt dry. I drank water. I clenched and unclenched my fists. I was tense and I didn't know why. That night was worse. I woke up sweating. I heard a soft scraping sound. I sat up in bed. It came from the hallway. My heart hammered in my chest. I got up and turned on the light. My legs felt heavy. I walked to the hallway. The plywood was still in place, but it looked slightly different. One corner seemed to have lifted by a fraction of an inch. I couldn't be sure. I ran my finger along the edge. It seemed tight. Maybe I was imagining it. I stood there for a long time, just staring. My hands were shaking a bit. I breathed through my nose, trying to stay calm. I couldn't hear anything now, but I could feel something. The house felt charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. I decided I would not stay quiet any longer. I spoke out loud again, just firmly. "Stop." I said it without shouting, just clearly. The silence continued. I rubbed my face, feeling the stubble on my jaw, feeling sweat on my forehead. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I checked the plywood again. It was still intact, but I noticed a thin crack in the ceiling plaster around it. A hairline crack, barely visible. I knew I didn't cause that crack. I had been careful. I touched it. The plaster felt cold. I pressed my ear against the wood. I heard nothing. I spent most of the day finishing other parts of the renovation. I tried not to think about it, but every time I passed the hallway, I felt that tension. I felt my neck muscles tighten and my stomach clench. In the afternoon, I decided to try something else. I set up a chair in the hallway and placed my phone on it with the camera recording. I aimed it at the plywood. I wanted to see if something moved or changed when I wasn't looking. I let it record for about an hour while I worked in another room. When I came back, I checked the footage. Nothing seemed to move, but I noticed a strange moment where the light in the hallway flickered slightly. I couldn't tell if it was the camera adjusting. Nothing else happened. Still, I felt uneasy. I tried to work on the living room walls. The paint smelled strong and my hands were covered in dust and dried paint. I kept checking the time, waiting for evening. When night fell, I locked all the doors and windows. I turned off the lights and listened. I could hear my heart beating. I waited in the hallway for a long time, standing quietly. Nothing happened. Eventually, I got tired and went to bed. I couldn't sleep well. I woke up sweating again and checked the hallway repeatedly. Nothing changed, but I still felt that presence. Over the next few days, I tried to ignore it. I kept busy with the renovation. I patched holes. I installed fixtures. I moved furniture. I listened to loud music. I tried to pretend it was all in my head. But every night I felt that tension in the hallway. I tried sleeping with earplugs. I tried closing all the doors between my bedroom and that hallway. I tried turning on a fan to mask the silence. None of that helped. The feeling was always there when I stepped into that part of the house. I never saw anything. I never found footprints or claw marks. No one got hurt. No one else came by except for a friend who helped me move some heavy furniture once. He never said he felt anything strange. He didn't notice the sealed door in the ceiling. I didn't tell him about it. I didn't want to sound crazy. Eventually, I decided to leave that part of the house alone. I finished the other rooms. I moved my bedroom to the opposite side of the house. I avoided the hallway at night. I left the plywood where it was, sealed tight. I never opened it again. I tried to accept the situation. I felt watched, but nothing ever happened beyond that feeling and the occasional tapping sound. I learned to live with it. I kept myself busy and stayed out of that area as much as possible. When the renovations were mostly done, I placed a piece of furniture right under that sealed door so I wouldn't have to look directly at it. A tall bookshelf blocked the view. I rarely stood in that exact spot anymore. Sometimes I thought I heard soft sounds, but I never investigated further. I tried to keep my mind focused on practical tasks. It has been a while now, and the feeling hasn't gone away completely, but it's weaker. I guess I got used to it. I still know there's something off about that hidden attic space. I still feel eyes on me sometimes when I'm not paying attention. But I just keep moving and get on with my day. The door is sealed. Nothing comes out. I have no proof that anything is there. It's just an empty attic, old wood and dust. But I remember how I felt up there. I know I'm not alone, even if I can't see anyone. I don't have a grand explanation. I don't plan to call experts or rip the ceiling open again. I'm done with that. The house is mine now, and I'll live with whatever that presence is. It never touched me or harmed me. It just watches, silently, from behind that old plywood. I accept that. I keep my head down and do my work, and if I feel eyes on me, I just move along. I have no other choice. I still remember the first night it happened. I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling in the dark. The street outside was quiet. Then I heard it. A single, sharp bark that cut through the silence. It made me tense up. I stayed still, waiting to see if it would happen again. About a minute later, I heard another bark. It was distant, but not too far away. Maybe from the bushes behind my fence or from the alley on the side of my garage. I couldn't tell. I tried to ignore it. I tried to close my eyes and breathe slowly, but it came again and again like a steady, annoying sound that kept hitting my ears. I got frustrated but didn't do anything that night. I let it go and waited for sunrise. The next night I tried to fall asleep earlier, thinking maybe I wouldn't notice it if I was already out. but it came at around the same time, maybe a little past midnight. The barking started and kept going, not constant, but in bursts. Every minute or so, a bark. Sometimes two barks together. Then silence for a bit, and then another bark. I stared at the window, trying to figure out if I should get up. I didn't want to deal with some stray dog in the middle of the night, but it was pissing me off. I needed sleep. After about 30 minutes of this, I pulled my pillow over my head, trying to drown it out. It didn't work. I considered opening the window and shouting, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I also didn't know if it was a neighbor's dog. If it was, I didn't want to fight with anyone. So I stayed quiet. I got maybe 3 hours of rest. By the third night, I felt like a zombie. My eyes were dry. My neck was stiff. I felt slow, my head heavy. That night, I tried to stay up on purpose, sitting in the dark, waiting for the barking to start. It came again. I got up and walked to the kitchen. I opened the back door a crack, listening. The bark sounded nearby, like it was right behind my wooden fence or maybe around the corner of my small shed. I grabbed a flashlight from a drawer. I listened more. Silence. Then another bark. It sounded off to the left. I stepped out onto the small concrete step behind my back door. It was cold. I felt a chill on my bare arms. I had only a t-shirt and sweatpants on. I pointed the flashlight toward the fence line. I saw nothing. I turned it off and waited. The bark sounded again. It sounded like a dog, but also not quite right. Something about its tone was off. It was low and had a rough sound that made me uneasy. I stepped back inside, locked the door, and sat in the kitchen until sunrise. I got maybe 2 hours of sleep after that. By the fourth night, I had had enough. I decided I would go outside and look around, even if I had to crawl under bushes. I prepared earlier in the evening. I put on jeans, boots, a jacket with plenty of pockets, and I carried a good flashlight. I waited until the barking started. When I heard it, I moved quietly. I tried not to make noise with the doors or the fence gate. I went into my backyard, scanning slowly with the flashlight off at first. I stood there for a long moment. I could hear a faint breathing sound, but I might have been imagining it. Then a bark came from behind my fence. I turned on the flashlight and went out through the side gate, stepping onto the narrow strip of grass that runs behind my property line. There's a chain link fence there that separates my place from a small patch of undeveloped land with weeds, wild grass, and some low brush. There's a street lamp far off in the distance, but it doesn't light up much of that area. I pointed my flashlight at the ground, looking for footprints or any sign of a dog. I saw flattened grass, maybe from an animal that had been lying there. It looked fresh. I moved the beam around, scanning the darkness. I heard a rustle. It sounded like something shifting weight on dry leaves. I aimed the flashlight at the noise. I saw something crouching. It looked too big to be a normal dog. It was low to the ground, but I could see the outline of a head and shoulders that looked strange. I couldn't see fur. The skin looked grayish or maybe just dull under the beam. It turned its head toward me. Its eyes reflected the light, but not with the usual glow you see in a dog's eyes at night. These were dull, not shining, just reflecting a bit in an uneven way. I didn't say anything. I didn't move closer. My heart was beating hard and I felt sweat on my forehead. I gripped the flashlight tighter. The creature made a soft, low sound. Not exactly a growl, but some kind of grunt. Then it barked. I jumped slightly and stepped back. It didn't run off. It stayed crouched, watching me. I noticed that the shape of its body was weird. The limbs looked too long. The back legs were bent at an odd angle. I tried to focus the light more directly, but the creature moved. It kind of slid sideways, still low to the ground. Then it disappeared behind a clump of tall grass. I stood there for a minute or two, listening. I could hear distant traffic, the hum of a street lamp, and my own breathing. I heard no more barks. Eventually, I turned off my flashlight and walked back to my yard. I locked the gate behind me, went inside, and sat in my living room, feeling unsettled. I didn't know what I had seen. It was not a normal stray dog. It was something else. But I had no idea what to do about it. The next day, I tried to focus on work. I drank a lot of coffee. I couldn't stop thinking about that thing. I had the urge to tell someone, but I didn't know who. I worried people would laugh or think I was losing it. I ended up not telling anyone. I told myself that maybe it was just a weird-looking dog, maybe sick or injured. Maybe I saw it at a bad angle. But deep down, I knew it wasn't right. That night, I turned off all the lights in the house and waited in the dark. I sat on the floor near my back door, my ear against the thin wood, listening. Around the same time, the barking started again. This time, I jumped up and grabbed my flashlight and a large, heavy wrench I kept on a shelf. I went outside and crept along the fence line again, careful not to make much noise. I heard rustling again, and this time I shone the flashlight immediately into the brush. I saw movement, but I couldn't get a good look. I tried to approach the fence, and the creature stood up slightly. It kind of rose on its back legs for a moment, then dropped down again. It was definitely not a normal animal. The shape was wrong. The front limbs seemed too long, and the head was strange. I caught a glimpse of a face that was flat and pale. The mouth opened, and I saw teeth. They looked sharp. The creature barked again, but it sounded forced, like it knew what a bark should sound like, but couldn't quite do it right. I stood there, heart pounding, gripping the wrench. I didn't dare climb the fence or get too close. The creature paced a bit behind the grass. I could see its outline shifting. It breathed heavily, making a steady rasping sound. I noticed a smell, kind of like damp earth and old leaves, but also a hint of something else, maybe a faint rotten odor. I wanted to leave, but I also wanted to see more, to know what it was. I stepped closer, shining the flashlight right at it. The creature flinched at the light and backed off a few steps. I could see something like loose skin on its neck or maybe uneven patches of fur. It opened its mouth again, showing teeth, and let out a short, sharp bark. I took another step forward, and it moved quickly to the side and vanished into the darkness. I heard it push through some bushes, and then I heard nothing. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down. I was shaking a bit. My throat felt dry. I poured some tap water into a glass and drank it slowly. My heart was still going fast. I didn't know what to call that thing. It looked like some messed up animal, but not like anything normal. Its barking sounded fake, like it was imitating a dog. Why would it hang around here every night? I wondered if it was looking for something. Maybe food. Maybe it just wandered in from the wild land beyond the lots. I had never heard about strange animals around here, though. It was a pretty ordinary place with mostly small homes and fenced yards. Over the next few nights, I tried different strategies. I tried staying completely silent, just peeking out through a gap in the fence. I caught a glimpse of it from behind once. I saw its back. It had a hunched spine and patches of thin, dark hair. The rest of its body looked pale. It kept making those barking sounds at intervals, as if testing something. I tried whistling once, but it didn't react. I tried tossing a small rock into the brush to see if it would move. It only crouched lower. It seemed cautious, but not exactly afraid. It never came into my yard. It always stayed just beyond my fence. I noticed that the barking always started around the same time, roughly midnight or a bit after. It lasted maybe an hour or two, on and off. Then it stopped. I never saw it leave. It just stopped making noise, and eventually I realized I couldn't hear it anymore. Maybe it moved away silently. Maybe it just stayed still until I gave up watching. I started feeling paranoid. I blocked my windows with old blankets to prevent any light from leaking out. I turned off my phone's screen brightness so it wouldn't glow in the dark. I tried to catch the creature off guard. I never managed to see it clearly. Each time it was just a shape, a hint of a face, the outline of limbs that looked too long. Sometimes I thought I saw fingers instead of paws. Once I thought I saw it hold onto a branch to steady itself. The idea of it having hands made me very uncomfortable. After about a week of this, I was exhausted. I decided to call someone. But who would I call? The city doesn't send animal control at night unless it's an emergency. The police wouldn't do much if I just reported a strange animal. I thought about telling a neighbor, but I didn't know them well, and I didn't want to sound crazy, so I kept it to myself. I started sleeping during the day if I could, taking naps after work so I could be alert at night. One night I tried something else. I set up a motion light near the fence. I rigged a small battery-operated light that would turn on if something passed close by. I thought maybe I could startle it into showing itself more fully. Around midnight, the barking began again. I waited inside with my lights off, watching through a small gap in the curtains. After a few barks, I heard rustling and saw the motion light flicker on. For a second, I saw the creature illuminated. It stood on all fours, its spine arched. Its skin looked rough and patchy. It had thin hair along its shoulders. Its head was turned toward my fence. I saw its face more clearly this time. It had a flat nose and a wide mouth with uneven teeth. Its eyes were small and dark. Then it jerked its head toward the light, maybe noticing it. It backed away, stepping awkwardly. I saw that its front limbs looked like arms. They bent like elbows, and the back limbs bent like legs, but not like a dog's hind legs. More like a person crouching. It lowered itself and disappeared into the dark again. I realized then that it might not be just some odd animal. It moved too strangely. It barked like it was trying to produce a sound it learned from somewhere. I felt sick to my stomach. My hands were shaking. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face. I could feel sweat under my arms. I kept quiet, listening. After the motion light went off, I heard a few more barks, weaker this time. Then silence. The next day, I considered leaving for a few nights, maybe staying at a friend's place. But I couldn't just run away. I wanted to understand what was going on. That night, I tried yelling. When the barking started, I opened my back door and shouted, "Hey!" I said it loudly, trying to sound angry. The barking stopped for a moment. I shouted again, "Go away!" I waited. The barking resumed, softer. I picked up a metal pipe I had in the garage and banged it against the fence, making a loud noise. The barking stopped. I heard movement, then quiet. I waited for a long time. The barking didn't start again that night. I thought maybe I scared it off. But the following night, the barking returned. I tried the same tactic, shouting, making noise. It didn't stop this time. It just kept barking at intervals. I went out again, flashlight in hand. I tried shining it everywhere, looking through the chain-link fence. I caught a glimpse of it several yards away, behind some shrubs. It was sitting almost upright, holding onto a branch with a hand-like limb. It barked once more. I shouted again, "Leave me alone!" It turned its head slightly, then moved off, crawling on all fours out of sight. Over the next few days, I tried ignoring it. I tried sleeping with earplugs. The barking still broke through. I tried playing music quietly. It didn't help. I took short naps whenever I could to cope with the lack of sleep. I got used to the routine. At night, I would listen, wait for the barking, and then either try to ignore it or step outside to shine a light. I never found tracks that made sense. I never found droppings or fur, just flattened grass and an occasional disturbed patch of dirt. Eventually, I stopped trying to figure it out. I just accepted that there was something out there that I didn't understand. It never attacked me. It never came into my yard. It stayed in its place, barking at night, showing itself only when I tried to see it. I gave up on driving it away. The barking kept coming every night, and I learned to sleep in short bursts or just endure the fatigue. I still think about what it might be, but I have no proof of anything. I only have those nighttime encounters, the smell of damp earth, the sight of that hunched shape, the sound of that strange forced bark. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose my fence line. I just know it's out there, and I can't stop it. So I keep my flashlight close, lock my doors, and wait for sunrise, night after night. I was driving alone late at night, heading back home on a nearly empty highway. The road was flat, straight, and completely silent. There were no other cars, no lights on the horizon, and the sky was dark without any sign of a moon. I had my headlights on low beam because there was no one to blind, and I tried to keep my eyes on the center line to avoid drifting. I was tired, but not sleepy. I just wanted to get home and drop into bed. As I moved forward, I saw someone walking on the shoulder of the road on the right side. It was a man wearing dark clothes, moving at a slow pace. His back was to me. I couldn't see his face. He looked thin and a bit hunched. The way he moved looked stiff. At first, I considered slowing down. Maybe he was in trouble. But this area was known for nothing. Just dry fields and abandoned shacks far from the main towns. Nobody normal walked out here at this hour. I decided it was none of my business and passed him. I drove by him at maybe 40 miles per hour. He was walking so slowly that it felt wrong. I glanced at him as I passed. I saw short, dark hair and a pale neck, but no real details. He didn't turn to look at me. He didn't react. It was just a quiet figure on the side of the highway. I shrugged it off and kept going. A minute later, I noticed something strange up ahead. My headlights caught another figure on the right side of the road. As I got closer, my stomach tightened. It looked like the same man, same stance, same slow steps, same dark clothes. He was a little hunched over, as if tired. But how could he be here again? I had just passed him less than a mile back. There was no way he could have outrun my car. There were no turns or shortcuts. There was nowhere to hide and reappear. My throat felt dry. I swallowed, gripped the wheel, and kept my foot on the gas. When I reached him this time, I slowed slightly and opened my window an inch, trying to hear if he said anything. He didn't. He just kept moving. I noticed he wore worn-out pants and a thin jacket. His shoes looked dirty, as if he had been walking a long time, but there was no sign of sweat or heavy breathing. Still, I didn't see his face. I only saw the back of his head, his short, dark hair, and the back of his jacket. I passed him again and sped up, going at least 50 miles per hour. I kept checking my mirrors. Nothing behind me. Nothing on the fields around. I turned on the radio for comfort, but there was no reception. Just static. So I turned it off and listened to the hum of the engine. My heart was beating faster than normal. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve, noticing I was sweating a bit even though it wasn't hot. I tried to be logical. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe the first man and the second man were different people. Maybe it was some weird coincidence. I tried to calm down and focus on the road, but a few minutes later, I saw him again. The same posture, same slow steps, a head on the shoulder. I pressed the brakes hard, slowing the car down to a crawl. I could feel a heaviness in my stomach. My breathing got shallow. I wanted to turn around and go back, but where would I go? The nearest town was behind me by several miles. The next one ahead was even farther. I was stuck. There was only this empty stretch of road and this strange man appearing again and again. This time I stopped the car about 20 feet behind him. I left the engine running and clicked on my hazard lights, hoping that maybe he would notice me. I leaned out the window and called out, "Hey!" My voice sounded shaky. I waited, but he didn't turn around. He kept walking. His shoulders moved slightly with each step, but nothing else changed. I got out of the car. My legs felt stiff and my hands were shaking a bit. I took a few steps toward him. The gravel on the shoulder crunched under my shoes. I could smell dust in the air. I called out again, "Hey man, what's going on?" No answer. I walked closer. My heart was pounding, and I could feel sweat on my back. I stopped about 6 feet behind him. He kept moving at the same slow pace. I could see his jacket was old and torn near the bottom. I saw a tiny tear on the right shoulder. His hair was short and neat, but it didn't look styled. I reached out and said, "Dude, can you hear me?" Still nothing. I considered touching him, but something held me back. I felt a heaviness in my arms and a cold feeling in my chest. Instead, I stepped back. I moved around and tried to see his face from the side as I walked backward. But as soon as I tried to get a diagonal view, he seemed to angle himself so I never got a good look. I stumbled back to the car, keeping my eyes on him. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there breathing hard. He just kept walking ahead, slowly, steadily. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't have cell service out here, so calling anyone was pointless. I told myself to just drive around him again and keep going. Maybe he would vanish at some point. I pulled back onto the road and passed him once more. I didn't look at him this time. I faced forward and pressed the accelerator. My car felt safe. The tires hummed on the asphalt, and my headlights illuminated the nothingness ahead. The night was quiet except for my engine. I checked the rear-view mirror. I saw him shrinking into the distance behind me. After a while, he was gone from sight. I kept going. 10 minutes later, my jaw clenched. Up ahead, I saw a figure again. It was him. There was no doubt. Same jacket, same shoes, same slow dragging steps. I whispered to myself, "This is impossible." My voice echoed inside the car. I hit the brakes and stopped in the middle of the road. I turned off the engine and listened. Absolute silence. I could barely see him in the dim light now that I had turned off the car's headlights. I turned them back on, and he was still there, about 50 feet ahead. I felt a wave of panic in my chest. I noticed my hands shaking more. My forehead was damp. I wiped it and took deep breaths. I thought about turning around and going back the way I came, even if it meant a much longer drive home. I backed up the car, feeling the tension in my shoulders. I made a U-turn carefully. The headlights swept across the empty fields. When I was facing the opposite direction, I pressed the gas pedal and headed back. The idea was to get away from whatever this was. I drove for maybe 5 minutes, feeling a bit calmer as I moved in the opposite direction. The road behind me looked identical. Asphalt, shoulder, empty fields. But then my heart sank again. In the distance, my headlights revealed a figure walking on the shoulder. It was him again. Now he was ahead of me on the same side of the road, walking away from me. Somehow he was blocking both directions. I slammed the brakes and my tires squealed. I cursed under my breath. I wanted to scream, but I held it in. I moved slowly forward. He never turned around. He never changed pace. It was like he was stuck in a loop. I tried honking the horn this time. The sound was sharp and loud. It hurt my ears in the silence. He didn't react at all. I honked again, longer. Still nothing. He just kept moving. I pressed the horn and held it down. The sound filled my car and the empty surroundings, but he ignored it completely. I let go of the horn and felt my heart beating too fast. I was breathing through my mouth, my throat dry. I considered getting out again, but I was afraid. I felt a tightness in my chest and a strange tension in my legs. My head felt hot. My palms were damp on the wheel. I checked the glove compartment. I didn't have anything useful. No weapon, no flashlight besides the one on my phone. No phone signal anyway. Just me and this never-ending figure. I decided to drive past him again, this time swerving into the left lane to keep maximum distance. As I rolled past, I tried again to see his face. I leaned over the passenger seat, keeping one hand on the wheel. But all I got was a glimpse of a pale cheek and maybe the edge of an ear. He kept his head angled down and forward. It felt like he was avoiding my gaze. I drove on. I forced myself to keep going and ignore him. I told myself to treat him like a hallucination. Just keep driving until I reached a real town with a gas station or a diner, something with people. I would find help there. I would ask them to come back with me. I would show them. They would see it too. Or maybe they wouldn't. And I would find out I was losing my mind. But at least I would not be alone. The miles ticked by slowly. The darkness was oppressive. I turned on the car's interior light for a moment, just to see my own face in the rearview mirror. I looked tired with wide eyes and sweat on my forehead. I turned the light off and focused on the road again. Another 10 minutes. I saw him again. Same man, same posture, a head on the shoulder. I slammed my fist on the steering wheel and shouted, "Come on!" My voice echoed in the car. I felt anger mixing with my fear. My legs were shaking. I pressed the gas pedal harder, flying by him. I didn't even look. I just felt my heart pounding and my breathing ragged. I kept driving, now at about 60 miles per hour. There was no point in going slower. He would appear no matter what. I saw him again after what felt like another eternity on that empty road. The same spot on the shoulder. The same slow steps. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. This time I didn't slow down. I rolled down my window all the way, and as I passed I screamed, "Who the hell are you?" My voice broke a bit at the end. No answer. No reaction. I kept going. I started to notice that every few minutes he would appear. Each time he looked exactly the same. Nothing changed about him. His clothes were always the same. His steps were always the same. He never got tired. He never sped up. He never slowed down. It was like a loop. I thought about stopping and waiting for daylight, but that might take hours. And I didn't want to be stuck here with him. I thought about leaving the car and walking into the fields, but I had no idea what was out there. Just darkness and silence. No lights anywhere. No houses, no signs, no nothing. I tried turning on the radio again, hoping to catch any signal, any human voice. Nothing. Just static. I tried my phone one more time. No signal. The battery was still okay, but it didn't matter. I was isolated. I drove back and forth a few times, testing something. I would go forward until I saw him. Then I would turn around and drive back until I saw him again. No matter which way I went, he was always ahead of me, always walking in the same direction I was driving, always ignoring me. After an hour of this madness, I felt exhausted. My shoulders ached from tension. My eyes burned from staring into the darkness. My heart still beat fast, and my mouth felt dry. I tried to drink some water from a bottle I had on the passenger seat. It was warm and stale, but it helped a bit. Eventually, I decided to try something else. I pulled over, got out of the car, and walked toward him again. This time, I had my phone flashlight on. He was about 30 feet ahead. I approached slowly, shining the light on his back. His jacket looked brown under the beam. I noticed dust on his shoulders and small stains on his pants. I listened hard, trying to hear breathing or footsteps. All I heard was a faint shuffle as his shoes touched the ground. I moved closer, my heart pounding in my ears. I lifted the flashlight and tried to step to the side to see his face. I moved quickly. For a split second, I saw part of his cheek and his eye. His eye looked normal. Just an eye. Brown, I think. But the moment I tried to get a full look, he seemed to shift position smoothly. I stumbled back, losing my footing for a second. He kept walking away. I reached out with my hand and tried to grab his shoulder. My fingers touched fabric for a moment. It felt like a normal jacket, rough and worn, but as soon as I closed my hand, there was nothing there. It felt like he slipped forward just enough that I missed. I tried again. I lunged toward him, my arm outstretched. I ended up grabbing empty air and almost fell forward. My heart pounded. I felt my chest tightening. My breathing was shallow and fast. I turned around and ran back to the car. I slammed the door and locked it. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw nothing behind me. I turned my head forward, and there he was again, ahead on the road, still walking away. I didn't know what else to do. I felt trapped. My body was tired. My mind was racing. I pushed the gas pedal and drove toward him one more time. As I got closer, I turned the wheel and tried to go around him on the left. He stayed on the shoulder. I passed him and kept going. For the next hour, I just kept driving. He appeared at intervals, always ahead. I passed him again and again. I tried not to look at him. I focused on the road lines, on my speedometer, on the feeling of the wheel in my hands. I just kept moving forward, hoping something would change. Then, after what felt like a long time, I noticed the sky was getting slightly lighter. Dawn was coming. The darkness was lifting. I didn't see him again. As the faint light spread over the fields, I realized that the shoulder ahead was empty. No one was there. I kept driving and soon I saw a distant building. It looked like a small gas station or maybe a rest stop. I pressed the accelerator, my hands trembling on the wheel. When I finally reached that building, the sun was just below the horizon, and the emptiness of the night was gone. I parked and got out. My legs were stiff, and my body felt drained. The place was run down, but it had a working phone inside. I called a friend to come get me. I didn't say much about what happened, I just waited by my car checking the road. Nobody was there. It was quiet and empty again. I never figured out who that man was or how he kept getting ahead of me. But I didn't see him again, and I never took that route alone at night after that. I didn't need answers, I was just relieved it was over. I remember walking into the building lobby late in the afternoon. The place was quiet and almost empty. I needed to go up to a certain floor to pick up a document. I wasn't thinking about anything unusual. I was just tired and wanted to finish my errand quickly. The elevator doors opened and no one else was inside. I stepped in, pressed my floor number, and waited. There was a gentle hum as the elevator started moving upward. The ride seemed normal. After a few seconds, the elevator slowed and stopped earlier than my chosen floor. The doors slid open. I looked into the hallway. There were no people waiting. I saw no feet, no shadows, no movement. It was quiet. I couldn't hear anyone approaching. I waited a moment. No one stepped inside. I thought maybe the elevator had stopped by mistake or someone had pressed the button but walked away. I reached toward the control panel to press the close door button. Suddenly, I felt it. A shift in the air. A slight movement inside the elevator. The kind of feeling you get when someone steps past you, their body displacing the air. I heard no footsteps, no breathing, nothing. But it felt as if another person had just entered. It was like the weight of the room changed. I couldn't see anyone. The hallway still looked empty. The doors closed on their own. I felt my stomach tighten. I looked around inside the elevator. Just me and empty space. The walls, the buttons, the overhead lights, my reflection on the brushed metal surface. Nothing else. I stood there, uncertain. Maybe it was my imagination. I tried to steady myself, focusing on the floor numbers as the elevator resumed moving. As the elevator rose, I tried ignoring the odd feeling, but it lingered. I couldn't shake the sense that I was not alone. I moved slightly, shifting my weight. I listened carefully. Nothing. I didn't see anyone, but I felt someone or something close. I stepped toward the control panel, pressed my floor button again as if to confirm. The elevator kept going. Everything looked normal. The panel lit up as expected. Then, the elevator stopped again at another floor. The doors opened. This time I put my head out into the hallway. Still no one there. I called out, "Hello?" No response. I listened for footsteps. Silence. Suddenly, as I tried to step back inside, I felt pressure. Something blocked my path. It felt like a person standing in the doorway. But I saw no one. I moved my arm through the space. My arm stopped against something solid, yet invisible. I could feel fabric like clothing. I could feel resistance. But my eyes saw only empty air. I panicked and tried stepping back. The presence moved inside with me, forcing me away from the doorway. The doors closed. I was trapped with it. I backed against the elevator wall. My heart was pounding and I could feel sweat building on my palms. I pressed the emergency call button. No sound, no response. I tried the alarm bell. Nothing happened. I pressed all the floor buttons, hoping the elevator would stop at the next floor and I could jump out. The presence stood between me and the door, blocking any escape. I could feel it there, so close, yet I saw nothing at all. I tried talking. "Who are you? What do you want?" No reply. I reached out carefully. My hand touched something like a shoulder. It felt solid. I tried pushing it. It pushed back, harder. I stepped to the side, trying to slip past it. I felt an arm or something pressing into my chest, shoving me back toward the rear wall. I stumbled and nearly fell. I tried pressing the open door button again, over and over. The elevator ignored me. It continued moving, but I couldn't tell if we were going up or down. My stomach felt heavy and my breathing was shallow. I tried yelling for help. My voice sounded desperate and loud in the cramped space. No one answered. The presence remained silent. I swung my arm through the air, hoping to hit something. I made contact with what felt like a torso. It felt like punching a solid human body. In response, it grabbed my arm. I felt strong fingers dig into my flesh, twisting my arm until I cried out in pain. I stopped struggling, and it released me. I leaned against the wall, rubbing my arm. I tried pressing the emergency intercom button again. No sound came. I tried the elevator's phone panel, pulling it open. The phone was there, but no dial tone. Dead. I slammed it back in frustration. I needed to get out. I tried reaching up to the ceiling hatch. It was locked. I pulled and pried, but it wouldn't budge. The presence stood beneath me, holding my leg at one point, preventing me from climbing. I kicked out, hitting something solid. It retaliated by pushing me hard into the wall. My head hit the metal and I saw spots for a second. I touched the door seams, trying to pry them open with my fingers. I managed to get a small gap. I put all my strength into pulling, feeling my nails strain. The presence grabbed my arm and twisted it away. The pain made me let go. I tried again and again. Each time it stopped me with brute force. I took out my phone. No signal. I tried anyway. Nothing. I turned on the flashlight and shined it around. Nothing unusual, just an empty elevator. But when I moved the light around where I felt the presence, it showed nothing. I swung my keys in front of me, and they struck something invisible. The keys stopped in midair. I felt the tug as the presence tried to knock them from my hand. Eventually it succeeded, and my keys clattered to the floor. I snatched them back quickly. I pressed myself into a corner, trying to think. I couldn't see it, couldn't reason with it. It wouldn't speak. It only responded with force. I tried slowly approaching the door. The elevator stopped once more. The doors opened slightly, revealing a hallway. I lunged forward, trying to slip out. The presence slammed me back inside, the door closing. I yelled at it, cursed at it, but it stood silent. I punched the wall, feeling the pain in my knuckles. I tried again with the alarm button. The elevator kept moving. My heart was racing. I could feel sweat dripping down my back. My shirt stuck to my skin. My mouth felt dry. I tried to calm down and conserve energy, but it was hard. I kept glancing around, my eyes finding no answer, just that heavy feeling of someone standing right there. I had to try something else. I approached the control panel and pried at a small panel beneath it with my keys. I got it open a bit, revealing wires. I pulled one at random. The elevator jerked and the lights flickered. The presence hit my hand, making me drop the keys inside the panel. I cursed and tried to reach in, but the presence pulled me back. I felt its grip on my shoulder, tight and painful. I tried kicking the panel. The presence grabbed my wrist and twisted it, forcing me to stop. I cried out and stopped. My wrist throbbed. I leaned against the wall again, breathing hard. The elevator continued its silent journey, ignoring my inputs. "Just let me out," I said, my voice trembling. No answer. I tried every button again systematically. Nothing worked. I banged on the doors, the walls, the ceiling. The presence let me do that, as long as I didn't try to escape or mess with the panel again. After a while, the elevator slowed and stopped. The doors opened a crack. I could see a hallway outside. This might be my best chance. I rushed forward, pushing with all my strength. The presence met me halfway, blocking me. I fought back hard, swinging my arms. I made contact. I felt it pushing me, but I braced myself against the door frame. My shoulder and arm strained as I tried to force my way through the small opening. I managed to get one arm and half my torso out into the hallway. I felt fresh air on my face. The presence pulled at my legs, grabbing my ankle. I kicked back wildly. My shoe connected with something solid. The grip loosened. I used the moment to push myself further out. My back scraped against the door frame, but I didn't care. I had to get free. The presence grabbed my shirt, pulling me back. I held onto the hallway door frame, my fingers slipping. I realized I had to outsmart it. I let go for a second, then lunged forward again, using the sudden movement to gain a few inches. The fabric of my shirt tore slightly. I ignored it and kept pulling myself forward. I got my other shoulder through. Now my waist was halfway out. The presence yanked at my leg again. I kicked down, making contact. It released me. I took advantage and pulled the rest of my body out. I fell onto the hallway floor, scraping my knee. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed a nearby handrail, pulling myself fully out of the elevator. My heart hammered in my chest. I heard no sound behind me, just my own heavy breathing. When I turned around, the elevator doors started to close. I reached for the call button in the hallway. The doors opened again. I looked inside. Empty. Just a regular elevator, bright lights. Nothing unusual. No sign of the invisible figure. I stared inside, searching with my eyes. Nothing. I stepped back, my hands shaking. I tried pressing the elevator's panel outside to call it again. The doors closed, then opened normally. Still empty. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath. My body ached where I had been grabbed and pushed. My wrist and arm hurt. My head throbbed. But I was out. I was free. I didn't bother trying the elevator again. I didn't care about my errand anymore. I was done. I saw a sign for the stairwell. I walked towards it, looking over my shoulder, half expecting something to follow me. But nothing came. I opened the stairwell door, stepped inside, and started descending. I needed to get out of that building and away from whatever was in that elevator. As I walked down the stairs, I could still feel the lingering touch of those invisible hands, the silent, solid body that wouldn't let me leave. I reached the lobby eventually, passed through the doors, and stepped outside. The air felt different, open and free. I never understood what happened in that elevator. I never saw anything written about it later. Nobody told me they had a similar experience. I never reported it. I just never went back into that building's elevator again. If I had to go there, I would take the stairs every time. I reached the sidewalk and felt the tension still in my shoulders. My clothes were damp with sweat, and my hands shook a bit. But I was alive, and I was outside. I stood there for a while, breathing, looking at the building's facade, trying to make sense of it. Then I decided there was nothing to understand. It just happened. I walked away, grateful to be out. I was sitting at my desk in the small room I use as an office. It was late, probably around 2 in the morning, maybe a bit later. I had all the lights on because I hate working in dim light, and I had my laptop open with some documents scattered around the table. My back was to the window. I had not bothered to close the blinds because I usually don't see anything outside at that hour. There are no street lights right behind my house. There are just a few shrubs and some fencing. It's mostly just darkness out there. But that night I glanced at the window when I leaned back in my chair. I saw my reflection, and I saw someone else's reflection behind me. Someone or something that looked humanoid. I froze. My heart started beating harder. I turned around right away. There was no one there. The room was empty. I looked at the chair behind me. It was just a chair. There were some boxes in the corner, but no person there. I looked under the table, behind the door, even though that made no sense. Nothing. Then I looked back at the window. The figure was still there. It was right behind me in the reflection. It looked like a person-shaped shadow standing completely still. I saw no face. It was like a dark outline, taller than me, maybe by a few inches. I stared at it. I tried to make out more details. I couldn't see any clothes, hair, or features. just a form that resembled a human body. The shoulders, the head, the way it stood, it looked solid and not like some random shape. I could see my own reflection clearly. I could see my desk, my chair, and behind me, that figure. Yet when I turned around, I saw nothing. I stood up, feeling uneasy. My mouth felt dry. I walked closer to the window, facing it head-on. I tried to line myself up with my reflection. The figure in the reflection did not move. It stayed right behind where I would be if I sat down. I put my hand on the glass. It felt cold. I tried to see if maybe there was something stuck to the outside of the window. I couldn't see anything out there. I looked at the reflection again. The figure was still there. I felt this tightness in my chest. I took a deep breath. I told myself to calm down. There had to be an explanation. I turned around again, slowly this time, making sure I wasn't missing anything. The room was quiet. I had a faint hum from my laptop's fan. I could hear a quiet buzzing from a light bulb in a lamp on my desk. The rest of the house was silent. I looked everywhere. There was nowhere a full-sized person could hide. The door was closed, and it's a solid wooden door. There's no closet in here. Just the desk, a chair, and some boxes in the corner. I touched the boxes. They were solid and hadn't moved. I ran a hand along the walls, feeling like an idiot. Of course, no one was there. I took a few steps back and looked at the window again. The reflection showed the same scene. Me, my desk, and that figure behind me. I waved my hand in front of me. My reflection copied the movement perfectly. The figure behind me did not move at all. It just stood there. I tried stepping sideways to the left and right to see if the figure would shift. It stayed in the same place relative to me, always behind me, a bit off to one side. It was like it was watching me, but I couldn't see its eyes or face. I decided to turn off the light for a moment just to see what happened. I found the switch on the wall and flicked it off. The room went dark except for the faint light from the laptop screen. I let my eyes adjust. In the darkness, I could still see a bit of my reflection because of the laptop's glow. The figure was still there, a darker shape in the background. I flicked the light back on, now feeling a bit sick to my stomach. I stood there for a minute, unsure of what to do. I thought about grabbing my phone and taking a picture. Maybe it was some weird reflection of something outside. I unlocked my phone and aimed the camera at the window. I tried to focus the camera on the glass. I snapped a few pictures. I looked at them on my phone's screen. I could see my reflection and the window frame. I didn't see the figure in the photos. It wasn't showing up in the pictures. I took more photos at different angles. The figure never appeared, but I could still see it with my own eyes. Every time I looked at the window, it was there, in the reflection. I felt my heart thumping in my chest. My palms were sweaty. I wiped them on my pants. I started to breathe through my mouth. I tried to stay calm. I thought maybe I should leave the room, go to another part of the house. I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. I left the lights on inside the room. I looked from the hallway back into the room. Nothing out of place, just my desk, my chair, the window at the far end. I could see the reflection faintly from the doorway. The figure was still there behind where I would be if I was inside. I walked down the hallway to the living room. I turned on all the lights. I paced around for a bit, thinking about what I had seen. I felt stupid calling the police over a weird reflection. They would think I was drunk or on something. I wasn't drinking, though. I was just working. I grabbed a glass of water from the kitchen, drank it, and splashed some water on my face. The water felt cold. It helped me focus. I went back to the hallway and looked into the office again. The figure's reflection was still there. I decided to try another approach. I went outside through the front door and walked around the side of the house to see the window from the outside. It was dark and chilly outside. I could feel the cold air on my arms. I walked carefully, looking for footprints or something near the window. The ground was dry. I stepped up close to the window and looked in. From the outside, I just saw my office. I saw the chair, the desk, the boxes. I saw no figure inside. I didn't see anything unusual. I tapped lightly on the glass from outside. Nothing happened. I looked around the yard. It was empty. I checked the fence line. Everything looked normal. I heard a distant car passing by on the main road, but nothing else. I walked back inside, locking the door behind me. I was getting more nervous. I had no explanation. I returned to the office and looked at the window again. The figure was still in the reflection. Now I tried to stand in different spots in the room. If I stood near the desk, the figure appeared behind me in the reflection. If I moved closer to the window, I could still see it behind me. It always looked like it was at a fixed point in the room, but when I moved, it stayed behind me. I tried standing all the way to the left side of the room and then the right. The figure's position changed as if it always kept the same relative angle behind me. It never moved on its own. It never raised an arm or bent its head. It was just a static shape. I felt the hair on my arm standing up. My stomach felt tense. My head was pounding. I kept asking myself what this thing could be. I tried to think of anything that could cause a strange reflection. Some object outside, a weird shape caused by a combination of lights. But there was nothing outside, just an empty yard and a fence. No lights that could cast a shape like that. I reached out and touched the window again, pressing my fingertips against the glass. I ran my hand along it, feeling for any imperfections. It felt smooth and cold. I breathed slowly, trying not to panic. I looked at my own face in the reflection. I looked at my eyes, my nose, my mouth. I looked at my shoulders, my hair, my shirt. All of that was correct. It looked like a normal reflection, except for that figure behind me. That figure did not match anything in the room. I could not see it in real life, only in the reflection. I pulled the blinds down and covered the window completely. Now I faced a white curtain of blinds. The reflection disappeared because I could no longer see the glass. I felt some relief at that, but it was temporary. If I lifted the blinds again, would the figure still be there? I waited a minute or two, just standing there, breathing. I considered leaving the blinds down and just going to bed. But I knew I wouldn't sleep well. I had to check again. I wanted to know if it was still there. I raised the blinds slowly and looked at the window. My reflection returned. The figure was still there. It had not moved. It was like it was waiting. My hands were shaking. I sat down in my chair, facing the window, watching the figure in the reflection. I tried to speak to it quietly, even though I felt stupid doing so. I said, "Hello?" in a low voice. I waited. Nothing happened. The figure did not respond. I listened carefully to the room. I heard nothing unusual, just my laptop's fan and the slight hum of electricity in the lights. I got up and turned off the laptop's screen to reduce any glare. The reflection got dimmer, but I could still see the figure behind me. I turned off the lamp on the desk. Now the room was lit only by the ceiling light. The figure was still visible. Its presence was not affected by the brightness level. I turned all the lights off in the room and turned on the hallway light instead. I looked back in. The figure was still there, darker, but present. I started to feel a kind of tension in my chest, like I wanted to leave the house entirely. But I also felt drawn to this strange situation. I could not understand what was happening. I decided to try something else. I grabbed a piece of paper and held it behind me while looking at the reflection. I wanted to see if the figure would become partially blocked. I held the paper up, moving it around. My reflection showed me holding a piece of paper behind myself. The figure still appeared as if it was behind the paper, unchanged. It was not affected by objects I introduced. I tried standing so close to the window that my reflection almost filled the entire glass. The figure still managed to appear behind me, as if it shrank or positioned itself perfectly to remain visible. This made me feel even more uneasy. I began to sweat. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve. My breathing got shallow. I tried to slow it down. I pulled the blinds down again and left them down. I decided I would not look at that window anymore. I backed away, turned off the light, and left the room. But after standing in the hallway for a few minutes, I felt like I needed to check again. I went back inside and lifted the blinds a bit to peek. The figure was still there. I let the blinds fall closed. My throat felt tight. I took my phone and tried calling a friend. It rang a few times, no answer. It was late after all. I didn't leave a message. I didn't know what to say anyway. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? There was no intruder, just a strange reflection that only I could see. They would say it was a prank or my imagination. I wasn't hallucinating. I was sure of that. I could see everything else clearly. I could touch things, feel things. The only oddity was in that window. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a small flashlight. I returned to the office and shone the flashlight at the glass. I tried different angles, but the figure remained unchanged. It was like it did not depend on the lighting. The flashlight beam showed me dust on the glass, some smudges, but nothing that explained the figure. I decided to block the reflection entirely. I took a sheet of cardboard from one of the boxes and taped it over the window from the inside. Now I could not see anything in the glass. The cardboard covered it completely. I stood there for a moment, staring at the cardboard, half expecting it to show some shape, but it was just cardboard. I tapped on it. I knocked lightly. Nothing happened. I waited a while, just listening. I heard my own breathing, a slight ringing in my ears from the silence. After a few minutes, I felt calmer. The figure was out of sight, at least. If I couldn't see it, I didn't have to deal with it. I turned off the lights and left the office. I locked the door out of habit, even though that made little sense. I moved to the living room and sat on the couch. I tried to think about something else, but every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that dark shape. It didn't do anything. It just stood there in the reflection. I couldn't understand why. I tried to recall if I had noticed anything strange before that night. I hadn't. Everything seemed normal until I looked at that window. I considered sleeping in the living room. It was late, and I was tired, but I knew I wouldn't sleep easily. My mind kept going back to that figure. It hadn't made any noise or tried to touch me. It was just there, staring at me from the reflection. I wondered if it would still be there the next day. What if it disappeared by morning? I got up and went back to the office door. I listened at the door. Nothing. I opened it and turned on the light. The cardboard still covered the window. I stood in front of it, hesitating. Then I slowly removed the tape and took the cardboard down. I looked at the glass again. My reflection came into view. Behind me, the figure was still there, unchanged. I let out a shaky breath. The figure didn't leave. It didn't do anything. It just waited. I felt sweat trickling down my back. My eyes were dry from staring so long. I lowered the blinds and put the cardboard back up. I left the room and closed the door. I decided that I would not look at it anymore tonight. I would wait until morning and see if something changed. For now, I just wanted to sit in the living room, leave the TV on for some noise, and try to calm down. I walked to the living room, turned on the TV, and turned the volume to a low level. I sat on the couch and tried to listen to the quiet sound. I tried not to think too much. I kept feeling that tightness in my chest. I tapped my foot on the floor, trying to release some tension. After a while, I got up to get another glass of water. My throat was still dry. I drank slowly. The kitchen felt safe. It was quiet, and there were no windows facing that side. I stood there, leaning against the counter. I could feel my heartbeat slowing a bit, but my mind was still racing. I looked at the clock. It was close to 3 in the morning. I decided not to go back to the office for the rest of the night. I turned off a few lights, leaving only the living room lamp on. I lay down on the couch with my phone in my hand, just in case. I thought about calling someone again, but it was too late. I just lay there, listening to the quiet sounds of the house, waiting for morning. I knew that behind that closed office door, covered by cardboard and blinds, the window reflection still had that figure. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't get rid of it. I could only wait and see what happened next. I knew something was wrong with the apartment from the very first day I moved in. The place looked normal enough. An old, two-room unit on the second floor of a building that stood at the end of a quiet street. The walls were a dull off-white. The floors were worn hardwood, and the smell of old varnish and stale air lingered everywhere. There was a small kitchen, a cramped living room, and a single bedroom with a narrow window facing a fire escape. Outside that window, I could see the brick wall of the next building over, which was about 4 feet away. The bathroom was small and had an old toilet with a chain flush. Nothing looked special or strange, but the front door never stayed locked. That was the problem. The first night I tried to lock it, I tested it 3 times. I turned the deadbolt, pressed my shoulder against the door, pulled on the knob, and felt it was secure. I even slid a chain across it. I tested all of it. It was fine. I went to bed feeling a bit uneasy because it was an old building and I was still getting used to it. The guy who rented it to me had said it was cheap because it was old. He didn't mention anything else. The next morning, the door was open. The chain was hanging loose and the deadbolt was disengaged. The door was open about an inch or two, just enough that I saw light in the hall. I stared at it, trying to remember if I had maybe gotten up in the night or forgotten something. But no, I was sure I had locked it. I felt a tightness in my stomach and a heaviness in my chest. I walked over, looked into the hallway, saw nothing but empty space, and closed it again. I locked it carefully, then got on with my day. I just assumed I had made some stupid mistake. That was the first day. The second day, the same thing happened. I began to get annoyed and a bit anxious. I decided to test it more carefully. I locked the door, slid the chain, and then pushed a heavy chair in front of it. I took a picture with my phone. Then I went to bed. I woke up around 7 the next morning and saw that the door was open again. The chair was pushed aside. The chain was off. I looked around the apartment, checking if anything was missing. Nothing was gone, and the apartment looked the same. I checked my phone's camera roll and saw the photo I had taken. The date and time were there, so I knew I hadn't imagined it. I felt my pulse in my neck and some sweat on my palms. I wiped them on my pants and tried to stay calm. I spent the next day on the phone with the landlord. He said he didn't know what I was talking about. He said the door had worked fine for the last tenant. He said maybe I wasn't locking it right. I told him I'd locked plenty of doors in my life and I knew how. He just said he'd come by and look at it. He never did. I decided to get new locks. I went to a hardware store and bought a new deadbolt, a couple of padlocks, and a thick chain. I spent the afternoon replacing the old lock with the new one. I tested them all. I locked and unlocked them a dozen times. I was sure they worked. That night, I set up my old laptop as a makeshift security camera near the kitchen, facing the door. I used a simple webcam program that recorded on motion detection. I wanted proof of what was happening. I went to bed feeling on edge. I left a small lamp on in the living room so I wouldn't have to fumble around in the dark if something happened. I tried to sleep, but every noise made me turn my head. The building's pipes clanked sometimes. The neighbor's TV murmured through the thin walls. Cars passed outside. I checked the time on my phone every hour or so. Eventually, sometime after midnight, I drifted off. I woke up to the sound of the door opening. It was a gentle sound, just a slight creak, but it was enough to snap my eyes open. My heart pounded. I got out of bed slowly and felt the wooden floor cold under my feet. I moved toward the living room. My mouth felt dry. The small lamp threw a weak light on the door. It was open again, just a crack, and I saw the new locks hanging loose exactly like the old ones had. The chain was undone. The padlocks were on the floor. They weren't broken, just open. My security camera setup was still there. I leaned over, grabbed my laptop, and checked the recording. The webcam had captured nothing. The video showed the door as normal 1 second, and then, the next second, it was open. There was no sound of footsteps. Nothing moved in front of the camera. It was like a jump cut. I played it back several times, leaning close to the screen. Nothing. The door just seemed to open on its own. I locked it again. I felt a slight tremor in my hand as I turned the new deadbolt. I tried to breathe slowly. My throat felt tight. I didn't know what to do. I didn't believe in anything supernatural. I never had. I still don't. But I couldn't explain what was going on. I decided to stay awake until morning, just sitting there in the living room staring at the door. I didn't move from the chair. I waited. Nothing else happened that night. The next day, I tried to talk to the neighbors. Most of them didn't seem to care. They were older people who had lived in the building for a long time. I asked if they ever had trouble with their doors. They said no. One guy just shrugged and said it was an old building. He told me the doors and floors were warped and maybe the locks weren't lining up right, but I knew I had changed the locks myself. Another neighbor said he never heard anything from my apartment. He looked at me like I was bothering him. I went to the building manager's office. It was a small, dusty room on the ground floor. The manager was a middle-aged guy with a tired face. He said if I wanted, he could try to look at the door. He followed me upstairs and tried the locks himself. He said they seemed fine. He said maybe someone had a key. He offered to change the doorknob. I accepted. We changed the doorknob together, and he gave me the only set of keys for the new one. I watched him throw the old knob in a trash bin in the hallway. There was no way anyone else had a copy. That night I set up 2 cameras, one facing the door from the inside, and another one facing the door from the outside, mounted in the hallway. The landlord would probably get mad that I did that, but I needed to see what was going on. I plugged both into my laptop and set them to record continuously. Then I locked the door again with everything I had, the new deadbolt, the chain, and the padlocks. I felt the metal in my hands. It was solid and cold. The chain was thick. The locks were sturdy. I knew they were good because I had tested them. I sat in my living room chair just a few feet from the door. I had a baseball bat on my lap. I didn't even remember where I got it, but it had been in my storage boxes. I held it across my knees, waiting. I felt sweat on my forehead. I wiped it with the back of my hand. The apartment was quiet except for a distant hum from the fridge and the faint traffic outside. I looked through the laptop screen, watching both camera feeds side by side. The hallway outside was empty. My apartment's doorway was quiet. Hours passed. I felt my back getting stiff. My legs were getting sore. I wanted to lie down, but I forced myself to stay awake. I drank some water from the sink. I ate a cracker or 2 from a box in the kitchen. I went back to my chair. I forced my eyes to stay open. The apartment grew colder as the night went on, and I turned the heater knob, but it didn't seem to help much. At around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard something. It wasn't loud. It was like a soft click, almost like a lock turning. I looked at the door. Nothing moved. I looked at the laptop. The outside camera showed the hallway empty. The inside camera showed the door standing still. I leaned forward, gripping the bat. I breathed through my mouth slowly and tried not to make noise. Then the door opened. It opened about an inch, maybe 2. It made a quiet creak. I saw the chain slide free and the padlocks fall to the floor, one after another, making a muffled clank. I saw the deadbolt turn by itself. I was right there, only a few steps away. I saw it happen in front of my eyes. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I tasted something bitter in my mouth. I felt a pressure in my chest that made it hard to breathe. My hands shook. I tried to stand up holding the bat, but my knees felt weak. I looked at the laptop. The outside feed showed nothing. The hallway was empty. The inside feed showed what I was seeing with my own eyes. The door was opening on its own. There was no one there. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I reached out with the bat and nudged the door. It swung open silently. I saw the empty hallway. The lights were dim. No one was out there. I took a step forward and stood in the doorway. I looked left and right. The hallway was empty, just the same faded wallpaper and old light fixtures. I looked at the hinges of my door. They seemed fine. I looked at the floor. It was flat and stable. I tried to pull the door shut. It closed normally. I locked it again. I slid the chain. I stepped back, still holding the bat. My heart was still hammering. I watched the door for another hour. It stayed closed. Eventually, I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up with a stiff neck and the bat still in my hand. The door was still closed, but all the locks were off again. The next day, I went through the footage on the laptop, frame by frame. I saw the exact moment the door opened. The chain flew back as if someone had moved it. The padlocks clicked open one by one. The deadbolt turned, but there was no one there. The outside camera showed nothing at all. The hallway was empty the whole night. I had proof, but what would I do with it? I called the landlord again and told him he didn't believe me. I offered to show him the video. He said he didn't have time and that if I wanted to break my lease, I could, but he wouldn't give me back my deposit. He sounded tired of my complaints. I talked to a friend on the phone. He told me to leave. I considered it, but I didn't have much money. This place was cheap. Also, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I wanted to know what was going on. I tried another idea. I removed the chain and padlocks entirely and replaced them with a new latch I bought at the hardware store. I even screwed a sliding bolt into the frame. I tested it all. That night, I put the cameras back up. I tried to stay awake again, but at some point I dozed off. I woke up hours later to the sound of the door creaking. I jumped up, ran to it, and found it ajar again. The new latch was on the floor. The sliding bolt was undone. I felt a pain in my stomach that made me want to throw up. I didn't, but I felt shaky. I locked it again, but by now I knew it would never stay locked. The following night I sat down on the floor in front of the door. I had a flashlight and a crowbar. I pressed my ear against the wood, hoping to hear something. I heard nothing. The building was quiet. A pipe rattled now and then. I whispered to myself, trying to calm down. I told myself I just needed a solution. But I didn't know what to do. There was no sign of forced entry. There were no marks on the wood. There was no damage to the locks. They just opened somehow. I ended up grabbing all my stuff and pushing it into the bedroom. I locked myself inside the bedroom and wedged the dresser against the door. The bedroom door had a simple lock, nothing special. I sat on the bed, waiting. I heard the front door open sometime in the early morning, but I didn't go out to check. I just sat there, holding my knees, breathing slowly, trying not to panic. My heart was beating fast, and my hands were sweating again. When morning came, I checked the front door. It was open again. The hallway was empty. I closed it without bothering to lock it. What was the point? It would open anyway. I picked up the phone and called a locksmith. He came by and looked at everything. He said it was fine. He installed another brand new lock, top quality. He charged me a lot for it. I paid because I didn't know what else to do. That night the door opened again. I watched it happen right in front of me. The locksmith's work made no difference. After that, I realized I couldn't fight it. I couldn't figure it out either. I stuffed a towel under the door so it wouldn't swing open all the way. That didn't help. The towel would be tossed aside by morning. I tried jamming a chair under the knob. I found the chair moved out of the way every time. I tried stacking boxes against the door. They would be pushed aside. It didn't matter what I did. The door would always open. I didn't sleep well. I felt tired and worn down. My appetite got worse. Every time I tried to relax, I thought about that door. I worried that maybe someone was coming in, but I never saw anyone. Nothing was ever stolen. I tried staying in the hallway at night, waiting for something, but nothing happened while I watched. It only happened when I was inside, half asleep or distracted. In the end, I decided to move out. I packed my things over a couple of days, looking over my shoulder at the door every few minutes. On my last night, I slept in my clothes. I left the door unlocked because it would have opened anyway. I kept one camera rolling, but I knew what I'd see. Nothing. Just that door opening by itself and no one there. The next morning, I carried my boxes downstairs. I looked at the building manager, who just gave me a bored shrug. I stepped out onto the street and started walking. I didn't know where I'd go next, but I knew I wasn't staying here. As I walked away, I could picture the door upstairs, slowly drifting open again with nobody around. I felt a chill on the back of my neck as I turned the corner. I didn't look back. I knew I wouldn't get any answers. I just wanted to get out of there. I was sitting in my home office around midnight, staring at my computer screen, trying to finish some reports for work. The lights in the room were on, but the rest of the house was dark. The street outside was quiet. I was alone at home, and I hadn't spoken to anyone in hours. The silence felt normal until I felt a slight tap on my shoulder. It was a light pressure, just one tap. I turned around fast, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. I stood up from my chair right after feeling that tap. I glanced behind me, checked my office door, and looked around at the empty space. There was my desk, my chair, the shelves with a few binders, and the small couch in the corner. The door was closed, and I hadn't heard it open. There was no one in the room. My house wasn't big, and I knew no one else was supposed to be inside. I double-checked the windows. They were all closed. I was a bit tense, but I didn't say anything out loud. I just tried to breathe normally. I rubbed my shoulder where I thought I felt that tap. There wasn't any pain, nothing felt strange on my skin. I looked around again. The air felt still. My office lamp was shining on the papers spread out in front of me. Nothing was unusual in my immediate view. I stepped out into the hallway. The hallway light was off, so I flipped the switch. The bulb came on, steady. The hallway looked clear. No furniture had moved. The doors were all closed like I left them. I walked down the hallway, checking each room. My bedroom door was closed. I pressed my ear against it. No sound. I opened it carefully. I looked inside. My bed, my dresser, my closet door shut as normal. Nothing out of place. I didn't smell anything odd. I didn't see any shadows moving. I closed the bedroom door and checked the guest room next. That door was also closed. I opened it, switched on the light, and looked around. Same situation, everything in its place. My old bookshelf, the small desk with nothing on it, the window locked. Nothing strange. I moved to the living room. I turned on a lamp near the couch. The living room was quiet. My TV was off, and it reflected a bit of the lamplight. I stood there listening. The refrigerator in the kitchen made a low hum. I could hear that sound because everything else was silent. I walked into the kitchen, checked the back door. It was locked. I pulled on it to make sure, solid. I checked the window above the sink, locked. I touched the countertops, opened a couple of cabinets, just looking for anything that might explain what happened. Nothing. I returned to the hallway and then back to my office. I left the door open this time. I wanted to keep an eye on my surroundings. I sat down at my desk again, looked at my computer screen, and tried to focus on my work. I typed a few lines, but I was distracted. I kept feeling a slight chill on my neck. There was no draft. My office had no open windows and the heating was on, set to a normal temperature. I leaned back in my chair and listened. I could hear my own breathing, a soft hum from my computer tower, and the quiet electric buzz of the ceiling light. I tapped my fingers on the desk, thinking that maybe I imagined the tap on my shoulder. I considered that maybe I was just tired. It was late, and I had been sitting there for hours. Then I heard a faint sound in the hallway. It sounded like a soft scrape against the wall. I stood up again. I stepped into the hallway, looked around. The lights were on, so I could see the entire space. Nothing. I ran my hand along the wall where I thought the sound came from. The paint felt normal, smooth and cool. I stepped toward my bedroom again, opened the door. Still nothing out of place. I closed the door and stood in the hallway. My heart was beating faster. I pressed my lips together and tried to calm down. I decided to check the front door. I walked to the living room and looked at the door. It was locked. I looked through the peephole. The outside porch light showed the empty front step. No movement. The street was quiet. I did not see any cars going by. The neighbors' lights were off. Everything looked ordinary. I returned to the office. I pushed my chair aside and looked under the desk. Nothing there except the power strip and a few cables. I opened my closet. Inside were some boxes, old binders, and a couple of rolled-up posters. Everything was exactly how I left it. I closed it again and sat down. My skin felt a little sweaty under my shirt. I pressed my hand on my chest and felt my heartbeat. I tried to slow my breathing. I told myself I would just finish the reports quickly and then go to bed. I typed for a while, forcing myself to ignore the feeling that something was off. Then I heard another sound. This time it was a soft tapping. It came from behind me. Not on my shoulder, but on the wall. 3 soft taps, spaced out. I turned around in my chair. I looked at the wall. I got up and pressed my ear against it. I did not hear anything else. I tapped back with my knuckle. The wall felt solid. I waited a moment, but nothing happened. I left the office again and went to the guest room, which shared that wall. I turned on the light and checked the wall on that side. There was a small table and a lamp, both untouched. The window was still locked. I touched the wall. It felt just like any other wall. No vibration, no sound. I stood very still, holding my breath, listening. Nothing. I went back to the living room, sat down on the couch. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, trying to think straight. I did not want to call anyone at this hour. It felt silly. I considered calling the police, but I had no real evidence of anyone else in my home. I decided to try a different approach. I took a flashlight from a kitchen drawer and decided to check every inch of the house. I started in the living room, under the couch, behind the TV stand, behind the curtains. All clear. I checked the kitchen, opened every cabinet, checked under the table, behind the fridge, in the pantry. Nothing. I moved to the bathroom. I pulled back the shower curtain. Empty tub. I checked under the sink. Only cleaning supplies. I checked the hallway closet. Coats, vacuum cleaner, a few boxes. Nothing unusual. I went into my bedroom again, opened the closet, moved the hangers aside. Nothing. I looked under the bed. A few storage boxes, nothing else. I stood there, flashlight in hand, just looking at my bed and dresser. Everything was normal. I felt a little embarrassed with myself. I was searching for something that probably wasn't there. I turned off the bedroom light and closed the door. I headed back toward my office. Just as I reached the doorway, I heard a creak behind me. It was the floorboard near the bathroom. I turned around quickly. The hallway light was still on. I saw nothing but the door frames and the floor. I stepped over to that spot, pressed my foot down. The floor creaked a bit under my weight. It was an old spot that sometimes made noise, but it usually creaked only when I stepped on it. I knelt down and pressed my hand on the floor. It made the same creak. I stood up and looked around. I listened, holding my breath again. I tried not to imagine anything. I wanted something solid, something I could see or hear clearly. But all I had was a feeling that I wasn't alone. I stepped back into my office and sat down at the desk. I reached for my phone. I considered calling a friend just to talk. I checked the phone's signal. It was normal. I scrolled through my contacts, but I didn't call anyone. I didn't know what I would say. I didn't want to sound paranoid. Instead, I locked my phone screen and placed it on the desk. I tried to focus on my work again, typing slowly, checking numbers, writing some notes. The silence settled back in. Then I heard a low sound from the living room. It was a quiet shuffle, like someone moving a piece of fabric. I stood up immediately, not even pushing my chair back, and walked quickly into the living room. The lamp was still on. The furniture was still in place. I touched the couch cushions. They were warm because I had sat there a few minutes before, but nothing else felt disturbed. I circled the coffee table, checked behind the armchair, looked at the curtains again. Everything was the same. I spoke out loud for the first time. I said, "Hello?" My voice sounded normal, maybe a bit tense. I waited. No answer. I walked around the house, calling out, "Is anyone here?" I kept my voice low, but loud enough that if someone was hiding, they would hear me. I got no response. I decided to check the locks again. Front door locked, back door locked, all windows locked. I tried to open a window just to hear the outside sound. It opened fine. I heard distant traffic. I closed it again. Nothing outside suggested anything unusual. It was just a normal night in my neighborhood. I returned to the office, left the door open, and turned the chair so I could see the hallway as I sat. I wanted to keep an eye on that space. I placed my phone on my lap and kept typing. After a few minutes, I noticed a faint scratch sound on the office door frame. I stood up again and walked over. I examined the wood. There were no fresh marks. I ran my finger along the frame. Smooth. I stepped back into the hallway. Silence. At that point, I felt my stomach tighten. I couldn't relax. My scalp felt tense and my heartbeat was heavy in my chest. I wiped sweat from my forehead. I was breathing through my mouth. I felt a dry sensation in my throat. I swallowed and decided I would not stay in that office any longer. I grabbed my laptop and my phone and went to the living room. I placed my laptop on the coffee table and sat on the couch. I turned the TV on for some background noise. News channel, low volume. Just something to break the silence. I watched the news anchor talk about something boring. I tried to pretend I was just staying up late. After a while, nothing else happened. I sat there for a good 15 minutes, listening to the TV, looking around the room. The lamp lit everything clearly. I tapped my foot on the floor a bit just to feel in control. I told myself that if there was someone inside, they would have revealed themselves by now. I got up, went to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water. I drank it, placed the glass in the sink. I said again, "Hello?" Nothing. I leaned against the counter thinking about what to do next. It was well past midnight now. I felt a little stupid, but I also felt a steady fear. I didn't understand what I had felt on my shoulder. It was too real to dismiss. I decided to try something else. I turned off the living room lamp so the only light came from the TV screen. I stood by the wall, listening. If there was an intruder, maybe I could hear their steps in the dark. I waited in the darkened living room, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light from the TV. I heard the clock ticking in the hallway. I waited, breathing quietly. After a while, I heard a soft thump from the guest room. I moved slowly toward the hallway and flicked on the light. I walked to the guest room door, opened it, and turned on the light inside. Everything looked the same. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. I stood in the center of the room, feeling a slight tremble in my legs. I heard a faint click sound from the kitchen. I rushed out of the guest room and into the hallway. I moved quickly to the kitchen. The light was still on in there. Nothing had changed. I checked the back door lock again, still locked. Window lock still engaged. I pulled open a few drawers, checked if anything had moved. Everything in its place. My throat felt dry again. I drank another glass of water. I tried to calm my breathing. I walked through the house one more time, room by room, checking every spot. I found nothing. It was all normal. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept feeling small chills on my arms and neck. I returned to the couch. I sat with my back against the couch cushions, my eyes on the hallway. I forced myself to watch TV for a while. I changed channels a few times. I settled on some late-night show with people talking about sports. It felt normal and steady. I got up only to use the bathroom, then came back and stayed in the living room with all the lights on. I watched the clock. Hours passed slowly. By the time it was early morning, nothing else had happened. I never saw anyone. I never heard any more taps or scratches. I started to think that maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I felt tired and tense. My shoulders hurt from sitting so stiffly. I stood up and stretched my arms. My body felt heavy. I decided to go back to my office. The hallway was quiet. My office door was still open. I went inside, sat down, and looked at the papers on my desk. Everything was exactly where I left it. The feeling that started this whole situation seemed distant now. I touched my shoulder, remembering that moment. The feeling had been very real, but I had found no one. I had searched my entire home, turned on every light, and waited for any sign. I got nothing. I saved my work on the computer and closed the documents. I turned off the computer monitor and listened. Just the low hum of the machine, the faint sound of the TV in the other room. My house was quiet. I got up, grabbed my phone, and went to the living room. I left the TV on and just sat there, waiting for the morning light to come through the windows. I felt safer with the TV's low voices. They felt human and ordinary. As I sat there, I looked toward the hallway one more time. No movement, no shadows, no sounds. Eventually, the sky outside started to lighten. I could see a faint gray through the curtains. I stood up and turned off the hallway light. I looked back at my office door and saw nothing but my desk and chair inside. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I felt my heart rate settle down. I spent the rest of that early morning on the couch, keeping quiet, half watching the TV, half listening to the silence. Nothing else happened. When the sun finally came up, I felt more grounded. I checked my doors and windows one last time before getting ready for the day. They were still locked. Everything was normal. I ended up leaving for work without any clear answers, but I know what I felt that night. I felt something tap my shoulder. I don't know what it was and I didn't see anyone, but I know what happened. It still bothers me, but I have no proof. I was alone, and there was nothing else I could do. I knew something was off on my first night in that new place. I remember sitting on the old couch in the living room, trying to relax after unpacking my kitchen boxes, when I noticed a low, steady sound coming from the end of the hallway. It sounded like a faint hum or chant. It was quiet. I could barely hear it. I stopped what I was doing to listen more closely. The sound was coming from the last bedroom at the end of the hall, the one I hadn't put anything in yet. The door was open, and the lights were off. It was just this empty room with bare walls and an uncovered window. There shouldn't have been any noise at all. I got up, walked slowly down the hall, and as soon as I reached the doorway, the sound stopped. There was nothing inside. The room was empty. I stood there for a moment. I looked at the corners, the ceiling, the wooden floor. I looked out the window. I saw the neighbor's fence and the dim lights of the houses across the street. I heard nothing but the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen behind me. I went back to the living room and tried to forget about it. I assumed I must have been hearing something outside, maybe a radio from a nearby house or someone talking out on the sidewalk. But when I settled down again, maybe 10 minutes later, I heard that low hum again. It was the same tone, the same feeling of soft chanting or murmuring. I couldn't make out words. It just sounded like a human voice humming something repetitive and quiet, like someone trying not to be heard. I got up again, moving quietly this time. The hallway was dark because the only light on was the one in the living room. I walked slowly, my socks brushing the floor. I tried not to make any noise. As I approached the room, the sound kept going until I reached the threshold. The instant I stepped inside, the hum vanished. I turned on the ceiling light. I checked every corner. I looked behind the door and out the window again. Empty, silent. I was alone. I felt a prickling on my skin, like a light sweat forming on my forehead. There was no reason for that sound. The house was older, but not ancient. It had been renovated a few years back, according to the landlord. The walls were not thin. I didn't see any cracks or openings where someone outside could whisper through. I went to the other empty bedroom, opened its closet, checked under its window. I listened at the walls. Nothing. I tried to ignore it. That night I slept in my own bedroom with the door closed. My bedroom was next to the kitchen, far from that empty room. I kept thinking I would hear that sound again, but I was tired and eventually fell asleep without hearing anything else. The next day I worked on setting up my desk in my home office. I work from home, so I spent the afternoon arranging my computer and sorting out my internet connection. Everything felt normal during the day. It was actually a quiet neighborhood. No traffic noise, just a few birds outside, the buzz of my computer, and the occasional bark from a dog down the street. I went to that empty bedroom a few times during the day, trying to see if anything looked strange. It was just a normal room. The walls were painted white. The window faced the front yard. The floor was wooden and had no rugs yet. It was just an empty space. There were no hidden doors or loose floorboards. I tapped on the walls a bit, trying to see if there were hollow spots. Everything sounded solid. That night, after dinner, I sat in the living room again. I left the door of the empty bedroom open. I sat there, in silence with the TV off, just to see if I would hear it again. It took about an hour, but then I caught it. A low, steady humming sound, like a voice without words, coming from that room at the end of the hall. I felt a chill. My heart started beating faster. I stood up slowly. This time, I didn't walk straight there. I tried stepping lightly on the floor, making almost no sound. I wanted to catch it still humming. As I got closer, it kept going. I reached the doorway and I heard it more clearly. It was definitely a human voice. It was a calm, steady hum. The pitch was low. I tried to peer in without stepping inside. I leaned my head past the doorframe to see into the room, but there was no one. The window was shut. The floor was empty. Then I took one step in, and instantly, it stopped. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. I checked behind the door again. I looked at the ceiling. I even opened the window to see if someone was standing outside. Nothing. The street outside was empty, just a couple of parked cars and a dim porch light across the street. I closed the window and went back to the living room. I sat down again, thinking maybe I should record this. I took out my phone, opened a recording app, and waited. About 30 minutes later, I heard it again. This time I started recording immediately. I held my phone in my hand, got up slowly, and crept toward the room. I kept the phone aimed forward. The voice kept humming until I reached the doorway. The moment I leaned in, silence. I stopped the recording and played it back. Nothing. Just my own breathing and some background hiss. I didn't pick up the sound. I cursed under my breath and felt a tension in my neck. I paced around the hallway, flicking the hall light on and off. I tried standing outside the empty bedroom for a long time, listening. Nothing happened when I waited right outside. The sound only started when I went back to the living room or the kitchen. It was as if it needed some distance from me. That night I tried a different approach. I left my phone inside the empty bedroom with the recording app running, and I walked away. I went to my bedroom, closed the door, and waited. About an hour later, I walked back to retrieve the phone. I stopped at the doorway first to listen. Nothing. I stepped inside and it was silent. I grabbed the phone and checked the recording. I heard a faint hum in the background for a few seconds around the middle of the recording, but it was very quiet and cut off suddenly. No clear pattern, no voice that I could identify as male or female, just a low hum. I listened to it again and again, and it always sounded the same. Just a few seconds of humming, and then nothing. Over the next few days, I started feeling uneasy in my own home. I found myself avoiding the hallway at night. I tried to focus on my work and my daily routine. I made sure I had music playing during the evenings. Sometimes I wore headphones to distract myself, but sooner or later, when I turned off the music or tried to watch TV quietly, I would hear that humming coming from the empty bedroom. I tried knocking on the wall of the hallway while the humming was happening. It stopped immediately. I tried calling out, asking if anyone was there. No response. I checked the attic. Just an empty space with insulation and no sign of animals. I checked the crawl space under the house. I found some old pipes and wiring. Nothing unusual. I got a stepladder and looked closely at the ceiling of the empty bedroom. There were no vents, no hidden speakers. The electrical wiring was simple. The window frame was solid. The closet was just a shallow space with no secret panel. I started to sleep with the TV on in my bedroom so I wouldn't have to listen. It helped a bit. But some nights I turned the volume down on the TV just to see if the humming was still there. It always was. It never became louder, never changed pitch, just a steady low hum, stopping the second I tried to step inside that room. One night, I tried another experiment. I placed a cheap baby monitor set that I had bought a long time ago. I didn't have kids, I just thought it might be useful for security. Inside the empty bedroom. I put the receiver in the living room. At first, I heard only static. I waited. Eventually, the humming started. I leaned closer to the receiver, and I could hear it through the device. It was clearer now, like a voice humming a short sequence of notes. I rushed down the hallway with the receiver in my hand. The humming cut out before I got close. When I checked the transmitter device inside the room, it was untouched. I started feeling anxious whenever evening came. My appetite got worse. I felt tired and nervous. I thought about calling the landlord, but what would I say? That I was hearing some humming in the empty bedroom that vanished every time I checked? He'd think I was imagining things. I considered calling a friend over, but I was embarrassed. Plus, I didn't want to drag anyone else into this weird situation. I tried sleeping in the empty bedroom one night just to see what would happen. I put a sleeping bag on the floor. I turned off all the lights and lay there in the dark, waiting. The house was quiet. After a long time, I started to doze off. Then I heard the humming again. It sounded distant now, like it was coming from somewhere else, but it was definitely the same sound. I sat up. The humming stopped immediately. I waited, breathing hard, my skin damp with sweat. I could smell the dust of the wooden floor. The room felt cold. I waited for hours, but it didn't start again as long as I stayed inside. The next day, I felt drained. I was annoyed and angry. I tried talking out loud in the empty bedroom, saying that I didn't want any trouble, that I just wanted to live in peace. I didn't expect any answer, and I got none. It was still just a room, bare and quiet. After 2 weeks, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided I had to do something more drastic. I borrowed a friend's handheld tape recorder. It was an old device, something that could pick up sound differently than my phone. I set it up in the hallway outside the empty bedroom, recording nonstop, and I stayed in the living room. I kept the TV off and the lights dim. The humming started again. I could hear it clearly from where I sat. I waited a few minutes to make sure it was steady. Then I crept down the hallway and slowly moved the tape recorder closer. As soon as I got near the door, it stopped. When I played back the tape, I got a few seconds of the humming, but it was faint. I tried leaving the house late at night, standing in the front yard to see if I could hear it through the open window. I opened the window of the empty bedroom and stood outside with the baby monitor receiver. I heard nothing. Only when I went back inside and settled in the living room did it start again. The humming was always inside, always from that room, and always gone as soon as I approached. I felt stuck. I didn't want to move out again. I had just settled in, paid deposits, connected utilities, but I started avoiding nights in the living room. I spent more time in my bedroom with music playing. Still, I was curious. One evening, I tried sneaking up from the kitchen side, walking slowly, crouching low, trying not to cast a shadow. The humming continued until the moment I peeked inside. Then silence. I never got used to it. Every time I heard it, I felt my heart thump harder. My hands got clammy. My breathing turned shallow. I thought about putting furniture in that room, maybe turning it into a storage space or a guest room, but I didn't want to spend time in there. The thought of arranging furniture while that strange humming might start and stop behind my back made me feel sick. Eventually, I started wearing earplugs at night. I turned on a fan in my bedroom so I wouldn't hear it. Some nights I managed to ignore it. Other nights I gave in to my curiosity and stepped out into the hallway. It was always the same pattern. Hum when I'm away, silence when I get close. I never found a source. I never found a speaker or a hidden device. I never saw anyone inside the room. I tried calling out, "If someone is there, say something." No words, just humming when I wasn't looking. I tried shining a flashlight through the doorway from a distance. I saw nothing. I moved in a small chair and placed it against the wall, facing the door, hoping to trick whoever or whatever it was. But it didn't help. In the end, I just learned to live with it. I avoided spending quiet evenings in the living room. I played music or kept the TV loud. Sometimes I left the house after dark, going for a drive just to avoid the tension. When I came back late, I went straight to my bedroom. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The empty room was just a room with four walls and a window. No stains, no marks, no strange smells. To this day, I don't know what caused that humming. I never caught it red-handed, so to speak. It was always careful, always silent when I was near. It never got louder. It never tried to scare me directly. It never showed any sign that it was aware of me as a person. It just existed in that empty space at night, humming softly, then disappearing the moment I tried to confront it. I still live here. The humming continues sometimes. I've stopped trying to explain it. I just keep my distance and live my life. That's all I can do. I sat down on my couch late in the evening after a long day. I needed to send a quick voice message to a friend. I picked up my phone, hit the record button, and spoke for maybe 20 seconds, just telling him that I was running late on something and would catch up tomorrow. There was nothing unusual in the room. My apartment was quiet. The windows were closed. I was alone, and it was just a quick message. When I played it back to check if my voice was clear enough, I noticed something strange behind my own words. There was another voice, very faint, whispering something I couldn't understand. I paused the playback and stared at the phone screen. I thought I must have picked up some random noise from the street, but I'd been sitting right in the middle of the living room, and everything was silent. The windows were shut. The TV was off. The ceiling fan was on low, making a slight hum, but that was it. I pressed play again and listened carefully. My voice sounded normal, a little tired, but behind it I heard this soft, low whisper, almost like a breathy mumble. It didn't sound like interference, it sounded like a voice, but I couldn't make out any words. I felt my face get warm. I held my breath and played it again. My own words were, "Hey man, I'm just checking in, I'll send you the details tomorrow." And over that, faintly, something like, I couldn't tell if it was male or female. It was too quiet. I tried increasing the volume. I heard my own voice get louder, but the whisper still stayed distant, like it was behind a wall. I listened maybe 5 times in a row. Each time I felt a small chill on the back of my neck. My apartment was still dead quiet. I glanced around. The kitchen light was off. The hallway was dim. No one else was there. I decided to record another message. I didn't say anything too meaningful, I just said, "Testing," and then stayed silent for a few seconds before stopping the recording. I played it back. My voice came through, "Testing," and then total silence. No whisper. I told myself I must have imagined it the first time. Then I went back to the original message. The whisper was still there. I tried sending it to my friend. I wrote a quick text telling him to listen and asked if he heard anything weird. He didn't reply right away, and I felt stupid sitting there waiting for him to say something. I got up, turned on the kitchen light, and walked around. I checked the windows. They were all closed. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, facing a quiet courtyard. No one should be outside whispering. My heart was beating a little faster for no good reason. I took a drink of water, leaning against the kitchen counter. I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe my phone microphone picked up some electronic interference. Maybe the phone's speaker was acting up. I decided to try another test. I made a new recording. This is a second test. I'm alone. I'm just testing my phone. I paused, then ended the recording. I played it back. Perfectly normal. No whisper. I sat down again on the couch, put my phone on the coffee table, and went back to the first recording. The whisper was still there. I took a pair of headphones out of the drawer and plugged them into the phone's jack. I listened through the headphones to be sure. This time with the headphones, the whisper seemed a bit clearer, but still impossible to understand. I could hear soft breaths, like someone standing just behind me, speaking too quietly to catch the words. I turned around. No one. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. I got up and checked the bedroom and bathroom. I opened the closet. Nothing. No sign of anyone. I don't live with anyone. There's no roommate. I was alone. I tried to ignore it. I went to the kitchen and made myself a quick snack. A sandwich. I didn't feel hungry, but I needed to do something normal. I ate standing up, looking around my quiet apartment. Everything seemed normal. The fridge hummed softly. The overhead light buzzed a little. Outside I couldn't hear much. Maybe a distant car, but no voices, no whispering. My phone buzzed. It was my friend. He sent me a text. I hear something weird in the background. What the hell is that? I felt my stomach tighten, so I wasn't imagining it. Someone else could hear it too. I typed back, I don't know. I was alone. He replied with a voice message. I played it. Dude, that's creepy. It sounds like someone is whispering. Are you sure no one was there? His voice was steady, but I could tell he was a bit freaked out too. I decided to try to replicate it again. I sat in the same spot, turned off the fan, and recorded the same phrase I said the first time. Hey man, I'm just checking in. I'll send you the details tomorrow. I tried to speak in the same tone. I pressed stop and played it. Nothing but my voice. Totally normal. I tried again. I repeated the phrase a third time. Just my voice. No whisper. I went back to the first recording and played it again. The whisper was still there. It hadn't gone away. It was as if it was burned into that first message. I tried editing the file on my phone, trying to isolate the sound. I replayed it over and over. I tried holding the phone against my ear. I could almost feel my pulse in my head as I listened, straining to catch a single word. It was just a soft hissing like, but it definitely sounded like speech, not static. I felt a drop of sweat run down my back. My shirt clung to my skin. I realized I was breathing a bit faster than normal. I walked over to the front door and looked through the peephole. The hallway outside was quiet. The faint glow of the corridor light was still. No sounds. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. No one was around. I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing but silence. I went back inside and locked the door. I checked every room again. I stood in the center of the bedroom looking at my phone. I recorded another message there, just saying something meaningless. Played it back. Nothing strange. I moved to the bathroom, tried the same test. Nothing strange. I ended up sitting at my desk in the corner of the living room, opening a sound editing app and loading that first voice message. I tried playing with the equalizer. If I increased the volume of the lower frequencies, I could hear a soft, raspy voice. If I increased the higher frequencies, it became more like a hiss. It never turned into clear words. I texted my friend the edited version. He wrote back, "This is messed up. Maybe your phone is broken." I grabbed an old phone from a drawer, a spare I kept for emergencies. I turned it on, recorded myself speaking the same phrase, and played it back. Nothing weird. I transferred the original voice message to that old phone just out of curiosity. I listened on the old device. The whisper was still there, so it wasn't the phone's hardware. The recording itself contained that voice. I couldn't explain it. I felt a pressure in my chest. I rubbed my eyes and took a deep breath. I needed to calm down. I tried calling my friend. I told him again that I was alone in the apartment when I recorded the message. He believed me, but he didn't have any explanation. He said it might be some weird audio glitch. I said that didn't make sense. He didn't know what else to say. We hung up, and I sat there alone again. I decided to record silence. I opened the recording app and hit record without speaking. I kept quiet for about 15 seconds. When I played it back, I heard nothing but silence. I tried it again, this time standing where I was originally sitting. Again, silence. I repeated the original message one more time. Again, it was normal. That whisper never appeared again in any new recording. It was only in that first one. I felt a mix of relief and confusion. If it wasn't happening again, maybe I could forget about it. I tried to move on. I turned on the TV, watched some random show, and tried to relax. But after a while, I kept picking up my phone and listening to that first voice message. I didn't know why I couldn't let it go. Something about it felt wrong. I turned the TV's volume off and listened again. The whisper sounded like it was behind my own voice, as if someone had leaned over my shoulder as I spoke. I got up and stood in that exact spot. I faced the direction I had been facing. I looked around. There was nothing special about that spot. Just my couch, my coffee table, and the TV stand. I paced around the apartment. I tried checking all my electronics. My laptop was in the bedroom, closed. My tablet was off. My smart speaker was unplugged. I wondered if some random radio frequency got caught in the recording, but I had never heard of something like that happening in such a realistic way. I stepped out onto my small balcony and recorded something, just a test. Outside, I could hear distant traffic. When I played it back, it sounded exactly as expected. No whisper, nothing strange. I stepped inside again and closed the balcony door. I pulled down the blinds. I recorded another test message in the living room. Totally normal. I looked at the clock. It was getting late. I couldn't shake off the nervous feeling. My throat felt dry. I turned on all the lights in the apartment. I walked from room to room, looking behind curtains, checking under the bed, opening cabinets. I felt silly, but I did it anyway. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. I was completely alone. I wondered if my apartment's walls were thin. Could I have picked up a neighbor's voice somehow? Maybe someone was whispering next door at that exact moment. I pressed my ear to the wall. I could hear a very faint TV sound from somewhere else in the building, but not close. I tapped the wall. Solid. I never heard my neighbors talk in a whisper before, at least not so clearly. And I didn't record for long. The timing would have had to be perfect. I sat down at my desk and wrote a note on a piece of paper. First recording, whisper present. Subsequent recordings, no whisper. Old phone test, whisper present on original file. Outside test, normal. Whisper never appeared again. I had no answers. I tapped my foot on the floor. My legs felt tense. I realized I was sweating again. My fingertips felt cold. Every time I played that file, the whisper gave me this uneasy feeling, like I wasn't alone, even though I was. I tried turning on some music for a while. I listened to a couple of songs, hoping to distract myself. It didn't help much. Eventually, I decided to try sleeping. I went to the bedroom, got ready for bed, and turned off the lights. The darkness made me feel uneasy. After a few minutes, I got up, turned the lights back on, and closed the bedroom door. I left the hallway light on. I didn't like the idea of lying in the dark alone, knowing that weird whisper existed on my phone. I sat in bed with the phone in my hand. I pressed play one last time. My voice. "Hey man, I'm just checking in. I'll send you the details tomorrow." And right after I said, "checking in," the whisper came through. It was so quiet I could barely hear it, but it was there. It sounded like someone breathing out a few syllables. Maybe it was saying my name, or maybe it was just nonsense. I couldn't tell. I tried covering my other ear to focus on the sound. It didn't help. It stayed incomprehensible. I closed my eyes and thought about what to do. I had no plan. I was just stuck with this weird recording. Maybe I could delete it and pretend it never happened. But I knew I'd never forget it. I decided to send the file to another friend, just to get a second opinion. He was offline, so he wouldn't reply right away. I sent it anyway. Then I plugged my phone in to charge and placed it on the nightstand. I got up and checked the front door lock one more time. I made sure the windows were secure. I looked behind the shower curtain. I felt stupid, but I just had to be sure. All clear. I finally turned off the hallway light and got back into bed. My body felt tense. My heart was beating a little faster than normal. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe slowly, thinking that I needed sleep. I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking I heard something. I sat up a couple of times, holding my breath, listening for anything strange, but the apartment stayed quiet. Eventually, I got tired enough that I started drifting. My head felt heavy, and my eyelids were sore. I didn't hear anything in the room, just the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the faint tick of the wall clock. I guess I managed to fall asleep at some point. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I did was check my phone. I played the recording again. The whisper was still there, unchanged. I tried making a fresh recording in the morning light, just to see if anything weird happened now. It didn't. It was just my voice and silence. I ended up leaving my apartment for a while, going for a walk around the block. I grabbed a coffee and tried not to think about it. But the memory stuck with me. That one strange whisper on one random recording. I couldn't explain it. My friend didn't have any answers. No one did. It was just there, a piece of recorded sound I could not understand. When I got back to my place, everything looked the same, but I felt different. I kept my phone away for a while, not wanting to hear it again. I knew it was still there, waiting, but I didn't know what else to do, so I just went on with my day. I remember it started on a Monday night. It was about 2 a.m. when I first noticed the apartment next door. The door was closed as usual. There was no noise. I had just gotten up to get some water. Everything was quiet in my own place. My kitchen light was on low because I hate walking around in total darkness. As I passed my living room window, I saw a flicker in the apartment across the narrow courtyard. It was a quick series of flashes. It came from a window on the same floor, just one unit over. It looked like a lamp turning on and off in a strange, uneven pattern. I stood there watching, a bit confused but not too worried. Eventually it stopped, and I went back to bed. The next night I saw it again. Same time, same weird flickering of the lights. It didn't look like someone casually flipping a switch. It wasn't a steady rhythm. Sometimes it blinked twice, sometimes 3 times, then paused, then flashed again. I was curious, but I didn't want to bother anyone that late. Maybe the neighbor had some electrical problem or was testing something. I tried to fall asleep, telling myself it was none of my business. This went on for almost a week. Each night, around the same hour, the lights in that apartment would flicker. I could see it through the window that faced my living room. I never heard any voices. I never saw anyone's silhouette. I never caught a glimpse of anyone moving behind the glass. Just that strange pulsing glow, like someone was messing with the lights. My curiosity grew. I didn't know the neighbor well. Actually, I didn't know them at all. We weren't a friendly building. People here kept to themselves. I never ran into anyone from that unit in the hallway or the elevator. Still, I planned to ask around. On Saturday morning, I decided to talk to the landlord. I didn't want to go straight to the neighbor. I figured I should find out if someone actually lived there. Maybe it was a vacant unit. The building wasn't fully occupied. Some apartments stayed empty for months. The landlord's office was on the ground floor. I found him fixing a mailbox. I asked if he knew the person in apartment 304, the one next to mine on the opposite side of the courtyard. He looked at me and frowned. He said apartment 304 had been empty for a while. He was sure no one lived there. He told me the last tenant left 3 months ago. He said they were trying to find a new tenant, but no one had signed a lease yet. I told him that was strange because I'd been seeing lights at night. He shrugged. He said maybe it was a reflection from somewhere else or a malfunction in the wiring. He didn't seem worried. I asked if we could check the place. He sighed and said he didn't have time right now, but we could look into it next week. I left feeling uneasy. If no one lived there, who was turning the lights on and off? That night I stayed up on purpose. I turned off my TV and all the lights in my apartment except for a small lamp in my bedroom. I stood at my window and waited. Around 2 a.m., it started again. The apartment 304's window lit up with that strange flicker. I watched carefully. The pattern didn't look random this time. It paused now and then, as if waiting. My heart was beating fast. My mouth felt dry. I leaned forward, pressing my forehead against the glass. There was no other movement, just the flashes of light. I decided to do something. I put on some pants and a jacket and stepped out into the hallway. My apartment and 304 were separated by a few units, a small walk down the corridor. The hallway was quiet. The carpeted floor muffled my footsteps. The lights overhead were dim, as usual. I stood in front of 304's door. I could see light seeping from under it. It flickered and stopped, then flickered again. I felt a tightness in my chest. I reached out and knocked softly. There was no answer. I knocked again, harder this time. Nothing. The light continued to flash inside. I leaned close to the door. I didn't hear anything. No shuffling, no breathing, no music or TV. Nothing. Just silence, and that weird flicker visible under the door. I tried the handle. It was locked, of course. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding, feeling a cold sweat forming on my neck. Finally, I backed away and returned to my apartment. The light continued for another few minutes, then stopped. I hardly slept that night. The next day, I managed to catch the landlord in the afternoon. I told him about the flickering again and insisted we check the apartment together. He seemed irritated, but agreed to come with me. We took the elevator to the third floor. It was around noon. We stood outside 304 and he used his master key to open the door. Inside, the apartment was empty. No furniture, no lamps, no personal items. Just a bare living room, a kitchen with empty counters, and a bedroom without a bed. The overhead light was a standard ceiling fixture. The landlord flipped the switch. The light came on, steady and normal. No flickering. I looked around carefully. The floor was dusty in places. The windows were closed. The electrical outlets were empty. The landlord pointed at the ceiling light. He said it looked normal to him. The bulb was a regular bulb. He flicked it on and off a few times. Nothing strange. I tried to explain what I had seen. He said maybe I was seeing some reflection from the building next door. Maybe there was a sign or something outside, bouncing light around. I shook my head and told him the pattern came from inside this unit. He shrugged. We locked up and left. That night, I watched again from my apartment. At 2 a.m. the flicker was back. I could see it clearly. I knew no one was inside. I had been in there just hours before. I could feel my stomach knotting up. My hands shook a little. I tried to think logically. Maybe there was a short in the wiring that only happened late at night. Maybe a loose connection in the building's electrical system caused the bulb to flash. But why only that apartment? And why in such irregular patterns? I decided to try something else. I turned off all my lights and watched carefully. When the flicker started, I tried waving my hand in front of my eyes, tried moving side to side to see if it was some trick of the reflection. It always looked the same. A few flashes, a pause, a few more flashes, another pause. I pressed my ear against the wall that separated my living room from the hallway, then from there to 304. I couldn't hear anything unusual, just the faint hum of my refrigerator behind me and my own breathing. I felt sweat gathering under my arms. My neck felt stiff. My pulse was fast. I stepped away from the wall, paced around my apartment, and thought about calling the police. But what would I say? I saw flickering lights in an empty apartment. They would probably think I was imagining it. I tried another approach. The next morning, I asked a neighbor who lived a floor below if they'd noticed anything strange. They said no. They seemed a bit suspicious of my question. They didn't want to get involved. I didn't insist. That night, I placed a chair in my hallway right in front of my apartment door. I left my door slightly open so I could peek through the gap and see if anyone approached 304. It was a bit ridiculous, but I wanted to be sure. Around 1:30 a.m., I sat there quietly, listening. The hallway smelled like old carpet and cleaning chemicals. The overhead lights buzzed softly. No one passed by. Then at 2 a.m., I saw the light flicker under the door of 304 again. I felt my heart pounding. I swallowed hard and stood up. I took a few steps toward 304 and stopped. The light was still flickering inside. I tried the door handle again. Locked. I pressed my ear against it. No sound. Just that dim, uneven glow under the door. I felt a chill on my arms and a tightness in my throat. My breathing got faster. I turned and went back to my apartment. I closed and locked my door and stood with my back against it, breathing heavily. Eventually, I tried to sleep. For the next few nights, I didn't even look at the window. I tried to ignore it, but it kept happening. Every time I got up, I'd see that flicker in the corner of my eye. I couldn't relax. I felt like my apartment wasn't safe. I started jumping at small noises. I'd wake up sweating. My eyes were getting red from lack of sleep. I couldn't focus on normal things like reading or watching TV. My mind kept drifting back to that flicker. I decided to bring it up with the landlord again. We stood in the hallway outside 304 the next afternoon. I told him it happened every night. He looked annoyed. He said he'd call an electrician to check the wiring. The electrician came the following day in the late morning. They checked the fuse box, the wiring inside 304, and found nothing wrong. The electrician said everything looked standard. No faulty switches, no damaged fixtures, no strange power surges. I felt stupid standing there while they shrugged at me. That night, I tried filming it. I set up my phone at the window and pressed record. At 2 a.m., the flicker started. I watched it happen right in front of me. The flashes lit up the opposite window. After it stopped, I checked the footage. Nothing. Just darkness. The video didn't show any flicker at all. It was like the camera didn't pick it up. I tried turning my phone off and on. I tried again the next night with a different angle. Same result. The camera showed no flicker. This made my skin crawl. I saw it with my own eyes. Why couldn't I capture it on camera? My stomach felt tight all the time. My shoulders ached from tension. I gripped my armrests too hard when I sat down. My thoughts raced. I kept looking at the clock near midnight, dreading that 2 a.m. flicker. I tried earplugs even though the flicker was silent. I tried closing my blinds, but I knew it was still happening. Even if I didn't see it, I knew it was there. A week later, the landlord knocked on my door in the late afternoon. He asked if the flickering was still happening. I said yes. He sighed and said we should try checking the apartment at night. I agreed. I felt relieved that someone else wanted to see it. So at 1:50 a.m. that night, we met in the hallway. It was quiet and cold. I rubbed my arms. The landlord looked tired but determined. We waited. At exactly 2 a.m., we saw the flicker under the door. The landlord whispered that he would open the door. He used his master key. We stepped in. It was dark. The landlord flipped the ceiling light switch. The light came on steady. No flicker. The room was empty. I could smell dust in the air. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. The landlord looked around, checked the bedroom, the bathroom. Nothing. No lamps, no devices, no sign of anyone. We turned off the light and stepped back into the hallway. After a few seconds, we saw a flicker again through the still open door. We rushed back in, turned on the light, and it was normal. No flicker. We stepped out and locked the door. The landlord wiped sweat from his forehead. He didn't say much. He looked pale. After that night, the landlord said he would have the wiring checked again. I never heard back about any results. A few days passed without any flickering. I almost relaxed. Then one night, it started again, but only for a brief moment. I didn't bother the landlord this time. I didn't try to film it. I just stood there and watched. It flickered a few times and stopped. Over the next several days, it appeared less and less. Some nights, nothing happened. Other nights, I'd catch a glimpse, but it would vanish as soon as I focused on it. I spent my evenings watching my clock, listening to my own breathing, waiting for something that sometimes didn't come. My hands were always tense. My eyes felt dry. I drank water constantly because my mouth felt sticky. A couple of weeks later, the flickering stopped completely. No more strange patterns. No more lights under the door. The apartment remained empty. The landlord didn't mention it again. The electrician never returned. The neighbors never brought it up. I slowly got back to normal. I started sleeping better. I still looked at that window at 2 a.m. sometimes, but everything stayed dark. I never figured it out. I don't know what caused that flickering or why it stopped. I don't know why it never showed up on camera or why the landlord and I saw it but couldn't find a cause. I still live here, and apartment 304 is still empty. When I pass by it, I remember that strange light. My heart still speeds up a little, and I hurry back to my own door. I guess some things happen and we never find out why. All I know is that I saw it, and it felt real, and I'm not going to forget it. The first giggle made me freeze at my desk. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, and I hadn't moved from my chair in 3 hours, grinding through end-of-quarter reports. The sound drifted through the empty office space, high-pitched and quick, like someone trying to stifle their laughter. My fingers stopped typing mid-sentence. I work on the 14th floor of the Riverside Corporate Center, and I'm the only one with access to this floor after 7 p.m. The cleaning crew comes through at 6 and security does their rounds at 8. After that, it's just me and the occasional hum of the HVAC system. I like it that way. The solitude helps me focus, especially during crunch periods like this one. Another laugh, louder this time. Female. Definitely coming from the direction of the main conference room. My shoulders tensed up, and I felt my heart rate kick up a notch. I pushed my chair back slowly, trying to minimize the squeaking of the wheels on the carpet. The conference room door was closed, just as it had been all day. I hadn't gone in there once. No meetings were scheduled, and I'd been buried in spreadsheets since arriving at 8 a.m. The blinds were drawn, blocking any view inside. A soft thud came from behind the door, followed by what sounded like whispering. My mouth went dry. I stood up, my legs shaky, and grabbed my phone from the desk. The screen showed no new notifications, no missed calls. The floor's access log would show if anyone else had come up. I checked it compulsively throughout the day, a habit from when I first got promoted to senior manager. No entries since the cleaning crew left. Another thud, harder this time, then scraping like furniture being moved. The sounds were impossible to mistake now. People were in that room. But I had the only key card that worked on this floor after hours, and I'd been sitting 20 feet from that door for the past 15 hours. I walked toward the conference room, my shoes making soft sounds on the carpet. The motion-activated lights in the hallway blinked on, harsh fluorescent making me squint. More whispers leaked through the door, too muffled to make out words. I pressed my ear against the cool metal surface. Just a little longer. A woman's voice. Unfamiliar. Shh. A man, followed by another giggle. My hand shook as I reached for the door handle. I knew it would be locked. I'd checked it myself when the cleaning crew left, like I did every night. The handle turned with a click. It wasn't locked. I yanked my hand back like I'd been burned. The door handle had been ice cold, much colder than it should be. My breath came in quick bursts now, and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the office's aggressive air conditioning. More movement inside. The scraping sound again, followed by a rhythmic tapping. My security training kicked in. I should call building security, let them handle this. My phone was still in my hand, screen dark. I tried to unlock it, but my sweaty fingers kept slipping on the screen. The giggling stopped abruptly. Complete silence fell, broken only by my rapid breathing. Then, 3 sharp knocks on the door, right in front of my face. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. My phone clattered to the floor. The knocking came again, more insistent. The door handle began to turn slowly, deliberately. I ran. There's no shame in admitting it. I sprinted back to my desk, grabbed my laptop bag, and made for the emergency stairs. Behind me, I heard the conference room door open. The sound of it hitting the wall echoed through the empty office. Don't look back. That's what every instinct screamed as I shoved open the stairwell door. But I did look back, just for a second. The conference room door was wide open. The lights were off inside, but I could make out shapes moving in the darkness. More than 2. More than should be possible in that space. And they were flowing out of the room like smoke, but wrong, moving against gravity, spreading across the ceiling. I took the stairs 3 at a time, nearly falling twice. My chest burned, but I didn't slow down until I hit the lobby. The night security guard looked up from his crossword puzzle. startled by my explosive entrance. "Everything okay, Mr. Matthews?" I couldn't speak, just pointed up. He called for backup, and within minutes, 3 guards were heading up to the 14th floor. I waited in the lobby, gulping water from the cooler and trying to stop my hands from shaking. They found nothing, of course. The conference room was empty, everything in its place. No signs of entry, no evidence anyone had been there. The security footage showed no one entering or leaving the floor after the cleaning crew. The guard suggested I was working too hard, seeing things after too many late nights. I nodded, played along, told them I'd probably just been jumpy, that the sounds were probably just the building settling. They gave me concerned looks as I left, but I didn't care. I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. I called in sick the next day, something I hadn't done in 3 years with the company. Spent the morning researching the building's history on my laptop, combing through local news archives. Found nothing unusual, nothing that would explain what happened. When I went back to work 2 days later, I requested a transfer to our downtown office. My boss was surprised. The 14th floor office was considered a perk, a sign of status. I told him I needed a change of scenery. He approved the transfer, but I could tell he was disappointed. I still had to wrap up some projects before the move, which meant going back to the 14th floor. I only went during daylight hours, and I wasn't alone. I'd scheduled meetings throughout the day, made sure there were always other people around. The conference room door stayed closed. Sometimes walking past it, I'd hear something, a soft scratch, a whispered word. But I never opened that door again, never stayed past sunset. The reports could wait until morning. A month after the incident, I was settling into my new office downtown when an email caught my eye. Building management announcing renovations on the 14th floor of Riverside. They were gutting the entire floor, including the conference room. The next day, I got a call from my old boss. His voice was strange, tight. Asked if I'd heard about what they found when they started the demolition. I said no, trying to keep my voice steady. "The strangest thing," he said. "When they took down the conference room walls, they found an old door behind the drywall. Sealed up, looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. But here's the weird part. It was locked, and when they finally got it open, it didn't lead anywhere. Just opened into the exterior wall." I thanked him for letting me know and hung up before he could say more. Turned off my phone, closed my laptop. Sat in my new office watching the sunset through windows that faced away from Riverside Corporate Center. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that door they found. About what it might have been sealed up to keep in, or keep out. About the things I heard in that conference room, the shapes I saw moving against gravity. But mostly, I think about the laughter. How human it sounded at first, until it wasn't. How it changed in those last moments before I ran, becoming something that shouldn't have been possible with human vocal cords. I don't work late anymore. When the sun starts to set, I pack up and leave, no matter how much work is left to do. My productivity numbers have dropped, but I don't care. Some things are more important than quarterly reports and performance reviews. Last week, I ran into one of the security guards from that night. He was working at a different building now, and he looked older, tired. He recognized me immediately. "Still pulling those late nights, Mr. Matthews?" I shook my head. He nodded slowly. "Smart man. You know, we never told you what we really found that night." My chest tightened. "What do you mean?" He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "The conference room was empty when we got there, yeah, but the table, all the chairs around it were warm. Like people had just been sitting in them, and on the whiteboard..." He trailed off, rubbing his face. "What was on the whiteboard?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. "Fingerprints. Dozens of them, all over it. We dusted them, ran them through the system. No matches, but..." He swallowed hard. "They weren't right. The patterns, the whorls. Our tech said they didn't look human. Said he'd never seen anything like them." I thanked him and walked away quickly, trying not to run. That night, I dreamed of the conference room, of the door handle turning, of shapes moving in darkness, of laughter that started human and became something else. I woke up at 3 a.m. drenched in sweat, with a familiar sound echoing in my ears, the soft scrape of furniture being moved, followed by muffled giggling. But when I turned on the lights, my apartment was empty. The sounds were just in my memory, or at least, that's what I tell myself. I saw in the paper yesterday that they're tearing down Riverside Corporate Center. Something about structural issues, the foundation being unstable. They're starting with the upper floors and working their way down. I wonder if they'll find more sealed doors. Wonder what might come out when the walls come down. But I won't be watching to find out. I've accepted a job in another city, as far from Riverside as I could get. My new office is in a modern building, all glass and steel, with no hidden spaces or sealed rooms. Still, I make sure to leave before dark. Some habits are worth keeping. And sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I catch myself listening. Listening for the sound of laughter, for the scrape of furniture, for knocks on doors that should be locked. But mostly, I try not to think about that night on the 14th floor. About what might have happened if I'd opened that conference room door when the handle started to turn. About what I might have seen if I'd stayed just a few seconds longer. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left closed. And some rooms, like that conference room on the 14th floor, are better left undisturbed. No matter what sounds come from behind their doors late at night, when you think you're alone in the building. But you're never really alone. Not in places like that, I know that now. The first thud came at 2:47 a.m. I know because I checked my phone thinking it might be the neighbors. But this building was too new to have neighbors. I'd moved in just 2 weeks ago, and so far I was the only tenant on the entire 7th floor. Another thud, followed by what sounded like shuffling footsteps in the hallway. My TV was off. The AC had cycled down. In that artificial silence of a new building, those sounds shouldn't exist. I put down my laptop and stood up from my desk. The footsteps continued, slow and uneven, like someone dragging their feet across the carpet. Then came the voices, muffled, indistinct, but definitely human. At least 2 different ones, speaking in low tones I couldn't make out through the door. The rational part of my brain said it had to be maintenance workers or security doing late-night checks. But at this hour, in a building that was still mostly empty, I walked to my front door and pressed my ear against it. The voices were clearer now, a man and a woman, their words still too garbled to understand. They sounded agitated, speaking in quick, sharp bursts. My hand hovered over the doorknob. I'm not usually the type to investigate strange noises in the middle of the night. I've seen enough horror movies to know better, but this was my floor, my home. I had a right to know what was happening out there. I opened the door as quietly as possible, just a crack at first. The hallway lights were on their usual dim night setting, casting long shadows across the beige carpet. The voices had stopped. Opening the door wider, I stepped into the hallway. Empty. The cream-colored walls stretched in both directions, unmarked by any decorations or signs. The building was too new for those touches. Just a long row of identical dark wood doors, all of them vacant units except mine. The elevator was about 30 feet to my right. Its digital display caught my attention immediately. The numbers were flickering rapidly, jumping between different floors in a way I'd never seen before. As I watched, it settled on 7, my floor, but the light behind the number pulsed erratically, like a fluorescent bulb about to die. I walked toward it slowly. My bare feet made no sound on the new carpet, but I could feel how cold it was through my socks. The air in the hallway was several degrees cooler than my apartment, which didn't make sense since the building's climate control system was supposed to be state-of-the-art. When I got within 10 feet of the elevator, I heard it, a scratching sound coming from behind the metal doors. Not mechanical, this was organic, like fingernails dragging across the surface. I stopped. The display continued to flicker on 7, casting intermittent blue light across the hallway. The scratching got louder, more deliberate. Then a thump from inside the elevator car, heavy enough to make the doors vibrate slightly. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded too loud, too intrusive in that empty space. The scratching stopped. The thumping stopped. Everything went quiet except for the soft, electrical hum of the hallway lights. I took another step forward. The elevator doors looked normal, brushed stainless steel, pristine and unmarked. But something was wrong with the seam where they met in the middle. Instead of being perfectly straight, it seemed to bulge outward slightly, as if something was pressing against it from the inside. The display flickered again, this time cycling through all the numbers rapidly before going dark completely. In that moment of darkness, I heard the voices again, closer now, coming from inside the elevator car. The woman's voice was clearer. "Please, help us." My heart started pounding. I reached for my phone, then remembered I'd left it in my apartment. The smart thing would be to go back, call building security or the police. But what if someone was actually trapped in there? I stepped closer to the elevator and pressed the call button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again, holding it down longer this time. The display remained dark. The scratching resumed, more frantic now. Multiple sets of fingernails dragging across metal. The doors bulged further outward, the seam between them widening enough that I could see darkness through the gap. "Is someone in there?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "I can call for help." A hand shot through the gap between the doors, pale, dirty, with broken fingernails. It clawed at the air for a moment before gripping the edge of the door, trying to pull it open wider. I stumbled backward. The hand was followed by another, then another. Multiple hands forcing their way through the widening gap, accompanied by the screech of metal being forced apart. The lights in the hallway flickered, and in that strobing effect, I saw faces pressing against the gap. Distorted, wrong somehow, their features twisted in ways that human faces shouldn't move. Their mouths were open too wide, showing too many teeth. I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard the final screech of metal giving way, followed by the wet sound of bodies hitting the carpet. The voices started again, no longer muffled, no longer human. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key into the lock. I could hear them coming, the shuffle drag of multiple sets of feet on carpet getting closer. The hallway lights were flickering faster now, casting the scene in broken fragments of visibility. I got the door open and slammed it behind me, turning both deadbolts. For a moment, I just stood there, breathing hard, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Something scraped against the wood, those same broken fingernails. Then a voice, the woman from before, but different now. Distorted, like someone playing a tape at the wrong speed. "Let us in," it said. "We lived here first." I backed away from the door. That didn't make sense. This building was brand new. The construction had just finished 2 months ago. Before that, it was an empty lot. The scratching moved to my window. I was 7 floors up. There couldn't be anything out there. But when I looked, I saw those hands pressing against the glass, leaving dirty smears. Between the fingers, I caught glimpses of faces, the same twisted expressions I'd seen in the elevator. My phone was still on my desk. I grabbed it and dialed 911, but there was no signal. The Wi-Fi was down too. Even my cellular data wasn't working. The temperature in my apartment dropped suddenly. I could see my breath fogging in the air. The scratching was at both the door and windows now, and other sounds were joining it. Wet, organic noises I didn't want to identify. The woman's voice came again, closer now, as if she was speaking directly through the door. "We died here first." My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. I'd done my research before moving in. This was newly developed land, never built on before. The construction company had broken ground just last year. Unless... I pulled up the building's website on my laptop, thankful I still had the page loaded in my cache. I scrolled through the development history, looking for anything I might have missed. There, in a small note near the bottom, site of the former Westbrook Apartments, demolished 1986 following structural collapse. 27 residents lost. A crack appeared in my window, spreading like a spider web from where one of the hands pressed against it. The door's hinges were starting to bend inward, metal groaning under impossible pressure. I ran to my bedroom, slamming and locking that door too. My hands were numb from the cold. The temperature must have dropped another 20 degrees in the last minute. The outer door finally gave way with a crash. I heard them entering my apartment. The drag of feet, the sound of furniture being knocked over, those wet, shuffling noises getting closer. They were talking now, multiple voices overlapping, all distorted in that same wrong way. Our home. Give it back. We died here. The bedroom door wouldn't hold them for long. I looked around frantically for options. The window? 7 floors up was a fatal drop. The closet? Just another dead end. Something hit the bedroom door hard enough to splinter the wood. Through the cracks I could see them. Fragments of faces, hands, bodies that weren't quite right. Like someone had tried to reconstruct human beings from broken pieces. The door burst inward. They filled the doorway. A mass of twisted limbs and distorted faces, all pressed together like they were still trying to fit in that elevator car. Their skin was pale and mottled, clothes rotted and stained with old blood and concrete dust. The woman who had spoken first was in front, her neck bent at an impossible angle, arms too long for her body. When she smiled, her jaw opened wider than any human mouth should. "Welcome home," she said. I backed up until I hit the window. They moved into the room as one mass, reaching for me with those broken hands. The cold was intense now, burning my lungs with each breath. The woman's hand touched my shoulder. Her skin felt like wet concrete. "Stay with us," she whispered. "Forever." I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I was lying on my desk, my laptop screen dark in front of me. Sunlight was streaming through the windows. My phone showed 8:15 a.m. A dream, just a horrible dream. Then I noticed the temperature display on my thermostat, 42 degrees Fahrenheit. And there, on my shoulder, 5 distinct bruises in the shape of fingerprints, gray like old concrete. I moved out that day, left most of my things behind. The building management didn't argue when I broke my lease. They just looked uncomfortable and processed the paperwork quickly. A month later, I drove past the building. It was empty again, all the windows dark. A sign out front announced, "Luxury apartments, taking applications." As I waited at the red light, I looked up at the 7th floor. For a moment, I thought I saw something in my old window. A pale face, pressed against the glass, smiling too widely. The light turned green. I drove away and never looked back. But sometimes late at night, I still hear those voices. And when I'm in an elevator, I watch the floor numbers carefully, holding my breath until they stop exactly where they're supposed to. Because sometimes they don't. Sometimes they flicker. The first time I noticed something was wrong at 2847 Maple Street, I dismissed it. Just another boring foreclosure inspection, I told myself. But now, 3 weeks later, I'm questioning everything I know about reality, and I'm afraid to go back there tomorrow. I've been a real estate agent for 15 years. Foreclosure inspections are routine. Check the property condition, document any damage, make sure it's secure. Usually it's just sad, empty houses with bad memories. This one looked the same at first. A typical 1960s ranch-style home in a declining neighborhood. Tan brick exterior, overgrown yard, storm door with peeling paint. The bank had taken possession after the owners defaulted, and they needed monthly inspection reports. That first visit was completely normal. I used the lockbox key, did my usual walkthrough with my tablet, taking photos and notes. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, dated kitchen with cheap laminate counters. Musty smell from being closed up. All the light switches were down in the off position, which was standard. I always check every switch to make sure the electricity is still on. The white vinyl blinds were all raised up, letting in what sun they could through grimy windows. Nothing unusual. I finished my inspection in about 45 minutes, submitted my report, and didn't think about the house again until my next scheduled visit 4 weeks later. That's when things got strange. Everything looked the same from the outside. I unlocked the front door, stepped in, and immediately noticed something different. A faint floral scent, like women's perfume. Not overwhelming, just a subtle sweetness in the air. I figured maybe the bank had shown it to a potential buyer. But when I checked the lockbox history later, there were no other entries. In the living room, I found the first real discrepancy. I distinctly remembered raising all the blinds during my initial inspection. It's part of my routine to let in natural light. But now 3 of the 4 windows had their blinds fully lowered. I made a note to mention it in my report, assuming someone had been in the house even though the locks were secure. Then I noticed the light switches. In the kitchen, the switch by the door was flipped up instead of down. I was absolutely certain I'd left all switches in the off position. It's a habit ingrained from years of inspections. A safety issue, making sure everything's off when the house is vacant. I started checking all the switches systematically. 4 more were in the up position: dining room, hall, master bedroom, and garage. My pulse quickened as I documented each one. The house was supposed to be empty. The locks hadn't been touched. But someone, or something, had been flipping switches. I finished my inspection as quickly as I could while still being thorough. Just before leaving, I deliberately turned every switch down and raised all the blinds. I took photos to document the positions. I wanted proof for my next visit. That was 2 weeks ago. I had to do an extra inspection because the bank was considering an offer. When I arrived, my stomach dropped. All the blinds I had raised were lowered again. 6 light switches were up. And that perfume smell was stronger. Definitely floral, like jasmine or gardenia. I forced myself to go through the whole house. In the master bathroom, I found something that made my skin crawl. A wet spot on the counter by the sink about the size of a quarter. The water was fresh. I touched it with my finger to be sure. While I was examining it, I heard a sound from somewhere in the house. Like footsteps on carpet, very soft, barely audible. I spun around, heart pounding. "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice sounded thin and shaky. No response, just the hollow echo of an empty house. I practically ran through the rest of my inspection. Every creak of the floor made me jump. The air felt thick and heavy, like someone was watching me. When I finally got out to my car, I sat there for several minutes, hands trembling on the steering wheel. I requested to be taken off the account, told my supervisor I had too many properties already. She said no, we're short-staffed, and this is an important client. I have to go back tomorrow for the monthly inspection. This time I'm bringing backup. Mike, another agent from my office. He thinks I'm being ridiculous, that there must be a logical explanation. Maybe he's right, but I know what I've seen and heard. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever is in that house is getting bolder. I'm sitting in my home office now, looking at the inspection photos on my laptop. The pictures show everything exactly as I described. Blinds up, switches down. Tomorrow we'll see what's changed. Part of me hopes Mike witnesses something too, so I know I'm not crazy. But a bigger part hopes everything is completely normal. My phone just buzzed. A text from Mike confirming tomorrow's inspection at 10 a.m. As I read it, I caught a whiff of something in the air. Something floral, like jasmine. I turned around slowly, expecting I don't know what. Nothing was there. Just my imagination. Has to be. I close my laptop and try to focus on other work, but my mind keeps drifting back to 2847 Maple Street, to those light switches that keep flipping up when no one's there, to that fresh water on the bathroom counter, to those soft footsteps I heard, or thought I heard. Tomorrow I'll know more. Tomorrow I'll have backup. Tomorrow we'll document everything thoroughly. But right now, in the growing darkness of my office, I'm struggling to find a rational explanation for what's happening in that empty house. The next morning dawns gray and cold. Mike meets me in the office parking lot, travel mug of coffee in hand, looking annoyingly cheerful. "Ready to go ghost hunting?" he jokes, sliding into the passenger seat of my car. "Just help me do a thorough inspection," I say, "and pay attention to anything unusual." The drive takes 20 minutes. I fill Mike in on the details. The perfume smell, the switches, the wet counter, the footsteps. He nods politely, but I can tell he's skeptical. That's fine. I was skeptical too, at first. We park in front of 2847 Maple Street. The house looks exactly the same as always. Boring, ordinary, empty. Dead leaves scatter across the unmowed lawn. The storm door creaks in the wind. Spooky, Mike says with a grin. I ignore him and get the lockbox key. Inside, the first thing I notice is the smell. Stronger than ever, unmistakably floral. Mike notices it too, his smile fading slightly. Perfume, he says. Weird in an empty house. Told you. I start checking the blinds while Mike photographs the rooms. Every single blind is down, even though I distinctly remember raising them 2 weeks ago. The light switches are next. I count them as I go. 1, 2, 3. 12 switches in the up position, more than ever before. Mike, I call out. Come look at this. I show him how many switches are flipped. I turned all these off last time. Took photos to prove it. He frowns. Could be an electrical issue. Old wiring, faulty switches, all turning themselves on at the same time, in different parts of the house. He shrugs, but I can tell he's unsettled. We move through the house methodically, documenting everything. In the master bathroom, the counter is dry this time, but there's something new. A fine layer of dust on everything except a circular, clean spot by the sink, exactly where I saw the water last time. Someone's been here, Mike says quietly. Check the lockbox log, I tell him. He pulls out his phone, checks the digital record. No entries since your last inspection. So how? A loud click interrupts me. We both freeze. What was that? Mike whispers. Sounded like... I swallow hard. Like a light switch. We move cautiously to the hallway. The switch by the bedroom door is now in the up position. I know. It was down when we checked it 5 minutes ago. Mike's face has gone pale. Okay, that's not normal. Another click from the kitchen. We practically run in there. The switch by the door is up. While we stare at it, it clicks down again. By itself. No one touching it. Jesus, Mike breathes. The perfume smell is overwhelming now. The air feels charged, heavy with something invisible but present. The hair on my arm stands up. That's when we hear the footsteps, soft but clear, moving across the living room carpet behind us. We spin around. Nothing there. The footsteps continue to the front door, then stop. We need to go, I say. Now. Mike doesn't argue. We hurry to the door, not running but moving fast. As I reach for the handle, the lock clicks. I try turning it anyway, locked tight. Use your key, Mike says, voice shaking. I fumble with my key ring, find the right key. It won't turn. Like something's holding the lock from the other side. The footsteps start again, moving toward us. The perfume smell is so strong I can barely breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the living room light switch flip up. Mike slams his shoulder into the door. Once, twice, it bursts open. We stumble out into the cold morning air, gasping. Behind us, the storm door slams shut with a crack like a gunshot. We stand there for a long moment, catching our breath, staring at the house. Through the window, I see the living room light switch flip down again. Well, Mike says finally, I guess I owe you an apology. I laugh, but it comes out shaky. Let's get out of here. In the car, we sit in silence for a minute. Then Mike pulls out his tablet. We still need to file the inspection report, he says. What should we put? I start the engine. The truth, all of it. Let the bank figure it out. They'll think we're crazy. Probably, but we have photos, video, 2 witnesses, and we're both experienced agents with good reputations. He nods slowly. Yeah, okay. He starts typing, then pauses. Hey, that perfume smell? Reminded me of something. I looked up the previous owners earlier. It was a foreclosure after the owner died. A widow named Margaret Wilson lived there alone for 20 years after her husband passed. Died in the master bedroom last year. My hands tighten on the steering wheel. Let me guess. She wore floral perfume. According to the estate sale listing, they sold several bottles of vintage jasmine perfume. I pull away from the curb, resisting the urge to drive faster than necessary. In the rearview mirror, 2847 Maple Street grows smaller. Just before it disappears from view, I swear I see one of the blinds raise up just a few inches like someone is peeking out. I file my report that afternoon, documenting everything in detailed professional language. The bank will probably take us off the account, maybe even question our competence. I don't care. I'm done with 2847 Maple Street. But that night, sitting in my home office again, I find myself scrolling through photos of the house. Something catches my eye in one of the living room shots, a faint blur in the corner like a human figure. I zoom in, trying to make it clearer. Suddenly, my desk lamp flicks off. A familiar floral scent drifts through the air. I close my laptop, grab my keys, and leave. I'll work from the office tomorrow. Some cases I'm learning are better left to someone else. Let the bank send another agent. I'm sure Margaret will find creative ways to make them feel welcome. As I drive away, I check my rearview mirror out of habit. For a moment, I think I see something in the back seat, a blur, a shadow, a hint of movement. But when I look again, it's gone. Just my imagination. Has to be. Right? I shouldn't have gone camping alone. That's what everyone keeps telling me now. The police, the park rangers, even the UFO researchers who won't stop calling. But I need to get this down while it's still fresh. While I can still remember every detail of those 12 hours that changed everything I thought I knew about our place in the universe. It started as a regular weekend trip to Black Rock State Forest. I'd done solo camping dozens of times before, pack the essentials, drive out Friday after work, spend Saturday hiking, head home Sunday morning. Simple, safe, normal. October 12th seemed like any other fall weekend. Crisp air, leaves turning, perfect camping weather. I pulled into my usual spot around 7 p.m. just as the sun was setting. It's a secluded clearing about 2 miles from the main campground, accessible by a narrow dirt road. I'd found it 3 years ago and kept coming back. The rangers knew me and my Toyota 4Runner by now. Going to your secret spot again, Mark? They'd joke at the check-in station. I liked the solitude, the quiet. No RVs, no loud families, no college kids with their music. Just me, my tent, and the woods. Setup was routine. I've done it so many times I could probably pitch that tent blindfolded. Coleman 2-person dome tent, though I only need half the space. Ground tarp down first, stakes in solid, rain fly secured just in case. I had the whole camp ready in 20 minutes. Tent, camp chair, small fire pit. The temperature was dropping fast as night fell, so I got a fire going right away. Nothing big, just enough to cook dinner and keep warm. I heated up some chili I'd brought from home, ate it straight from the pot with a plastic spoon while I watched the stars come out. The sky was incredibly clear that night. No moon, no clouds, just an endless field of stars scattered across the darkness. I could see the Milky Way stretching overhead, something you never get in the city. The first strange thing I noticed was around 10 p.m. I was about to bank the fire and turn in when I saw what looked like a satellite moving across the sky. Except it wasn't moving in a straight line like satellites do. This light zigzagged, making sharp turns that should have been impossible for anything in orbit. I figured it must be a drone, though I'd never seen one flying that high or that fast. Then the light stopped dead in the middle of the sky. Just froze there, perfectly still, glowing with a steady white-blue color. I grabbed my phone to record it, but the battery was already at 15% despite being fully charged when I arrived. I only managed a few seconds of shaky footage before the phone died completely. The light hung there for maybe 30 seconds, then suddenly split into 3 identical points arranged in a triangle. They rotated slowly like they were scanning the ground below. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The air had changed. There was a low humming sound just at the edge of hearing, more like pressure than noise. Static electricity made my skin tingle. I'm not proud to admit it, but I dove into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay there in my sleeping bag, heart pounding. The humming got louder, and a bright blue-white light flooded through the tent walls. It was so bright I could see every detail inside the tent like it was noon on a summer day. The light pulsed rhythmically, and I could feel vibrations coming up through the ground. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, while that light swept back and forth across my campsite. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. Time felt wrong somehow, stretched out and compressed at the same time. Eventually, the humming faded and the light dimmed. When I finally worked up the courage to unzip the tent and peek out, the sky was dark and normal again. I didn't sleep. How could I? I sat up all night in that tent, jumping at every sound, every snapping twig or rustling leaf. My phone was dead. My flashlight batteries were dead too, though they'd been brand new. Even my watch had stopped at 10:07 p.m. The only light came from the dying embers of my fire, which I was too scared to leave the tent to rebuild. Dawn seemed to take forever to arrive. When the sky finally started to lighten, I burst out of that tent like a sprinter at the starting gun. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Complete, absolute silence. No birds, no insects, no wind in the trees, just dead silence. Then I saw the circles. 3 perfect circles burned into the ground about 50 feet from my tent, each one exactly 30 feet in diameter. The grass inside the circles wasn't just burned, it was gone, replaced by glass smooth black material that looked like obsidian but felt warm to the touch. The circles overlapped slightly, forming a pattern like a Venn diagram. In the center, where all 3 circles intersected, there was a small raised pyramid of the same black material, about 6 inches high. My hands were shaking as I took pictures with my phone, which had mysteriously started working again but showed the wrong date, October 14th instead of 13th. That's when I noticed the other changes. The temperature had dropped at least 20 degrees overnight. There was frost on my tent even though the weather forecast had predicted lows in the mid-50s. And most worrying of all, my car wouldn't start. The 4Runner's battery was completely dead. Not just weak, dead. When I hooked up my portable jump starter, nothing happened. The electrical system was fried. No lights, no radio, not even a click from the starter. I popped the hood and found scorch marks on the engine block, radiating out from all the electrical connections like lightning burns. I tried calling for help, but my phone showed no signal despite usually having decent coverage at that spot. The GPS app wouldn't load. Even the compass app just spun in circles, unable to find north. I was effectively cut off. That's when I heard it, a low, pulsing hum coming from the direction of the circles. The black material was vibrating, sending ripples across its surface like water. The small pyramid in the center began to glow with a faint blue light, the same color I'd seen in the sky the night before. I grabbed my backpack and stuffed it with water, food, and warm clothes. Whatever was happening, I wasn't sticking around to find out more. I knew there was a ranger station about 5 miles away if I followed the main trail. I could make that in a couple of hours, even loaded down with gear. I didn't even bother breaking down the tent, just grabbed the essentials and started walking, fast. The humming followed me for the first mile, growing fainter with distance but never completely fading. My watch had started working again but was running backward, the hands spinning counterclockwise at high speed. The forest felt wrong as I walked. The trees seemed taller somehow, their shadows too dark and sharp even in the morning light. I kept seeing movement at the corners of my vision, but whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. The air felt thick, like walking through invisible syrup. And it was cold, much colder than it should have been for October in this part of the country. I made it about 3 miles before I had to stop and rest. My legs felt like lead, and I was breathing way too hard for the relatively easy terrain. That's when I noticed the first mark on my arm, a perfect circle about the size of a quarter, raised and red like a brand but ice cold to the touch. As I watched, 2 more identical marks appeared next to it, forming the same triangle pattern I'd seen in the sky. I ran, dropped my pack and ran like hell through those woods, branches whipping my face, roots trying to trip me with every step. The marks on my arm were spreading, multiplying in geometric patterns down to my wrist and up past my elbow. Each new circle brought a wave of cold that seemed to sink right into my bones. I don't remember much about the last mile to the ranger station. My vision was blurry, my thoughts scattered. I remember the ground seeming to ripple under my feet like waves on water. Remember the trees bending away from me as I passed, their branches twisting into impossible shapes. Remember the sky turning that same bright blue-white color I'd seen the night before, though my phone's camera showed normal blue when I tried to photograph it. I burst into the ranger station at 9:43 a.m., according to their wall clock. The rangers said I was screaming about lights and circles, though I don't remember that part. They said my body temperature was 83 degrees when they checked it, way too low for someone who'd just been running. The marks on my arm were gone by then, leaving no trace they'd ever existed. The rangers sent a team to my campsite. They found my tent and car right where I'd left them, but no signs of the circles. The ground was undisturbed. The car's battery was fine. It started right up for them. They showed me photos. Everything looked completely normal. But it wasn't normal. Nothing has been normal since that night. The date thing on my phone wasn't a glitch. I lost a day somehow. It was October 14th when I reached the ranger station, not the 13th like it should have been. 24 hours just gone with no memory of what happened during that time. The rangers' logs show I checked in on the 12th, but nothing after that until I showed up at their station on the 14th. My watch still runs backward sometimes, especially at night. The compass on my phone spins wildly whenever I'm in the woods. I can't keep batteries charged. They drain in hours no matter what device they're in. And sometimes, usually around 10:07 p.m., I hear that humming again. Feel that static electricity on my skin. See flashes of blue-white light at the edges of my vision. The UFO researchers say my experience matches dozens of other reports from that area over the past 50 years. They've shown me photos of similar circle patterns found in fields and forests across the country. They want me to speak at their conferences, tell my story to their followers. The doctors say I experienced a combination of hypothermia and stress-induced hallucinations. They've run tests, taken scans, drawn blood. Everything comes back normal except my body temperature, which still runs about 5 degrees below average. They've prescribed anti-anxiety medications and recommended therapy. The police filed a report but didn't investigate further. No crime was committed. No property was damaged. No one was hurt. Just another weird story from the woods. But I know what I saw, what I felt. What happened to me out there was real, whatever it was. The marks on my arm may be gone, but I can still feel them sometimes. 3 cold circles forming a perfect triangle, pulsing in time with that distant humming that never completely goes away. I haven't been camping since that night. Haven't even been able to stay outdoors after dark. The stars don't look the same to me anymore. When I look up at that vast field of lights, I can't shake the feeling that something up there is looking back. Watching. Waiting. My tent and sleeping bag are still in the garage, gathering dust. Sometimes I think about burning them, erasing every reminder of that night. But I keep them as evidence, proof that I'm not crazy, that it really happened. The rangers say that clearing is still there, still accessible by that narrow dirt road. Still empty and quiet, waiting for the next camper looking for solitude. I wonder if they'll see the lights too, if they'll find the circles, if they'll lose a day like I did. I wonder if they'll believe what they see, or if they'll convince themselves it was all in their head, like everyone wants me to do, like I've tried and failed to do every day since it happened. Because the hardest part isn't the memories or the lingering effects or even the fear. The hardest part is knowing that something impossible happened to me out there in those woods, something that changed me in ways I still don't understand. And I'll never know exactly what it was or why it chose me. All I know for sure is that I'm not the same person who pitched that tent on October 12th. That person believed he understood how the world worked, believed in rational explanations and natural laws, believed he was alone in that clearing. Now I know better. Now I know we're never really alone out there. And sometimes when the stars are bright and that humming starts up again, I catch myself watching the sky. Not with fear anymore, but with anticipation. Waiting to see those lights again. Waiting for answers to questions I'm not even sure how to ask. but mostly waiting to find out what those 12 missing hours cost me. What part of myself I left behind in those 3 perfect circles. And what, if anything, took its place. I found the photograph at the bottom of a cardboard box marked Kitchen 2019. It was wedged between my old coffee maker and some chipped mugs. That was impossible. I'd packed that box myself 3 years ago, and I'd never seen this photo before in my life. But the faces staring back at me made my stomach drop. The picture showed a family of 4 standing in front of a red brick house. The father wore a brown leather jacket that looked exactly like the one hanging in my closet at home. The mother had long, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, just like Sarah used to wear hers before the divorce. The 2 kids, a boy and a girl, looked around 8 and 6. Deep scratches ran across their faces, like someone had tried to erase them. I sat down hard on the concrete floor of my storage unit, ignoring the dust and grime. Unit 247 had been my dumping ground for the past 5 years, ever since Sarah and I split up, and I had to downsize to a 1-bedroom apartment. Now the facility was being demolished for condos, and I had 48 hours to clear everything out. The temperature was dropping as evening approached. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the rows of identical rolling doors. I'd been here since morning, sorting through boxes, making piles for donation and trash. That's when I started noticing things that didn't belong to me. At first, it was small stuff. A brass desk lamp I didn't recognize. Some old hardcover books I'd never bought. I figured maybe they'd gotten mixed in when I was moving, or Sarah had packed some random items. But then I found the camping gear, a full set of expensive equipment still in its original packaging. I'd never been camping in my life. The photo trembled in my hands. The father had my exact hairline, my nose, even the small scar above his right eyebrow. But his eyes were wrong, flat and dark, like holes punched in paper. The mother could have been Sarah's twin, except for the unnatural angle of her neck and the way her smile stretched too wide across her face. My phone buzzed, making me jump. A text from Mike, my brother. "You need help clearing out the unit? Can come by after work." I started to type yes, then deleted it. Something told me I needed to figure this out alone. I texted back, "All good, almost done. Thanks though." Standing up, I did a slow turn around the tank's 15 space. I thought I knew every item in here. Memories and junk from 15 years of adult life. Now I really looked at the stacks of boxes and furniture. A green armchair I'd never owned sat in the corner. The brass numbers on the antique clock on the wall were backwards. And the mirror. When had I gotten a full-length mirror with that ornate silver frame? I walked over to it, feet crunching on scattered packing peanuts. My reflection looked normal enough. 42 years old, graying at the temples, wearing my old Yankees t-shirt and jeans dusty from moving boxes. I reached out to touch the cool glass surface. The reflection didn't move. I yanked my hand back. In the mirror, my image remained perfectly still, arm outstretched, fingertips pressed against the other side of the glass. As I watched, it smiled, a wrong, twisted smile that split its face like a crack. I stumbled backwards, knocking over a stack of boxes. Papers and old clothes spilled across the floor. Among them was another photograph, this one showing the same family standing in front of my storage unit, Unit 247. They were all smiling, those horrible smiles. The date stamp in the corner read 06/15/2024, 6 months from now. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pick up my phone. I needed to call someone. The police? A psychiatrist? Sarah? What would I even say? The fluorescent light above me flickered and went out. In the dim glow from the remaining lights, I saw movement in the mirror. The reflection family was there now, standing behind Mirror Me, still smiling. The father raised his hand in a wave. I ran, slammed the rolling door down and fumbled with the padlock. Behind me, something scratched against the metal door. I dropped the keys twice before managing to lock it. The long hallway of storage units stretched out in both directions, identical doors disappearing into shadow. I couldn't remember which way led to the exit. My breath came in short gasps that echoed off the concrete walls. A door rattled somewhere in the darkness. Then another. And another. The sound of rolling metal grew louder, closer, like a wave of doors opening and closing. I picked a direction and ran. The emergency exit sign glowed red at the end of the hall. Or was it just another reflection? The rattling followed me, along with a new sound. Footsteps, out of sync with my own. And whispers, too quiet to make out the words. I slammed through the emergency exit into the parking lot. The sun had set while I was inside. My car sat alone under a flickering lamppost. I fumbled for my keys, pressing the unlock button repeatedly. The car chirped. In the brief flash of the headlights, I saw them. 4 figures standing at the edge of the parking lot. A family. My family. But wrong. I dove into the driver's seat and locked the doors. The engine roared to life. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glimpsed them in my rearview mirror. They stood in a perfect line, waving goodbye with those twisted smiles. The father wore my leather jacket. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to the storage facility. Haven't been back to my apartment either. I've been driving, staying in cheap motels, paying cash. Every mirror I pass shows me something different now. Every photograph I look at changes when I look away. This morning I found another picture in my wallet. I know I've never seen it before, but it was tucked behind my driver's license like it had always been there. It shows me, the real me, standing with that family in front of Unit 247. We're all smiling those wrong smiles. The date stamp says 06/16/2024. Tomorrow. I could run, drive until I run out of gas, then keep going on foot. But I know that won't work. They're in every reflection now, getting closer. Waiting. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. Need someone to understand why I have to go back to Unit 247. They're waiting for me there. My family. The family I never had. The family I might have had, in some other version of my life. The family I'm about to become. I keep checking my smile in the rearview mirror. It looks normal. For now. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch it starting to stretch. I should have known something was wrong the moment I found that first photograph. Should have walked away, called the police, done something different. But now it's too late. The changes are spreading. This morning I found a brown leather jacket in my back seat, the exact one from the photo. When I reached back to touch it, it was warm. The storage facility office called an hour ago. A woman's voice, familiar but wrong, like Sarah's voice played backwards. Just reminding you that all units must be cleared out by tomorrow. Unit 247 still has some items inside. Your family's waiting to help you move them. I hung up, threw my phone out the window, but I can still hear her voice in my head, getting louder. They're all getting louder now, whispering about tomorrow, about Unit 247, about becoming. The sun is setting. I'm parked outside a gas station somewhere in New Jersey watching my reflection in the window. It's still me mostly, but if I look closely, I can see them standing behind me, getting clearer, more solid. Their smiles are my smile now. I'm going back to Unit 247. I don't have a choice anymore. They're calling me home. If you're reading this, don't look for me. Don't try to find Unit 247. And whatever you do, don't trust the reflections. They're not reflections anymore, they're doors. And they're opening. I have to go now. It's almost dark, and they're waiting. My family is waiting. I'm starting to smile. The VHS tape sat on my coffee table, its black plastic case collecting dust in the late afternoon light. No label, no writing. Just another random item from the dozens of boxes my mom had asked me to clear out of her basement. I hadn't owned a VCR in years, but I'd kept the old one from high school in a closet. Guess some part of me knew this day would come. I pulled the VCR from the back of my hall closet, brushed off the dust and connected it to my TV with the red, white, and yellow cables I'd found tangled in the same box. The machine made a grinding sound when I plugged it in. The digital display flickered to life. 12 hour, 12 hour, 12 hour. My hands were sweating as I pushed the tape in. The mechanism grabbed it with a mechanical whir. Static filled the screen, then that deep blue background that screamed, "Home Video." The timestamp in the corner read 06:15 to 1989. I was 7 years old then. The image stabilized, showing our old backyard in New Jersey. The red swing set my dad built. The above-ground pool with its faded blue liner. But something was wrong. There I was, running across the yard in my Ninja Turtles t-shirt, but behind me, a dark shape moved. Not my shadow. The sun was directly overhead in the video. This was something else. A black mass that followed my movements, staying about 3 feet behind me at all times. I leaned closer to the TV, my throat tight. I didn't remember this day. Not the swing set, not playing in the yard, and I definitely didn't remember that shape. The video jumped, typical of old home recordings, and now showed me sitting at our kitchen table. Birthday cake, 8 candles. This must have been the next year, 1990. My mom was there, younger, her hair still dark brown. Dad filming, obviously. My little sister Tracy in her high chair, face already smeared with frosting. And there it was again, the shadow, standing behind my chair, taller than before, but still roughly matching my proportions. The edges of it were fuzzy, undefined. As I watched, it seemed to pulse slightly, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. My chest felt tight. I hit pause, got up, and walked to the kitchen. My hands shook as I poured a glass of water. I drained it in 3 gulps, then gripped the edge of the counter until my knuckles went white. I didn't remember that birthday party either. Back in the living room, I hit play again. More birthdays, family picnics, Christmas mornings. Years of my childhood played out in grainy video quality, and in every single frame that shadow stayed with me. Growing as I grew, always just behind me, just over my shoulder. None of my family members seemed to notice it. They never glanced at it, never reacted when it moved. In one scene, my mom walked right through it while bringing out a plate of hamburgers at a backyard barbecue. I fast-forwarded through several minutes of static, and the next clear image made my stomach lurch. My 10th birthday party at Pizza Hut. I remembered this one. It was the first memory I could actually place. Red plastic booth, paper plates, those cheap cardboard party hats. My friends from elementary school singing off-key around the table, but the shadow was gone. Every video after that point showed me normally. No dark shape, no mysterious presence. Just regular home movies of a regular kid growing up in suburban New Jersey. I rewound to the Pizza Hut scene and watched it again, frame by frame. The moment when I blew out the candles. There was something. A flicker of darkness at the edge of the frame. Then nothing. My phone buzzed, making me jump. A text from my mom. "Find anything interesting in those boxes?" I stared at the message for a long time. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Finally, I typed, "Mom, who usually did the filming when we were kids?" The 3 dots appeared immediately. "Your father, mostly. You know how he was with that camera. Why?" I hesitated again. "Did we have a birthday party for me at Pizza Hut when I turned 10? This time the pause was longer. "Yes, but you got sick, remember? High fever that morning. Almost had to cancel. You were so stubborn about still having the party. Kept saying you weren't going to let it win. We thought you were just delirious from the fever." My hands went cold. I did remember the fever. 3 days in bed, oscillating between burning up and freezing. Dreams of something dark and close, hovering over me, seeping into my skin. I texted back, "Find any old photo albums when you were cleaning?" Check the box marked Photos 8595. Should be in there somewhere. I dug through the pile of boxes until I found it. The cardboard was soft with age. The marker faded. Inside, dozens of photo albums with sticky plastic pages. I grabbed the one labeled 1989 and started flipping. The photos matched the videos. Every single shot of me before age 10 showed that shadow. Sometimes it was more defined, almost human-shaped. Sometimes it was just a dark blur, but it was always there, always following. My fingers trembled as I turned the pages. I called my mom. "Hey, sweetie, getting nostalgic going through all that stuff?" "Mom, I need you to be honest with me. Was I different before I got sick that time? Before the Pizza Hut birthday?" The silence on the other end stretched out. When she spoke again, her voice was careful. "What do you mean different? Did I do things you couldn't explain? Say things that didn't make sense? Did I ever talk about someone or something being with me?" Another long pause. "Why are you asking about this now?" "Please, Mom, I need to know." She sighed. "You were an unusual child, very intelligent, but you had what the doctors called an active imagination. You talked to yourself constantly, claimed you had a friend that no one else could see. We thought it was normal at first. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. But yours seemed different." My mouth was dry. "Different how?" "You said it was always with you, that it had been with you since you were born, that it was teaching you things." She paused again. "You used to tell us it was showing you places, other worlds. You'd describe these incredible scenes, these impossible things. We took you to child psychiatrists, but they all said the same thing, that you'd grow out of it. And you did after that fever. You stopped talking about your friend. Stopped talking to yourself. Became a normal little boy overnight." I looked at the TV screen, paused on that last frame at Pizza Hut, the dark flicker at the edge. "Do you remember what I called it? This friend? You never gave it a name. You just called it my shadow." My hand holding the phone was slick with sweat. "Mom, I need you to think carefully. In all the photos and videos from when I was little, did you ever notice anything strange? Anything in the background?" "What? No, of course not. They're just normal family photos." She paused. "Alex, you're scaring me. What's going on?" "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just remembering things. Hey, I should go. Need to finish sorting through these boxes." "Alex." I hung up, turned back to the TV, rewound the tape to the beginning. This time I watched more carefully. In that first scene, in the backyard, I wasn't just running. I was running with my arms out, like an airplane. But my head was turned to the side, my mouth moving, talking to the shadow. I switched to another scene. Christmas morning, probably age 6. As I opened presents, I kept holding them up, showing them to something over my shoulder. The shadow pulsed and shifted with each movement. Scene after scene. Birthday parties where I saved a piece of cake, setting it aside on an empty chair. Playing with toys, but always leaving space for something else to sit. Having animated conversations with empty air, or what looked like empty air on camera. The fever hadn't cured me of an overactive imagination. It had taken something from me, or maybe something had left. I fast-forwarded through more static, and a new scene appeared. One I hadn't watched yet. Me in a hospital bed, age 10, pale and thin, dark circles under my eyes. The shadow was there, larger than ever, filling the entire corner of the room. The camera was shaky. Dad must have been filming quickly, probably against hospital rules. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. In the video, I was sitting up in bed, talking. The audio was poor, mostly static, but I could make out words. Time to go, can't stay, thank you for... The shadow seemed to pulse, growing larger, darker. Small tendrils of blackness reached toward my bed. Then the picture went black. Not static, pure black. When the image returned, the room was empty except for me, sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed. The timestamp showed 7 a.m. I sat there in my living room as the tape ended, rewound automatically. The mechanical clicking of the VCR seemed very loud in the silence. My phone buzzed again. A text from my mother. Found something else while cleaning. A drawing you did in kindergarten. Your teacher sent it home with a note. I kept it all these years, coming over to show you." 20 minutes later, she was at my door. She looked pale as she handed me a piece of yellowed construction paper, a child's drawing, crude stick figures, one small labeled ME in wobbly letters. Behind it, a larger figure, done entirely in black crayon, pressed so hard the paper had nearly torn. The teacher's note was stapled to the back. "Mrs. Henderson, I thought you should see this." When I asked Alex about his drawing, he said it was his special friend who shows him things no one else can see. He said it's been with him since he was born, helping him learn about the other side. When I asked what other side, he said, "Where we all came from, where we go back to." I recommend discussing this with his pediatrician. "Mrs. Walsh." My mom touched my arm. "Alex, what's wrong? You're shaking." I looked at her, then at the TV, then back at the drawing. "Mom, I need you to watch something." But when I tried to play the tape again, the screen showed only static. I rewound it, fast-forwarded, ejected, and reinserted it. Nothing but snow. I pulled the photo albums out again, flipping frantically through the pages. All the photos were still there, but the shadow was gone. Just normal pictures of a normal kid. My mom watched me with growing concern. "Alex, you're starting to scare me. What's going on?" I held up the drawing, pointed to the black figure. "Do you remember? Do you remember what it taught me?" She shook her head slowly. "You never told us. You said it was secret, that you weren't supposed to share what you learned until it was time. And after I got sick, did I ever mention it again? No, it was like you forgot everything. When we tried to ask, you just looked confused. The doctor said it was normal, that high fevers can sometimes cause temporary memory loss. We were just happy to have you back to normal." I stared at the drawing, at the black figure pressed so hard into the paper. "But I didn't forget," I whispered. "It left. It finished teaching me whatever it needed to teach me, and it left." My mom took the drawing from my hand, set it on the coffee table. "Maybe that's all it was supposed to do." I looked at her sharply. "What do you mean?" She sat down heavily on my couch. "The night your fever broke, I was there in the hospital room. You were talking in your sleep. You said, 'Thank you for showing me. I understand now.' Then your temperature dropped back to normal. When you woke up the next morning," she spread her hands, "you were different. Calmer, more focused, like something that had been pulling you in two directions had finally let go." I picked up the drawing again. The black figure seemed to pulse under my fingers like it had in the videos. Or maybe that was just my hands shaking. "Mom," I said slowly, "what if it wasn't an imaginary friend? What if something really was teaching me, showing me things? What kinds of things?" I pressed my fingers to my temples, tried to remember. I can't, but there was something, a feeling, like words on the tip of my tongue, like a door in my mind, locked but not sealed. Behind it, shadows moved. My mom stood up. "Maybe some things are better left in the past," but as she turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a darkness at the edge of my sight. When I turned my head, it was gone. That night, I dreamed of shadows, of other worlds, of things I'd been shown but made to forget until I was ready. And in the morning, when I looked in the mirror, I thought I saw something shift behind my reflection. Just for a moment. Just a flicker of darkness. I should have been terrified, should have run screaming from my own home, but instead I felt recognition, like seeing an old friend after many years, like remembering something I'd always known but had temporarily misplaced. The shadow had taught me things when I was young, things about the other side, about where we come from, where we return to. And maybe, just maybe, it was time for me to remember. I picked up my phone to call my mom, to tell her everything that was coming back to me. But when I reached for it, my hand passed through a patch of darkness that hadn't been there before. The shadow was back, and this time, I was ready to learn. I didn't expect to end up at the Starlight Motel that night. The neon sign buzzed with half its letters burned out, casting a sickly red glow across the empty parking lot. My Ford had broken down 10 miles outside of Millbrook, Arizona, and this was the only place within walking distance. The night clerk barely looked up from his phone when I walked in, just pushed a registration card across the scratched counter and muttered, $40. Room 214 smelled like stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener. The carpet was worn thin, revealing concrete underneath in patches near the bathroom door. A single queen bed took up most of the space, its brown bedspread decorated with cigarette burns. The TV was an old tube model bolted to a metal bracket on the wall. I locked the door, both the regular lock and the chain, as soon as I got inside. Force of habit from too many nights in places like this. The bathroom light flickered when I flipped the switch, revealing rust stains in the bathtub and a cracked mirror above the sink. I splashed some water on my face and stared at my reflection. 2 days of stubble, bloodshot eyes, wrinkled shirt. I looked exactly like the kind of guy who ends up in a place like this at midnight on a Tuesday. The bed creaked when I lay down, still fully dressed except for my shoes. I kept my wallet in my pocket and my phone on the nightstand, screen facing up so the light would wake me if anyone called. The ceiling fan spun in lazy circles, making a clicking sound every fourth rotation. Sleep came in fits and starts. The walls were thin enough that I could hear the couple arguing 2 doors down, the rumble of trucks on the highway, the ice machine grinding in the hallway. I dozed off sometime after 2 a.m. when the argument finally died down. The sound of metal scraping against metal jerked me awake. In the darkness, I heard the distinct click of a key turning in the lock of my door. My heart slammed against my ribs. I lay completely still, eyes fixed on the strip of light under the door. A shadow moved across it. The lock mechanism turned with a heavy click. I rolled off the bed as quietly as I could, crouching on the floor between the bed and the wall. My phone was still on the nightstand. The door handle began to turn. The chain caught with a sharp clank. Through the 3-inch gap, I saw a slice of hallway light and something moving in the shadows. The door pushed against the chain again, harder this time. The metal links stretched tight. "Wrong room," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. My hands were trembling. Sweat ran down my back. No response. Just another push against the chain. I lunged for my phone, fumbling to dial 911. The screen was black. Dead. I knew I'd charged it before lying down. I jabbed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. The pushing stopped. Footsteps moved away from the door, growing fainter down the hallway. I stayed frozen in place, listening to my own ragged breathing in the darkness. Minutes passed. Maybe an hour. I didn't move from my spot between the bed and wall. Every sound, the ice machine, doors closing, cars passing, made my muscles tense. When gray light finally started seeping through the threadbare curtains, I stood on shaky legs. My back ached from crouching for so long. I checked my phone again. Still dead. I approached the door slowly. The chain hung loose, swinging slightly. The deadbolt was unlocked. I know I locked it. I always lock it. It's the first thing I do in any motel room. But there it was, turned to the unlocked position. I pressed my ear against the door. The hallway was silent. Moving as quietly as possible, I turned the handle and opened the door a crack. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating the empty corridor. The worn carpet stretched in both directions, identical numbered doors on either side. I grabbed my shoes and wallet, not bothering with the rest of my stuff. The hall was clear. I walked quickly toward the lobby, looking straight ahead, fighting the urge to run. The morning clerk was different from the night guy. An older woman with gray hair and reading glasses hung on a chain around her neck. She barely glanced up from her crossword puzzle when I approached the desk. "Everything okay with your room, sir?" she asked in a bored tone. "Someone tried to get into my room last night," I said. "They had a key." She looked up then, frowning slightly. "That's not possible. We only make one key per room, and you had yours." "I'm telling you, someone tried to unlock my door at 3 a.m. The deadbolt was unlocked this morning." "Sir, all our keys are accounted for. Maybe you forgot to lock it?" "I didn't forget. My voice rose. I forced myself to take a deep breath. Look, can you just check if anyone else was issued a key to room 214? She sighed and turned to her computer, typing slowly with 2 fingers. No other keys issued, and the electronic log shows no entries after you checked in at 11:47 p.m. Electronic log. All our keys are electronic now. Every time one is used, it's recorded in the system. She turned the monitor toward me. A simple spreadsheet showed room numbers and timestamps. The last entry for 214 was indeed my check-in. That's impossible. I heard someone try to unlock my door. The deadbolt was turned. She shrugged. System doesn't lie, sir. Will you be checking out now? My hands were shaking again as I signed the receipt. I walked quickly to my car, scanning the nearly empty parking lot as I went. An old Buick, a pickup truck, and a minivan were the only other vehicles there. The Ford started on the first try. Of course it did. I pulled out of the lot without looking back at room 214. 20 minutes later, I stopped at a diner just outside of Millbrook. My phone came back to life as soon as I plugged it into the car charger. No missed calls, no texts, battery at 100%. I sat in a booth by the window, ordered coffee I didn't really want, and opened the browser on my phone. The Starlight Motel had exactly 2 reviews online, both from over a year ago. Clean enough, cheap, and okay for one night if you're desperate. Nothing about mysterious keys or unlocked doors. Nothing about electronics failing or deadbolts turning themselves. Just another rundown motel by the highway. The waitress brought my coffee. You okay, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a smile. Long night, bad sleep. She nodded sympathetically and moved on to the next table. I stared into the black coffee, watching steam rise in the fluorescent light. The same kind of lights as the motel hallway. My hands were steady now, but a cold weight sat in my stomach. I knew what I'd heard. I knew I'd locked that door. And I knew the electronic log had to be wrong, because someone, or something, had tried to get into room 214 at 3 a.m. I paid for the untouched coffee and got back on the highway. The morning sun was bright, making me squint. In my rearview mirror, I could just make out the faded sign of the Starlight Motel, growing smaller as I drove west. 3 days later, I was back home in Nevada, trying to convince myself it had all been some kind of waking dream brought on by exhaustion. I almost had myself believing it until I got the call. It was the Millbrook Police Department. They wanted to know if I'd noticed anything unusual during my stay at the Starlight Motel. Specifically, if I'd heard any disturbances in the middle of the night. Someone tried to get into my room, I said. Around 3 a.m., they had a key. A long pause on the other end. Sir, what room were you in? 214. Another pause. And you're sure about the time? 3 a.m.? Yes, why? What happened? The detective's voice was carefully neutral. The occupant of room 216 was found deceased yesterday morning. Time of death is estimated around 3:15 a.m. on the night you were there. The door was locked from the inside, deadbolt engaged. No signs of forced entry. My mouth went dry. How did they die? I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of an ongoing investigation. But if you think of anything else from that night, please call us immediately. I hung up and sat in my kitchen, staring at nothing. The cold weight in my stomach was back. I opened my laptop and searched for news from Millbrook. The story was there, buried on page 3 of the local paper's website. Local man found dead in motel room. No details about cause of death. No mention of locked doors or mysterious keys. I clicked through to the paper's archive, searching for similar stories. It took hours, but I found them. 3 deaths at the Starlight Motel in the past 5 years. All in locked rooms, all discovered the morning after, and all in room 216. My room had been 214. I thought about the footsteps I'd heard that night, moving away from my door, moving down the hallway, toward room 216. The cold weight spread from my stomach to my chest. I closed the laptop and walked to my liquor cabinet. My hands were shaking again as I poured 3 fingers of whiskey. The detective had said there were no signs of forced entry. The door had been locked from the inside, just like my deadbolt had been mysteriously unlocked. I drained the whiskey in one swallow. The burn in my throat felt real, tangible, unlike the memory of that night, which was starting to feel like a bad dream again. But I knew it wasn't a dream. Just like I knew I'd locked that door. Just like I knew something, had tried to get into my room at 3 a.m. I poured another drink and opened my laptop again. This time I searched for the history of the Starlight Motel. It had been built in 1963, renovated in 1989, and again in 2018 when the current owners installed the electronic key system. The renovation article mentioned they'd replaced all the old locks, all except one door that wouldn't accept the new system, the door to room 216. My phone rang, making me jump. Unknown number. Hello? Sir, this is Detective Morrison again. One more question about your stay at the Starlight. You said someone tried to get into your room with a key. Yes. Did you actually see anyone? I thought about the shadow I'd seen through the gap in the door. Had it been a person's shadow? I wasn't sure anymore. No, I said. I just heard the key in the lock. And you're certain you locked the deadbolt? Yes. But it was unlocked in the morning? Yes. A long silence. Then, sir, we just reviewed the security footage from that night. The hallway camera shows no one approaching your door between midnight and 6 a.m. The whiskey turned sour in my stomach. That's impossible. I heard them. The deadbolt was unlocked. There's more, he said. We checked the electronic key logs again. There was an attempted entry to your room at exactly 3:02 a.m., but it wasn't with a key. What do you mean? The system logged it as a master key override. The kind only used by maintenance, except what? The motel doesn't have any master keys. They were all destroyed in 2018 when the new system was installed. I sat in silence, processing this. One more thing, the detective said. The time of death in room 216 has been confirmed. 3:15 a.m., exactly 13 minutes after the logged attempt to enter your room. I hung up without responding. My hands were steady as I poured a third drink, but the rest of me was shaking. I thought about that night again, the key turning in the lock, the shadow in the gap, the footsteps moving away, toward room 216, 13 minutes. I opened my laptop one last time and booked a flight to Phoenix. I needed to see the Starlight Motel again, needed to look at room 214 and room 216 in the daylight, but mostly I needed to know what would have happened if that chain hadn't caught, if whatever had tried to enter my room had gotten in. The flight was in 6 hours. I poured another drink and watched the sun set through my kitchen window. In the gathering darkness, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Metal scraping against metal, like a key turning in a lock. I turned slowly toward my front door. The deadbolt was locked. I knew it was locked, but as I watched, it began to turn. The first time I noticed it was on a Tuesday at 2:17 p.m. I remember the exact time because I checked my phone right after. I was running late to a budget meeting on the 8th floor, and I took that old maintenance stairwell to avoid the crowded elevators. No one ever used those stairs. That's probably why they hadn't bothered fixing the flickering fluorescent light on the 4th floor landing. I rushed down the metal steps, my dress shoes making hollow clanging sounds. The handrail was cold under my palm, that thick industrial-grade steel they used in buildings from the 70s. As I rounded the bend between the 6th and 5th floors, something caught my eye. Movement in the polished surface of the handrail. It was my reflection, but something was wrong. I stopped. The reflection stopped too, but a split second later, like watching a video feed with slight lag. I moved my hand up. The reflection followed, delayed by maybe a quarter of a second. My heart started beating faster, and I felt sweat forming on my forehead. I wiped it away with my sleeve. The reflection did the same, but again, just slightly behind. I stood there for what felt like minutes, moving my hand back and forth, watching the lagging reflection. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. My phone buzzed in my pocket, probably someone wondering where I was. I jerked my hand away from the rail and practically ran down the remaining stairs. I burst through the door into the fourth-floor hallway, my breathing heavy. A woman from accounting gave me a strange look as she walked past. I made it to the meeting 15 minutes late. My boss, Davis, shot me an irritated glance as I slipped into an empty chair. I couldn't focus on the PowerPoint presentation. My hands were shaking, and I kept thinking about what I'd seen in that stairwell. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. Too much coffee, not enough sleep. The usual excuses. After the meeting, I took the elevator back to my floor. I avoided that stairwell for the rest of the day. I finished my reports, answered emails, made small talk with coworkers, normal stuff. But my mind kept drifting back to that reflection. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying the incident in my head. The soft whir of my bedroom fan filled the silence. My cat, Max, was curled up at my feet, purring quietly. Around 3 a.m., I grabbed my phone and started researching reflection delays and optical illusions. I found nothing useful, just physics papers I couldn't understand, and conspiracy theory websites. The next morning, I almost called in sick, but I knew I had to go back and check. I had to know if I was losing my mind. I got to work early before most people arrived. The office was quiet except for the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional ding of the elevators. I stood in front of the stairwell door for 5 minutes, my hand on the push bar. Finally, I went in. The stairs looked normal in the morning light coming through the narrow windows. I walked down slowly, watching my reflection in the handrail. Nothing unusual happened until I reached that same spot between the 6th and 5th floors. Then I saw it again. I raised my right hand. The reflection followed a fraction of a second later. I waved. The reflection waved back, delayed. I felt the cold metal under my left hand, gripping the rail tightly. My stomach churned. I took out my phone and started recording. But when I played back the video, the delay wasn't there. The reflection moved in perfect sync on my phone screen. I tried again, this time recording in slow motion. Same result. I spent my lunch break in that stairwell, testing different things. I brought a stopwatch app on my phone. The delay was always the same, about 0. 3 seconds. I tried different movements. Fast, slow, simple, complex. The result never changed. My reflection was consistently behind. By the end of the week, I had developed a routine. I'd arrive early, spend time in the stairwell documenting everything, then try to work normally for the rest of the day. I filled 3 notebooks with observations and sketches. I started losing sleep. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers noticed. "You okay, man?" Tom from IT asked me one morning. "You look like hell." "Yeah, just working on a big project," I said. He nodded and walked away. The next week, I noticed something new. The delay was getting longer. Not by much, maybe 1/10 of a second. But I was sure of it. I had been timing the delays obsessively. I started spending my evenings researching quantum physics and relativity theory. I ordered books on temporal mechanics, my apartment filled with stacks of scientific journals. One night I was in the stairwell late, long after everyone else had gone home. The delay had stretched to almost half a second. I stood there, moving my arms, watching the lagging reflection. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Then the reflection did something I hadn't done. It smiled. I didn't smile. I was sure of it. I felt my face, neutral expression, mouth straight. But in the reflection, I saw my lips curl up in a slight smirk. I stumbled backward, hitting the opposite wall. My heart pounded in my chest. The reflection's smile widened. I ran out of there so fast I nearly fell down the stairs. I didn't stop until I reached my car in the parking garage. My hands shook so badly I could barely get my key in the ignition. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. I sat in my apartment, surrounded by my research notes, trying to make sense of what was happening. Max watched me from the windowsill as I paced back and forth. I covered all the mirrors in my apartment with sheets. On the 3rd day, my boss called. "We need you to come in," Davis said. "The quarterly reports are due, and you're the only one who knows the new system. I wanted to quit right then, but I needed this job. I had rent to pay, student loans to cover. So I went back. I took the elevator. I used the main stairwell when I had to. I avoided anything reflective. Windows, computer screens, the glass walls of the conference rooms. I kept my eyes down in the bathroom, washing my hands as quickly as possible. But I couldn't stop thinking about that other reflection. What was it doing in that stairwell? Was the delay still growing? Was it still smiling? After 2 weeks of avoiding it, I had to know. I waited until everyone left for the day. The office was dark except for the emergency exit signs. I stood in front of that stairwell door, my heart hammering in my chest. Then I went in. The delay was now nearly 2 seconds. I raised my hand. I waited. The reflection raised its hand. I lowered mine. Waited. The reflection followed. But this time, before lowering its hand completely, it waved at me. A small, deliberate wave. I felt the blood drain from my face. The reflection was still smiling, that same slight smirk. I watched as it lifted its hand again, while mine stayed firmly at my side. It pointed at me. Then it pointed down. I looked down at my feet. Nothing seemed unusual. When I looked back up, the reflection had changed position. It was standing slightly turned, as if getting ready to walk away from me. But I hadn't moved. My phone slipped from my sweaty hand and clattered on the metal steps. The sound echoed through the stairwell. In the handrail, the reflection turned its head to look at me over its shoulder. The smile was gone. Its expression was cold, calculating. I grabbed my phone and backed away, keeping my eyes on the reflection. It stayed where it was, watching me. When I reached the door, I yanked it open and ran through the dark office to the elevator. I jabbed the button repeatedly until the doors opened. I didn't go back to work after that. I sent Davis an email saying I had a family emergency and needed to take some time off. He wasn't happy, but I had enough vacation days saved up. I spent the next few days in my apartment with the blinds closed. I ordered delivery food and avoided looking at the delivery person's face when they came to the door. I kept thinking about that expression on the reflection's face, that cold, predatory look. Max started acting strange. He would sit and stare at the covered mirrors for hours, his tail twitching. Sometimes he would hiss at them for no reason. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked. After a week, Davis called again. "Either you come back to work tomorrow, or we'll have to let you go," he said. "I'm sorry, but we can't keep covering for you." I sat on my couch for a long time after that call, staring at the sheet-covered mirror on my wall. I needed that job. But the thought of going back to that stairwell made me feel sick. In the end, I decided to go back one last time. I had to understand what was happening. I had to confront it. I arrived at the office at midnight. The security guard gave me a strange look, but let me in when I showed my ID. The building was completely empty. My footsteps echoed in the dark hallways. I took the elevator to the 8th floor. My plan was to start at the top and work my way down, checking the reflection at each level. I had my phone ready to record everything. The stairwell door creaked when I opened it. The emergency lights cast a dim red glow over everything. I walked to the railing and looked at my reflection. The delay was now nearly 5 seconds. I watched as my movements played out long after I made them. Then the reflection stopped following me completely. It stood there staring at me while I remained frozen in place. Slowly, deliberately, it reached out and placed its hand against its side of the rail. I felt compelled to do the same. The metal was ice cold under my palm. The reflection's smile returned, wider than before. Then it spoke. I couldn't hear anything, but I saw its lips move. It was saying something over and over. I leaned closer, trying to read its lips. Switch. I tried to pull my hand away from the rail, but I couldn't move. My whole arm felt numb. The coldness from the metal was spreading up through my shoulder, across my chest. The reflection kept smiling, kept mouthing that word. Switch, switch, switch. The numbness reached my legs. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The reflection was becoming more solid, more real, while I felt myself becoming less so. My vision started to blur. The last thing I saw clearly was my reflection stepping away from the rail. But it wasn't a reflection anymore. It was solid, real, three-dimensional. It looked down at its hands, my hands, flexing the fingers experimentally. Then it looked at me and smiled one last time. I tried to move, to speak, to do anything, but I couldn't. I was trapped in the cold, flat surface of the handrail. I watched helplessly as it picked up my phone from where I'd dropped it. It checked its appearance in the phone's black screen, straightening my tie, fixing my hair. Then it walked to the stairwell door, opened it, and stepped through. The door closed with a heavy thud that echoed through the stairwell. I'm still here. I can see everything that happens in this stairwell. Sometimes people walk past and I try to get their attention, but all they see is their own reflection, moving just a fraction of a second too slow. I see it sometimes, going up and down the stairs like nothing happened, living my life, working at my desk, driving my car, living in my apartment, feeding my cat. It's good at pretending to be me. No one has noticed anything wrong. But sometimes, when it passes through this stairwell, it looks at me and smiles that cold smile. And I wonder how many other reflections in this building aren't reflections at all. How many other people are trapped in mirrors and windows and polished metal surfaces, watching their lives being lived by something else. If you're reading this, do me a favor. Next time you see your reflection, watch it carefully. Watch how it moves. And if you notice even the slightest delay, run. Run as fast as you can, because once you notice it, it notices you too. And it's always looking for a chance to switch. The first drop hit my hard hat at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I checked my watch because that's what I do on every job. Note the start time. 23 years of plumbing work taught me to track my hours down to the minute, but this job at the Marlowe building would turn out different from any other call I'd taken before. I stood in the third-floor bathroom, water dripping from a crack in the ceiling that shouldn't have been there. The building manager, Mrs. Chen, had called about a leak. Simple enough. But something felt off from the moment I walked in. The air felt thick, like before a thunderstorm, and there was this sound. At first, I thought it was just the old pipes, but it wasn't. It was higher pitched. A buzz. The tenants on the fourth floor complained about water damage yesterday, Mrs. Chen said, pointing up at the wet ceiling. Her short gray hair was pulled back tight, and she kept adjusting her glasses. But when we went to check their bathroom, it was bone dry. No signs of leaking anywhere. I ran my hand along the wall. The paint felt cold and slightly damp. Any history of plumbing issues in this section of the building? Not in the 15 years I've managed this place. She checked her phone. I have another meeting. Will you be okay to check it out yourself? Yeah, I'll find the problem. I set my toolbox down on the cracked tile floor. Just need to access the fourth floor bathroom to start. She handed me a master key and left. The bathroom door clicked shut behind her, and that's when I noticed the buzzing had gotten louder. Just slightly, but enough that I couldn't ignore it anymore. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it at the ceiling. The crack was about 2 feet long, hairline thin, with water beading along its length. I grabbed my moisture meter from the toolbox and pressed it against the drywall. The reading went straight to red. The entire ceiling was saturated. The buzzing increased another notch. I climbed up on my stepladder to get a closer look. The water dropping from the crack was clear, but had a strange sheen to it like oil on a puddle. I touched one of the drops. It felt wrong, too thick, too warm. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Text from the office. How's the Marlowe job going? ETA? I typed back. Need to check upstairs. We'll update in 30. The fourth floor hallway was empty. The building was one of those old converted office spaces from the 1920s, all dark wood and brass fixtures. The kind of place that's been renovated a dozen times but never quite right. My boots left marks on the worn carpet as I walked to the bathroom that should have been directly above the leak. The buzzing was definitely louder up here. I could feel it in my teeth. I unlocked the bathroom door and pushed it open. The fluorescent light flickered twice before staying on. This bathroom was identical to the one below. Same layout, same cracked tiles, same tired look. But it was completely dry. Not a drop of water anywhere. I checked every pipe in the wall with my infrared scanner. Nothing. No leaks, no moisture behind the tiles, no water damage at all. It didn't make sense. Water doesn't just appear from nowhere. It has to come from somewhere. The buzzing pressed against my eardrums. I knocked on walls, checked the seals around the toilet, ran water in the sink. Everything worked perfectly. Too perfectly, maybe. The pipes didn't even make that usual groan that old buildings get. My watch showed 3:15 p.m. I'd been here less than 30 minutes, but my head was starting to hurt. The buzzing had become a constant pressure, like being underwater too deep. Back downstairs, the leak had gotten worse. Water now dripped from 3 separate cracks, and the ceiling bulged slightly in the center. I took photos and measurements, then pulled out my phone to call my supervisor. No signal. The screen showed full bars, but the call wouldn't go through. The buzzing surged and I dropped the phone. It clattered on the tiles as the lights flickered. For a second, just a split second, I thought I saw something move in the water running down the wall. Like a shadow, but wrong somehow. Too sharp, too angular. I picked up my phone. The screen was cracked but still worked. 3:23 p.m. I needed to check the building plans. The Marlowe had to have a maintenance room or access panel somewhere. These old buildings always had space between floors for pipes and electrical. I found Mrs. Chen in her office down the hall. She was on the phone but hung up when I walked in. "Found anything?" she asked. "Need to see the building plans." "There has to be access to the space between floors." She pulled open a filing cabinet. "We should have the original blueprints here somewhere. The building's been modified so many times, though." She flipped through folders. "Here." The blueprints were old, the paper yellow and brittle. I spread them out on her desk. The building's layout was a maze of additions and renovations, but there it was. A maintenance access point in the janitor's closet, with a crawl space running between the 3rd and 4th floors. "Mind if I take a look?" I asked. "Go ahead. Key's the same one I gave you." The janitor's closet was at the end of the hall. The buzzing followed me there, stronger now. My head throbbed with each step. The access panel was behind some shelves. I had to move mops and cleaning supplies to reach it. The panel was sealed with 4 heavy screws, covered in paint from decades of renovations. I unscrewed them with my power driver. The last one stuck, and when it finally came loose, it was hot to the touch. The buzzing was loud now, a physical thing pressing against my skull. I shined my flashlight into the access space. A narrow crawl space stretched into darkness, pipes and electrical conduit running along its length. The air that came out was warm and wet. 3:41 p.m. I should have called for backup. Should have told Mrs. Chen I needed another opinion, but I didn't. Instead, I grabbed my tool belt, clipped on my flashlight, and crawled in. The space was tight, barely 3 feet high. I had to army crawl, pushing my tool bag ahead of me. The metal ductwork above me vibrated with that endless buzz. 20 feet in, I found where the pipes crossed between floors. Water dripped steadily from a joint, but the pipe wasn't leaking. The water was coming through the metal itself, beading up like sweat on skin. The buzzing pulsed. My flashlight caught something ahead. A shape that didn't belong. I crawled closer. The wall between the floors bulged inward. The metal and concrete warped like melted plastic. The surface rippled, actually rippled, as I watched. Water ran down its surface in thick streams. The buzzing became a rhythm, a pattern I could almost understand. I reached out to touch the wall. The surface was hot and seemed to move under my fingers. I jerked my hand back. My skin tingled where I'd touched it. Something moved in the darkness behind the warped wall. My flashlight beam caught edges that shouldn't exist. Geometric shapes that hurt to look at. Angles that seemed to bend in impossible directions. The buzzing formed words I couldn't quite hear. I started backing up. My elbow hit a pipe and the clang echoed through the crawl space. The shapes behind the wall shifted. A crack appeared in the warped surface, spreading like ice breaking. Water poured out, but it moved wrong, flowing upward, splitting into perfect geometric patterns before falling. The buzzing became a scream. I don't remember how I got out of that crawl space. I remember my flashlight dying. Remember the sound of metal tearing. Remember the cold touch of that impossible water on my neck as I scrambled backward. I slammed the access panel shut and drove the screws back in with my bare hands. My tools were still in there. Let them stay there. Mrs. Chen found me sitting on the floor of the janitor's closet, soaking wet and shaking. "Mr. Harrison, are you all right? Did you find the leak?" I stood up. My legs felt weak. "You need to evacuate the building now." "What? Why?" "The water isn't coming from the pipes, it's coming from somewhere else, something else. Call a structural engineer. Better yet, call a demolition crew. This building isn't right." She started to argue, but then we both heard it. The sound of metal groaning, followed by a crash from the third-floor bathroom. The buzzing rose to a pitch that made us cover our ears. Water began seeping under the bathroom door and into the hallway. It moved in straight lines, forming perfect geometric patterns on the floor. Mrs. Chen's face went pale. She pulled out her phone and hit the fire alarm. I didn't stay to help with the evacuation. I walked out of the Marlowe building at 4:13 p.m. and didn't look back. I sent my resignation email to the plumbing company that night. They demolished the Marlowe building 3 months later, after 3 engineering firms failed to explain the growing network of impossible cracks in its walls, or the buzzing sound that drove out every tenant, or the water that moved against gravity and burned through everything it touched. I drive past the empty lot sometimes. There's nothing there now but gravel and concrete barriers. But sometimes when I stop at the red light on the corner, I can feel it, that low buzz in my teeth, calling me back to what I saw in that crawl space, to the shapes that wait behind the walls of our world. I don't stop at that red light anymore. I take the long way around. My watch stopped at 4:13 p.m. that day. I keep it in my desk drawer. Sometimes late at night I can hear it ticking, but when I open the drawer to check, the hands never move. They just point to 4:13, while something that sounds like buzzing comes from somewhere deep inside its works. The wooden steps creaked under my feet as I climbed to my grandparents' attic. My phone's flashlight beam cut through decades of dust floating in the air. I hadn't been up here since I was a kid, but my grandmother asked me to fetch her old recipe box, and I couldn't say no. The attic smelled like mothballs and old paper, that distinct scent that made my nose itch. I reached the top of the stairs and my chest tightened. The space felt wrong. Not just dusty or old, but wrong in a way that made my hands shake. Boxes and furniture made dark shapes in the shadows. My throat went dry. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing against my skin. My grandmother's voice drifted up from downstairs. "Did you find it, James? It should be in one of the boxes near the old trunk." "Not yet," I called back, but my voice came out rough. Sweat ran down my back despite the cool air. I moved between stacked boxes, my shoes leaving prints in the dust. The trunk sat against the far wall under a small window. It was bigger than I remembered, a heavy wooden chest with brass corners and a curved lid. Dark stains marked the wood, and the brass lock had turned green with age. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I knelt beside it. The recipe box wasn't anywhere nearby, but something pulled at me to open that trunk. I remembered playing up here as a kid, looking through old clothes and yearbooks, but I'd never opened this trunk. Had it always been locked? The lid creaked up when I tried it. Not locked after all. Inside, the smell of old paper grew stronger. Stacks of photos filled the trunk, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Black and white snapshots, color Polaroids, studio portraits, all mixed together without any organization. I picked up the first stack. My grandfather's handwriting marked the back of the top photo. Family picnic, 1962. The image showed a group of people on checkered blankets, paper plates balanced on their laps. I recognized my grandmother, young and laughing. My grandfather beside her, his arm around her shoulders. The next photo, Christmas 1957. My great-aunt Ellen opening presents, tinsel on a tree behind her. Then, Sarah's wedding, 1973. My mom as a bridesmaid, looking exactly like my sister. Normal family photos. So why were my hands still shaking? Why did the air feel so heavy I could barely breathe? I flipped through more photos. Birthdays, graduations, beach trips, Thanksgivings, decades of family history in fading colors and creased corners. Then I stopped. The photo in my hand showed a backyard barbecue. July 4th, 1969, written on the back. About 15 people stood around a grill, paper plates and cups in their hands. I recognized most of them. My grandparents, great-aunts and uncles, family friends who were long dead now. And there, on the edge of the group, was me. Not someone who looked like me. It was me. The same face I saw in the mirror every morning. The same scar on my chin from a bike accident when I was 12. The same crooked smile. Even the same t-shirt I'd worn last week. But this photo was from 1969, 20 years before I was born. My stomach lurched. The photo slipped from my trembling fingers. I grabbed another one. Martin's graduation, 1954. A crowd outside a high school, graduates in caps and gowns, and there I was again, standing in the back row. Same face, same height, same everything. Another photo. Family reunion, 1942. A large group on the steps of a church. I found myself immediately, leaning against a column, hands in my pockets, looking straight at the camera. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear. Sweat soaked through my shirt. I dug through the photos frantically now, finding myself in image after image. School plays from the 1930s. Factory workers in the 1920s. A World War I Army unit. A turn-of-the-century wedding party. The same face. My face. Unchanged across decades. Sometimes in the background, sometimes front and center, sometimes looking at the camera, sometimes caught mid-conversation, but always unmistakably me. I shoved the photos away and scrambled back from the trunk. My back hit a stack of boxes, sending them crashing down. Dust filled the air. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. "James, are you okay up there?" My grandmother's voice seemed to come from very far away. I looked back at the scattered photos. In the beam of my dropped phone's light, my own face stared up at me from 100 different years. My legs shook as I stood. I had to get out, had to get away from those photos. But as I turned toward the stairs, movement caught my eye. Someone stood in the shadows by the window. I raised my phone, the light beam trembling. A man stepped forward. He wore clothes I'd never seen before, old-fashioned things that belonged in a museum. But his face, my face, he smiled. The same crooked smile I saw in my mirror every morning. "I've been waiting a long time to meet you," he said. I ran. I slammed into the attic door and practically fell down the stairs. My grandmother stood at the bottom looking worried. "James, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I pushed past her and out of the house. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, I looked up at the attic window. A face watched me go. My face. I drove straight home and locked every door and window, but I couldn't escape the questions that filled my mind. Who was that man? How could he have my face? How could I be in those photos decades before I was born? I didn't sleep that night or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those photos, saw my own face looking back at me across a century of family history. After 3 days, my grandmother called. "James, are you all right? You left in such a hurry the other day." "I'm fine," I lied. My voice sounded rough from lack of sleep. "Just wasn't feeling well." "Well, I hope you're better now. But listen, the strangest thing happened after you left. I went up to the attic to look for that recipe box myself, and I found all these old photos scattered around. I've been going through them, but I can't find something that I know should be there. My mouth went dry. What's missing? There was this whole set of photos of your great-uncle James, the one you were named after. He disappeared in 1927, you know. No one ever knew what happened to him. But we had so many photos of him, and now I can't find a single one. It's the strangest thing. They showed him all through the years at different family events. He looked so much like you, dear. Everyone always said you were his spitting image. The phone slipped from my numb fingers. I could hear my grandmother calling my name, but her voice seemed to come from very far away, or perhaps from very long ago. I went to my bedroom mirror. The face that looked back at me was the same one I'd seen in those photos, the same one that had smiled at me in the attic. Uncle James's face, my face. But was it really my face? Or had it been his all along? The next day, I went back to my grandparents' house. I had to know, had to understand. The attic door stood open when I arrived. Dust motes danced in the afternoon light streaming through the window. The trunk sat where I'd left it, lid still raised. I approached it slowly, my feet leaving fresh prints in the dust beside the old ones. The photos were stacked neatly now, my grandmother's doing probably. My hands trembled as I reached for them. But before I could touch them, I heard footsteps on the stairs behind me. Heavy steps, familiar steps. I turned. He stood there, Uncle James, wearing clothes from another century, wearing my face. Or maybe I was wearing his. I've been waiting 97 years to pass it on, he said. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The air grew thick, heavy. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. The last thing I saw was my own face smiling at me as the world faded away. When I woke up, everything was different. The attic was the same, but the light was wrong. The dust was wrong. The smell was wrong. I stood up slowly. My clothes felt strange. Heavy wool, stiff collar, the kind of suit men wore in old photographs. On the floor where I'd been lying was a phone. My phone. Beside it lay a small stack of photos. I picked them up with trembling hands. The top one showed a family picnic. July 4th, 2023, written on the back in my grandmother's shaky handwriting. In the photo, I stood at the edge of the group, wearing the t-shirt I'd had on when I first came to the attic. But that wasn't me anymore. That was someone else. Someone who wouldn't exist for almost a century. I tucked the photos into my pocket, my new pocket, in my new clothes, in my new time. Then I walked down the attic stairs, each step creaking in a familiar way that was somehow completely different. A woman I didn't recognize looked up from the kitchen table. "There you are, James. I was just about to call you down for dinner." I smiled at her. My great-grandmother, young and beautiful. "Sorry to keep you waiting," I said. She didn't seem to notice anything strange about me. About my clothes. About the year. I sat down at the table, in a kitchen that looked both foreign and familiar. The woman who would one day be my great-grandmother served soup in bowls I recognized from my grandmother's china cabinet. And somewhere, 97 years in the future, a man with my face was waking up in my life, getting ready to live the decades that would lead him to that attic, to that trunk full of impossible photos. I wondered if he was as scared as I had been, if he understood what had happened any better than I did. But mostly I wondered about the man who had worn this face before me, the one who had passed it to Uncle James, and the one before him. How far back did it go? How many men had lived these years, waiting for their turn to pass on the face, the life, the curse? I would find out, I supposed. I had 97 years to look through those photos. 97 years to understand. 97 years until I could finally pass it on again. The soup grew cold in front of me as I sat there, a man out of time, wearing a face that had never truly been mine. Outside the window, automobiles that belonged in museums drove past. A radio played music that wouldn't be oldies for another century. And upstairs in a trunk that was newer than I remembered but older than it should be, photos waited. Photos of faces. My face. Our face. The face that would keep living these years over and over until when? I didn't know. But I had 97 years to figure it out. I picked up my spoon and began to eat my soup. It tasted exactly like my grandmother's recipe. The recipe she'd sent me to find in the attic on the day I stopped being myself. I wasn't drunk. That's the first thing everyone asks when I tell this story. I had one beer at dinner 4 hours earlier. I know what I saw that night in the parking garage. The security cameras didn't catch it, but something was there. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times since then, and I still can't explain it. It was 11:42 p.m. when I left the office. I remember checking my phone as I locked up, cursing myself for staying so late again. The parking garage under our building is huge, 5 levels underground with space for hundreds of cars. At that hour, it was nearly empty. My footsteps echoed off the concrete walls as I walked to level B3, where I always park. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, creating alternating patches of harsh light and shadow between the support columns. My car, a gray Honda Civic, was parked in spot B3 127, near the back corner. I'd picked that spot that morning because it was close to the elevator. Funny how small decisions like that can end up mattering so much. I was about 20 feet from my car when the first cold draft hit my neck. The garage ventilation system kicks on and off automatically, so I didn't think much of it. I just pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking, my dress shoes clicking against the concrete. The draft got stronger as I approached my car. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped significantly. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. In September, in Texas, that's not normal. My hand tightened around my keys. I hit the unlock button when I was about 10 feet away. The car's lights flashed and the beep echoed through the garage. That's when I saw it, a shadow moving behind my car. Not cast on the wall, but like a dark shape sliding across the ground. It was about the size of a person, but it moved wrong. Too fluid, too fast. My body froze. The keys dug into my palm as I squeezed them harder. The shadow disappeared behind my car's trunk, then reappeared on the other side, stretching longer as it moved. There was no light source that could have created it. No one else was around to cast it. Hello? My voice came out stronger than I expected. It bounced off the walls, coming back to me in echoes. Is someone there? No response. Just the constant hum of the fluorescent lights and the faint rumble of the ventilation system. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, creating new shadows behind every column. I swept it across the area behind my car. Nothing. Just empty parking spots and concrete walls. My hands were shaking now, making the flashlight beam dance erratically. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm down. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe headlights from a car on another level or shadows from the ventilation fans. Something normal. I walked around my car, keeping the flashlight trained on the ground. The concrete was dry and empty. No oil stains, no trash. Nothing that could explain what I'd seen. The cold spot was still there, following me as I moved. The smart thing would have been to go back upstairs, call security, wait for someone to escort me to my car. But I was already here and my car was right in front of me. It seemed ridiculous to run away from a shadow. I reached for the driver's door handle. The metal was ice cold against my fingers. As I pulled the door open, I saw the shadow again, this time in my peripheral vision. It moved faster now, sliding across the floor like black water, coming toward my feet. I jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the keys. They clattered onto the floor mat, and I had to feel around for them in the dark. The whole time I kept my eyes on the windows, watching for any movement outside. The shadow appeared again, this time sliding up the driver's side window like a dark curtain. I couldn't see through it. The cold intensified inside the car and my breath came out in white puffs. The windows started to fog up. I found my keys and jammed them into the ignition. The engine roared to life and the headlights came on automatically. The shadow vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. The temperature in the car began to rise as the heater kicked in. I sat there for a minute, gripping the steering wheel, trying to process what had just happened. The garage looked normal now, just concrete and fluorescent lights and empty parking spots. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I put the car in reverse and backed out quickly, checking all my mirrors. Nothing unusual. I drove to the exit ramp faster than I should have, taking the turns too wide. The garage attendant barely looked up from his phone as I swiped my card and left. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that shadow moving in my mind, replaying every detail. I convinced myself I must have imagined it. Stress, exhaustion, and an overactive imagination. That had to be the explanation. The next morning I went to the building's security office. The night guard, Ron, was just finishing his shift. I knew him from all the late nights I worked. He was a retired cop who always had stories about his days on the force. "Hey, Ron, can you check the security footage from B3 last night around 11:45? He didn't ask why. That's one thing I always liked about Ron. He didn't waste time with unnecessary questions. He just pulled up the footage on his monitor and started scrolling through it. The camera had a clear view of my parking spot. I watched myself walk into frame, stop, and look around. The timestamp showed 11:43 p.m. The image was grainy and black and white, but I could see myself taking out my phone and using the flashlight. I looked scared, which was embarrassing to watch, but there was no shadow, no strange movements, no dark shapes sliding across the floor. Just me, acting jumpy for no apparent reason. "See anything unusual?" Ron asked. I shook my head. "Guess not. Thanks for checking." He gave me a knowing look. Garages can play tricks on your mind at night. All those shadows, echoes. Your brain tries to make patterns out of nothing. I nodded and left, but I knew what I'd seen. The cameras might not have caught it, but something was there. The cold, the movement, the way it climbed up my window. Those weren't tricks of the mind. For the next week, I left work before dark. I took a different parking spot closer to the entrance, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I started researching similar experiences online. Most were obviously fake, written for attention, but a few seemed genuine and they described similar things. Moving shadows, cold spots, the feeling of being watched. 2 weeks after the incident, I had to stay late again. A client deadline couldn't be avoided. By the time I finished, it was almost midnight. I stood in my office staring at my car keys, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to call an Uber, but that felt like giving in to fear. I was a grown man, afraid of a parking garage because of something that probably hadn't even happened. The security cameras proved nothing was there. I took the elevator down to B3. This time I had my phone ready to record video. If something happened again, I wanted proof. The garage was even emptier than before. My footsteps seemed louder, more intrusive. I walked slowly, scanning every shadow, every corner. The phone's screen cast a blue glow on the concrete. I reached my car without incident. No cold spots, no moving shadows. I almost felt disappointed. Then I played back the video on my phone just to be sure. That's when I saw it. In the recording, a dark shape moved behind me as I walked, staying just out of my peripheral vision. Every time I turned my head, it slid to the other side, always keeping the same distance. The camera had caught what my eyes couldn't see. I ran back to the security office, but Ron wasn't there. The day shift guard didn't know how to access the camera footage. By the time I got someone to check it the next morning, my phone had crashed and wouldn't turn back on. The video was gone. I quit my job 2 weeks later, found a new position at a company with above-ground parking. I tell myself it was for the better commute, the higher salary, but I know the real reason. Sometimes, late at night, I still check my rearview mirror more often than necessary. I watch for movements in the shadows, feel for sudden cold spots. The rational part of my brain says nothing happened that night. The cameras proved it. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in that underground garage something is still moving in the darkness, waiting for someone else to stay too late at work. I've never parked in an underground garage since then. I don't care if I have to walk further or pay more. Some places you just shouldn't go alone at night. Some things the cameras don't catch. That's my story. Believe it or don't, I'm past trying to convince people. But next time you're alone in a parking garage late at night, pay attention to the shadows. And if you feel a cold draft on your neck, don't look behind you. Just walk faster, get in your car, and drive away. Because sometimes, the rational explanation isn't the right one. Sometimes the cameras miss things our eyes can see. And sometimes the shadows move on their own. My back ached as I lifted another heavy box from Tom and Sarah's moving truck. The summer heat made sweat drip down my face. Just 2 more hours of this and I could go home, take a shower, and crash on my couch. That was the plan anyway. "Hey Mike, can you help with this dresser?" Tom called from inside the truck. I set down the box and climbed back in. The dresser was one of those solid wood monsters from the 1950s that weighed about as much as a small car. We shuffled sideways through their new house's narrow hallway, my fingers going numb from gripping the edges. The floorboards creaked under our feet. Tom and Sarah had bought this old Victorian place for a steal, probably because it needed so much work. Paint peeled from the walls and half the fixtures were original to the house. "In here," Sarah directed, pointing to their bedroom. She held the door open as we maneuvered inside. That's when I saw it. A massive mirror dominated the far wall, reaching from floor to ceiling. The frame was dark carved wood, covered in swirling patterns that drew your eye in weird ways. It didn't match anything else in the room. "Where'd you get that?" I asked after we set down the dresser. "Came with the house," Tom said, stretching his back. "Previous owner left it. Too big to move, I guess. Sarah wants to take it down, but I kind of like it." I walked closer to get a better look. The mirror's surface had that slightly warped quality of old glass, making my reflection waver slightly. But something wasn't right. I blinked hard and looked again. The mirror showed the empty bedroom. Just bare walls, dusty hardwood floors, and sunlight streaming through the windows. But Tom and Sarah were standing right behind me. I could see them in my peripheral vision, sorting through boxes. They weren't in the reflection at all. Guys?" My voice came out higher than I meant it to. "Come look at this." They walked over. 3 of us stood in front of the mirror, but only my wavering reflection looked back. "What the hell?" Tom whispered. Sarah reached out to touch the glass. Her hand made contact with a soft click. In the reflection, nothing moved. "This is impossible," she said. Her face had gone pale. I reached toward the mirror, too. The surface felt ice cold under my fingertips. A sharp tingling sensation shot up my arm and I jerked back. "Did you feel that?" I asked. They both nodded. We stood there staring at the mirror, none of us speaking. The room felt colder suddenly. "Maybe it's just a weird trick of the light," Tom suggested, but his voice shook slightly. "Or something wrong with the glass." "Yeah, maybe." I couldn't take my eyes off my lone reflection. It didn't look quite right anymore, slightly off in ways I couldn't pinpoint. The angles of my face seemed wrong. The movements weren't quite in sync. "We should finish bringing in the boxes," Sarah said finally. She turned away from the mirror quickly, like she couldn't stand to look at it anymore. We went back to moving furniture. But the mood had changed. The mirror loomed behind us as we worked. I kept glancing at it, trying to catch it showing something different. But every time, it just showed the empty room. Around sunset, we finished bringing everything inside. Tom ordered pizza and we sat on boxes in the kitchen, eating and trying to pretend everything was normal. But we all kept looking toward the bedroom. "I can stay and help you take it down," I offered. "We could do it tonight." Sarah nodded immediately. "Please, I don't want to sleep with that thing in there." Tom looked relieved too. I'll get some tools. We approached the mirror cautiously, armed with screwdrivers and a pry bar. The carved wooden frame seemed to be attached to the wall with heavy iron brackets. I reached up to start removing the first bracket. The second my screwdriver touched the metal, every light in the house went out. Sarah screamed. Complete darkness pressed in around us. Even the streetlights outside had gone dark. "Everyone okay?" Tom called out. "I've got my phone." A weak light illuminated our faces as he turned on his phone's flashlight. The beam caught the mirror's surface and reflected back wrong, too bright, too sharp. I squinted against the glare. That's when I saw it. In the mirror, a figure stood behind my reflection. Tall and thin, with limbs too long for its body. Its face was blank, smooth skin where features should be. I spun around. Nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, the figure remained. It raised one elongated hand and pressed it against the glass. The mirror's surface rippled like water. A high-pitched whine filled the air, making my teeth ache. The figure's hand pushed through, fingers emerging into our reality. "Run!" I grabbed Sarah's arm and yanked her toward the door. Tom was right behind us. We sprinted down the stairs and out of the house. The street was completely dark. No lights in any windows, no cars, no moon. Just absolute blackness beyond the weak beam of Tom's phone. What the fuck was that? Sarah's whole body shook as she clung to Tom. "We need to get out of here," I said. "Get in the car, we'll go to my place." We piled into Tom's sedan. The engine sputtered but wouldn't turn over. No, Tom muttered, trying again. Nothing. I looked back at the house. Light blazed from the bedroom window. Not normal electric light, but a sickly greenish glow that pulsed and wavered. "We have to run for it," I said. "There's a gas station about half a mile down Mason Street. We can call for help from there." We got out of the car. The silence pressed in around us. No crickets, no distant traffic, no wind in the trees. Just the sound of our breathing and footsteps on the pavement. Tom's phone light flickered and died. Shit. He shook it frantically. Battery was almost full. We huddled closer together in the darkness. I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. When I spun around, my hand passed through empty air. "Something touched me," Sarah whimpered. "Keep moving," I urged. "We're almost there." We stumbled forward in the dark, holding on to each other. Every few steps I felt that cold touch again, on my arm, my back, my face, like icy fingers trailing across my skin. The gas station's lights appeared ahead, a beacon in the darkness. We broke into a run. 20 feet from the store, Sarah screamed. I turned to see her being yanked backward by something I couldn't quite focus on, like a heat shimmer in the air, but darker and wrong. Tom and I grabbed her arms and pulled. She came free with a sound like tearing fabric. We crashed through the gas station doors. The fluorescent lights hurt my eyes after the darkness. The clerk stared at us as we stood there gasping. "You folks okay?" he asked. Before we could answer, the lights flickered. In the security mirror mounted in the corner, I saw them. Dozens of those elongated figures pressing against the glass, reaching through. "We need to go," I shouted. "Now!" But it was too late. The lights went out. In the total darkness, I felt cold hands grab my shoulders and pull. I fought and thrashed, but their grip was impossibly strong. They dragged me backward, toward something that felt like glass but moved like water. The last thing I heard was Sarah screaming my name. Then I was through the mirror. I floated in a vast darkness. No up or down, no light or sound. Just endless nothing in all directions. Occasionally I caught glimpses of movement in the void. Those twisted figures drifting past like deep-sea creatures. Time meant nothing there. I might have floated for minutes or years. I couldn't feel my body anymore. My thoughts grew sluggish and strange. Then suddenly, light. Real light. I slammed back into my body with crushing force. I was lying on a hardwood floor, gasping for air. I sat up slowly, head spinning. I was in Tom and Sarah's bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the windows. The mirror stood on the far wall, looking completely ordinary. My phone said it was 7:13 a.m. Less than 12 hours had passed. I staggered to my feet and ran downstairs. Tom and Sarah were unconscious on the living room floor. I shook them awake. We drove to my apartment in complete silence. None of us knew what to say. What could you say after something like that? Later that day, Tom called a contractor to remove the mirror. They found an empty wall behind it, no trace of how it had been mounted. The mirror itself shattered when they tried to take it down. The pieces showed only normal reflections. Tom and Sarah sold the house a month later. They moved into a small apartment with no mirrors larger than a medicine cabinet. I got rid of all the mirrors in my place too. I shave using my phone's camera now. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in windows or chrome surfaces, tall, thin figures that vanish when I turn to look. Sometimes at night I wake up feeling cold fingers on my skin. But the worst part is my reflection. It's subtle, but it's not quite right anymore. The movements are slightly delayed. The angles of my face are wrong. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see it smile when I'm not smiling. I think part of me is still trapped on the other side of that mirror. And sometimes late at night I feel it trying to pull the rest of me back through. They say breaking a mirror brings 7 years bad luck. I wonder what coming back through one does. I guess I'll find out. After all, those things let me come back for a reason. I just wish I knew what it was. I never should have come to this cabin alone. That's what everyone will say later, but they weren't there when I needed to get away from everything. They didn't feel the walls of my apartment closing in after Sarah left. They didn't understand why I had to escape somewhere. Anywhere. Even if it meant driving 3 hours to a remote rental cabin by Lake Morrison in late October. The footprints changed everything. I found them this morning, leading from the murky water straight to my bedroom window. Perfect impressions in the mud, each one filled with dark water. Each one pointed directly at where I'd been sleeping. But let me back up. I need to tell this right. I arrived yesterday afternoon around 4 p.m. The rental company had emailed me the door code and basic instructions. The cabin was exactly what the website showed. A small one-bedroom structure with wood siding painted a faded blue, sitting about 50 feet from the lake's edge. A narrow gravel path led from the small parking area to the front door. Dead leaves covered everything. The first thing I did was check all the doors and windows. It's a habit from living in the city. The front and back doors had good deadbolts. All 4 windows, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the bathroom, and 2 in the main living area, had strong locks that clicked firmly into place. I tested each one twice. The inside was basic, but clean. Small kitchen with a microwave and mini fridge. Living room with an old couch and TV. Bedroom with a queen bed and thick curtains. Bathroom with a shower stall. Everything smelled like pine cleaner. I unpacked quickly. Just a duffel bag with clothes and toiletries plus groceries for the weekend. The forecast showed rain, so I'd brought books and my laptop for entertainment. The Wi-Fi was surprisingly good for such a remote spot. The rest of the afternoon I sat on the small back deck watching the lake. The water was dark gray under the cloudy sky. A light wind made small waves lap at the rocky shore. 2 ducks paddled past. No other cabins were visible through the trees on either side. The isolation felt good at first. It started raining around sunset. I went inside, made a sandwich, and tried to read. The rain got heavier. Fat drops hammered the roof. Wind rattled the windows. Normal storm sounds, but they felt louder with no other noise to cover them. I checked all the locks again before bed. Everything secure. I took a hot shower, changed into sweats and a t-shirt, and got under the covers around 11 p.m. The bedroom window faced the lake. Even with the curtains closed, I could hear the water hitting the shore. Sleep came quickly. I was exhausted from the drive and from weeks of restless nights in my empty apartment. The bed was comfortable. The rain became white noise. Something woke me at 3:17 a.m. I remember checking my phone's glowing display. At first I thought it was just the storm. The rain was still pounding, but then I heard it, a scraping sound at my window, like fingernails on glass. I lay perfectly still, hardly breathing. The sound came again. Scratch. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Just a tree branch, I whispered to myself. But I knew there weren't any trees close enough to reach the window. The scratching stopped. I heard something else. A wet slapping sound on the wooden deck outside, like bare feet on wet boards. Then silence. I didn't move for what felt like hours. My whole body was rigid. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filtering through the curtains. I got up slowly, muscles stiff from tension. The rain had stopped. The room was cold. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain. That's when I saw them. The footprints. They started at the water's edge, clear impressions in the mud where someone had walked out of the lake. Bare human feet, adult-sized. They crossed the wet grass in a straight line to my window. The last print was a perfect stamp in the mud of the flower bed directly below the glass. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make them make sense. They weren't there yesterday, they couldn't be there. All the doors and windows were locked. I checked them 3 times. I ran through the cabin checking every lock again. All secure. No signs of forced entry. No wet footprints inside. Just those tracks outside, leading from the dark water to where I'd slept. My hands shook as I made coffee. I needed to think clearly. The footprints were roughly my size, maybe a bit larger. They were deep. Whoever made them was heavy. They showed toes, arches, heels, every detail perfect in the mud. I took photos with my phone. Then I walked down to the lake's edge, following the prints backward. The mud was soft and wet. My boots sank in. The tracks went right into the water, getting deeper until they disappeared under the surface about 6 feet out. The lake was calm now. Small waves lapped at the shore. The water was too dark and murky to see anything below the surface. Dead leaves floated past. A fish jumped somewhere further out. I walked the shoreline in both directions looking for more prints coming out of the water. Nothing. Just the one set, leading straight to my window. Back inside, I called the rental company. The bored-sounding woman who answered said no one else had access to the cabin during my stay. When I mentioned the footprints, she suggested local kids playing pranks. The nearest cabin is 2 miles away, she said. But sometimes teenagers come out in boats and mess around. Nothing to worry about. Want me to send someone to check it out? I said no. I didn't want to seem paranoid. But I kept thinking, who would wade into a freezing lake at night just to scratch at a window? And where did they go? The only prints were the ones leading to the cabin, none leading away. I spent the morning pacing, checking locks, looking out windows. Around noon it started raining again. Within an hour the footprints had mostly washed away. That should have made me feel better. Instead it made my skin crawl. The only evidence was disappearing. I tried to distract myself. I turned on the TV but couldn't focus on anything. I tried to read but kept looking up at every sound. The rain continued all afternoon. As the day got darker, my nerves got worse. Every splash from the lake made me jump. Every creak of the cabin settling made my heart race. I turned on every light in the place. I called Sarah. She didn't answer. I called my brother Mike. "Just come home," he said after I explained. "It's probably nothing, but why risk it? Pack up and drive back." He was right. But the thought of driving 3 hours in the dark and rain wasn't appealing. And something else kept me there. A need to know what had happened. Who had made those prints? Why my window? I decided to stay one more night. I pushed the bedroom dresser in front of the window. I propped a chair under both doorknobs. I found a heavy flashlight that could double as a weapon. The rain stopped around midnight. I lay in bed fully dressed, flashlight in hand, listening to the water drip from the roof. The moon came out, casting weak light through the curtains around the edges of the dresser. At 3:14 a.m. I heard it, that wet slapping sound on the deck. Slap, 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 pause. My whole body went rigid. The footsteps moved slowly across the wooden boards. Water dripped between the steps. They stopped outside my window. I heard breathing, slow and wet, like someone who had been underwater for a long time. The scratching started, fingernails on glass, longer and harder than the night before. The dresser scraped slightly against the floor. I aimed the flashlight at the window, thumb on the switch. The scratching stopped. Something pressed against the glass. A hand. I could see the dark shape through the curtain. Water ran down the window. The glass cracked. I hit the flashlight switch. Light flooded the room. Through the gap between the curtain and wall, I saw pale fingers pressing against the window. The nails were long and dark. Another crack spread across the glass. I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my phone and car keys, and ran. Through the living room, fumbling with the front door lock. Behind me, glass shattered. I made it to my car, hands shaking so bad I could barely hit the unlock button. As I slammed the door, I looked back at the cabin. A figure stood in the broken window, tall and thin, pale skin that looked wrong in the moonlight. Long dark hair plastered to its face and neck. Water poured off it, running down the wall. It moved. Fast. Faster than anything should move. 1 second in the window, the next crossing the yard toward my car. I started the engine and floored it. Gravel sprayed as I reversed onto the access road. In my headlights, I saw it clearly for a split second. A woman's face, but wrong. Too wide. Too pale. Eyes too dark. Mouth too full of teeth. Then I was on the main road, driving way too fast on wet pavement, hands clenched on the steering wheel. I didn't slow down until I hit the highway. I called the police once I had cell service. They took a report but didn't sound convinced. They said they'd check it out in the morning. I drove straight to Mike's house. He let me in without questions when he saw my face. I slept on his couch with all the lights on. The police called the next day. They'd found the broken window, wet footprints in the bedroom, but no sign of anyone. They blamed vandals. The rental company apologized and refunded my money. They mentioned the cabin had been empty since the last renters drowned in the lake 3 months ago. A young couple. The woman's body was never found. I dream about it sometimes. That pale face in my headlights. Those dark eyes. That wrong smile. But what haunts me most are the footprints, leading from the deep water straight to where I slept. Like something knew exactly where I was. Like it had been watching me from under that dark surface all along. I don't go near lakes anymore. I keep my windows locked even in summer. And sometimes, late at night when it's raining, I swear I hear wet footsteps on my fire escape. Slap, 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 then scratching at my window. The first knock came at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday. 3 sharp raps against my bedroom floor directly beneath my bed. I rolled over, pulled the pillow over my head, and tried to go back to sleep. The second set of knocks came 5 minutes later. Then again, and again. That was 6 weeks ago. Now I haven't slept properly in over a month. I've lost my job and I'm starting to question my own sanity. But I need to write this down, to document exactly what happened, even if no one ever believes me. I've lived in the Parkview Apartments on 47th Street for 3 years. It's nothing special. A converted office building from the 1970s, 12 floors of identical one-bedroom units with thin walls and temperamental heating. But the rent was reasonable, and the location was perfect for my commute to the advertising agency where I worked. Where I used to work. That first night after the knocking kept me awake until sunrise. I went down to the management office as soon as it opened. Mrs. Chen, the building manager, was at her desk doing a crossword puzzle when I walked in. "Someone in 511 kept me up all night with constant knocking," I said, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. "Can you please talk to them about noise complaints?" Mrs. Chen looked up from her puzzle, frowning. 511? That unit has been empty since December. Previous tenant moved out suddenly, left owing 2 months' rent. I stood there for a moment, processing this. That's impossible. I heard knocking coming from directly below my apartment all night long. You want to see for yourself? She pulled a ring of keys from her desk drawer. Come. We took the elevator to the 5th floor. The hallway was identical to mine. Same bland beige carpet, same flickering fluorescent lights, same numbered doors spaced evenly along both walls. Mrs. Chen stopped at 511 and unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing on the walls. Just bare white walls and worn carpet with rectangular indentations showing where furniture had once stood. A thin layer of dust covered the kitchen counter. See? Mrs. Chen gestured around the space. Nobody here since December. Maybe you heard pipes? Building is old. Makes funny noises sometimes. I walked through each room looking for any sign of recent occupancy. The bedroom was directly under mine. I could tell from the layout, which mirrored my own apartment. Nothing but dust and silence. I guess it must have been the pipes, I said finally, though I knew what I'd heard wasn't pipes. The knocks had been too deliberate, too rhythmic. But what else could I say? That night, the knocking started again at exactly 3:17 a.m. 3 sharp raps, directly beneath my bed. I lay there, heart pounding, waiting for the next set. 5 minutes later, right on schedule, 3 more knocks. I got out of bed and pressed my ear to the floor. The knocks were coming from immediately below, from the empty apartment. I grabbed my phone and started recording, determined to document the sound. But when I played back the recording, there was nothing but silence. The next morning, I filed another complaint with Mrs. Chen. She called maintenance, who spent an hour checking the pipes and ventilation system. They found nothing unusual. The third night, I decided to wait in the hallway outside Unit 511. I brought a folding chair from my apartment and set up directly in front of the door at 3 a.m. My plan was simple: catch whoever was somehow getting into the apartment to make the noise. At 3:17 a.m., I heard it. 3 clear knocks. But they weren't coming from inside the apartment. They were coming from above me, from my own unit. I ran upstairs and unlocked my door with shaking hands. My apartment was exactly as I'd left it, completely empty. I started keeping a log after that, documenting every incident. Night 4, knocking from below again. Tried recording with professional audio equipment borrowed from work. Nothing shows up on recordings. Night 5, knocked back. 3 sharp raps against my floor in response to the sounds. Immediate silence followed for 47 minutes. Then resumed, louder than before. Night 6, called police to report potential break-in. Officers searched Unit 511, found no signs of entry, no disturbance to dust patterns on floor. Suggested I see a doctor about stress and possible auditory hallucinations. The lack of sleep started affecting my work. I began missing deadlines, zoning out during client meetings. My boss called me into his office after I fell asleep during an important presentation. Take some time off, he said. Get some rest. Come back when you're feeling more yourself. But I couldn't rest. The knocking continued every night, always starting at exactly 3:17 a.m. I tried sleeping pills, white noise machines, earplugs. Nothing helped. I could feel the vibrations through my mattress, through my bones. After 2 weeks, I stopped going to work entirely. Stopped answering calls from my boss, my friends, my family. I became obsessed with solving the mystery. I set up cameras in my apartment and in the hallway outside 511. I installed motion sensors and infrared detectors. I covered the floor of my bedroom with a layer of fine flour, hoping to document footprints or disturbances. Nothing. The knocking continued, but none of my equipment detected anything unusual. The flour remained undisturbed. The cameras showed empty rooms and silent hallways. I started spending my days researching the building's history, looking for any deaths or accidents that might explain the phenomenon. The structure had originally been offices for an insurance company before being converted to apartments in the early 1980s. No records of deaths during construction, no mysterious disappearances, nothing that would explain what was happening. 4 weeks in, I noticed the pattern changing. The knocking still started at 3:17 a.m., but now it would sometimes continue until noon the next day. The intervals between knocks grew shorter. The sound itself became harder, more insistent. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom, trying to camp out in the living room instead. But I could still hear it, still feel it. The sound seemed to follow me through the apartment, always seemingly coming from directly beneath wherever I tried to rest. I started seeing things in my peripheral vision, dark shapes moving just out of sight. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. Sleep deprivation, I told myself. Just sleep deprivation playing tricks on my mind. Last week I broke into Unit 511. I'm not proud of it, but I was desperate. I waited until Mrs. Chen left for the day, then used a credit card to jimmy the lock, a trick I'd learned from YouTube videos during one of my sleepless research binges. The apartment was exactly as it had been before. Empty, dusty, silent. I sat in the middle of the bedroom floor, directly beneath where my bed would be in my apartment above. And I waited. Hours passed. The sun set. The room grew dark. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I heard it, 3 sharp knocks. But they weren't coming from below me anymore. They were coming from above, from my apartment. I ran upstairs, burst into my unit. Empty, silent. I ran back down to 511. As soon as I opened the door, 3 knocks sounded from my apartment again. This continued for hours, the sound always coming from whichever apartment I wasn't in at the moment. That's when I noticed something else, something that made my blood run cold. The dust patterns on the floor of 511. I had disturbed them when I entered, left clear footprints and marks where I had sat. But now, looking more closely in the beam of my flashlight, I saw other marks in the dust. Hundreds of them. Footprints overlapping footprints, creating complex patterns across the floor. Some appeared to be my size and shape. Others were different, smaller, larger, distorted. And they were all fresh. The dust was disturbed in real time, new prints appearing even as I watched, spreading out from where I stood like ripples in a pond. But I was standing completely still. I fled the building that night, packed a bag and checked into a motel across town. But even here, I can hear it. 3 sharp knocks, every night at 3:17 a.m. coming from the room below mine. I've checked. There is no room below mine. I'm on the first floor. Yesterday, I received an eviction notice from Mrs. Chen. Apparently, other tenants have been complaining about noise coming from my apartment, loud knocking sounds at all hours of the day and night. According to them, it's been going on for months, even during the weeks I haven't been there. I'm writing this now from the motel room. It's 3:16 a.m., 1 minute until the knocking starts again. But this time something is different. This time I can see marks appearing in the carpet, subtle indentations like footprints moving slowly across the floor toward my bed. The carpet fibers are being pressed down by something I cannot see, something that leaves no shadow. And for the first time in 6 weeks, I think I understand what's been happening. The knocking wasn't coming from the apartment below or above or anywhere else in the physical world. The knocking was coming from somewhere else entirely, somewhere that operates on different rules than our reality. And whatever was knocking, I think it finally found a way in. The indentations in the carpet are getting closer now. 3 feet from my bed, 2 feet, 1 foot. It's 3:17 a.m. I hear knocking, but this time, it's not coming from below. It's coming from inside this room. I first noticed him 3 weeks ago. It was around 2 a.m. at Joey's all-night diner, where I'd been eating my late dinners after my night shift at the hospital. He sat in the last booth, pressed against the wall, wearing a brown tweed jacket and a red tie that looked like it came from the 1970s. His posture was perfect, rigid, with both hands flat on the table. At first, I didn't think much of it. Lots of strange people come to 24-hour diners in the middle of the night. I'm one of them. But then I noticed he was there the next night, and the next. Always in the same booth, wearing the exact same clothes in the exact same position. I work as an ER nurse and my shift ends at 1:30 a.m. The diner is just 2 blocks from the hospital and it's become my routine to stop there before heading home. The food isn't great, but it's hot. and after dealing with emergencies for 12 hours straight, I need something familiar and steady. That third night, I watched him more carefully. He never moved, never ordered food, never drank water. Just sat there, hands flat on the table, staring straight ahead. The waitresses walked past him like he wasn't even there. "Hey, Mary," I called to the waitress who usually served me. She was in her 50s with graying hair and comfortable shoes that squeaked against the linoleum floor. "What's the deal with the guy in the back booth?" Mary looked where I pointed, then back at me with a confused expression. "Which guy, honey?" "The one in the brown jacket. Been here every night this week." She turned again, squinting. "I don't see anyone back there, Jake. You want more coffee?" I looked at the booth. The man sat there, clear as day, his red tie a bright splash of color against the beige wall. "You're telling me you don't see him? Right there?" Mary's face changed. Her usual friendly smile disappeared. "Don't," she said. "Just don't." She walked away, leaving my coffee cup empty. I pulled out my phone and tried to take a picture. The screen showed an empty booth. I took another. Same result. My hands started to sweat. The next night I chose a different booth, one with a direct view of him. My fork shook slightly as I ate my meatloaf. The man's face was unremarkable, middle-aged, clean-shaven, with neat brown hair combed to the side. His eyes looked straight ahead, never blinking. I started taking notes on my phone. Every night he appeared at exactly 2:13 a.m. Before that, the booth was empty. I never saw him enter. He was just suddenly there, like someone had switched on a projection. One night I decided to sit in the booth right next to his. My heart pounded as I slid into the seat. This close I could see every detail of his clothing. The tweed jacket had a small tear on the left elbow. The red tie had a faint stain near the bottom. His hands were pale with neatly trimmed fingernails. He didn't smell like anything. No cologne, no body odor, nothing. The air around him felt colder, but maybe that was just my imagination. "Can you hear me?" I whispered. No response. Not even a twitch. I reached out, my hand shaking, and tried to touch his sleeve. My fingers passed through the fabric like it was made of smoke. A cold sensation shot up my arm, and I jerked back, knocking over my water glass. The crash drew stares from other customers. When I looked back, the man was still there, unmoved, unresponsive. I started staying later, waiting to see if he ever left. He didn't. At exactly 5:47 a.m., he would vanish. No movement, no fade out, just there 1 second and gone the next. My coworkers at the hospital noticed something was wrong. I was distracted during shifts, making small mistakes. The head nurse pulled me aside and asked if everything was okay. I said I wasn't sleeping well. It wasn't a lie. I tried different approaches. One night I brought a thermal camera I borrowed from the hospital's maintenance department. Through its screen, the booth was empty. An EMF meter showed no readings. A digital voice recorder picked up nothing but the normal sounds of the diner. I searched local news archives online. Nothing about deaths at the diner. No missing persons matching his description. I even asked the diner's owner, an old Greek man named Stavros, about the history of the place. 32 years I own this place, he said. Nothing strange, nothing bad, just good food, good business. He looked at me hard. You should eat somewhere else for a while, I think. But I couldn't stay away. The man had become an obsession. I needed to understand what he was, why he was there. My sleep schedule fell apart completely. Even when I wasn't at the diner, I thought about him constantly. I started scanning crowds for his brown tweed jacket and red tie. One night, about 2 weeks in, something changed. I was in my usual booth, pretending to read news on my phone while watching him. At exactly 3:33 a.m., his head turned. Slowly, mechanically, like a security camera, until he faced me directly. His eyes were brown, normal looking, but as I stared into them, I felt a pressure building in my head. The diner's fluorescent lights seemed to brighten until they were blinding. The normal sounds, clinking plates, murmured conversations, the hum of the refrigerator, grew louder and louder until they became a deafening roar. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. The man's mouth opened, revealing normal teeth, a normal tongue, but the sound that came out wasn't normal at all. It was like static and whispers and screaming all at once. I ran out of the diner. Drove home way too fast. Spent the rest of the night sitting in my bathroom with the lights on, jumping at every sound. I didn't go back for 3 days. Ordered delivery instead, ate at my apartment. But the whole time, I felt watched. The darkness in the corners of my bedroom seemed deeper than usual. Every reflection in every window looked wrong somehow. When I finally returned to the diner, he was there. Same position, same clothes, same blank stare ahead. Like nothing had happened. Mary refused to serve my section anymore. A younger waitress named Tanya took over. She was new and didn't know about the man in the booth. But after a few nights, I noticed her taking longer routes to avoid passing near him. I started talking to the other late-night regulars. Most of them were like me. Hospital workers, security guards, taxi drivers, people whose lives happened while the rest of the world slept. None of them would acknowledge the man in the brown jacket, but I noticed how they all chose seats far from the back booth, how their eyes skipped over that section of the diner like it was hidden behind a curtain. Last night, something new happened. I was picking at a slice of apple pie, stealing glances at him like usual when the lights flickered, just for a second. In that moment of darkness, I saw him standing right next to my booth. When the lights came back on, he was in his usual spot. But now there was something on my table that hadn't been there before. A small, rectangular business card. The paper was yellowed with age. In faded type, it showed a name and phone number. Thomas Reeves Insurance Adjuster, 555, number 2. My hand shook as I picked it up. The card felt real, solid. I pulled out my phone and dialed the number before I could talk myself out of it. A recorded message played. The number you have dialed is not in service and has been disconnected. I flipped the card over. On the back, in neat handwriting, Booth 7, October 15th, 1986, 3:47 a.m. That was yesterday. I've spent all day researching. Thomas Reeves was real. He worked for Midwest Life Insurance from 1975 to 1986. And on October 15th, 1986, he died of a heart attack at Joey's All-Night Diner in Booth 7. It's 1:45 a.m. now. I'm sitting in my car in the diner's parking lot, watching the neon open sign buzz and flicker. My shift ended 15 minutes ago. My stomach is growling. I haven't eaten since lunch. The diner's windows are bright rectangles in the darkness. From here, I can just see the back booth. It's empty. I know I should drive home, order a pizza, try to sleep, start looking for somewhere else to eat after my shifts. But I'm going to go in. I need to know why he showed himself to me, why he gave me the card, what he wants. The diner's door chimes as I push it open. Mary won't meet my eyes as I walk to my usual booth. My watch shows 2:12 a.m., 1 minute until he appears. I can feel the cold already. I didn't want to go down to that basement. The superintendent had asked me 3 times already to help clear out the old storage room, and I'd made excuses every time. But when he caught me in the lobby yesterday and mentioned he'd start charging a fee for unused storage spaces, I knew I had to deal with it. The basement of my apartment building stank of mold and old paper. My footsteps echoed against the concrete floor as I made my way past the rusted metal storage cages. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering every few seconds. Unit B14 was mine. The numbers were barely visible under decades of grime. The padlock was stuck. I had to yank it 3 times before it opened with a sharp crack that bounced off the walls. Inside, cardboard boxes were stacked to the ceiling. Some had collapsed, spilling yellowed papers across the floor. The air felt thick and stale. I grabbed the closest box and sneezed as dust flew up. The cardboard crumbled in my hands. Inside were building records, maintenance logs from the 1980s, old lease agreements, notices about rent increases, useless junk that should have been thrown out years ago. The next box was the same, and the next. I worked my way through the pile, creating 2 stacks. Trash and more trash. My back started to ache from bending over. Sweat ran down my neck despite the basement's chill. Then I found the tenant registry. It was a thick leather-bound book, its spine cracked and pages warped from moisture. I sat on an overturned milk crate and opened it, more out of boredom than interest. The pages were filled with neat handwriting, listing names, apartment numbers, and dates going back to the 1960s. I flipped through randomly, scanning the entries. My eyes stopped on a page from 1974. There, in faded blue ink, was my name, Daniel Thomas Miller, Unit 4B. My heart jumped. I read it again. Daniel Thomas Miller, my exact name, middle name included. That wasn't possible. I was born in 1985. I'd only moved into this building 2 years ago. But there it was, my full name, written 50 years ago. I checked the rest of the entry. Move-in date, March 15th, 1974. Length of tenancy, 8 months. Reason for departure, left without notice. My hands were shaking. I turned the page, looking for more information, but there was nothing else about this other Daniel Miller. Just more names and dates. I pulled out my phone and opened the flashlight app, shining it close to the page. The writing was clear, no mistaking those letters. I took a photo, then another. The flash illuminated the darkness beyond my storage unit, casting strange shadows on the basement walls. A pipe creaked somewhere in the darkness. I jumped, dropping my phone. It clattered on the concrete. When I picked it up, the screen was cracked. I needed more information. I dug through the remaining boxes with new urgency, ignoring the dust and cobwebs. Most contained similar records, utility bills, repair invoices, complaint forms. In a water-damaged box at the back, I found a stack of Polaroid photos. The first few showed the building's exterior, not much different from today. Then I found one of the lobby from 1974. The furniture was different, but the marble floor and wood-paneled walls were the same. A man stood by the mailboxes, his back to the camera. My hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped the photo. The man wore a brown corduroy jacket and had dark hair cut short, exactly like the jacket I'd bought at a vintage store last month, exactly like my hair. I flipped through more photos. Most were too faded or water damaged to make out clearly. Then I found another one of the same man, this time facing the camera. The image was blurry, but I could see his face. My face. I sat there staring at it for a long time. The resemblance was exact. The same nose, same jaw, same slight asymmetry to the eyes. Even the small scar above my right eyebrow where I'd fallen off my bike as a kid. This had to be a mistake, or a prank. Maybe someone had photoshopped these pictures, planted them here as a joke. But the photos were genuine Polaroids, and that handwriting in the registry was decades old. I checked my phone, 11:47 p.m. I'd been in the basement for hours. The superintendent would be asleep by now. I needed to talk to someone who'd been in the building a long time. Mrs. Chen in 2A had lived here since the 1960s. I'd helped her carry groceries a few times. She was always up late watching Korean dramas. I gathered the registry and photos, shut the storage unit, and headed for the stairs. The basement seemed darker now. The fluorescent lights cast strange shadows that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. My footsteps sounded wrong, like they were slightly out of sync with my movements. I was halfway to the stairs when I heard it. Another set of footsteps, coming from the darkness behind me. I stopped. The steps continued for a fraction of a second before stopping too. My heart pounded against my ribs. I turned around slowly. The basement stretched into darkness beyond the reach of the flickering lights. Empty storage units gaped like open mouths. "Hello?" My voice cracked. No response. I walked faster, trying not to run. The footsteps behind me started again, faster too. I reached the stairs and took them 2 at a time, the registry clutched to my chest. Behind me, the steps echoed off the concrete. I burst into the lobby, gasping. A lamp on the reception desk provided the only light. The footsteps had stopped. I stood there catching my breath, feeling stupid. Old buildings made noise. Everyone knew that. Mrs. Chen's door was dark. A note taped to it said she was visiting family in Taiwan. I cursed under my breath. Back in my apartment, I spread the photos on my kitchen table. They looked different under normal lighting. Older, more faded. But the man's face was still unmistakably mine. I opened my laptop and searched the building's address plus Daniel Miller, 1974. Nothing relevant came up. I tried variations. Dan Miller, D.T. Miller, Danny Miller. Just pages of social media profiles and white pages listings. The registry had a phone number listed for the other Daniel Miller. I dialed it, not expecting anything. A recorded message said the number was no longer in service. I searched my own name plus 1974 and found hundreds of Daniel Millers. None matched the details I was looking for. I checked birth and death records, newspaper archives, anything I could think of. At 3 a.m., my eyes burning from staring at the screen, I found something. A small article in the local paper from November 1974. Police are seeking information regarding the disappearance of Daniel Miller, 35, last seen at his residence at my building's address on October 12th. Miller was reported missing by his employer after failing to appear at work for 2 weeks. Anyone with information is asked to contact. The article included a photo. It was grainy and black and white, but it showed the same man from the Polaroids. Me. I read the article again. October 1974. The registry said I had moved out in November. Left without notice. My head was pounding. None of this made sense. I needed sleep. I'd go through the rest of the storage unit tomorrow, find some explanation that would make this all seem stupid in daylight. I got ready for bed, double-checking the locks on my door and windows. As I brushed my teeth, I avoided looking at my reflection in the medicine cabinet mirror. Sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that Polaroid image of my face from 1974. The building creaked and settled around me. Each sound made me tense up, listening for footsteps. At 4:13 a.m., someone knocked on my door. I lay perfectly still, holding my breath. 3 more knocks, slow and deliberate. Then a voice called out, my voice, exactly as it sounds on recordings. I know you found the photos, Danny. My throat closed up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. We need to talk about what happened in 1974. The doorknob rattled. I watched it start to turn, even though I knew I'd locked it. The door began to open. A shape stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the hall light. It wore a brown corduroy jacket. As it stepped into my apartment, I saw its face. My face, but wrong somehow. The features were exact, but the expression was all wrong. It smiled at me. My smile, but not mine at all. Time works differently in the basement, it said in my voice. I've been waiting a long time to meet myself. I scrambled back against the headboard. It took another step forward. Don't worry, it said. This will only take about 8 months. My back hit the wall. There was nowhere else to go. It reached out with my hand, wearing my father's old watch, the one I'd lost 2 weeks ago. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I was standing in the basement. The registry lay open at my feet, turned to a blank page. A pen waited next to it. My hands, but not my hands, picked up the pen and began to write. Daniel Thomas Miller, Unit 4B, move-in date, March 15th, 2024. I tried to stop, but my fingers kept moving across the paper. The ink was blue, already starting to fade. The basement hummed with the sound of ancient pipes and flickering lights. Somewhere in the darkness, footsteps echoed, coming closer. Always closer. And I understood finally why that other Daniel Miller had left without notice in 1974. Just as I would leave without notice in 2024, after exactly 8 months. Just as I always had and always would. The footsteps grew louder. I turned to face myself again. I didn't put that key in my pocket. I know I didn't, But there it was on Tuesday morning when I reached into my coat to grab my phone, a heavy brass key, about 3 inches long, with an ornate head and worn teeth. The metal felt cold against my fingers, and a thin layer of grime came off on my skin when I touched it. I stood there in the lobby of Morton & Burke Publishing, where I'd worked as an editor for the past 8 years, staring at this thing I'd never seen before. Other employees rushed past me toward the elevators, their shoes clicking on the marble floor. The security guard, Bill, gave me an odd look from his desk. "Everything okay, Mr. Parker?" I quickly shoved the key back in my pocket. "Yeah, fine. Just checking something." The weight of it stayed with me all day as I sat in my cubicle on the 14th floor, editing manuscripts about true crime and self-help. Every so often, I'd slip my hand into my coat pocket just to make sure it was still there. It was always there, like a small chunk of ice that never seemed to warm up. I thought about asking around the office if anyone had lost a key, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the way it looked, too old to belong in our modern glass and steel building. Or maybe it was the fact that I couldn't shake the feeling that it had appeared in my pocket, rather than being misplaced there. That night I took it home and put it on my nightstand. The next morning it was still there, catching the early sunlight. I picked it up and noticed more details. Tiny scratches in the metal, a pattern of crosses on the head, and what looked like the number 7 stamped near the tip. My fingers left fresh smudges on its dull surface. I brought it back to work with me. Don't ask me why. It just felt important, like something I shouldn't leave behind. For 3 days, it rode in my pocket while I went about my normal routine. Coffee from the cart in the lobby, manuscript reviews, lunch at my desk, meetings in conference room B, more coffee, more manuscripts. On Friday, I had to stay late to finish evaluating a promising thriller submission. The office was almost empty by 7 p.m. The fluorescent lights hummed. Computer screens glowed in the darkness of vacant cubicles. My eyes burned from staring at my monitor. I needed to stretch my legs, so I took a walk around the floor. That's when I noticed it. A door I'd never seen before, tucked into an alcove behind the supply room. The paint matched the walls exactly, but it looked older than the rest of the building's doors. No nameplate, no window, just a keyhole with brass fittings that had turned green with age. My heart started beating faster. The key felt heavy in my pocket. I looked around. The floor was silent except for the hum of the ventilation system. No one else was around. I took out the key and held it up to the keyhole. The worn brass matched perfectly. My hands shook as I inserted it. The key slid in smoothly, like it was coming home. When I turned it, the mechanism made a sound like bones breaking. The door opened with a soft groan. Cool air rushed out, carrying a musty smell that reminded me of old books and deeper places. Beyond the threshold was absolute darkness. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam revealed a narrow corridor with walls of rough stone. The floor sloped down slightly. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. Common sense said to close the door, go back to my desk, and forget about this. But I'd been editing other people's adventures for 8 years. Maybe it was time to have one of my own. I stepped through. The door clicked shut behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, but it was still there. The key was still in the lock. I left it there. No way was I risking getting trapped. The corridor stretched ahead, curving slightly to the left. My phone's light created shifting shadows on the walls. The air felt thick and stale, like no one had breathed it in years. My footsteps echoed on the stone floor. After about 50 feet, the passage opened into a circular room about 20 feet across. My light revealed more doorways, 3 of them evenly spaced around the walls. Each one was identical to the first, complete with brass fittings gone green with age. I approached the nearest door and tried the handle. Locked. Same with the second one. But the third door, the handle turned with a grinding sound of metal on metal. The room beyond was larger than the first, with a high ceiling lost in darkness. Stone pillars rose from the floor like tree trunks. And there, in the center of the room, stood a desk. Not some ancient artifact, a modern office desk, with a computer monitor and a stack of manila folders. A half-empty coffee mug sat next to the keyboard. Steam rose from it. My throat went dry. Someone had been here recently. Maybe they still were. I moved closer to the desk, sweeping my light around. The monitor was on, displaying a document. I leaned in to read it. Project Status Report, Phase 7 Subject, James Parker. Assignment, Editorial Division. Duration, 8 years, 3 months, 12 days. Performance exceeding expectations. Next action, promotion assessment pending notes. Subject shows increased curiosity. Monitoring frequency to be increased. My name, my job, my exact time with the company. The coffee mug had Morton and Burke Publishing printed on the side. A door slammed somewhere behind me. Then another, closer. Footsteps echoed off stone. I killed my phone's light and pressed myself against one of the pillars. The footsteps grew louder. A beam of light swept through the room. "Hello?" A woman's voice called out. "Mr. Parker, we weren't expecting you to find this for another 3 months." I stayed silent, trying to control my breathing. The light moved closer. "It's all right," she continued. "This is all part of the process. Everyone finds their way down here eventually. We just need to talk about your promotion." The beam found me, blinding me. I raised my hand to shield my eyes. "There you are." The voice was closer now. "I'm Helen from HR. Why don't you come with me? There's quite a lot to explain." My eyes adjusted. The woman holding the flashlight wore a normal business suit. She looked exactly like someone from HR would look. But something was off about her smile. "What is this place?" I managed to ask. My voice sounded strange in the stone room. "This is where we monitor employee development," Helen said. "We find it's better than traditional performance reviews, more organic. The key appears when an employee is ready for advancement, though you found yours a bit ahead of schedule." The key just appeared in my pocket. "Yes, that's how it works. We have various methods of delivery. The important thing is that you're here now, ready to take the next step." She gestured toward one of the doors. "Shall we discuss your future with the company?" I looked back at the monitor, at my name on the screen, then at the coffee mug still steaming, then at Helen's too perfect smile. I think," I said carefully, "I need to think about this." Her smile didn't waver. "Of course, take all the time you need, but you should know, now that you've found this place, things will be different. They always are." I backed away toward the door I'd come through. Helen didn't move to stop me. She just stood there smiling as I fumbled for the key and practically ran back up the corridor. When I burst out into the normal office, everything looked exactly the same. Fluorescent lights, empty cubicles, my coffee cup still sitting on my desk where I'd left it. I glanced back at the door, half expecting it to have vanished, but it was there, solid and real. The key was cool in my hand. That was 3 days ago. I still have the key. I haven't gone back through the door, but I know it's there. Every morning when I arrive at work, I take a different route to my desk to avoid walking past that alcove. But I can feel it waiting. The strangest part is that everything else is normal. I still edit manuscripts. I still get coffee from the cart in the lobby. Bill, the security guard, still nods hello every morning. But now I notice things I didn't before. Like how the cleaning crew never seems to work on our floor, but every morning everything is spotless. How certain employees disappear for hours at a time with no explanation. How Helen from HR sometimes walks past my desk and gives me that same perfect smile. Yesterday I found a memo on my desk. Standard corporate letterhead, but no signature. Promotional opportunity. Your initiative in exploring company resources is noted and appreciated. Please schedule a follow-up meeting at your earliest convenience. The door is always open. P.S. Keep the key. You'll know when to use it again. I should probably quit. Find a new job editing books that don't make me wonder what's hiding behind their covers. But I won't, because every time I touch that key in my pocket, I feel something I haven't felt in 8 years of corporate life. Anticipation. Helen was right. Things are different now. And maybe that's not entirely bad. This morning I noticed another employee, Sarah from accounting, standing in front of a door I've never seen before. holding a brass key in her shaking hand. Our eyes met. She quickly looked away and hurried off, but I saw the recognition in her face. The same look I see in the mirror every morning now. I wonder how many of us there are, how many doors, how deep the corridors go. But mostly I wonder what's behind those other doors, the locked ones. Because the key in my pocket feels heavier every day, and sometimes when I hold it up to the light, I swear the pattern of crosses on its head has changed, like it's trying to tell me something. Like maybe it doesn't just open one door anymore. I've started taking walks around different floors of the building during my lunch break, looking for doors that don't quite match the others, watching for brass fittings gone green with age. I know I'll find another one eventually. And when I do, well, Helen said I was exceeding expectations. Maybe it's time to exceed them even more. The key is in my pocket right now as I write this. Cold, heavy, waiting. Tomorrow, I think I'll try a different door. The first time I heard my name on those abandoned railroad tracks, I convinced myself it was just the wind. The second time, I stopped walking. By the third time, my hands were shaking and sweat ran down my back because I knew I was completely alone out there. I hadn't planned to walk the tracks that afternoon. My car broke down on Route 16, about 3 miles outside of Millbrook. The piece of junk Ford finally gave up after warning me for months with its clicking and grinding. The temperature gauge shot into the red zone and steam poured from under the hood. I pulled onto the shoulder, and after 5 minutes of staring at the engine like an idiot, I knew I wouldn't fix it myself. My phone showed no signal, typical for this part of Connecticut. The nearest service station was in Millbrook, and I remembered the old railroad tracks that used to connect to the town. They ran parallel to Route 16, cutting through the woods. Walking along them would be faster than following the winding road. The October air bit through my light jacket. Dead leaves crunched under my boots as I climbed down the embankment from the highway. The tracks lay below, 2 rusty lines stretching into the distance. Weeds grew between the rotting wooden ties. The rails hadn't seen a train in at least 20 years. I checked my watch. 4:47 p.m. If I kept a good pace, I'd reach town before dark. The sun was already low, casting long shadows through the bare trees. My footsteps echoed off the rocks as I walked, the only sound besides the occasional gust of wind. The first hour passed quietly. The tracks curved around hills and through cuts in the rock. My legs started to ache. I wasn't used to walking this far. Sweat dampened my shirt despite the cold air. That's when I heard it. David. The voice came from behind me, quiet but clear. A woman's voice, with an odd flatness to it. I turned around but saw only empty tracks stretching back through the trees. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded too loud in the still air. No response. I shrugged it off and kept walking, probably just my mind playing tricks. I was tired, and the wind could make strange sounds through the trees. 5 minutes later, David. Louder this time, still flat and emotionless, still behind me. I spun around again, heart pounding. The tracks were empty. The woods were silent. "Is someone there?" I shouted. The words echoed off the rocks. No answer. My hands felt cold and clammy. I wiped them on my jeans and walked faster, boots crunching on the gravel between the ties. David. Right behind me now. So close I could almost feel breath on my neck. I broke into a run. Gravel flew from under my feet. My breathing came in ragged gasps. The voice followed. "David. David. David." Each time closer. Each time flatter. Each time wrong somehow, like a recording played too slowly. I sprinted until my lungs burned. When I finally had to stop, bent over with hands on my knees, the voice was gone. Only my wheezing breath broke the silence. The sun had dropped behind the hills. Long shadows filled the cuts between the rocks. I straightened up, still breathing hard, and looked around. The tracks stretched empty in both directions. My watch read 6:12 p.m. Darkness would fall soon. I had maybe 30 minutes of daylight left. Millbrook couldn't be more than a mile or two ahead. I started walking again, faster than before. The temperature dropped as shadows lengthened. My breath came out in visible puffs. The cooling sweat on my back made me shiver. A twig snapped in the woods to my right. I jerked my head toward the sound, but saw only darkness between the trees. Another snap, to the left this time. Then silence. I walked faster, almost jogging. The gravel crunched too loudly under my feet. Each sound seemed to echo off the rocks. David. I stumbled and nearly fell. The voice came from directly ahead this time. I squinted into the growing darkness. Nothing moved on the tracks. Who's there? My voice cracked. This isn't funny. David, David, David. From behind again, then from the right, then the left, then everywhere at once, a chorus of flat, dead voices calling my name. I ran. Branches whipped my face as I left the tracks, plunging into the woods. I had to get away from those voices, had to reach the road. My foot caught on a root and I sprawled forward. My hands scraped against rocks and dead leaves. Pain shot through my knee. I lay there gasping, face pressed against the cold ground. The voices had stopped. Slowly, I pushed myself up. Blood trickled from scrapes on my palms. My knee throbbed where I'd hit it. Trees loomed around me in the darkness. I had no idea which direction I'd come from. The tracks were hidden somewhere in the growing shadows. My phone still showed no signal. A branch cracked behind me. I whirled around. Nothing there. Just darkness between the trees. Another crack, closer. Then another. Something moved in the shadows. A darker shape against the darkness. I caught a glimpse of pale skin. Wrong somehow. Too white. Too smooth. I ran again. Branches tore at my clothes. Roots tried to trip me. I had no idea where I was going. Just away. Away from whatever was behind me. The ground sloped upward. I scrambled up, grabbing at trees to pull myself higher. My lungs burned. My legs trembled. David! The voice came from above me now. I looked up and screamed. A face hung in the darkness between the trees, pale white with black holes where the eyes should be. The mouth opened too wide, showing teeth that gleamed like metal. David. I lost my footing and tumbled backward down the slope. Rocks and branches battered me as I fell. I hit the bottom hard, driving the air from my lungs. Pain shot through my whole body. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Footsteps crunched in the leaves, coming closer, slow, deliberate. I forced my eyes open. The thing from the slope stood over me. In the last gray light, I could see it clearly now. It looked almost human. Almost. But the proportions were wrong. The arms too long. The fingers too thin. The skin so white it seemed to glow. The face was the worst part. No eyes. Just smooth skin where they should be. The mouth was a jagged line that split the lower face, filled with gleaming metal teeth. It reached for me with those long fingers. David, it said in that flat voice. We've been waiting for you. More shapes emerged from the darkness. More pale faces. More metal teeth. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body wouldn't move. The first creature's hand touched my face. Its skin felt like cold plastic. Time to come home, David. The others moved closer, surrounding me. Their hands reached down. Cold plastic fingers pressed against my skin. No, I managed to whisper. Please. We've missed you, David, they said in unison, voices flat and dead. We've missed you so much. They lifted me from the ground. I couldn't fight, couldn't even move. Their cold hands held me as they carried me into the darkness. I saw the railroad tracks one last time, gleaming faintly in the distance. Then the shadows swallowed everything. I don't know how long they carried me. Time seemed to stop in the darkness. My body felt numb. Only their cold hands against my skin told me I was still alive. We went down into the earth through tunnels that shouldn't exist. The air grew colder, damper. It smelled of wet stone and decay. Lights appeared ahead. Not electric lights, some kind of pale blue glow that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It illuminated a vast underground space. More of them waited there. Dozens, hundreds. All those eyeless faces turned toward me as they carried me past. "Welcome home," they said together. Their voices echoed off the stone walls. They took me to a chamber deep underground. Machines lined the walls. Old machines, covered in rust and grime. But they hummed with power. Cables and tubes snaked across the floor. In the center stood something like an operating table. Metal restraints hung from its sides. "No," I said again. My voice was barely a whisper. "Please don't." They lifted me onto the cold metal surface. The restraints snapped closed around my wrists and ankles. More bands wrapped around my chest and head, holding me completely immobile. One of them leaned over me. Its mouth split open, showing those terrible metal teeth. "Don't worry, David," it said. "Soon you'll be just like us. Soon you'll understand." Something whirred above me. A machine descended from the ceiling, all sharp edges and gleaming needles. "We've waited so long for you to come back," they said. "Now we can make you perfect, make you pure, make you one of us." The needles touched my skin. Pain exploded through my body. I screamed until my voice gave out. Screamed as they cut away what made me human. Screamed as they replaced flesh with metal and plastic. When it was over, I stood before a mirror they'd brought. An eyeless face looked back at me. Pale white skin stretched over metal bones. A mouth full of steel teeth. "Welcome home, brother," they said. "Welcome home," I replied in a flat, empty voice. Now I walk the tracks at night. I call out to lost travelers with voices that used to be mine. I guide them down into the darkness where my brothers and sisters wait. Sometimes they scream, sometimes they beg, but in the end they all become pure. They all become perfect. Like me. I am David. I am home. And I have work to do. The tracks are calling again. Someone is walking alone in the growing darkness. Someone who needs to be made perfect. I open my steel mouth and call their name. The first letter arrived 3 days after I moved in. Plain white envelope, my name and address printed clearly on the front. James Miller, 742 Oakwood Heights, apartment 3B, Portland, Oregon. But I hadn't sent it, and it was addressed to someone I'd never heard of. I stood in my half-unpacked living room, cardboard boxes still scattered around my feet, and turned the envelope over in my hands. The paper felt expensive, heavy between my fingers. My stomach tightened as I read the return address again. Same building, same apartment, my name. I ripped it open. "Dear Sarah, I know it's been 15 years. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. But I need to tell you what really happened that night. What I did, what I saw." The letter stopped there. Just those 3 sentences typed in crisp Times New Roman. No signature. The paper trembled in my hands and I realized my fingers were shaking. I dropped the letter on my kitchen counter and went back to unpacking. The rental company hadn't mentioned any previous tenants named Sarah, and I hadn't asked. The apartment had been empty for 6 months before I moved in. That's what the agent told me. Recently renovated, fresh paint on the walls, new appliances, a clean slate. That night I couldn't sleep. The letter sat on my counter like a splinter under my skin. I got up at 3 a.m. and read it again. The paper felt cold against my fingertips. My name on the envelope, my address, but I hadn't sent it. The second letter came 2 days later. Same envelope, same expensive paper. My hands were steady this time as I tore it open. "Sarah, I watched you leave that night. Saw you walk down Palmer Street in your red coat, the streetlights making your hair shine. I followed you. You never knew I was there. I saw everything. I called the post office the next morning. The woman on the phone sounded bored as she explained that, yes, they delivered all mail with the correct address, regardless of who sent it. But it has my name as the sender, I said. I didn't send it. Sir, we just deliver the mail, she replied. If you're having an issue with harassment, you should contact the police. I hung up and Googled Sarah plus Palmer Street, Portland, thousands of results. I spent 2 hours scrolling through social media profiles and news articles. Nothing stood out. The third letter arrived on a Sunday. The mail carrier had pushed it under my door. This time my hands shook so badly I had to set the envelope down on my coffee table and take 3 deep breaths before opening it. Sarah, the police got it wrong. They think they know what happened, but they don't. I've carried this secret for 15 years. Every night I see your face. Every night I hear your scream. I'm the only one who knows the truth. I drove to the police station that afternoon. The officer at the front desk looked tired as I explained about the letters. He took notes, nodded, asked if I felt threatened. No, I said, but someone's using my name to send these letters, and something happened 15 years ago, something bad. He typed on his computer. Nothing comes up for Palmer Street 15 years ago, he said. No major incidents. Could be someone playing a prank. With my name? He shrugged. File a report if you want. Not much we can do without more to go on. I spent that night sitting by my window, watching the street below. Cars passed. People walked their dogs. A couple argued outside the convenience store on the corner. Normal Sunday night stuff. But my skin felt too tight, like it didn't fit right anymore. The fourth letter came on Wednesday. This time I opened it standing in the lobby next to my mailbox. Sarah, I see you got a new job. The coffee shop on 12th Street. You look good in that green apron. Your hair is shorter now, but I'd recognize you anywhere. 15 years, and you haven't aged a day. My hands went numb. I dropped the letter. A neighbor picked it up, handed it back with a smile. I forced myself to smile back, took the elevator to my floor, locked my door, and slid down against it until I hit the floor. There was a coffee shop on 12th Street. I'd passed it on my way to work. The baristas wore green aprons. I called in sick the next day and went to the coffee shop. Sat in a corner table for 4 hours, watching the baristas. 3 women worked the morning shift. None of them looked like they could have been involved in anything 15 years ago. They were all too young. The 5th letter arrived the next day. Sarah, why did you change your name? I saw your name tag. Kate, that's not who you are. I know who you are. I know what you did. I went back to the coffee shop, watched the baristas again. One of them wore a name tag that said Kate. She looked about 25, dark hair cut in a bob, quick smile, efficient hands on the espresso machine. I ordered a coffee. When she handed it to me, I studied her face. She smiled, already turning to the next customer. Have you worked here long? I asked. About 6 months, she said. Another smile, distracted. Ever lived on Palmer Street? Her smile disappeared. She stepped back from the counter. Do I know you? No, sorry. Just making conversation. I left my coffee on the counter and walked out. That night, someone knocked on my door at 2 a.m. I looked through the peephole. Empty hallway. Another knock. I opened the door. The hallway light flickered. No one there. But on the floor, an envelope. My hands shook as I picked it up. Same paper, same address. My name as the sender. But this time, the letter inside was different. James, I know you're reading my letters to Sarah. Stop looking for her. This isn't your story. Go back to your life. Forget about Palmer Street. Forget about what happened 15 years ago. Or you'll find out firsthand why Sarah had to disappear. I slept with the lights on that night. In the morning, I called the rental agency. Did someone named Sarah live in my apartment before me? Sir, we can't disclose previous tenant information. Please, it's important. A pause. Keyboard clicking. That unit was empty for 6 months before you moved in. Before that, let me check. No Sarah listed. Previous tenant was a Robert Chen. Lived there 4 years. I hung up and Googled missing persons cases from 15 years ago. Spent hours scrolling through databases. Found 3 Sarahs who had disappeared in Oregon. None in Portland. None on Palmer Street. The 7th letter came the next day. Just 3 words. Stop looking, James. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. Sat by my window with all the lights off, watching the street. Cars passed. People walked. Normal life going on while my world twisted sideways. On the 3rd night, I saw someone standing on the corner under my window. Just standing there looking up at my apartment. When I pressed my face against the glass to see better, they walked away. But slowly. Like they wanted me to see them go. The 8th letter arrived in my work email. Somehow they'd found my address. Same font, same message style. James, I warned you. Now you're involved. Meet me at Palmer Street tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Come alone. You want to know the truth about Sarah? This is your chance. I deleted the email, restored it, read it again, deleted it again. At 9:45 p.m. the next night, I parked my car a block from Palmer Street. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. The street looked normal. Houses with lights on. Cars parked along the curb. A cat slinking along a fence. At 9:55 I got out of the car. My legs felt wooden. Each step echoed in my head. Palmer Street was empty. I checked my phone. 10 p.m. exactly. A figure stepped out of the shadows. Tall, male, face hidden under a hood. James Miller, he said. Not a question. I nodded. You've been looking for Sarah. Who are you? He took a step closer. Someone who knows the truth. About what happened 15 years ago. About what's happening now. Another step. Sarah isn't dead, James. She's hiding. And now you've drawn attention to her. Made people start asking questions again. What people? He laughed. The sound scraped against my ears. The kind of people who make other people disappear. A car turned onto Palmer Street, headlights sweeping across us. When the light faded, he was gone. The 9th letter waited in my mailbox the next morning. James, you met him last night. Now you understand. Some stories should stay buried. Some truths are better left unknown. Sarah understood that. That's why she disappeared. Go back to your life. Forget about the letters. Forget about Sarah. This is your last warning. I packed a bag that night. Booked a hotel across town. As I walked to my car, a woman stepped out of the shadows by the building entrance. Kate? I said. She wasn't wearing her green apron now. Her face looked harder in the streetlight. My name isn't Kate, she said. Sarah. She shook her head. Sarah's gone, has been for 15 years. You need to let this go. But the letters were a warning. Someone noticed you asking questions. The wrong people noticed. Who? She looked over her shoulder. I have to go. Don't try to find me again. Don't try to find Sarah. Just live your life, James. While you still can. She walked away. I watched until she disappeared around the corner. When I got to my car, an envelope sat on the driver's seat. My window wasn't broken, the doors were still locked. Inside, one sentence. Some stories end with a warning. This is yours. I drove to the hotel, checked in under a false name, sat on the bed and stared at the wall until sunrise. The next day, I gave notice at my job, called the rental agency and told them I was breaking my lease, packed everything I owned into my car. As I drove out of Portland, heading east with no real destination in mind, my phone buzzed. Email from an address I didn't recognize. Smart choice, James. Some mysteries should stay mysteries. Some stories should stay untold. Drive safe. Don't look back. I deleted the email, turned off my phone, kept driving. That was 2 months ago. I'm in another city now. New job, new apartment. The letters stopped. But sometimes, late at night, I think about Sarah. About what happened 15 years ago on Palmer Street. About the truth buried under all those warnings. And I check my mailbox every morning with shaking hands, waiting for another envelope with my name as the sender. So far, nothing. But every time I see someone in a red coat or pass a coffee shop with green-aproned baristas or hear footsteps behind me on a dark street, I remember, some stories don't want to be told, some mysteries don't want to be solved, and some warnings should be heeded. I heeded mine. I hope you heed yours. Just forget you read this. Go back to your life. Don't ask questions about Sarah or Palmer Street or what happened 15 years ago. Because sometimes, the most dangerous thing isn't the truth. It's the people who want it to stay hidden. The GPS said to turn right. I shouldn't have listened. Now I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere and something's out there in the dark. I've been hearing it for hours. The sounds keep getting closer. But let me start from the beginning. I was driving home from a business meeting in Burlington, Vermont. It was Tuesday, October 12th, around 6 p.m. The sun was already setting, and I wanted to get back to Boston before it got too late. My regular route would take about 4 hours with traffic, but my phone's GPS suggested a shortcut through some back roads that would save me an hour. I pulled into a gas station to fill up before taking the detour. The old guy behind the counter looked at me funny when I mentioned the route. That road? He scratched his beard. Ain't been maintained in years. Nobody goes that way anymore. I laughed it off. GPS says it's still active. Should be fine in my SUV. He shrugged and handed me my receipt. Your call, buddy. Just stick to the main roads after dark. I ignored him. Local folks always had stories about back roads. Besides, my 2023 Range Rover could handle anything. I pulled out of the station and followed the GPS instructions, turning onto a narrow 2-lane road that wound through dense forest. The first hour was fine. The pavement was rough but passable. My phone showed I was making good time. But as the sun disappeared completely, the road got worse. Potholes appeared more frequently. Tree branches scraped against my car's sides. The GPS voice crackled. Turn right in 500 feet. I slowed down and squinted through the darkness. There was a dirt road heading into the trees. No street sign, no markers, just tire tracks disappearing into black forest. My phone lost signal for a moment, then came back. Recalculating. Continue on current route. I should have turned around right then. But the GPS insisted this was still the fastest way, and I was already an hour into the shortcut. Going back would just waste time. The dirt road got narrower. Tree branches closed in overhead, blocking out what little moonlight there was. My headlights caught glimpses of broken fence posts and crumbling stone walls hidden in the undergrowth. Then I saw the house. It was set back from the road about 50 yards, a colonial-style building with peeling white paint and dark windows. Something about it made my skin crawl. As I drove past, I could have sworn I saw movement behind one of the upstairs windows. Just a quick shadow, there and gone. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The road curved sharply around a hill, and that's when things really went wrong. The tire hit the pothole hard. I heard a loud pop and felt the car lurch to the right. Shit. I fought the wheel as the SUV slid in the mud. The back end fishtailed. I pumped the brakes, but it was too late. The Range Rover slid off the road and into a drainage ditch. The front wheels sank deep into thick black mud. The engine died. No, no, no. I turned the key. The starter whined, but the engine wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. I grabbed my phone. No signal. Okay, Don, don't panic. I talked to myself in the sudden silence. Just get out and check the damage. I opened the door and stepped down. My foot sank ankle deep in cold mud. The beam of my phone's flashlight showed me the bad news. The right front tire was completely shredded, and the car was stuck at an angle in the ditch. Even with 4 good wheels, I'd need a tow truck to get out. I slogged through the mud to check the trunk. I had a spare tire, but it wouldn't help in this situation. What I needed was another vehicle or a winch. The temperature was dropping fast. My breath made clouds in the beam of the flashlight. I could try walking back to the main road, but I had no idea how far that was. In the dark, I'd likely get lost. Better to wait until morning. I had half a tank of gas so I could run the heater if needed. I had some protein bars and water bottles from my business trip. I'd be uncomfortable, but I'd survive the night. I climbed back in and locked the doors. The dashboard clock read 8:47 p.m. That's when I heard the first sound. It was faint, just a crack of a branch in the woods. Probably a deer or raccoon, but something about it made the hair on my neck stand up. I waited, straining my ears. The forest was dead silent. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Another crack, closer this time. Then another. Something was moving through the trees, heading toward the road. I killed my flashlight and sat perfectly still, watching the woods through the windshield. The moon had risen, casting weak light through the branches. Dark shapes shifted in the shadows. A branch snapped right next to the car. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound. A shape moved in my peripheral vision. Something dark passed behind the car. I caught a glimpse in the side mirror. A human-like figure, but wrong somehow. Too tall. Too thin. The temperature inside the car plummeted. My breath came out in white clouds. Frost started forming on the windows. Something scraped against the rear bumper. A sound like fingernails on metal. I wanted to start the engine, to turn on the lights, to do something, but fear held me paralyzed. Every instinct screamed at me to stay still and silent. The scratching moved up the side of the car. I could track its progress by sound, along the rear door, then the front door, then the hood. A shadow fell across the windshield. I looked up. A face peered down at me through the glass. I screamed. The thing jerked back, vanishing into the darkness. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely grip them. The engine roared to life. I slammed it into reverse, then drive, then reverse again. The wheels spun in the mud. The car didn't move an inch. More shadows moved in the trees. More cracking branches. They were all around the car now. I hit the high beams. The lights caught nothing but empty forest. But I could hear them moving out there, circling the vehicle. The temperature kept dropping. Ice crystals spread across the windows in intricate patterns. The heater was running full blast, but I couldn't stop shivering. Something hit the roof hard, making the whole car shake. Then again, and again, like something, was pounding on it with their fists. I covered my ears, but I couldn't block out the sounds, the pounding, the scratching, and worst of all, the whispers. I couldn't make out words, but I could hear voices, dozens of them speaking in low, urgent tones just outside the car. They seemed to be arguing about something, about me. The assault on the car continued for hours. Sometimes the things would go quiet for a few minutes, making me think they'd left. Then they'd start up again louder than before, pounding, scratching, whispering. I curled up in the driver's seat, shaking with cold and terror. The dashboard clock ticked forward with agonizing slowness. 10 p.m., 11:09 p.m., midnight. Around 1 a.m. they changed tactics. "Help me," a woman's voice called from the woods. "Please, somebody help." I knew it wasn't real. It couldn't be real, but it sounded so human, so desperate. "Please, I'm hurt. Help me." The voice moved closer, accompanied by sounds of stumbling, branches breaking. "I can see your car. Please." The voice was right outside my window now. Every fiber of my being screamed not to look, but I couldn't help it. I turned my head slowly. A pale face pressed against the glass, inches from mine. It looked almost human, almost. But the eyes were solid black, and the mouth contained too many teeth. I jerked away, slamming my head against the other window. The thing outside smiled, its face splitting open far wider than any human mouth could. Then it began to tap on the glass with long, skeletal fingers. Tap, tap, tap. Other faces appeared at the windows, dozens of them, all with those black eyes, all with those two wide smiles, all tapping on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my hands over my ears, but I could still hear them, still feel their presence outside the car, still sense their hunger. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Time lost all meaning. There was only the cold, the tapping, and the absolute certainty that if I opened my eyes, they would still be there. Watching. Waiting. The first hint of dawn saved me. As the sky began to lighten, the tapping stopped. The temperature slowly rose. When I finally opened my eyes, the windows were clear of frost. The forest was empty. I sat there for another hour, waiting for full daylight. My whole body ached from being cramped in the same position all night. My throat was raw from screaming. At 7:23 a.m., a pickup truck came down the road. The driver, an old farmer, stopped and helped winch my car out of the ditch. He didn't seem surprised to find me there. "Took the shortcut, didn't you?" He didn't wait for an answer. "GPS always sends folks down this way, bunch of nonsense. Road's been closed for 20 years, ever since the massacre at the Thompson place." He jerked his thumb back toward the White House I'd passed. I didn't ask about the massacre. I didn't want to know. The spare tire got me to the nearest town. I gave my statement to a bored-looking sheriff's deputy who'd clearly heard similar stories before. He wrote down the basics and told me to stick to the main roads next time. I bought 4 new tires and drove straight home, taking the highway. I deleted that GPS app and downloaded a different one. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that tapping. Still feel that bone-deep cold. Still see those faces with their black eyes and twisted smiles. And I never ever take shortcuts anymore. The GPS tried to send me down that road again last week. I turned around and took the long way home. Better to spend an extra hour in traffic than another night in those woods. Because I know they're still there, waiting in the darkness. Waiting for the next person who trusts their GPS more than local warnings. Waiting for someone else to take that wrong turn. If you're driving through Vermont and your GPS suggests a shortcut through the back country, ignore it. Stick to the main roads. Check your paper maps. Ask locals for directions. Because technology doesn't know everything. It doesn't know about the things that live in those woods. The things that come out after dark. The things that tap on windows with their long, pale fingers. The things that are always hungry and always waiting. I should have known better than to trust strangers in the woods. But when you've been hiking alone for days, any friendly face seems like a godsend. That's what I told myself when I met them. 4 locals with easy smiles and a secret spot they were dying to show me. I never imagined those smiles would be the last thing I'd see before my world turned upside down. The Appalachian Trail had been my escape, my way of clearing my head after a messy breakup and an even messier job loss. 3 days in, my legs ached. My backpack felt heavier with each step, but my mind was finally quiet. The rhythmic crunch of leaves under my boots and the whisper of wind through the trees had become a soothing melody, drowning out the noise of my troubled thoughts. I was taking a breather at a trail junction, consulting my map, when I heard voices approaching. 2 men and 2 women rounded the bend, laughing and chatting like old friends out for a stroll. They looked like locals, flannel shirts, worn jeans, and hiking boots that had seen better days. The oldest of the bunch, a man with salt and pepper hair and crow's feet around his eyes, gave me a friendly wave. "Hey there, hiker. Taking on the AT solo, huh?" His voice was warm, with a hint of a southern drawl. I nodded, suddenly aware of how long it had been since I'd spoken to another person. Yeah, just me and the trail. The man introduced himself as Ray and made quick introductions for the others, Mike, Sarah, and Lisa. They asked about my hike, where I was from, the usual small talk. It felt nice, normal even, to chat with people again. "You know," Ray said, leaning in conspiratorially, "if you're looking for a real view, we know a spot just off the trail. Most hikers miss it, 'cause it ain't on the maps." I hesitated. Every instinct told me to stick to the marked trail, to not follow strangers into the woods, but they seemed so genuine, so eager to share their local knowledge. And wasn't this what hiking was about? Discovering hidden gems, experiencing nature off the beaten path? "It's not far," Sarah chimed in, her eyes twinkling. "Maybe half an hour tops. The view of the valley is breathtaking. especially this time of year with the leaves changing. I found myself nodding before I could think better of it. Sure, why not? Lead the way. We set off, leaving the well-worn trail behind. Ray took the lead, with Mike bringing up the rear. Sarah and Lisa flanked me, chatting amiably about the area's history and pointing out interesting plants along the way. At first, we followed a faint path, barely more than a game trail. But as we pressed deeper into the woods, even that disappeared. The forest grew denser, the canopy above blocking out more and more sunlight. The friendly chatter of the group gradually died down, replaced by the sound of our footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig. I tried to keep track of our route, but the trees all started to look the same, and I lost my sense of direction. A nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach told me something wasn't right. The half-hour mark came and went, and still, we pressed on. The incline grew steeper, the underbrush thicker. My legs burned with the effort, and I had to use my hands to push aside branches that seemed to grab at my clothes. "How much further?" I asked, trying to keep the worry out of my voice. Ray glanced back at me, his earlier warmth replaced by a cool, appraising look. "Not far now. You're not getting tired, are you?" There was something in his tone, a hint of mockery perhaps, that sent a chill down my spine. I forced a smile. "No, just curious." We continued on in silence. I noticed the others had spread out, forming a loose circle around me. Every time I slowed or changed direction slightly, one of them was there, subtly herding me back on course. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was being corralled. My heart began to race, and I felt sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool air. I tried to calm myself, to rationalize the situation. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe the secret spot really was just ahead. But as we entered a small clearing, I knew in my bones that I had made a terrible mistake. There was no breathtaking view, no valley spread out before us, just a small, unremarkable space surrounded by dense forest. Ray stopped and turned to face me, and the others closed ranks, forming a tight circle. "Well," Ray said, his voice no longer friendly, "looks like we made it." I spun around, looking for a gap, an escape route, but found none. They had positioned themselves perfectly, cutting off any chance of flight. "What is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my efforts to sound strong. "Where's the view you promised?" Mike, who had barely spoken during the hike, let out a low chuckle. "Oh, there's a view all right. Just not the one you were expecting." Sarah stepped closer, her earlier warmth replaced by a predatory gleam in her eyes. "You really shouldn't have come with us," she said, her voice dripping with false sympathy. "But then again, they never learn, do they?" My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who were these people? What did they want? The weight of my backpack suddenly felt suffocating, and I shrugged it off, ready to run if I saw even the slightest opening. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what's going on here, but I don't want any trouble. Just let me go, and I'll forget this ever happened." Ray stepped forward, closing the distance between us. He was close enough now that I could smell his breath, a mix of coffee and something metallic. "Oh, sweetheart," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Trouble found you the moment you stepped off that trail." In that instant, I knew I had to act or die. With a surge of adrenaline, I swung my backpack as hard as I could, catching Ray square in the chest. He stumbled backward, surprise replacing the smug look on his face. I didn't wait to see their reactions. I ran, crashing through the underbrush. I didn't care about direction or stealth. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and those people as possible. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I kept moving. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. They knew these woods, had the advantage of numbers, but I had the desperate energy of someone fighting for their life. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but I didn't dare stop. The forest all looked the same, endless trees and undergrowth with no sign of the trail or civilization. As the adrenaline began to wear off, panic set in. I was lost, alone in unfamiliar woods, with no supplies and no idea which direction would lead me to safety. For all I knew, I was running deeper into their territory. The sun was setting, the forest growing darker by the minute. I knew I couldn't keep running blindly. I needed to find shelter, to hide and catch my breath. A fallen tree caught my eye, its massive trunk and upturned roots creating a natural hollow. I crawled into the space, pressing myself as far back as I could. The earthy smell of decaying leaves filled my nostrils as I tried to quiet my ragged breathing. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a fresh wave of terror through me. As full darkness descended, the forest came alive with night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small animals. But underlying it all was a tense silence, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I don't know how long I huddled there, shivering from cold and fear. My mind conjured terrifying images. Ray and his group finding me, dragging me out of my hiding place. What would they do to me? Why had they lured me out here? At some point, exhaustion must have overtaken me because I jolted awake to the sound of voices, distant at first, but growing closer. I held my breath, pressing myself further into my hiding spot. She couldn't have gotten far. I heard Ray's voice, closer than I would have liked. Fan out and keep looking. She's got to be around here somewhere. Footsteps crunched through the leaves, pausing every so often. I could hear them searching, calling out to each other as they combed the area. My heart was pounding so loudly, I was sure they would hear it. A beam of light swept over my hiding place, and I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to become invisible. The footsteps came closer, leaves crunching just inches from where I lay. "Hey, Ray," Mike's voice called out. "I think I found something over here." The footsteps moved away, and I allowed myself to breathe again. But I knew I couldn't stay here. It was only a matter of time before they found me. As their voices grew more distant, I steeled myself for what I had to do. I had to move, had to find my way out of these woods before they circled back. Crawling out from my hiding spot, I oriented myself as best I could in the darkness. The moon provided just enough light to make out shapes, but not much more. I picked a direction and started moving, trying to be as quiet as possible. Every step was a terror. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. But I pressed on, driven by the knowledge that staying still meant certain capture. I don't know how long I walked, or how far. Time lost all meaning in the dark forest, but eventually, miraculously, I saw a faint glow through the trees. Civilization. Stumbling out onto a road, I flagged down the first car I saw. The elderly couple inside looked shocked at my appearance, scratched, dirty, and wild-eyed. But they took me to the nearest police station, where I poured out my story. The police searched the area, but found no trace of Ray or the others. No evidence of the clearing where they had trapped me. It was as if they had vanished into the forest itself. I never went back to finish my hike, the Appalachian Trail. Once a source of solace, now featured prominently in my nightmares. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I wonder about those woods. And I shudder, knowing that somewhere out there, Ray and his group are probably looking for their next unsuspecting hiker to lead astray. The silence was supposed to be peaceful. Instead, it became a canvas for terror, painting my solitude with brushstrokes of paranoia and dread. What began as a simple weekend getaway spiraled into a nightmare that still haunts me, leaving me to question the very nature of solitude and the unseen forces that lurk in the quiet corners of the world. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The stress of city life, the constant din of traffic, and the suffocating pressure of deadlines had worn me down to a nub. When I stumbled across the listing for a secluded cabin nestled deep in the woods, it seemed like the perfect escape. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, Just me and the great outdoors. A chance to reset, to find myself again in the quiet of nature. The drive up was beautiful, the road winding through dense forests and alongside babbling streams. As I turned onto the gravel driveway leading to the cabin, the trees seemed to close in around me, creating a natural tunnel that led to my weekend sanctuary. The cabin itself was charming in its rustic simplicity. A small, wooden structure with a covered porch. It looked like something out of a storybook. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and took a deep breath of the crisp, pine-scented air. Already, I could feel the tension in my shoulders starting to ease. Inside, the cabin was cozy and well-maintained. A stone fireplace dominated one wall of the main room, with a small kitchenette tucked into the corner. The bedroom was snug, with a window that looked out into the surrounding forest. It wasn't luxurious, but it was exactly what I needed. I spent the afternoon settling in, unpacking my groceries and exploring the immediate area around the cabin. There was a small clearing out back, perfect for stargazing, and a well-worn path that led down to a creek. As the sun began to set, I built a fire in the fireplace and settled into an armchair with a book and a glass of wine. The silence was profound. No cars, no distant sirens, not even the hum of electronics, just the crackle of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. I reveled in it, feeling the last vestiges of city stress melting away. It was close to midnight when I finally decided to turn in. I banked the fire, made sure the doors were locked, more out of habit than any real concern, and crawled into bed. The mattress was firm but comfortable, and I drifted off almost immediately, lulled by the absolute quiet. I'm not sure what woke me. A sound, maybe, or just that inexplicable sense that something wasn't right. I lay there in the darkness, my heart pounding, straining my ears. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic crunching sound, like footsteps on gravel. My first thought was that it must be an animal, a deer, maybe, or a raccoon foraging around the cabin. But as I listened, the footsteps seemed too deliberate, too measured to be an animal. They circled the cabin slowly, pausing occasionally before continuing on. I slid out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. Moving to the window, I peered out into the darkness. The moon was nearly full, casting a pale light over the clearing, but I couldn't see anyone. The footsteps continued, now on the far side of the cabin. A chill ran down my spine. Who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, at this hour? I thought about the isolation that had seemed so appealing just hours before. Now, it felt oppressive, dangerous. I crept to the main room, checking the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure, just as I had left it. The footsteps completed their circuit of the cabin and fell silent. I stood there in the darkness, barely breathing, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I convinced myself that I had imagined it all. The unfamiliar sounds of the forest playing tricks on my city-trained ears. I laughed softly at my own paranoia and went back to bed. Morning came, bright and clear. I awoke feeling refreshed, the unsettling events of the night fading like a bad dream in the light of day. I made coffee and decided to enjoy it on the porch, soaking in the beauty of the forest. As I stepped outside, my mug slipped from my fingers, shattering on the wooden planks. There, in the center of the clearing, was a small pile of rocks, 5 or 6 stones, stacked neatly on top of each other. It hadn't been there yesterday. I was sure of it. My mind raced. Had someone been here while I slept? But why leave a pile of rocks? It seemed so odd, so purposeless. I approached it cautiously, half expecting something to jump out at me. But it was just rocks, cold and inert in the morning sun. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. I hiked down to the creek, splashed in the cold water, and even managed to spot a deer grazing in a distant meadow. By the time evening rolled around, I had almost convinced myself that there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for the rock pile. Maybe the property owner had been by to check on things and decided to indulge in some impromptu rock stacking. As darkness fell, I found myself growing tense again, every creak of the cabin settling, every rustle of leaves outside seemed magnified. I built another fire, hoping its warm glow would dispel the shadows that seemed to lurk in every corner. I must have dozed off in the armchair because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to the sound of knocking. 3 sharp raps on the front door, clear and unmistakable. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Who's there?" No answer. Just silence, heavy and oppressive. I stood up slowly, my legs feeling weak and unsteady. The knocking came again, this time from the back door. I whirled around, my breath coming in short gasps. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I lunged for my phone, forgetting for a moment that there was no service out here. My hands shook as I tried to dial 911 anyway, praying for a miracle. Nothing. The screen mockingly displayed no signal, as another series of knocks echoed through the cabin, this time from the bedroom window. Panic overwhelmed me. I grabbed the fireplace poker, holding it out in front of me like a sword. "I'm armed," I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Leave me alone." The knocking stopped. For a long moment, there was no sound but my own ragged breathing. Then, softly at first but growing louder, I heard laughter. It seemed to come from all around the cabin, a chorus of mocking chuckles that made my blood run cold. I backed into a corner, the poker clutched to my chest, and waited. The laughter faded, replaced once again by that awful silence. I don't know how long I stood there, every muscle tense, expecting at any moment for the doors to burst open, but nothing happened. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. Whatever had been out there, it seemed to have gone. Exhausted and terrified, I waited until the sun was fully up before venturing outside. What I saw made my heart skip a beat. Surrounding the cabin, spaced evenly about 10 feet apart, were more of those rock piles, dozens of them, each one identical to the one I had found the day before. I didn't bother packing. I just grabbed my keys and ran for my car. As I sped down the gravel driveway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw figures standing at the edge of the trees, watching me go. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. I drove straight to the local police station, my story tumbling out in a frantic jumble. They were kind, but skeptical. They took my statement and promised to check out the cabin, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't really believe me. When they called a few days later, their report was frustratingly mundane. They had found no evidence of intruders, no footprints, and no rock piles. The cabin was exactly as it should be, peaceful and undisturbed in its forest clearing. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was stress, or an overactive imagination fueled by too many horror movies. But in my heart, I know what I experienced was real. Something was out there in those woods. Something that toyed with me for reasons I'll never understand. I've never gone back to that cabin, or any cabin for that matter. The peace and solitude I once craved now feel like an invitation to unknown terrors. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself listening for footsteps, for knocking, for that mocking laughter. And I wonder, with a shiver of fear, if whatever was in those woods has followed me home. The rock piles haunt my dreams, a simple arrangement of stones that has become a symbol of an encounter I can neither fully explain nor forget. They stand as silent sentinels in my nightmares, reminding me that sometimes the most terrifying things are those that leave no trace, save for the indelible mark they leave on our psyche. The moment I stepped out of my car, I knew I'd made a mistake. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, broken only by the soft tick of my cooling engine. I should have kept driving, should have trusted my gut. But I didn't, and that decision nearly cost me everything. It was supposed to be a simple drive home, a 4-hour stretch of highway I'd traveled countless times before. But as night fell and the miles ticked by, exhaustion began to set in. The white lines on the road started to blur, and I caught myself nodding off more than once. I needed to stop, just for a moment, to shake off the fatigue and clear my head. That's when I saw it. A pile of debris blocking the road ahead. Logs, branches, and what looked like chunks of concrete were strewn across both lanes. I slowed to a stop, my headlights illuminating the obstacle. It was odd. There hadn't been any construction signs, no warnings of road work, just this sudden, impassable barrier in the middle of nowhere. I put the car in park and stepped out, the gravel crunching under my feet. The night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. No crickets chirping, no distant rumble of traffic, just the soft whisper of wind through the trees that lined the road. As I approached the debris, something felt off. The arrangement seemed too deliberate, too carefully placed to be the result of a landslide or fallen tree. The logs were stacked, the branches intertwined in a way that spoke of human intervention. I glanced back at my car, then down the road in both directions. No other vehicles in sight. Just me, my car, and this inexplicable roadblock. I pulled out my phone, hoping to call for help, but the screen mocked me with its "no service cower" message. Of course, why would anything be easy? I sighed, realizing I'd have to move some of this stuff myself if I wanted to get through. As I bent to grab the end of a log, a flicker of movement caught my eye. There, at the edge of my headlights, reach, was a set of footprints leading off into the woods. My heart skipped a beat. Fresh footprints, the disturbed earth still settling. Someone had been here, and recently, I straightened up, suddenly very aware of how exposed I was. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting the decision. My voice sounded small and vulnerable in the vast darkness. No response came, but I could have sworn I heard a twig snap somewhere in the shadows beyond the road. I should have gotten back in my car right then, should have turned around and driven away as fast as I could. But curiosity, that damned human trait, got the better of me. I took a few steps toward the tree line, squinting to see further into the darkness. That's when I heard it, the low rumble of an engine. Relief washed over me. Another car was approaching. I wasn't alone out here after all. I turned back toward the road, ready to flag down the driver and ask for help. But my relief was short-lived. There, idling about 50 yards behind my car, was a truck. Its headlights were off, the engine purring quietly. I hadn't heard it pull up, hadn't seen any lights approaching. It was as if it had materialized out of the darkness. "Hey," I called out, waving my arms. "Can you help me? The road's blocked." The truck didn't move. I couldn't make out the driver through the windshield, just a dark silhouette behind the wheel. A chill ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. I started walking back to my car, trying to keep my pace steady despite the panic rising in my chest. The truck's driver's side door opened with a creak that seemed to echo in the still night air. A man stepped out, tall and broad-shouldered, his features hidden in shadow. "Need some help?" His voice was deep, casual, but there was an undercurrent to it that set my teeth on edge. I stopped, my hand on my car door handle. Yeah. There's a bunch of debris blocking the road. I was just about to try and clear it." He started walking toward me, his gait slow and deliberate. Nasty business, that. Happens sometimes out here. Folks aren't careful about what they're carrying. As he got closer, I could make out more details. He was wearing a thick jacket despite the mild weather, his hands shoved deep in the pockets. A baseball cap pulled low obscured most of his face. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said, now just a few feet away. "Never know what kind of trouble you might run into." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. Every instinct was screaming at me to get in the car and drive. Debris be damned. But he was too close now. If I made a move, he'd be on me before I could close the door. "I'm fine," I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady. My, husband is expecting me. He'll be worried if I'm late." The man chuckled, a low sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Is that so? Funny. I didn't see a ring on your finger when you were waving your arms about earlier." Ice flooded my veins. He'd been watching me. For how long? Had he been there when I first pulled up? "Look," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I don't want any trouble. Why don't you go on ahead? I'll figure out how to get around this mess." He took another step closer. I could smell him now, a mixture of cigarette smoke and something metallic. "Oh, I don't think you'll be going anywhere for a while." That's when I heard it, movement in the woods behind me. More than one person, by the sound of it. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the full extent of the trap I'd walked into. The man smiled, and in the dim light, I saw the glint of teeth. Like I said, folks aren't careful about what they're carrying out here. Sometimes things fall off trucks. Sometimes those things are valuable. And sometimes we need to make sure no one interrupts while we collect our lost property. I didn't think. I just acted. In one fluid motion, I yanked open my car door and threw myself inside. The man lunged forward, his hand grasping for my arm, but I slammed the door shut just in time. His fist pounded on the window as I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as more men emerged from the woods. 3 of them, running toward my car with purposeful strides. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed up. The man who had spoken to me dove out of the way, rolling across the asphalt. I spun the wheel, the car fishtailing as I turned it around. In my rearview mirror, I saw the men running back to the truck, the engine gunned to life, headlights flaring in the darkness. I didn't hesitate. I slammed on the gas, my car lurching forward. The debris loomed ahead, but I didn't slow down. I aimed for the section that looked least dense and prayed. The impact was jarring. My teeth rattled as the car bounced and scraped over the logs and branches. Something cracked underneath. Probably my oil pan, a distant part of my mind supplied. But the car kept moving. I was through. The road ahead was clear, and I pushed the gas pedal to the floor. The truck was behind me now, its headlights growing larger in my mirror. They were gaining on me, my damaged car no match for their truck on this straight stretch of highway. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I needed to think, needed to find a way out of this nightmare. Up ahead, I saw a turnoff, a narrow road that disappeared into the woods. It was risky. I had no idea where it led. But staying on the main road wasn't an option. I waited until the last second, then wrenched the wheel to the right. My car skidded, tires screeching as I made the turn. The truck blew past the turnoff, unable to slow down in time. I had bought myself a few precious seconds. The road was rough, more dirt than pavement. My car rattled and shook, but I didn't dare slow down. Trees whipped past on either side, branches scraping against the windows. I drove blindly, taking turns at random, praying I was putting distance between myself and my pursuers. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I saw lights ahead. A gas station, its fluorescent glow a beacon of hope in the darkness. I screeched into the parking lot, horn blaring, and threw myself out of the car. The attendant looked startled as I burst through the door, wild-eyed and babbling about men chasing me. He called the police while I huddled behind the counter, jumping at every sound. When the cops arrived, they found no sign of the truck or the men. They drove me back to the scene, but the debris was gone, the road clear as if nothing had ever happened. They were sympathetic but skeptical. No evidence, no crime. I sold my car soon after that night. Couldn't stand to look at it, with its dents and scrapes reminding me of how close I'd come to. I don't even know what. I don't drive that road anymore. Don't drive much at all if I can help it. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that man's smile, still hear the sound of footsteps in the woods, and I wonder, with a shudder, how many others have fallen for that trap on that lonely stretch of road. How many weren't as lucky as I was. So if you're driving late at night and you come across a blocked road in the middle of nowhere, don't stop. Don't get out of your car. Just turn around and drive away as fast as you can, because you never know who might be waiting in the darkness, ready to spring a trap you may not escape. The woods have eyes. I know that now. What I thought would be a peaceful solo camping trip turned into a nightmare that still haunts me. The rustling leaves, the snapping twigs, the whispers in the dark. They weren't just the sounds of nature. They were warnings I should have heeded. I'd always been the outdoorsy type, but life had a way of getting in the way. Work, relationships, the usual culprits. When everything fell apart, lost my job, broke up with my long-term girlfriend, I decided it was time to reconnect with nature, clear my head, find myself again. All that cliché stuff you hear about in self-help books. I chose a spot deep in the national forest, miles from the nearest town, the kind of place where you can really feel alone with your thoughts. I packed light, just a tent, sleeping bag, some basic supplies, and enough food for a couple of days. The plan was simple: hike in, set up camp, and spend a few days soaking in the solitude. The hike was beautiful. Late autumn had painted the forest in rich golds and deep reds. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves. As I walked, the sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the gentle rustle of wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird. I found the perfect spot just as the sun was starting to dip low in the sky. A small clearing near a babbling stream sheltered by towering pines. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and settled in for the evening. That first night was everything I'd hoped for. I sat by the fire, watching the flames dance as the stars emerged overhead. The silence was profound, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the soft gurgle of the stream. For the first time in months, I felt at peace. I must have dozed off by the fire because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to complete darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow over the clearing. I blinked, disoriented, trying to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, a rustling sound, just at the edge of the clearing. My first thought was that it must be an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon foraging for food. But as I listened, I realized the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be an animal. Footsteps. Slow, measured footsteps, circling the perimeter of the clearing. My heart began to race. I sat perfectly still, straining my eyes to see into the darkness beyond the dying firelight. The footsteps continued their circuit, never hurrying, never slowing, just a steady, relentless pace. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared in the night air. "Is someone there?" The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was oppressive, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I waited, every muscle tense, for something to happen. Nothing did. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I convinced myself that I had imagined it all. The unfamiliar sounds of the forest playing tricks on my city-trained ears. I laughed softly at my own paranoia and retreated to my tent. Sleep didn't come easily, but eventually, I drifted off. The next morning dawned bright and clear. I stepped out of my tent, stretching and yawning, ready to shake off the unsettling events of the night. That's when I saw it. There, just a few feet from where I had been sleeping, was a symbol scratched into the dirt, a crude circle with a line drawn through it. My blood ran cold. This wasn't here yesterday. Someone, or something, had been in my camp while I slept. I approached the symbol cautiously, as if it might suddenly spring to life. The line was deep, clearly carved with purpose. This was no random scratch in the dirt. This was a message. My eyes darted around the clearing, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The trees that had seemed so welcoming yesterday now loomed ominously, their shadows concealing who knows what. That's when I saw him. Or it. I'm still not sure. Just beyond the tree line, partially hidden behind a massive pine, was a figure. It was tall, much taller than any man I'd ever seen, and unnaturally thin. Its skin, if you could call it that, seemed to shift and ripple, blending with the dappled shadows of the forest. We locked eyes, or at least, I think we did. Where its face should have been was a void, a darkness deeper than the shadows around it. I felt a primal fear grip me, the kind of terror our ancestors must have felt when faced with the unknown predators of a primeval world. I blinked, and it was gone. Vanished, as if it had never been there. But I knew what I had seen. The image was burned into my mind, a nightmare made flesh. My hands shaking, I began to break camp. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump. I felt eyes on me, watching from the forest, but every time I looked up, there was nothing there. As I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I heard a whisper, so faint I almost missed it, carried on the breeze like a sigh. Stay. I froze. The sleeping bag clutched to my chest like a shield. The word seemed to echo in my head, growing louder with each repetition. Stay, stay, stay. No, I said aloud, my voice cracking. No, I'm leaving, right now. I threw my things haphazardly into my backpack, no longer caring about neatness or organization. I just needed to get out of there, to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. As I shouldered my pack and turned to leave, I saw them. Dozens of those symbols, carved into the trunks of the trees surrounding the clearing. Circles with lines through them, some fresh, the bark still oozing sap, others old and weathered. How had I not noticed them before? I ran. I didn't care about following the trail or finding my way back. My only thought was escape. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I kept going. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the fear pushing me forward was stronger than any physical discomfort. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that forest. The trees all looked the same, and more than once I feared I was running in circles. But I didn't dare stop. Finally, mercifully, I broke through the tree line and onto a road. I nearly cried at the sight of it, this symbol of civilization and safety. I followed it, my pace never slowing, until I reached a gas station on the outskirts of a small town. The attendant looked at me like I was crazy when I burst in, wild-eyed and scratched up. I probably was, at that point. I babbled about the symbols, the whispers, the figure in the woods. He listened patiently, then called the police. The officers who responded were kind but skeptical. They took my statement, then drove me out to where I had camped. But when we got there, the clearing was empty. No tent, no fire pit, no symbols carved in the dirt or trees. It was as if I had never been there at all. They chalked it up to an overactive imagination, maybe brought on by stress or dehydration, suggested I see a doctor, get some rest. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. I've tried to put it behind me, to rationalize it as a panic attack or some kind of hallucination. But on quiet nights, when the wind whistles through the trees outside my window, I swear I can hear that whisper again. Stay. Sometimes, I dream of that figure in the woods. In my nightmares, it follows me, always just out of sight but never far behind. I wake up in a cold sweat, the symbol of the circle and line burned into my mind's eye. I don't go camping anymore. Don't even like to be in heavily wooded areas. The rustle of leaves sets my heart racing, and the snap of a twig can send me into a panic. People say the woods are peaceful, a place to connect with nature and find yourself. But I know better now. I know that sometimes The woods are watching, waiting, and if you're not careful, they might decide to keep you. That symbol haunts me still. I see it everywhere, in the grain of wood, in the cracks on the sidewalk, in the steam rising from my coffee. A circle with a line through it, so simple, yet so terrifying in its implications. What did it mean? Why was it there? And why do I feel deep in my bones that it wasn't a warning but an invitation? I don't have answers to these questions, and part of me hopes I never will. But I know one thing for certain: the next time I hear a whisper in the woods, I won't stick around to find out what it's saying. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some invitations better left unanswered, especially when they come from the dark heart of the forest, where ancient things still lurk in the shadows, waiting for the unwary to wander too far from the path. The old man's eyes didn't match his smile. That should have been my first clue. But when you're lost in the woods, cold and hungry, even the strangest shelter can seem like salvation. It wasn't until I was inside, the door locked behind me, that I realized sometimes being lost is safer than being found. I hadn't planned on going off trail. The day had started perfectly: crisp autumn air, leaves crunching underfoot, and a well-marked path through some of the most beautiful forests I'd ever seen. I'm an experienced hiker, not the type to make rookie mistakes. But somewhere between admiring a particularly stunning vista and trying to get the perfect photo for my Instagram, I lost the trail. At first, I wasn't worried. I had my phone's GPS, a compass, and enough supplies for a day hike. But as the hours wore on and the sun began to dip behind the mountains, a creeping sense of unease settled in my stomach. My phone's battery was dying, and the terrain all looked the same: endless trees and rocky outcroppings that offered no clue as to which direction I should go. Just as panic was starting to set in, I saw it. A thin trail of smoke rising above the trees in the distance. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and where there's fire, there are people. I quickened my pace, pushing through the underbrush towards what I hoped was salvation. The cabin appeared suddenly, as if it had grown out of the forest itself. It was small and weathered, its wooden walls gray with age. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney, and a warm glow spilled from the windows. Relief washed over me. I hurried to the door and knocked, perhaps a bit too eagerly. The door creaked open, and there he stood. An old man, probably in his 70s, with a scraggly white beard and deep-set eyes that seemed to look right through me. He smiled, but something about it felt off, like he was practicing an expression he'd seen but didn't quite understand. "Well, hello there," he said, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "You look a mite lost." I explained my situation, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. The old man, Jack, he called himself, listened patiently, nodding along. When I finished, he stepped back from the door. "Can't leave you out here in the cold, now can I? Come on in and warm yourself by the fire." I hesitated for just a moment. Something in the back of my mind whispered a warning, but the promise of warmth and safety overrode any misgivings. I stepped inside. The cabin was cozy, if cluttered. Every surface seemed covered with odds and ends: old books, strange-looking tools, jars filled with unidentifiable contents. A fire crackled in a stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Jack busied himself in the small kitchen area, putting a kettle on the wood-burning stove. "Nothing like a hot cup of tea to chase away the chill," he said, his back to me. "Make yourself comfortable." I sank into an old armchair, feeling the day's exertions catching up with me. The warmth of the fire and the sense of safety began to lull me into a state of relaxation. Jack returned with 2 steaming mugs, handing one to me before settling into a chair opposite. "So," he said, fixing me with those unsettling eyes, "what brings you to these parts? Not many folks come up this way anymore." I explained about my hike, how I'd gotten turned around. As I talked, I noticed Jack nodding along, but his eyes kept darting to the windows, as if expecting someone or something to appear. "Yep, these woods can be tricky," he said when I finished. "Been up here for, must be 30 years now. Seen all sorts come and go." Something about the way he said it made me pause. "Go? You mean other hikers?" Jack's smile widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, all sorts. Hikers, campers, folks just passing through. This forest, it has a way of calling to people, you might say." I sipped my tea, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease in my gut. "You must get lonely up here all by yourself." His laugh was sudden and sharp, like the crack of a whip. "Lonely? No. I'm never alone up here. The forest, she keeps me company. And then there's the visitors, of course." "Like me," I said, attempting a smile. Jack's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I saw something there that made my blood run cold. "Oh no," he said softly. "You're special. Been waiting a long time for someone like you." I set my mug down, my hands shaking slightly. "I should probably get going," I said, standing up. "If you could just point me in the direction of the main trail." "Oh, but you can't leave now," Jack said, rising from his chair. "Night's falling, and the forest, she gets hungry after dark." I backed away, my heart pounding. "I'll take my chances. Thank you for the tea, but I really need to go." I turned towards the door, but Jack was there before I could blink, far quicker than a man his age should be able to move. He stood between me and the exit, that unnatural smile still plastered on his face. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You see, I made a deal a long time ago. The forest, she provides for me, keeps me safe. But in return, she needs to be fed. And you, my dear, you're the finest meal she's had in years." I looked around frantically, searching for another way out. The windows were small, too small to climb through. There was a back door, but Jack stood between me and it. My eyes fell on a heavy poker by the fireplace. "What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady as I inched towards the fireplace. "What deal? Who are you really?" Jack's smile faded, replaced by a look of almost childlike confusion. "Who am I? I'm Jack. I've always been Jack, haven't I?" For a moment, he looked lost, uncertain. But then his eyes cleared, and that terrible smile returned. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're here, and the forest is waiting." I lunged for the poker, grabbing it and swinging it in front of me like a sword. "Stay back," I shouted. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to." Jack didn't seem fazed by the threat. He took a step forward, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. "You don't understand," he said, his voice taking on a strange, echoing quality. "You can't leave. No one ever leaves." I swung the poker, catching him on the shoulder. He stumbled back, but there was no cry of pain, no reaction at all. He just kept coming, that terrible smile still fixed on his face. I ran for the back door, fumbling with the lock. I could hear Jack behind me, his breathing ragged and uneven. The door finally gave way, and I burst out into the gathering darkness. The forest seemed different now. The trees loomed larger, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The wind whispered through the leaves, and I could have sworn I heard my name. I ran blindly, not caring about direction, just needing to put distance between myself and that cabin, between myself and Jack. Branches whipped at my face. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I kept going. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. The forest blurred around me, and more than once I thought I saw shapes moving in the shadows, always just at the edge of my vision. Finally, my legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As I lay there, trying to get my bearings, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunching through the leaves. I looked up, and there was Jack, standing just a few feet away. He looked different now. His skin seemed to ripple and shift, blending with the shadows around him. His eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. "You can't run from the forest," he said, his voice no longer his own. It was deeper, older, filled with the rustle of leaves and the creak of ancient trees. "She's in your blood now. She's tasted you and she won't let you go." I scrambled to my feet, ready to run again, but I found I couldn't move. The ground seemed to shift beneath me, roots curling around my ankles, holding me in place. Jack, or whatever he had become, reached out a hand. "Don't fight it," he said. "Become part of the forest, like I did, all those years ago. It's not so bad, once you get used to it." As his hand touched my shoulder, I felt a strange sensation, like sap flowing through my veins. The forest around me seemed to come alive, every tree, every leaf pulsing with an ancient, hungry energy. I wanted to scream, to fight, to run. But as the forest's will seeped into me, I found I didn't want to anymore. Why had I been so afraid? This was where I belonged. This was home. The last thing I remember is Jack's smile, no longer unnatural, but welcoming. A smile I now understood, and as the forest embraced me, I smiled back. Sometimes, when hikers pass through our woods, I see confusion in their eyes. They look at me, this old man in his cabin, and something tells them they should be afraid. But I just smile and invite them in for tea. After all, the forest is always hungry, and I made a deal a long time ago. The moment I bit into that potato salad, I knew something was terribly wrong. It wasn't just the unexpected taste of meat where there shouldn't have been any. It was the way my neighbors watched me, their eyes gleaming with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I should have trusted my instincts and left right then, but I didn't, and that decision nearly cost me everything. I'd moved into the neighborhood about 6 months ago, seeking a quiet place to recharge after a messy divorce. The streets were tree-lined, the houses well-maintained, and the neighbors seemed friendly enough. They'd wave as I walked by or offer a quick hello when we crossed paths at the local shops. But there was always something off about their smiles. Too wide, too fixed, as if they were wearing masks they couldn't quite control. I'd managed to keep to myself for the most part, politely declining invitations to book clubs and neighborhood watch meetings. But when Sarah, the unofficial ringleader of the block, knocked on my door with an invitation to the annual potluck, I found myself saying yes before I could think better of it. "Oh, wonderful," she'd exclaimed, her smile stretching just a bit too far. "We've all been so looking forward to getting to know you better. Don't forget to bring a dish." The day of the potluck arrived, and I found myself standing in Sarah's backyard, clutching a bowl of hastily made pasta salad. Long tables groaned under the weight of countless dishes, and the air was filled with the buzz of conversation and the clinking of cutlery. I hovered at the edge of the gathering, feeling out of place. The other neighbors moved around with an easy familiarity, laughing and chatting as they filled their plates. I recognized a few faces. Bob from 2 doors down, the elderly couple from across the street, the young family from the corner house. They all seemed so normal. Maybe I'd been too hasty in my judgment. Maybe this was exactly what I needed to feel more at home in the neighborhood. Deciding to make an effort, I approached the food tables. That's when I noticed something odd. Almost every dish seemed to contain meat, and not just in the ways you'd expect at a barbecue. There was meat in the coleslaw, meat chunks floating in what looked like Jell-O, even what appeared to be a meat-based fruit pie. My vegetarian pasta salad stood out like a sore thumb. "Try the potato salad," a voice said beside me, making me jump. It was Sarah, her ever-present smile fixed firmly in place. "It's my grandmother's recipe, a real neighborhood favorite." Not wanting to be rude, I spooned a small amount onto my plate. The potato salad looked normal enough, creamy white with flecks of herbs. But as I took a bite, my taste buds rebelled. Hidden among the potatoes were chunks of something meaty, with a texture I couldn't quite place. I must have made a face because Sarah's smile faltered for just a moment. "Is something wrong?" she asked, her voice honey-sweet but with an undercurrent I couldn't quite place. No, I lied, forcing myself to swallow. "It's interesting. I just wasn't expecting meat in the potato salad." Sarah's smile returned, wider than ever. "Oh, we put meat in everything around here. It's kind of our thing. You'll get used to it." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As I looked around, I realized she was right. Every neighbor's plate was piled high with the meat-laden dishes, but something else caught my attention. While they all seemed to be eating enthusiastically, making appreciative noises and going back for seconds, I didn't actually see anyone swallow. A chill ran down my spine. I set my plate down, suddenly not hungry at all. "I think I need some water," I mumbled, heading towards the drinks table. As I walked, I felt eyes on me. Glancing back, I saw several neighbors watching me intently. Their gazes followed my every move, and their smiles seemed to have taken on a predatory edge. At the drinks table, I poured myself a glass of water with shaking hands. As I raised it to my lips, I caught sight of my reflection in the pitcher. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something else reflected there. Not the faces of my smiling neighbors, but something twisted, inhuman. I dropped the glass, water splashing across my shoes. The conversation around me stuttered to a halt, and I felt every eye in the yard turn towards me. "Is everything all right, dear?" Sarah's voice came from right behind me, making me jump. She placed a hand on my shoulder, and it took every ounce of self-control not to flinch away. Her touch felt wrong, somehow, too cold, too firm. I'm not feeling well," I managed to stammer out. "I think I should go home." Sarah's grip on my shoulder tightened. "Oh, but you can't leave now. The party's just getting started, and you haven't even tried the main course yet." I turned to face her, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Sarah's smile had grown impossibly wide, stretching from ear to ear, and her eyes were completely black, like empty voids in her face. I jerked away from her, my heart pounding in my chest. As I looked around wildly, I saw that all my neighbors had undergone a similar transformation. Their faces were distorted, their smiles too wide, their eyes dark and hungry. "What's going on?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What are you people?" Bob from 2 doors down stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice was a low growl that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. "We're just your friendly neighborhood welcoming committee, and you, my dear, are the guest of honor." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, pushing past grasping hands and ignoring the chorus of inhuman voices calling for me to stay. I sprinted across the yard, vaulted over the fence, and didn't stop running until I reached my house. I slammed the door behind me, locking it and sliding the chain into place. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage it. Through the window I could see figures moving on the street, my neighbors walking with an unnatural, jerky gait, all heading in my direction. I ran upstairs, grabbing my phone to call the police, but when I dialed 911, all I got was a busy signal. I tried again and again, each time met with the same result. A knock at the door made me jump. "Come out, dear," Sarah's voice called, sickly sweet. "We just want to welcome you properly to the neighborhood. It won't hurt much." I looked around frantically, searching for a way out. The window. I could climb out onto the roof and maybe make it to my car. But as I approached the window, I saw more neighbors in my backyard, their distorted faces turned up towards me, waiting. I was trapped. The knocking at the door grew louder, more insistent. I could hear wood splintering as they began to force their way in. In desperation, I barricaded myself in the bathroom, pushing the heavy vanity in front of the door. I sat on the edge of the tub, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life. Any moment now, I'd wake up and realize this was all just a terrible nightmare. But the sounds of my neighbors forcing their way into my house were all too real. I could hear them moving through the rooms downstairs, calling out to me in sing-song voices that didn't even try to sound human anymore. As I sat there, trembling, my eyes fell on the small window above the toilet. It was tiny, probably too small for me to fit through, but it was my only chance. I had just started to pry it open when the bathroom door shuddered under a heavy impact. Wood cracked, and I saw fingers, unnaturally long and tipped with sharp claws, curl around the edge of the door. "Here's Johnny," Bob's voice called out, followed by a chorus of inhuman laughter. In a panic, I squeezed myself through the window, scraping my sides raw in the process. I tumbled onto the roof, rolling dangerously close to the edge before I managed to stop myself. Below me, the yard was full of my neighbors, all looking up at me with those horrible, too-wide smiles. But they seemed unwilling or unable to climb up after me. I shuffled along the roof, making my way to the large oak tree that overhung my driveway. With a silent prayer, I leapt, catching a branch and swinging myself down to land heavily on the hood of my car. I didn't hesitate. I jumped into the driver's seat, thanking whatever deity might be listening that I'd left my keys in the car. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the driveway, sideswiping Bob as he lunged at the car. In my rearview mirror, I could see my neighbors gathered in the street, watching me drive away. They didn't chase, didn't try to follow. They just stood there, smiling those impossible smiles, as if they knew something I didn't. I drove all night, putting as much distance between myself and that neighborhood as I could. I never went back, never reported what happened. Who would believe me? Sometimes, late at night, I still dream of those smiles, of meat where it shouldn't be, of neighbors who aren't quite human, and I wonder, how many other neighborhoods out there are just like mine? How many unsuspecting people are sitting down to potlucks, not realizing they're the main course? So, if you ever move to a new neighborhood and get invited to a potluck, pay attention to what's on the menu, and if everything seems to have meat in it, even the things that shouldn't, run, and don't look back. The moment he asked me if I'd ever been in a plane crash, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary flight. But I had no idea just how dark and twisted our conversation would become, or how those hours trapped next to a stranger would change me forever. I'd booked the red-eye flight from New York to Los Angeles on a whim, a last-minute business trip that couldn't wait for a more reasonable hour. The airport was quiet when I arrived, just a handful of sleepy travelers shuffling through security. I grabbed a coffee, hoping the caffeine would keep me alert enough to get some work done on the flight. Boarding was quick and efficient. The plane was one of those smaller models, just 2 seats on each side of the aisle. I found my window seat and settled in, pulling out my laptop and headphones. As I was getting situated, a man slid into the seat next to me. He was unremarkable at first glance, mid-30s, maybe early 40s, jeans, hoodie, the kind of outfit you'd expect on a late-night flight. He gave me a quick nod as he sat down, and I returned it with a polite smile before turning my attention back to my computer. The plane took off without incident, and I tried to focus on my work. But after about 30 minutes, I felt a tap on my arm. I pulled out an earbud and turned to my seatmate. "Where are you headed?" he asked, his voice friendly enough. I hesitated. I'm not usually one for small talk on flights, especially not at this hour, but something in his expression made me feel like it would be rude to ignore him. "Los Angeles," I replied. "Business trip." He nodded, seeming genuinely interested. "Do you fly often?" "Sometimes," I said, hoping my short answers would discourage further conversation. He leaned in slightly, his eyes fixed on mine. "You ever been in a crash?" The question caught me off guard. It wasn't the usual airplane small talk. I felt a slight chill run down my spine. "No," I said flatly, turning back to my laptop. He chuckled, a low sound that made me uncomfortable. "You ever wonder what it'd feel like?" I stared at him, unsure how to respond. His eyes were bright, almost fevered, and his smile didn't quite reach them. "Not really," I managed to say, my mouth suddenly dry. He leaned back in his seat, but his eyes never left my face. "I think about it sometimes. You know, how fast it would all happen, if you'd even feel it." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, looking around for a flight attendant. But the cabin was dark, most passengers asleep or absorbed in their own worlds. "I'm sure it's not something we need to worry about," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Flying is statistically very safe." He laughed again, that same unsettling chuckle. "Statistics don't mean much when you're plummeting from 30,000 feet, do they?" I didn't respond, instead putting my earbud back in and staring intently at my screen. But I couldn't focus on the words in front of me. My heart was racing, and I could feel his eyes on me. After a few minutes, I felt another tap on my arm. Against my better judgment, I turned to look at him. "You ever think about what people are really like?" he asked, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "What do you mean?" I asked, despite myself. He leaned in closer, and I could smell his breath, a mix of coffee and something metallic. "You know, what they're hiding. Their secrets, the dark stuff." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly bone dry. I don't really think about that kind of thing." His eyes gleamed in the dim cabin light. "Everyone's got something. A secret. Something dark they don't want the world to know." I shifted away from him as much as my seat would allow. "Look, I really need to get some work done." "What's yours?" he interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't have any dark secrets," I said, trying to sound firm but hearing the tremor in my voice. He smiled, a slow, creeping thing that made my skin crawl. "Everyone does. Maybe you just don't know yours yet." I pressed the call button, praying for a flight attendant to appear. But no one came. "You know," he continued, seemingly oblivious to my discomfort, "in a crash, all those secrets would come out. In those last moments, when you know it's all over, what would you confess?" I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking my laptop to the floor. "I need to use the restroom," I mumbled, not meeting his eyes. As I squeezed past him, I felt his hand brush against my leg. It could have been an accident. The space was tight after all. But something about the touch felt deliberate, invasive. In the tiny airplane bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm my racing heart. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, seeing the fear in my own eyes. This was ridiculous. He was just a weird guy making inappropriate conversation. Nothing to be afraid of. But as I opened the door to return to my seat, I saw him watching me. His eyes followed my every move as I walked down the aisle, and that smile, that terrible knowing smile, was still plastered on his face. I sat down, immediately putting my earbuds in and turning up the volume on my music. I didn't look at him, didn't acknowledge him, but I could feel his presence next to me, oppressive and unsettling. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I felt another tap on my arm. I ignored it. He tapped again, harder this time. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead. Then I felt his breath on my ear as he leaned in close. "You can't ignore me forever," he whispered. "We're stuck here together, you and me. Might as well make the most of it." I jerked away, finally turning to face him. "Please," I said, my voice shaking. "I don't want to talk. I just want to be left alone." His smile widened. "But we were having such an interesting conversation. Don't you want to know what my dark secret is?" I shook my head, feeling panic rising in my chest. "No, I really don't." He leaned in even closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. What if I told you I've been in a crash before? What if I told you I was the only survivor? My blood ran cold. I looked into his eyes, searching for some sign that he was joking, that this was all some sick game. But all I saw was a deep, unsettling darkness. That's not funny, I managed to say. He shrugged, leaning back in his seat. It wasn't meant to be. Truth rarely is. I stood up again, this time determined to find a flight attendant, to beg for a seat change if necessary. But as I turned to the aisle, the plane lurched violently. The seatbelt sign dinged on, and a voice came over the intercom asking all passengers to return to their seats immediately. I fell back into my seat, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the seatbelt. The plane shuddered again, and I heard the distinct sound of the engines changing pitch. Next to me, the man started to laugh. It was a wild, unhinged sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Here we go," he said, his eyes wide with something that looked disturbingly like excitement. "Time to face those secrets, time to see what we're really made of." The plane dropped suddenly, and screams erupted throughout the cabin. Oxygen masks dropped from the ceiling, and the scene devolved into chaos. As I reached for my mask with trembling hands, I felt his grip on my arm. I turned to look at him one last time, and what I saw will haunt me for the rest of my days. His face was transformed, alight with a manic glee that was terrifying to behold. "Tell me," he shouted over the roar of the failing engines and the screams of the other passengers. "What's your darkest secret? What will you take to your grave?" In that moment, as the plane plummeted and my life flashed before my eyes, I realized something. I did have a secret, a darkness I'd buried so deep I'd almost forgotten it existed. And as I looked into the crazed eyes of the stranger next to me, I felt that darkness rise to the surface. I began, but my words were cut off by another violent lurch of the plane. The last thing I remember is his laughter, rising above the chaos, as the world around us disintegrated into fire and twisted metal. I woke up in a hospital bed 3 days later, one of only a handful of survivors. They told me I was lucky, that it was a miracle I'd made it out alive. But as I lay there, replaying those final moments in my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that luck had nothing to do with it. The man next to me hadn't survived. They never found his body. Sometimes I wonder if he was ever really there at all, or if he was some sort of manifestation of my own buried darkness. But in my darkest moments, when I close my eyes and hear the screech of tearing metal, I can still see his face, still hear his laugh. And I wonder, what was his secret? And more importantly, what was mine? The moment I saw him standing in my kitchen, stirring a cup of coffee he'd made in my own mug, I knew my life would never be the same. There's a special kind of terror that comes from finding a stranger in your home, a violation so profound it shakes you to your very core. But nothing could have prepared me for the nightmare that was about to unfold. It had been a long day at work, one of those soul-crushing shifts where everything that could go wrong did. By the time I pulled into my apartment complex, all I wanted was a hot shower, a glass of wine, and the mind-numbing comfort of reality TV. I trudged up the stairs, fumbling with my keys, my mind already on the leftover pizza waiting in my fridge. I should have noticed something was off the moment I opened the door. There was a stillness in the air, a quiet that felt wrong somehow. But I was too tired, too caught up in my own thoughts to pay attention to that nagging feeling in the back of my mind. I tossed my keys on the little table by the door, kicked off my shoes, and headed towards the kitchen. That's when I saw him. He was standing at my counter, his back to me, stirring a mug of what smelled like coffee. For a split second, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. This had to be a mistake. Maybe I'd walked into the wrong apartment, but no. There was the tacky fruit bowl my mom had given me, the magnets on the fridge spelling out sarcastic messages, Before I could react, before I could run or scream or do any of the things you're supposed to do when you find an intruder in your home, he turned around. "Hey there," he said, his voice calm and friendly, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. "You're home early." I stood frozen in the doorway, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. He was older than me, probably in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair and the kind of face you'd expect to see on a kindly uncle. But his eyes, there was something off about his eyes. They didn't match the easy smile on his face. Who are you?" I managed to stammer out, my hand still on the doorknob, ready to bolt. He chuckled, taking a sip from the mug. My mug, I realized with a jolt. "I could ask you the same thing," he said. "But I won't. I already know." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean, you know? This is my apartment. You shouldn't be here." He set the mug down, his movements deliberate and unhurried. "Is it, though? Are you sure about that?" I felt like I was in some kind of twisted dream. Nothing made sense. "Of course I'm sure," I said, my voice rising. "I've lived here for 3 years. You need to leave. Now." His smile never wavered, but something changed in his eyes. A hardness, a glint of something dangerous. 3 years, huh? That's cute." My hand was shaking on the doorknob. I needed to run, to get out of there and call the police, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know who you are or how you got in here, but you need to go. I'm calling the police." I reached for my phone, but he was faster. In 2 quick strides, he crossed the kitchen and was standing in front of me. I hadn't realized how tall he was until that moment, how he seemed to loom over me. "You're not calling anyone," he said, his voice low and menacing. "We're going to have a little chat, you and me, about who really belongs here." I backed away, my heart racing. "Please," I said, hating how weak my voice sounded. "Just take whatever you want and go. I won't call the cops, I swear." He laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm not here to rob you. I'm here to reclaim what's mine." I turned to run, but he caught my arm in a grip like iron. "Not so fast," he growled. "We're not done here." I struggled against his hold, panic rising in my chest. "Let go of me," I shouted, hoping against hope that one of my neighbors would hear. But his next words froze me in place. "No one can hear you," he said, his voice eerily calm. "No one's going to come save you, because you're not really here, are you?" I stared at him, confusion mixing with fear. "What are you talking about?" He pulled me closer, his face inches from mine. I could smell coffee on his breath, mixed with something metallic. "This apartment, this life you think you've been living for 3 years, it's not real. None of it is real." I shook my head, trying to make sense of his words. "You're crazy," I said. "Of course this is real. I have memories. I have implanted," he cut me off. "All of it. Memories, feelings, this whole identity you've created. But it's time to wake up now. Time to remember who you really are." A wave of dizziness washed over me. The room seemed to shift and waver, like I was looking at it through water. "No," I whispered. "This isn't happening. This can't be happening." He released my arm, but I no longer felt the urge to run. My legs were shaking so badly I wasn't sure they could support me. "Sit down," he said, gesturing to one of the kitchen chairs. "Let me explain." Against my better judgment, I sank into the chair. He sat across from me, those unsettling eyes never leaving my face. "You're not who you think you are," he began. "Your real name is Sarah Jennings. You're a deep cover operative for a government agency so secret, most people in power don't even know it exists. 3 years ago, you were sent on a mission. Something went wrong. You were captured. Your mind was altered. This," he gestured around the apartment, "this is all a construct, a prison built in your own mind." I shook my head, feeling tears start to well up in my eyes. "No, that's impossible. I have a job. I have friends. I have a life here. He leaned forward, his voice softening. Think about it. Really think. Can you remember your childhood? Your parents? Faces? The name of your first pet? Or are those memories fuzzy, indistinct? I opened my mouth to argue. To tell him, of course, I remembered those things. But as I searched my mind, I realized with growing horror that I couldn't. My past was a blur, a series of vague impressions rather than clear memories. This can't be real, I whispered, more to myself than to him. But it is, he said. And now it's time to leave. We've finally found you, finally figured out how to break through the mental blocks. But we don't have much time. As if on cue, I heard a sound like distant thunder. The walls of the apartment seemed to vibrate, books falling from shelves, pictures rattling on the walls. What's happening? I asked, panic rising in my voice. He stood up, holding out his hand to me. And the construct is collapsing. Your captors know we're here. We need to go. Now. I stared at his outstretched hand, my mind reeling. Part of me still wanted to believe this was all some elaborate hoax, that any moment I'd wake up, and this would all be a bad dream. But deep down, in a place I hadn't even known existed, something stirred, a recognition, a sense of truth in his words. How do we get out? I heard myself asking, even as another part of me screamed that this was insanity. You have to let go, he said. Let go of this false life, these false memories. Remember who you really are. The rumbling grew louder. Cracks began to appear in the walls, spreading like spider webs across the ceiling. I could feel the floor shifting beneath my feet. I closed my eyes, trying to focus. Who was I? What was real? Images flashed through my mind. Training sessions, covert meetings, a life I didn't recognize but somehow knew was mine. When I opened my eyes, the apartment was disintegrating around us. Through the cracks, I could see not the hallway or the apartment next door, but a swirling void of color and light. Sarah, the man said, his voice urgent. It's time. Take my hand. I looked at him, really looked at him for the first time, and suddenly, I knew him. Not as a stranger, not as an intruder, but as someone I trusted with my life. I reached out and took his hand. The world exploded around us in a cacophony of sound and light. I felt like I was falling, drowning, being torn apart and put back together all at once. And then, I woke up. I was lying on a cold metal table, wires and tubes connected to my body. The room around me was stark and clinical, filled with beeping machines and concerned faces. Welcome back, Agent Jennings, a voice said. I turned to see the man from the apartment, my handler, I now remembered, standing beside me. You've been gone a long time. We've got a lot of work to do. As the memories of my real life came flooding back, I felt a pang of loss for the simple, ordinary existence I'd left behind. But I also felt a surge of purpose, of rightness. This was who I was meant to be. I sat up, wincing at muscles stiff from disuse. All right, I said, my voice hoarse but determined. Let's get to work. The life I'd known was gone, shattered like the illusion it had always been. But a new life, my real life, was just beginning. And this time I was ready for whatever challenges it might bring. One second she was there, her yellow jacket a bright spot in the sea of green and brown. The next she was gone, vanished, as if the earth had opened up and swallowed her whole. I've replayed that moment 1,000 times in my head, searching for something I might have missed, some clue that could explain how my 5-year-old daughter could disappear in broad daylight. But all I'm left with is the gut-wrenching knowledge that I looked away for just a moment, and in that moment, everything changed. It was supposed to be a normal day at the park. Lily and I had been coming here since she was a baby. It was our special place, a sprawling green oasis in the heart of the city with winding paths, a duck pond, and a playground that Lily adored. We knew every inch of this park, or so I thought. The day had started like any other. Lily was excited, chattering away about feeding the ducks and going on the swings. I packed a small bag with snacks, her favorite stuffed rabbit, and some bread for the ducks. As we walked to the park, Lily skipped ahead, her yellow jacket, a birthday gift from her grandmother, making her easy to spot even when she got a little too far ahead. We arrived at the park just after lunch. It was a beautiful day, warm for early autumn, and the park was bustling with people. Families picnicking on the grass, joggers on the paths, older folks feeding the ducks. Lily immediately wanted to go to the playground, so we made our way there, her small hand clasped in mine. At the playground, Lily ran from one piece of equipment to another, her energy seemingly boundless. I sat on a nearby bench, keeping a watchful eye on her as she played. Other parents were doing the same, and there was a general atmosphere of relaxed enjoyment. After about an hour, Lily came running up to me, her cheeks flushed with exertion. "Mommy, can we feed the ducks now?" she asked, her eyes wide with excitement. "Of course, sweetheart," I said, standing up and gathering our things. "Let's go." We walked hand in hand to the pond, Lily skipping every few steps. When we reached the water's edge, a group of ducks swam over, clearly used to being fed by visitors. Lily giggled as they quacked and jostled for position. I pulled out the bag of bread and handed Lily a piece. "Remember," I said, "small pieces so they don't choke." Lily nodded solemnly, tearing the bread into tiny bits and tossing them to the eager ducks. Her laughter echoed across the water as the ducks dove for the bread, creating ripples that spread out in concentric circles. We stood there for a while, Lily entranced by the ducks and me content to watch her joy. It was a perfect moment, one of those times when you wish you could freeze frame your life and stay there forever. But life doesn't work that way. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, seeing a text from my boss about an urgent work matter. I sighed, knowing I needed to respond but not wanting to take my attention away from Lily. "Sweetheart," I said, "Mommy needs to answer this message real quick. Stay right here where I can see you, okay?" Lily nodded, her attention still focused on the ducks. I stepped back a few paces, my eyes still on her as I began to type out a response. It was a complex issue, requiring more of my attention than I'd anticipated. I found myself rereading the message, formulating a careful reply. It couldn't have been more than a minute, maybe 2 at most. But when I looked up from my phone, Lily was gone. At first, I wasn't worried. Lily had a habit of wandering a few steps away, distracted by a butterfly or an interesting leaf. I scanned the immediate area, expecting to see her yellow jacket bobbing along the water's edge. Nothing. "Lily," I called out, my voice calm but with an edge of concern. No response. I walked along the shore, my eyes darting back and forth, searching for that familiar splash of yellow. My heart began to beat faster as I realized she wasn't anywhere near the pond. "Lily!" I called again, louder this time. A few nearby people looked up, registering the panic in my voice. I spun around, my eyes frantically searching every direction. The playground was empty. The picnic area was full of strangers. No sign of Lily anywhere. The panic that had been building in my chest exploded. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice echoing across the park. People stopped what they were doing, turning to look at the crazy woman yelling at the top of her lungs. I ran back to the playground, hoping against hope that she had returned there. Empty swings creaked in the breeze, mocking me with their emptiness. I checked under the slide, behind the bushes, anywhere a small child might hide. Nothing. By now, other people in the park had realized something was wrong. A young couple approached me, concern etched on their faces. "Are you okay?" the woman asked. "What's wrong?" "My daughter," I gasped, struggling to breathe through the panic. "She's missing. She was just here, and now she's gone. She's 5 years old, wearing a yellow jacket. Please, have you seen her? They shook their heads, but immediately offered to help search. Within minutes, a small army of strangers had mobilized, spreading out across the park, calling Lily's name. I don't know who called the police, but suddenly they were there, asking me questions I could barely focus on. What was she wearing? When did I last see her? Did she know anyone in the park? I answered as best I could, my mind replaying those last moments over and over. Her laughter as she fed the ducks, the way the sunlight glinted off her hair, the yellow of her jacket bright against the green of the grass. Hours passed in a blur. The police searched every inch of the park. Divers were called in to check the pond, a possibility I couldn't bear to consider. As night fell, they brought in dogs to try and pick up her scent. Nothing. It was as if Lily had simply ceased to exist. One moment there, the next gone, leaving no trace behind. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The police investigation continued, but leads were scarce. Lily's face was plastered on posters all over the city, broadcast on every news channel. I appeared on TV, pleading for anyone with information to come forward. The theories were endless. She was abducted. She wandered off and got lost. She fell into the pond and the divers somehow missed her. Each possibility was more horrifying than the last. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. My whole life became consumed with finding Lily. I quit my job, spent every waking moment retracing our steps that day, interviewing anyone who might have seen something. But as time passed, hope began to fade. The police visits became less frequent. The news reports moved on to other stories. People stopped recognizing me on the street, stopped offering their condolences or theories. Life, it seemed, was moving on, but I was stuck, frozen in that moment by the pond, eternally turning away from my daughter for the last time. 1 year after Lily's disappearance, I returned to the park. I don't know what I expected to find. Some clue overlooked, some evidence that had been missed. Or maybe I just needed to be in the place where I last saw her, to feel close to her again. I stood by the pond, watching the ducks swim lazily across the surface. A little girl in a red coat ran past, her mother calling after her to be careful. I felt a pang in my chest, a pain so acute it took my breath away. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. There, half hidden in the reeds at the water's edge, was a flash of yellow. My heart stopped. With trembling hands, I reached out and pulled it free. It was a piece of fabric, weathered and faded, but unmistakably the same shade as Lily's jacket. How had this been missed? How had I missed it in all my searches? I clutched the fabric to my chest, tears streaming down my face. It wasn't an answer. It wasn't Lily. But it was something. A tangible piece of evidence that she had been here, that I hadn't imagined at all. As I stood there, holding that small piece of yellow fabric, I made a promise. To Lily, to myself, to whatever power might be listening. I would never stop looking, never stop hoping. Somewhere out there, my daughter was waiting to be found, and I would search until my last breath to bring her home. The park continued its life around me. Children laughed, ducks quacked, joggers ran past. But for me, time stood still. In my mind, Lily was still 5 years old, still wearing her yellow jacket and still just out of reach. And I would keep reaching, keep searching, until I found her again. Have you ever felt the weight of 1,000 eyes boring into the back of your skull? I have. For miles upon miles of empty highway, with nothing but darkness ahead and a pair of headlights behind, I felt it. Those lights weren't just following me. They were hunting me. And as the night wore on, I began to realize that this wasn't just a case of paranoia. This was something far more sinister. It had been a long day. I'd spent hours at a client meeting 2 states over, and now I was making the long drive back home. The sun had set hours ago, leaving me alone with the hum of my car engine and the occasional flicker of passing headlights. I was tired, but the coffee from my last rest stop was doing its job, keeping me alert enough to navigate the empty stretches of highway. I'd been driving for about 3 hours when I first noticed the car behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. It's not unusual to have company on a long drive, even at this hour. But as the miles ticked by, I realized that this car had been with me for an unusually long time. I checked my rearview mirror again. The headlights were there, steady and unchanging. Not too close, but not falling behind either. Just there. Always there. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. It was probably nothing. Maybe they were heading to the same city I was. Maybe they were just as tired as I was and were using my taillights as a guide through the darkness. But then I noticed something odd. I was going exactly the speed limit, not wanting to risk a ticket this far from home. The car behind me matched my speed perfectly. When I sped up slightly to pass a slow-moving truck, they sped up too. When I slowed back down, so did they. My heart rate picked up a notch. This wasn't normal. No one drives like that, maintaining the exact same distance for this long. I decided to test my theory. I slowed down significantly, dropping well below the speed limit. The car behind me slowed too, maintaining that same, maddeningly consistent gap. Okay, I thought, trying to keep my breathing steady. Maybe they're just really cautious drivers. I'll speed up, and they'll probably fall behind. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my speed well above the limit. The scenery blurred as I raced down the empty highway. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief as the headlights in my mirror seemed to shrink. But it was short-lived. Within seconds, the car had accelerated too, closing the distance between us with unnerving precision. Once again, they settled into that same position, not too close, not too far, just watching. By now, my palms were sweating on the steering wheel. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't normal driving behavior. Someone was following me, deliberately and with purpose. I tried to get a look at the driver, tilting my rearview mirror and squinting into the darkness, but all I could see were those headlights, two bright orbs piercing the night. The windshield of the car behind me was a black void, revealing nothing about its occupants. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Was it a cop? But no, there were no flashing lights, no attempt to pull me over. A robber looking for an isolated victim. But why follow for so long? Why not make a move? I checked my phone, hoping to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course not. Not out here in the middle of nowhere. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of black cutting through the darkness. No exits in sight, no towns, not even another car. Just me and my silent pursuer. I considered pulling over, but the thought of stopping out here, alone with whoever was in that car, made my blood run cold. No, I had to keep driving. Had to find somewhere safe, somewhere with people. Hours seemed to pass, though my clock told me it had only been minutes. Every curve in the road, every hill I hoped would bring me to a town, a gas station, anything. But there was only more highway, more darkness, and always those headlights behind me. I began to talk to myself, trying to stay calm, trying to reason it out. It's okay. You're okay. They haven't done anything. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe. My words were cut short as I crested a hill and saw something that made my heart leap. Headlights ahead. Another car coming towards me in the opposite lane. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief. I wasn't alone out here after all. But as the car approached, an idea struck me. A crazy, dangerous idea. But in my panicked state, it seemed like my only option. As the oncoming car drew near, I took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel tight, and did something I'd never done before. I flashed my headlights, over and over, the universal signal for help on the road. The oncoming car slowed, and I saw its brake lights come on. My pursuer, caught off guard by this unexpected move, fell back slightly. I pulled over to the shoulder, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The other car pulled over too, a little ahead of me. An older man stepped out, confusion and concern on his face. "Are you all right?" he called out, walking towards my car. I was about to respond, to pour out my story of the car that had been following me, when I glanced in my rearview mirror. The headlights were gone. I blinked, sure I must be mistaken. But no, the road behind me was empty, dark and silent, as if no one had ever been there. "Miss," the man said, now standing by my window. "Is everything okay? Do you need help?" I turned to him, my mind reeling. There was a car following me. For hours, it was right behind me, I swear. He looked past me, down the empty road. "I don't see anyone, ma'am. Are you sure you weren't just tired? Sometimes the mind can play tricks when you've been driving too long." I wanted to argue, to insist that I wasn't imagining things. But as I sat there, the adrenaline fading from my system, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Was it just fatigue and coffee and the monotony of the long drive playing tricks on me? "Maybe you're right," I said, trying to force a smile. "I've been on the road for a long time. Guess I'm more tired than I thought." The man nodded sympathetically. "Why don't you follow me to the next town? It's not far, and there's a motel where you can rest for the night. It's not safe to drive when you're this exhausted." I agreed, grateful for his kindness and for the prospect of not being alone on this dark highway anymore. As we pulled back onto the road, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see those headlights reappear. But the road behind me remained empty. We reached the small town about 20 minutes later, and true to his word, the man directed me to a small motel just off the highway. He waited until I had checked in before waving goodbye and continuing on his journey. In my room, I sat on the edge of the bed, my body trembling with leftover adrenaline and exhaustion. I kept replaying the night in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I really imagined it all? Was it just a product of an overactive imagination and too many late-night crime shows? But as I was about to turn off the light and try to get some sleep, my phone buzzed. Signal had returned, and with it, a flood of notifications, missed calls, text messages, emails. I scrolled through them absently, until one text caught my eye and made my blood run cold. It was from an unknown number, sent just minutes ago. "You got lucky tonight. Sleep tight. See you on the road." I stared at the message, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. It hadn't been my imagination. Someone had been following me. Someone had been hunting me on that dark, lonely highway. And somehow, they had my number. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I sat in that motel room, jumping at every sound, peering out the window at every passing car. When dawn finally broke, I checked out and hit the road again, this time sticking to busy highways and driving straight through to home. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that night. Every time I get behind the wheel, every time I see headlights in my rearview mirror, I feel that same cold dread creeping up my spine. Because I know now that the darkness doesn't just hide monsters in closets or under beds. Sometimes, the real monsters are out there on the open road, hidden behind a pair of headlights, just waiting for their chance to strike. Exhaustion can play tricks on your mind, but it can't unlock a door you know you've locked. It can't leave muddy footprints on a carpet you've never stepped on, and it certainly can't explain the feeling of eyes watching you in an empty room. That night at the motel, I learned that sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones that hide under your bed, but the ones that have the key to your room. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight, my eyes burning from the endless stretch of highway and my back aching from too many hours hunched over the steering wheel. The neon sign of the Sleepy Pine Motel glowed like a beacon in the darkness. promising a bed and a few hours of desperately needed rest before I had to hit the road again. The night clerk barely looked up from his magazine as I checked in, sliding a key across the worn counter with a mumbled, "Room 104. I nodded my thanks, too tired for conversation, and made my way across the parking lot. The room was exactly what you'd expect from a budget motel in the middle of nowhere: faded wallpaper, a lumpy bed, and the faint smell of old cigarette smoke that no amount of air freshener could quite mask. But at that moment, it looked like the Ritz-Carlton to my weary eyes. I did a quick sweep of the room out of habit, checking the locks on the door and window, peeking behind the shower curtain. Satisfied that everything was secure, I tossed my bag onto the chair in the corner and collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to take off my shoes. I must have fallen asleep instantly because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake, my heart pounding. Something had woken me, but in the fuzzy space between sleep and waking, I couldn't remember what. The room was dark, the only light coming from the neon sign outside, casting an eerie red glow through the thin curtains. As I lay there, trying to calm my racing heart, I heard it, a soft click, like someone trying to turn a doorknob very, very slowly. My breath caught in my throat. I strained my ears, convinced I must have imagined it. But there it was again, slightly louder this time. I sat up, my eyes fixed on the door. The handle jiggled, once, twice, then silence. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the quiet room. No response. I slid out of bed, my feet hitting the carpet with a soft thud. That's when I felt it, dampness seeping through my socks. Confused, I reached for the bedside lamp, flicking it on. My heart nearly stopped. There, leading from the door to the bed, was a trail of muddy footprints that weren't mine. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. This couldn't be real. I was dreaming. I had to be dreaming, but the chill of the damp carpet against my feet felt all too real. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, ready to call for help. But as I unlocked the screen, I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was 3:07 a.m. I had been asleep for over 4 hours. 4 hours during which someone had been in my room. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't safe here. I needed to leave, now. I grabbed my bag, not bothering to check if I had everything. As I reached for the door handle, I hesitated. What if they were still out there, waiting? But staying in this room felt like being trapped in a cage. Taking a deep breath, I yanked the door open, ready to make a run for it. The parking lot was empty, eerily quiet under the flickering neon light. My car sat where I had left it, a comforting sight in the sea of uncertainty. I sprinted across the parking lot, fumbling with my keys. Just as I reached my car, I heard it. Footsteps, fast and heavy, coming from the direction of my room. I didn't look back. I threw myself into the driver's seat, jammed the key into the ignition, and peeled out of the parking lot with a screech of tires. As I sped down the dark highway, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road, watching my car disappear into the night. But when I looked again, the road behind me was empty. I drove for hours, too scared to stop, jumping at every shadow and sound. When the sun finally rose, I pulled into a busy truck stop, the normality of morning commuters and tired truckers a balm to my frayed nerves. As I sat there, nursing a cup of terrible coffee, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it all? Was it just an especially vivid nightmare brought on by exhaustion? But then I looked down and saw the mud still caked on my socks. This was no dream. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? A locked room, mysterious footprints, a vanishing intruder. It sounded like the plot of a bad horror movie, but I know what I saw, what I felt. Now, years later, I still can't shake the memory of that night. I avoid motels whenever possible, preferring to sleep in my car at rest stops if I have to. And every night, just before I fall asleep, I check the locks. Twice. Because I know now that sometimes, locks aren't enough to keep the monsters out. But the thing that haunts me most, the question that keeps me up at night, is this. What if the footprints hadn't woken me up? What was the intruder planning to do? And most chillingly of all, how many other people have slept in that room, blissfully unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows? I'll never know the answers to these questions, but one thing's for certain. I'll never forget the night I learned that sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what you can see, but what you can't. The presence you feel but can't explain. The eyes you know are watching, even when the room is empty. So the next time you're in a motel room and you hear that soft click in the middle of the night, remember my story. Check the locks, and maybe, just maybe, sleep with one eye open, because you never know who might have the key to your room. As for me, I've learned to live with the paranoia, the constant looking over my shoulder. It's a small price to pay for survival, because I know that somewhere out there, in some nameless town off some forgotten highway, there's a motel room with muddy footprints that lead to an empty bed, and someone, or something, is still waiting for its next unsuspecting guest. I often wonder about that night clerk, about whether he knew what was happening in room 104. Was he in on it? Or was he just another cog in a machine he didn't understand? I've thought about going back, about confronting him, demanding answers. But then I remember the sound of those footsteps chasing me across the parking lot, and I know I can never go back there. Sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet and still, I find myself replaying every detail of that night in my mind. The click of the door handle, the damp carpet under my feet, the figure in the rearview mirror. And I wonder, what if I hadn't woken up? What if I had slept through the night, oblivious to the intruder in my room? Would I have ever known they were there? Or would I have become just another missing person, another unsolved mystery? These thoughts used to keep me up at night, but now I've learned to use them as a reminder to stay vigilant, to trust my instincts, and to never, ever take my safety for granted. Because I know now that the world is full of dark corners and hidden dangers, and sometimes, the only thing standing between you and the unthinkable is a flimsy lock and your own awareness. So if you ever find yourself in a motel room, feeling that inexplicable sense of unease, don't ignore it. Don't brush it off as paranoia or an overactive imagination. Because sometimes, just sometimes, those feelings are trying to tell you something. And in my experience, it's always better to be safe than sorry. After all, you never know who might have the key to your room. You never truly know a person until you're trapped in a car with them for hours on end. I learned this lesson the hard way, on a stretch of lonely highway with a stranger whose smile didn't quite reach his eyes. What started as an act of kindness quickly spiraled into the most terrifying ride of my life. I'd been driving for about 6 hours when I saw him, thumb out, standing on the side of the road. It was getting dark, and the clouds overhead threatened rain. I'm not usually one to pick up hitchhikers, but something about his dejected posture and the desolate surroundings made me slow down. As I pulled over, I got a better look at him. He seemed normal enough, mid-30s maybe, wearing jeans and a jacket that had seen better days. His hair was a bit messy, and there was dirt on his shoes like he'd been walking for a while. He jogged up to the car, a grateful smile on his face. "Thanks, man," he said as he climbed in. "Not a lot of people stop anymore." I nodded, trying to play it cool. "Where are you headed?" "Just down the road a bit," he replied, settling into the passenger seat. "Anywhere you're going is good enough for me." I pulled back onto the road, the silence in the car broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional swish of the wipers clearing the light drizzle that had started to fall. "Been out here long?" I asked, just to break the silence. "A couple hours, I guess," he said, his voice flat. Had a ride earlier, but they were going in the wrong direction. I nodded, not really sure what to say to that. We drove in silence for a while, the darkness outside growing deeper as we left the last vestiges of twilight behind. "So," he said after a while, turning to face me, "you pick up hitchhikers often?" "Not really," I admitted. "First time, actually." He chuckled, a low sound that made me grip the steering wheel a little tighter. "First time, huh? Must be my lucky night." I forced a smile but didn't say anything. Something about the way he said it rubbed me the wrong way. "You ever meet someone and just know they've done bad things?" he asked suddenly. I glanced at him, caught off guard by the question. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, still staring straight ahead. "You know, some people you can just tell. They've done things, hurt people, maybe even killed people." My heart skipped a beat. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "I guess I don't really think about it." He chuckled again, that same low sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Yeah, most people don't, but I can always tell." I didn't respond, didn't know how to respond. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. We were miles from anywhere, no other cars on the road, no cell signal. "You ever do something you regret?" he asked, his voice quieter now. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. "Never," he pressed. "Never hurt someone, never thought about it." "No," I managed to say, my throat dry. He was silent for a moment, and I could feel his eyes on me. "I have," he said finally. My stomach dropped. I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. "Couple years ago," he continued, his voice casual as if he was discussing the weather. "Met this guy at a bar. He was mouthing off, you know, saying things he shouldn't have. I didn't mean to hurt him, not really, just wanted to shut him up. But things got out of hand. I felt like I was going to be sick. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some kind of sick joke." What happened?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged. "He didn't make it. Cops never found out. It's not hard to hide something like that if you know what you're doing." I couldn't breathe. My palms were sweating on the steering wheel. I needed to get out of this car, needed to get away from this man. "You ever wonder what it's like?" he asked, leaning closer. "To take someone's life?" I shook my head violently. "No, never." He smiled, and it was the coldest, most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. It's not like they show in the movies. It's messier, louder. But once you do it, you get used to it. It gets easier. I was trembling now, unable to hide my fear. I needed to do something, to say something, but my mind was blank with terror. "Pull over," he said suddenly. "What?" "Pull over," he repeated, his voice harder now. "I need to stretch my legs." I hesitated, my foot hovering over the brake pedal. If I stopped, would he try to hurt me? But if I didn't, what would he do? I said, "Pull over," he growled, and I felt something press against my side. I didn't need to look to know it was a knife. I eased the car onto the shoulder, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. As soon as we stopped, he grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. "Get out," he ordered. I didn't move, couldn't move. This was it. This was how I was going to die, on the side of some deserted highway at the hands of a murderer I'd willingly let into my car. I said, "Get out," he shouted, yanking me towards the door. In that moment, survival instinct kicked in. I threw the car into drive and floored it. The sudden movement caught him off guard, and his grip on my arm loosened. I jerked the wheel hard, sending him crashing into the passenger door. He roared in anger, lunging at me with the knife. I ducked, feeling the blade whistle past my ear. The car swerved wildly as I struggled to keep control while fending him off. I don't know how long we fought like that. The car careening down the highway, his knife flashing in the darkness. At some point, I saw headlights in the distance. Hope surged through me. If I could just make it to that other car. With one hand on the wheel, I used the other to grab his wrist, trying to keep the knife away from me. We struggled, the car weaving back and forth across the road. The headlights grew closer. I could see now that it was a large truck. I steered towards it, praying the driver would see us, would stop to help. At the last second, my attacker saw what I was doing. With a snarl of rage, he jerked the wheel, sending us spinning off the road. The world tilted and whirled, the sound of crunching metal and breaking glass filling my ears. When the motion finally stopped, I was hanging upside down, held in place by my seatbelt. Everything hurt. I could taste blood in my mouth. Through the shattered windshield, I could see the truck had stopped, its headlights illuminating the wreck of my car. I turned my head, wincing at the pain, to look at the passenger seat. It was empty. The door was open, swinging gently in the night breeze. He was gone. I heard voices, footsteps running towards the car. The truck driver, coming to help. I wanted to warn him, to tell him to be careful, that there was a dangerous man out there. But darkness was creeping in at the edges of my vision, and I couldn't find the strength to speak. As I slipped into unconsciousness, my last thought was of the hitchhiker. Where was he? Had he survived the crash? And if he had, who would be his next victim? I woke up in a hospital 3 days later. The police had questions, of course, but there was no sign of the hitchhiker, no evidence that he had ever existed, except for the cuts and bruises on my body and the terror that still gripped me every time I closed my eyes. They found the knife, though, wedged under the passenger seat, right where he had been sitting. Proof that I hadn't imagined it all. I don't drive at night anymore. Don't pick up hitchhikers, obviously. But sometimes, when I'm on a long stretch of highway and I see a lone figure on the side of the road, I can't help but wonder, is it him? Is he still out there, thumbing rides and telling his terrible stories? And I wonder about the people who stop for him. Do they make it to their destinations? Or do they become another story? Another confession whispered in the dark of a stranger's car? I'll never know. But I do know one thing. Sometimes, the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones hiding in the shadows. Sometimes, they're sitting right next to you, smiling and telling you exactly who they are. And by the time you realize the danger, it's already too late. So if you're ever driving late at night and you see someone on the side of the road, think twice before you stop, because you never know who might be getting into your car, and you never know if you'll make it to your destination. I never thought I'd be afraid of my own shadow, but that's what happens when you realize your every move is being watched. What started as a budget-friendly getaway turned into a nightmare of surveillance and paranoia, all thanks to a host who couldn't seem to let go. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. My girlfriend, Claire, and I had been planning it for weeks. A chance to escape the city, breathe some fresh air, and reconnect away from the pressures of work and daily life. When we found the Airbnb listing for a charming suburban house at a price that seemed too good to be true, we jumped on it without a second thought. The drive out was pleasant enough. We left the towering skyscrapers behind, watching as the landscape gradually shifted to neatly manicured lawns and cookie-cutter houses. The neighborhood where our Airbnb was located looked like something out of a 1950s sitcom. All identical houses with white picket fences and perfectly trimmed hedges. We pulled up to the address, a quaint 2-story house with blue shutters and a red door. As we were getting our bags out of the car, the front door opened, and our host stepped out. Roger was a man in his early 50s, with thinning hair and a smile that seemed a bit too wide. He greeted us enthusiastically, helping with our bags and ushering us inside. "Welcome, welcome," he said, his voice dripping with an almost manic cheerfulness. "I'm so excited to have you here. It's been too long since I've had guests." The inside of the house was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. Every surface gleamed, every cushion was perfectly plumped, and there wasn't a speck of dust to be seen. It felt less like a lived-in home and more like a showroom. Roger gave us a tour, pointing out every feature with pride. And here's the kitchen, fully stocked, of course. Feel free to use anything you like. Oh, and the backyard. You must see the backyard. As we followed him from room to room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way his eyes seemed to linger a bit too long on Claire, or how he kept finding excuses to touch things we had brought, straightening a jacket here, adjusting a bag there. Finally, after what felt like hours, Roger headed for the door. Well, I'll leave you two to get settled. I'm right next door if you need anything at all. As the door closed behind him, Claire and I exchanged looks. Is it just me, she said, or was that a little intense? I nodded, relieved I wasn't the only one who felt it. Yeah, he's certainly enthusiastic about hosting. We tried to shake off the weird vibe and enjoy our evening. We cooked dinner, opened a bottle of wine, and tried to relax. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It started with little things. A creak in the hallway when we were both in the living room. A shadow passing by the window that didn't quite match up with the trees outside. At one point, I could have sworn I heard breathing on the other side of the bedroom door. You're just being paranoid, I told myself. Old houses make noise. It's probably nothing. But then, as we were getting ready for bed, Claire's face suddenly went pale. Tom, she whispered, pointing at the ceiling. Is that a camera? I looked up, and my blood ran cold. There, in the corner of the bedroom, was a tiny black dome, a security camera, partially hidden by a plant. What the hell? I muttered, grabbing a chair to get a closer look. As I examined it, I realized with growing horror that it was real, and it was on. We tore through the house, our earlier unease exploding into full-blown panic. We found cameras in every room, some hidden behind pictures, others disguised as smoke detectors. Our private weekend getaway had turned into a sick surveillance experiment. We need to leave, Claire said, her voice shaking. Now, I agreed, but as we started to pack our things, we heard a key in the lock. The door swung open, and there stood Roger, that too-wide smile still plastered on his face. Is everything all right? He asked, his eyes darting between us and our half-packed bags. I thought I heard some commotion. We're leaving, I said firmly, trying to keep my voice steady. We found the cameras. This is completely unacceptable. Roger's smile didn't falter, but something changed in his eyes. A coldness crept in, replacing the manic cheerfulness from earlier. Cameras, he said, feigning innocence. Oh, those old things. They're not even connected. Just left over from the previous owners. Nothing to worry about. They're on, Claire snapped. We saw the lights. We're not stupid. Roger's smile finally dropped. He stepped into the house, closing the door behind him. Now, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Let's not do anything hasty. You've only just arrived. It would be a shame to cut your stay short. I stepped in front of Claire, my heart pounding. We're leaving, I repeated. Get out of our way. Roger didn't move. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. You see, I've grown quite fond of you both already. I think you'll find that extending your stay will be in everyone's best interest. The implication in his words sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at Claire, saw the fear in her eyes, and made a split-second decision. I lunged at Roger, catching him off guard. We tumbled to the floor, grappling for control. Claire, run! I shouted. She didn't hesitate, grabbing our bags and bolting for the door. Roger was stronger than he looked, and it took everything I had to keep him pinned down. I heard the car start outside and knew Claire had made it out. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to break free from Roger's grasp. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not daring to look back. I jumped into the passenger seat of our car just as Claire was pulling away from the curb. As we sped down the street, I saw Roger in the rearview mirror, standing in the middle of the road, watching us go. Even from a distance, I could see that terrifying smile was back on his face. We drove for hours, not stopping until we were several towns over. We found a motel, paid cash, and holed up for the night, jumping at every sound. The next day, we reported everything to the police and to Airbnb. But when the authorities went to investigate, they found the house empty. No cameras, no Roger, no evidence of anything amiss. It was as if our entire nightmarish experience had been a shared hallucination. We tried to move on, to forget about that weekend, but sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear breathing on the other side of the door. I check my phone obsessively for hidden apps, scan my apartment for tiny lenses, and every time I pass a house with blue shutters and a red door, I can't help but wonder, is Roger in there, waiting for his next unsuspecting guests? Are there other houses out there, filled with hidden cameras and hosts with too wide smiles? I'll never use Airbnb again. Hotels might be more expensive, but at least there, anonymity is part of the deal. No overly friendly hosts, no perfectly manicured lawns hiding sinister secrets. Claire and I are still together, but that weekend left its mark on us. We're more cautious now, more aware of the potential dangers lurking behind friendly faces and good deals. We've learned the hard way that sometimes the price of privacy is higher than any savings on accommodations. So if you're ever booking a place to stay and the deal seems too good to be true, remember our story. Look for the cameras hidden in plain sight. And if your host seems a little too interested in your plans, a little too eager to make you feel at home, trust your instincts. Because you never know who might be watching, waiting for the perfect moment to turn your vacation into a prison. And once you're caught in their web, it might be too late to escape. The suburbs might look peaceful, with their identical houses and neatly trimmed hedges. But behind those picket fences and red doors, darkness can lurk. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who invite you in with a smile. I always thought I knew my neighborhood like the back of my hand. Every street, every corner, every shortcut. But on that moonless night, as footsteps echoed behind me and familiar roads twisted into an endless maze, I realized how little I truly knew about the dark corners of my own backyard. It had been a long night at the office. By the time I left, the streets were empty, the last stragglers from nearby bars long gone. I decided to walk home, figuring the cool night air would help clear my head. It was a route I'd taken 100 times before, a straight shot through residential areas that would get me home in 20 minutes flat. The first few blocks were uneventful. Streetlights cast pools of yellow light on the sidewalk, and the hum of distant traffic provided a comforting urban lullaby. I was lost in thought, mentally reviewing tomorrow's to-do list. When I first heard it, footsteps, slightly out of sync with my own. I glanced over my shoulder, but the street behind me was empty. Shaking my head, I pressed on. Probably just an echo, I told myself, or maybe a cat prowling the night. But the footsteps continued, growing slightly louder with each passing minute. I picked up my pace, my heart rate quickening to match my steps. Another look back revealed nothing but shadows. I turned onto Cedar Street, a quiet residential road lined with old Victorian houses. As I passed under a flickering streetlight, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure, tall and lean, standing at the far end of the block. Even from this distance, I could tell they were staring directly at me. Fight or flight instinct kicked in, and I chose flight. I turned sharply onto Maple Avenue, a street I knew would lead me straight home. But as I hurried along, something felt off. The houses looked different, older and more run down than I remembered. Had I taken a wrong turn? The footsteps behind me grew louder, more insistent. I broke into a run, no longer caring if I looked foolish. All I wanted was to get home. to lock my door and forget this night ever happened. I turned onto what I thought was my street, only to find myself facing an unfamiliar cul-de-sac. Panic started to set in. How was this possible? I'd lived in this neighborhood for years. There shouldn't be any streets I didn't recognize. The sound of footsteps was closer now, echoing off the houses around me. I spun around, ready to confront whoever was following me, but the street behind me was as empty as the one ahead. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" No response, just the faint rustle of leaves in the night breeze. I pulled out my phone, intending to call for help or at least use the GPS to figure out where I was. But the screen remained stubbornly dark. Dead battery. Of all the nights for this to happen. With no other choice, I pressed on, trying to retrace my steps, but each turn led me deeper into unfamiliar territory. Streets I'd never seen before stretched out in front of me, lined with houses that seemed to leer in the darkness. The footsteps continued, sometimes fading into the distance only to return louder than ever. I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow darting between houses, a figure watching from a darkened window. But every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. Hours seemed to pass as I wandered through this twisted version of my neighborhood. My feet ached, my throat was dry from panic, and exhaustion tugged at the edges of my consciousness. But still, I couldn't find my way home. As I turned yet another corner, I saw something that made my heart leap. A familiar street sign. Elm Street. My street. Relief flooded through me as I started down the road, my pace quickening with each step. But as I approached my house, that relief turned to icy dread. The building before me looked like my home, but wrong. The paint was peeling, the windows dark and empty. The neat front lawn I'd mowed just last weekend was overgrown, weeds choking out the carefully tended flowers. I stood there, staring at this nightmare version of my house, when I heard it. Footsteps, right behind me. I whirled around, ready to face my pursuer, but what I saw defied explanation. The street behind me was gone, replaced by an impenetrable wall of darkness, and emerging from that darkness was a figure. No, multiple figures. Shadowy, featureless forms that moved with an unnatural grace. Terror unlike anything I'd ever known gripped me. I ran, no longer caring about direction or logic. I just needed to get away, to escape this impossible, nightmarish version of my neighborhood. Streets blurred past as I fled, each one stranger and more twisted than the last. Houses loomed overhead, their architecture growing more bizarre with each block. I passed by buildings that seemed to defy gravity, streets that looped back on themselves in impossible ways. And always, the footsteps followed. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in this labyrinthine nightmare. But eventually, my legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As I lay there, waiting for the shadows to overtake me, I heard something new. A voice, calling my name. "Tom, Tom, wake up." The world around me began to blur and fade. The twisted houses, the impossible streets, all of it dissolved into a swirling mist. I opened my eyes to find myself at my desk at work, my colleague shaking my shoulder gently. "You were having quite a nightmare," she said, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" I nodded, still disoriented, my heart racing from the lingering fear of the dream. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bad dream." As I gathered my things to head home, relief washed over me. It had all been a dream, a terrifying, vivid dream, but a dream nonetheless. But as I stepped out of the office into the dark night, a chill ran down my spine. The streets looked different, unfamiliar in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. And as I started my walk home, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere behind me, just out of sight, footsteps echoed in the darkness. I quickened my pace, suddenly very eager to get home and lock my door. But with each turn, the streets seemed to shift and change. What should have been familiar landmarks were distorted, as if seen through a funhouse mirror. Panic started to creep in as I realized I didn't recognize where I was. This couldn't be happening. It was just a dream, wasn't it? But the sound of footsteps growing closer told me otherwise. This was real. Somehow, impossibly, terrifyingly real. I started to run, no longer caring about looking foolish or attracting attention. All I wanted was to get home, to escape this nightmare that had somehow bled into reality. But with each turn, each desperate sprint down unfamiliar streets, I knew the truth. I was lost, trapped in a maze of my own neighborhood, with something dark and unknowable in pursuit. And as the footsteps grew ever closer, I realized that sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones that hide under our beds or in our closets. Sometimes they're the ones that transform the familiar into the unrecognizable, that turn our safe havens into labyrinths of fear. I'm still running, still trying to find my way home. And I know that somewhere out there, in the twisted streets of this nightmare version of my neighborhood, those footsteps are still following, waiting for the moment I slow down, for the instant I let my guard drop. So I keep moving, keep searching for a way out of this maze, because I know that if I stop, if I let those footsteps catch up to me, I may never find my way home again. And in the back of my mind, a terrifying thought lingers. What if I'm not the only one trapped here? What if there are others, lost in their own familiar yet foreign neighborhoods, running from footsteps that never tire, never slow? So if you ever find yourself on a dark street that should be familiar but isn't, if you hear footsteps echoing behind you in the night, remember my story. And run, and pray you find your way home before the darkness swallows you whole. The first rule of urban exploration is to never go alone. The second is to always trust your instincts. I broke both rules that night, and what I found in that abandoned building will haunt me for the rest of my life. I've always been drawn to forgotten places. There's something eerily beautiful about a building left to decay, nature slowly reclaiming what was once a bustling hub of human activity. I'd been photographing abandoned structures for years, each expedition a thrilling mix of art and adrenaline. The old Hartley factory had been on my radar for months. A massive complex on the outskirts of town, it had been shuttered for decades, its hulking silhouette a stark reminder of the city's industrial past. Getting inside had proven challenging. The place was surrounded by a high fence topped with barbed wire, and local security patrols were known to be vigilant. But on that fateful night, I finally saw my chance. A storm had knocked down a section of the fence, creating a gap just wide enough for a person to slip through. I knew I should wait, should call my usual exploration partner, should at least tell someone where I was going. But the opportunity was too perfect to pass up. Armed with my camera, a flashlight, and a backpack full of supplies, I made my way to the factory under the cover of darkness. The gap in the fence was still there, an inviting portal to urban decay. I slipped through, my heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The factory loomed before me, a behemoth of rusted metal and broken windows. Moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting long shadows across the overgrown courtyard. I took a moment to capture a few exterior shots before making my way to a side entrance. The door creaked open with surprising ease, as if welcoming me into its long-forgotten halls. The smell hit me first, a musty combination of damp concrete, rusted metal, and something else I couldn't quite place. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal a vast, open space filled with silent machinery. I moved slowly, carefully, my camera at the ready. Every step echoed in the cavernous room, the sound bouncing off walls adorned with peeling paint and graffiti. I lost myself in the photography, capturing the interplay of light and shadow, the textures of decay, the stories told in abandoned objects. I don't know how long I'd been exploring when I first heard it, a soft sound, barely audible over my own movements. I paused, holding my breath, straining to listen. There it was again, a faint shuffling like something being dragged across concrete. My first thought was that it must be an animal, a raccoon maybe, or a stray cat that had found its way inside. But as I stood there, the sound grew louder, more deliberate, more... This was no animal. I switched off my flashlight, plunging myself into darkness. My eyes struggled to adjust as I pressed myself against a wall, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise. It was coming from deeper within the factory, from a hallway I hadn't yet explored. Every instinct told me to leave, to get out while I still could. But curiosity, that damned human trait, got the better of me. I had to know what was making that sound. Moving as quietly as I could, I crept towards the hallway. The shuffling had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I reached the entrance to the corridor and peered around the corner. My blood ran cold. There, at the far end of the hallway, was a figure, humanoid in shape, but wrong somehow. Its proportions were off, limbs too long and bent at unnatural angles. It was facing away from me, its head cocked as if listening. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a stumble, I'm not sure. But suddenly it turned. In the dim light filtering through a broken window, I caught a glimpse of its face, or rather where a face should have been. Instead, there was only a smooth, featureless expanse of skin. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, we stared at each other. Then, with a sound that was part shriek and part static, it began to move towards me. I ran like I've never run before, my feet pounding against the concrete floor, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear it behind me, that awful shuffling gait growing faster, closer. I burst out of the side entrance, into the moonlit courtyard. The gap in the fence seemed miles away. I sprinted towards it, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. Just as I reached the fence, I felt something brush against my back. I didn't look back, didn't hesitate. I threw myself through the gap, feeling the barbed wire tear at my clothes, at my skin. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, parked several blocks away. As I fumbled with my keys, I finally dared to look back. The street behind me was empty. I drove home in a daze, my mind struggling to process what I'd seen. It couldn't have been real. Maybe I'd breathed in some toxic fumes left over from the factory's operational days. Maybe the isolation and darkness had played tricks on my mind. But as I uploaded the photos from my camera, I realized with growing horror that it had been all too real. There, in the background of one of my shots, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure. Long limbs, unnatural posture, and that smooth, featureless face. I deleted the photos, all of them. I scrubbed my hard drive, destroyed the memory card. I wanted no record of that night, no evidence of what I'd seen, but I can't erase the memory. Can't shake the feeling that I didn't just encounter something in that factory. I awakened it. And now, late at night when the world is quiet, I swear I can hear a faint shuffling outside my window. I don't go urban exploring anymore. Can't bring myself to enter abandoned buildings, even in broad daylight. Because now I know that sometimes, the places we think are empty are anything but. Sometimes, in the forgotten corners of our world, things wait, patient, hungry things that should not be. And sometimes, if you're very unlucky, you might just catch their attention. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Tried to convince myself it was all in my head, a product of fear and an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know the truth. I know that in that abandoned factory, I encountered something that defies explanation, something that shouldn't exist in our world. I've done research since then, diving deep into urban legends and conspiracy theories. I found whispers of similar encounters, stories of explorers who ventured into abandoned places and never returned, or came back, changed. There are names for these entities: skinwalkers, wendigos, things that lurk in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. But names don't matter. What matters is that they're out there, waiting in the dark, empty places of our world. And once you've seen them, once you've caught their attention, you're never truly safe again. I've moved since that night, left the city entirely. I live in a small town now, surrounded by people and light. But even here, I can't escape the feeling that I'm being watched. That somewhere out there, that thing from the factory is looking for me, biding its time. So I keep my doors locked, my curtains drawn, I don't go out at night, and I never, ever explore abandoned buildings. Because I know now that sometimes, the most terrifying things aren't the ghosts of the past that linger in those forgotten places. Sometimes, it's the things that have always been there, waiting for someone foolish enough to disturb their slumber. If you're an urban explorer, if you're drawn to the allure of abandoned places, heed my warning. Never go alone. Always trust your instincts. And if you hear a shuffling in the darkness, if you catch a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there, run. Run, and don't look back. Because once they've seen you, once they know you're there, it might already be too late. As for me, I'll keep running, keep hiding. And I'll pray that one day the memory of that faceless figure will fade, that the sound of shuffling footsteps will no longer haunt my dreams. But deep down, I know the truth. Some things, once seen, can never be unseen, and some encounters change you forever, leaving you forever looking over your shoulder, forever wondering what lurks in the shadows of the world we thought we knew. The kindness of strangers can be a double-edged sword. One moment, you're grateful for the help. The next, you're fighting for your life. I learned this lesson on a lonely stretch of road, where a good Samaritan's smile hid the darkest of intentions. It was supposed to be a simple road trip, just me, my old reliable car, and the open highway stretching out before me. I'd made this drive a dozen times before, visiting my sister who lived 3 states over. But this time, fate had other plans. The trouble started about halfway through my journey. The sun had set hours ago, leaving me alone with the hum of my engine and the occasional flicker of passing headlights. I was tired, but the coffee from my last rest stop was doing its job, keeping me alert enough to navigate the empty stretches of highway. That's when I heard it, a strange rattling sound coming from under the hood. I tried to ignore it at first, hoping it was just road debris or my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the minutes ticked by, the sound grew louder, more insistent. Then, without warning, my car began to sputter. The engine coughed and wheezed, and I felt the vehicle losing power. My heart sank as I realized what was happening. I managed to guide the car onto the shoulder just as it gave its final gasping shudder and died. I sat there for a moment, my hand still gripping the steering wheel, trying to process the situation. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere, my phone showing no signal, and the nearest town was miles away. Just as panic began to set in, I saw headlights approaching in my rearview mirror. Relief washed over me as a pickup truck slowed and pulled up behind me. Maybe my luck was turning around after all. A man stepped out of the truck, his features obscured by the glare of his headlights. As he approached my window, I could make out more details. He was tall, probably in his late 40s, with a scruffy beard and a worn baseball cap. "Having some trouble?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. "Yeah, my car just died on me. I don't suppose you know anything about engines." He chuckled. "As a matter of fact, I do. Pop the hood, and let's take a look." I did as he asked, grateful for the help. As he leaned over the engine, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. "Looks like your alternator's shot," he said after a few minutes. "I can try to jump-start it, but you won't get far. There's a town about 20 miles up the road with a mechanic. I can give you a tow if you'd like." I hesitated. The offer was tempting, but the idea of getting into a stranger's truck in the middle of the night made me uneasy. As if sensing my reluctance, he gave me a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm not some axe murderer," he joked. "Just a guy trying to help out. Name's Mike, by the way." Against my better judgment, I agreed. Mike seemed friendly enough, and I didn't have many other options. As he hitched my car to his truck, I gathered my purse and phone, sending up a silent prayer that I was making the right decision. The first few miles were uneventful. Mike kept up a steady stream of small talk, asking about my trip and commenting on the weather. But as we drove deeper into the night, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. We had passed a sign for the town he'd mentioned, but instead of turning off, Mike kept driving straight ahead. I think we missed the turn," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Mike's grip on the steering wheel tightened. "Oh, did we? Must have been distracted. No worries, I know a shortcut." But we didn't turn around. We just kept driving, the miles stretching out before us, taking us further and further from civilization. The unease I'd felt earlier bloomed into full-blown fear. "Where are we going?" I demanded, no longer able to hide the tremor in my voice. Mike's friendly demeanor vanished in an instant. His face hardened, and when he looked at me, his eyes were cold and empty. "Somewhere quiet," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Somewhere no one will hear you scream." Terror gripped me. This couldn't be happening. This was the stuff of nightmares and true crime podcasts, not something that happened to real people like me. I reached for the door handle, ready to jump out of the moving vehicle if I had to. But Mike was faster. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he growled. "We're going awful fast. Might hurt yourself." My mind raced, searching for a way out of this nightmare. I thought about my phone, but even if I could reach it, there was still no signal. I was trapped, hurtling through the darkness with a man whose intentions were becoming clearer by the second. As we rounded a curve, I saw something that made my heart leap. Headlights in the distance and coming towards us. It wasn't much, but it was a chance. Without thinking, I lunged across Mike, grabbing the steering wheel and jerking it hard to the right. The truck swerved violently. Mike cursed, trying to regain control, but it was too late. We careened off the road, the world outside the windshield becoming a dizzying blur of trees and sky. The impact was deafening. Metal crunched, glass shattered, and for a moment, everything went black. When I came to chow, the truck was on its side, smoke billowing from the crumpled hood. Mike was slumped over the steering wheel, unmoving. Pain radiated through my body, but adrenaline pushed it aside. I had to get out, had to get away. I fumbled with my seatbelt, my fingers clumsy and uncooperative. Finally, it released, and I half fell, half crawled out of the shattered passenger window. The cold night air hit me like a slap to the face, clearing some of the fog from my mind. I could hear voices in the distance, the other driver, coming to investigate the crash. But I couldn't wait for them. I didn't know if Mike was still alive, still a threat. I stumbled into the woods, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance between myself and that truck as possible. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in the dark forest. But eventually, my legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As I lay there, leaves crunching beneath me, the full weight of what had just happened crashed over me. I began to sob, the sound echoing in the empty woods. I was lost, injured, and alone, but I was alive. I had escaped. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I heard something that made me want to cry with relief. Sirens, search parties, looking for survivors of the crash. I stumbled towards the sound, waving my arms and shouting hoarsely. When the rescue workers found me, I was a mess, covered in cuts and bruises, my clothes torn and dirty. But I was alive. Mike, they told me later, hadn't been so lucky. He'd died on impact. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to the police and tried to process my trauma, I learned the full extent of Mike's crimes. He'd been responsible for a string of disappearances along that highway, all women traveling alone. I had been intended to be his next victim. Now, years later, I still can't drive long distances alone. The sight of a pickup truck on a dark road is enough to send me into a panic attack. But I'm here, I'm alive, and I'm telling my story. Because the truth is, the world can be a dangerous place. Kindness can be a mask for cruelty, and help can be a trap. But we're stronger than we know, capable of fighting back even in our darkest moments. So if you're ever stranded on a lonely road and a stranger offers help, remember my story. Be cautious, trust your instincts, and never, ever be afraid to fight for your life. Because sometimes, the difference between becoming a victim and becoming a survivor is a split-second decision to take control of your own fate. And to Mike, wherever his twisted soul ended up, I have one final message. You picked the wrong woman to mess with. I survived, I'm thriving, and your legacy will be nothing more than a cautionary tale, a reminder that evil doesn't always win. Sometimes, the prey becomes the predator, and the hunter becomes the hunted. They say curiosity killed the cat, but they never mention what happens when the cat stumbles upon something it was never meant to find. Deep in the heart of an unexplored cave system, I discovered a truth that shook me to my core and left me questioning everything I thought I knew about our world. I've always been an avid caver, drawn to the thrill of exploring the unknown depths beneath our feet. There's something magical about venturing into places where few humans have ever set foot, illuminating ancient rock formations that have existed in darkness for millions of years. It's a hobby that's taken me to some of the most remote corners of the world, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found in the Hollow Creek Caves. The Hollow Creek system had been on my radar for years. Located in a remote part of the Appalachian Mountains, it was rumored to be vast and largely unexplored. Local legends spoke of strange noises echoing from its depths, of spelunkers who entered and never returned. Most serious cavers dismissed these stories as campfire tales, but they only fueled my curiosity. After months of planning and obtaining the necessary permits, I set out on what I thought would be a routine solo exploration. The cave entrance was hidden behind a thick curtain of vegetation, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. As I switched on my headlamp and ducked into the narrow opening, I felt the familiar rush of excitement that always accompanied a new adventure. The first few hours were uneventful. I carefully mapped my progress, marveling at the intricate formations of stalactites and stalagmites that adorned the cavern walls. The air was cool and damp, filled with the steady drip of water that had shaped these caves over millennia. It was when I reached a large chamber about a mile into the system that things began to feel off. The chamber was massive, its ceiling lost in darkness above me. But what caught my attention were the walls. They were smooth, almost polished, in a way that seemed decidedly unnatural. And there, carved into the rock face, were symbols I'd never seen before. They weren't petroglyphs or any known ancient script. These were complex geometric patterns that seemed to shimmer slightly in the beam of my headlamp. I approached the wall, running my hand over the strange markings. They were cool to the touch, but I could have sworn I felt a slight vibration, as if the rock itself was humming with some hidden energy. As I examined the symbols more closely, I noticed something else, a faint draft coming from behind the carved wall. My heart raced as I realized what this might mean. A hidden passage, perhaps leading to an entirely unexplored section of the cave. I searched the wall carefully, looking for any sign of an opening. After several minutes, I found it, a small indentation that, when pressed, caused a section of the wall to slide away with a grinding sound that echoed through the chamber. I hesitated at the threshold of this new passage, Every instinct honed from years of caving was screaming at me to turn back, to not venture into an unmapped area alone. But the allure of discovery was too strong. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the opening. The passage beyond was unlike anything I'd ever seen in a natural cave. The walls were perfectly smooth, the floor level and even. It looked less like a cavern and more like a tunnel carved by intelligent hands. My unease grew with every step, but so did my curiosity. As I ventured deeper, I began to hear something, a low, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to come from the very rock around me. It was barely audible at first, but grew louder as I progressed. The air, too, began to change. It became warmer, heavy with an electric charge that made the hair on my arms stand on end. After what felt like hours of walking, the tunnel opened into another chamber, and what I saw there stopped me in my tracks. The room was vast, its walls covered in the same strange symbols I'd seen earlier. But it was what lay at the center that truly defied explanation. A pillar of swirling energy rose from the floor to the ceiling, pulsing with colors I'd never seen before, colors that shouldn't exist. Around it were arranged what looked like control panels, covered in more of those bizarre symbols. And there, hunched over one of the panels, was a figure. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. Tall and slender, with limbs that bent at impossible angles, its skin seemed to shift and ripple like the surface of an oil slick. As I stood there, frozen in shock and disbelief, it turned. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless expanse. Yet somehow, I knew it was looking right at me. I felt its gaze like a physical weight, pressing down on me, into me. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other. Then, with a sound that was part shriek and part static, it began to move towards me. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a stop-motion animation brought to terrifying life. I ran like I'd never run before, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I could hear it behind me, that awful shrieking getting closer. The symbols on the walls seemed to blur as I raced past, and I swear I saw some of them move, rearranging themselves as if trying to block my path. I don't know how I found my way back to the main chamber. Everything was a blur of panic and adrenaline, but suddenly, I was there, scrambling through the hidden door, not daring to look back. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the cave entrance, into the blessed light of day. As I stood there, gasping for breath, I turned to look back at the cave. The entrance looked just as it had when I'd arrived, a simple opening in the rock face, giving no hint of the impossibilities that lay within. For a wild moment, I wondered if I'd imagined it all. But the terror coursing through my veins was all too real. I've never gone back to Hollow Creek, never told anyone the full story of what I saw down there. Who would believe me? Some nights, I wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that unearthly shriek ringing in my ears. I've pored over every book, every legend I can find, searching for some explanation for what I encountered. But deep down, I know the truth. There are things in this world, perhaps not even of this world, that defy all our understanding. The symbols haunt my dreams. Sometimes, I find myself absent-mindedly sketching them, only to rip up the paper in fear, because I can't shake the feeling that they're more than just writing. They're a key to something vast and ancient and utterly alien. I don't go caving anymore. Can't bring myself to venture into the darkness, knowing what might be lurking there. But sometimes, when I'm in a crowded city street or a busy shopping mall, I'll catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A too tall figure, a smooth, featureless face. It's gone when I turn to look, but I know it was there. There among us. Hidden, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know. But I do know this. The world is stranger and more terrifying than we can possibly imagine. And sometimes, the greatest dangers aren't the ones that lurk in the darkness, but the ones that hide in plain sight, just beyond the edge of our understanding. So if you're ever exploring a cave and you come across symbols that shouldn't be there, or hear sounds that don't belong in our world, remember my story. Turn back, run, and pray that you haven't already been noticed by whatever watches from the shadows. Because once you've seen behind the veil, there's no going back. The knowledge will haunt you, change you, and leave you forever wondering what other secrets lie hidden in the dark places of our world. The first night, I told myself it was just the house settling. By the third night, I knew something was terribly wrong. It wasn't until the fifth night that I realized the truth. I wasn't alone in that sprawling country home, and whatever was with me wasn't human. It started innocently enough. My best friend, Sarah, had asked me to house sit for her while she and her husband took a much-needed vacation. Their home was a beautiful old farmhouse, nestled in the countryside about an hour outside the city. It was the kind of place I'd always dreamed of owning. Spacious rooms, a wraparound porch, and acres of land stretching out in every direction. "It'll be like a vacation for you too," Sarah had said with a laugh. "Just you, peace and quiet, and miles of nothing." If only she'd known how wrong she'd be. The first day was idyllic. I spent the morning exploring the house, admiring the antique furniture and the way the sunlight streamed through the large windows. In the afternoon, I took a long walk around the property, breathing in the fresh country air and reveling in the solitude. As night fell, I settled into the cozy living room with a book and a glass of wine. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of the old house and the soft ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. It was close to midnight when I heard it, a soft thud from upstairs, like something heavy being set down. I froze, my book forgotten in my lap. Sarah had mentioned that their cat, Milo, was staying with a neighbor. The house should have been empty except for me. I listened intently, but the sound wasn't repeated. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was just the house settling. Old buildings make all sorts of noises, right? I finished my wine and headed to bed, pushing the incident out of my mind. The second night passed uneventfully, lulling me into a false sense of security. But on the third night, things took a turn. I was in the kitchen, washing up after dinner, when I heard it. Footsteps, clear as day, coming from the floor above. They were slow, deliberate, moving from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other. My heart began to race. There was no mistaking it this time. Someone was in the house. I grabbed a knife from the counter and crept towards the stairs, my palms sweating as I gripped the handle. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" Silence. The footsteps had stopped. I climbed the stairs slowly, every creak of the old wood sending a jolt of fear through me. When I reached the top, I flicked on the lights. The hallway was empty, all the doors closed just as I'd left them. I checked every room, looking under beds and in closets, but found nothing. No sign of an intruder, no open windows, nothing out of place. I told myself I must have imagined it, that the silence of the countryside was playing tricks on my city-attuned ears. But as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The fourth night, I decided to be proactive. I double-checked all the locks, closed every curtain, and even set up a makeshift alarm system with empty cans by the doors. I was determined to catch whatever or whoever was causing these disturbances. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a crash from downstairs. My heart pounding, I grabbed my phone and the heavy flashlight I'd placed by the bed. As I crept down the stairs, I could hear movement in the living room, the sound of something being dragged across the floor. I burst into the room, flashlight beam sweeping wildly, ready to confront the intruder. But what I saw made me question my sanity. The heavy oak coffee table was in the center of the room, exactly where it had always been, but the rug beneath it was bunched up, as if the table had been moved and then returned to its original position. And there, on the hardwood floor, were marks. Long, deep scratches that hadn't been there when I'd gone to bed. I backed out of the room, my mind reeling. This wasn't possible. Furniture doesn't move on its own. Floors don't scratch themselves. But I knew, with absolute certainty, that I hadn't done this. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, lights on, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally broke, I seriously considered leaving. But the thought of trying to explain this to Sarah, of admitting that I'd been spooked by noises in the night like a child, kept me there. I was determined to see this through, to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation for everything that had happened. I wish I'd left when I had the chance. The fifth night started quietly, too quietly. The usual nighttime sounds, crickets chirping, the rustle of wind through trees, were absent. It was as if the world outside had been muted, leaving only an oppressive silence. I was in the study, trying to distract myself with one of the many books lining the shelves, when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature. The warm summer air turned icy, my breath fogging in front of me. Then I heard it, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my days. It was a voice, but not like any human voice I'd ever heard. It was deep, resonant, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You don't belong here," it said, the words reverberating through my very bones. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but the room was empty. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Show yourself." A chuckle, low and menacing, seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. "Oh, but I have," the voice replied. "I've been showing myself all along. You just haven't been looking properly." As if in response to these words, the shadows in the corners of the room began to move. They stretched and twisted, taking on shapes that defied logic, limbs too long, angles too sharp to be human. I ran, out of the study, down the stairs, heading for the front door. But as I reached for the handle, I felt something cold wrap around my ankle. I looked down and screamed. A hand, dark as smoke and just as insubstantial, had emerged from the floorboards. As I watched in horror, an arm followed, then a shoulder. The thing pulling itself out of the floor was only vaguely humanoid, its form shifting and roiling like a storm cloud. "Leaving so soon?" the voice mocked, now seeming to come from the creature itself. "But we've only just begun." I kicked free and yanked open the door, running out into the night. The cool grass under my bare feet, the fresh air on my face. For a moment, I thought I was safe. But then I turned back to look at the house. Every window was filled with writhing shadows, pressing against the glass as if trying to break free. And there, on the porch, stood a figure. Tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Where its face should have been was only darkness, deeper than the night sky. It raised a hand, long fingers unfurling in a mocking wave. "Run all you like," the voice echoed in my head. "But remember, I was here first, and I'll be here long after you're gone." I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, my feet bloodied and my lungs burning. A passing motorist took pity on me, the wild-eyed woman in pajamas, and drove me to the nearest town. I never went back to that house. I called Sarah from a hotel room, babbling some excuse about a family emergency. She was understanding, concerned even, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. How could I explain what had happened? Who would believe me? It's been years now, but I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, the echo of that unearthly voice ringing in my ears. I've moved to the city, surrounded myself with noise and light and people, but I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, waiting. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I'll catch a glimpse of something in the mirror, a shadow moving where it shouldn't, a figure just at the edge of my vision, and I'll remember the last words I heard as I fled into the night. I'll be here long after you're gone. So if you ever find yourself alone in an old country house, and you hear noises you can't explain or see things that shouldn't be there, remember my story. Don't try to rationalize it. Don't try to be brave. Just run, and don't look back. Because some things are better left undisturbed, and some houses are never truly empty. The old factory stood silent, a hulking shadow against the night sky. But as I stepped inside for my first shift as the night security guard, I realized that silent was the last word I'd use to describe this place. Some buildings sleep at night. This one came alive, and what stirred in its depths was never meant to be seen by human eyes. I needed the job. That's what I kept telling myself as I drove through the rusted gates of the abandoned Blackwater manufacturing plant. The economy had hit our small town hard and jobs were scarce. When I saw the ad for a night security guard, I jumped at the opportunity. The pay was good, and the job seemed simple enough. Patrol the grounds, make sure no one broke in, report any suspicious activity. Easy, right? The manager who hired me, a nervous man named Frank, had been vague about why they needed security for an empty building. Just a precaution, he'd said, not meeting my eyes. Vandals, you know. Kids looking for a thrill. As I parked my car in the empty lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that Frank hadn't told me everything. The factory loomed before me, its broken windows like dead eyes staring down at me. A chill ran down my spine, but I shook it off. It was just an old building, nothing more. I let myself in with the key Frank had given me, the heavy door groaning as it swung open. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing a reception area thick with dust and cobwebs. Old machinery sat silently in the shadows, their once gleaming surfaces now dull and rusted. My footsteps echoed as I began my first round. The building was massive, a labyrinth of corridors and cavernous rooms filled with abandoned equipment. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak and groan of the old structure set my nerves on edge. It was about 2 hours into my shift when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong, a soft whirring, like machinery coming to life. I froze, listening intently. It was coming from the East Wing, an area Frank had specifically told me not to enter. Common sense told me to ignore it, to continue my rounds and pretend I hadn't heard anything, but curiosity got the better of me. I found myself walking towards the sound, my flashlight beam dancing nervously ahead of me. As I approached the East Wing, the whirring grew louder. It was joined by other sounds, clanking, grinding, the hiss of steam. It sounded as if the entire factory had come to life. I pushed open the door to the main production floor and stopped dead in my tracks. The room was alive with motion. Conveyor belts moved, carrying nothing. Robot arms swung back and forth, assembling invisible products. And in the center of it all, a massive machine pulsed with an eerie blue light. This was impossible. The power had been cut to this building years ago. There was no way any of this should be working. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I noticed something else. Shadows moving between the machines. They were human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. One of the shadows turned towards me, and I saw its face, or rather the lack of one. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, featureless skin. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming. But as the shadow figure began to move towards me, I knew this was no dream. This was a nightmare come to life. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I was making. Behind me, I could hear more of those things joining the pursuit, their footsteps echoing off the walls. I burst out of the East Wing, slamming the door behind me. But the sounds didn't stop. If anything, they grew louder. The whirring and clanking spread, and I realized with horror that the entire factory was waking up. I ran through the corridors, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Machines I had passed earlier were now active, their gears grinding as they performed tasks for unseen masters. And everywhere, those shadow figures moved, always just at the edge of my vision. I finally reached the main entrance, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the door handle. As I yanked it open, I heard a voice behind me, a sound that was more in my head than in my ears. "You don't belong here," it said, its tone cold and inhuman. "This is our time." I didn't look back. I ran to my car, fumbling with my keys. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The factory was fully illuminated now, every window blazing with that strange blue light. And there, standing in the doorway, was a group of those featureless figures, watching me drive away. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, my hand shaking on the steering wheel. When I finally pulled over, I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what I had seen. None of it was possible. And yet, I knew with absolute certainty that it had all been real. I called Frank the next morning and quit. He didn't sound surprised. "Did you see them?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," I replied, not needing to ask what he meant. There was a long pause. "I'm sorry," he finally said. "I should have warned you, but would you have believed me?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because the truth was, if he had told me what really happened in that factory at night, I would have thought he was crazy. In the weeks that followed, I tried to forget what I had seen. I told myself it was stress, lack of sleep, maybe something I had eaten. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something was happening in that old factory, something that defied explanation. I've done research since then, diving into old town records and local legends. I've found whispers of strange occurrences dating back to when the factory was first built. Workers who disappeared without a trace. Machinery that operated on its own. And always, sightings of those featureless figures. Some nights, I wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of grinding gears and inhuman footsteps ringing in my ears. I'll look out my window, half expecting to see those shadow figures standing in my yard, watching me with their non-existent eyes. I don't know what they are or what they want. Are they ghosts? Aliens? Some kind of interdimensional beings? All I know is that they exist, and they're still there, in that old factory, doing whatever it is they do when the sun goes down. I've thought about going to the authorities, but who would believe me? And more importantly, what if they investigated and disturbed whatever fragile balance exists between our world and whatever world those things come from? So I keep my secret, and I warn people to stay away from the old Blackwater plant. It's not safe, I'll say. The structure's unstable. It's not the whole truth, but it's enough to keep people away. And that's what matters. Because some things are better left undisturbed, some secrets are better left uncovered, and some places, like that old factory, are meant to be left alone when night falls. If you ever find yourself driving past an abandoned building late at night, and you see lights on when there shouldn't be any, or hear machinery running when everything should be silent, remember my story. Don't investigate. Don't let curiosity get the better of you. Just keep driving, and be grateful that the barrier between our world and theirs remains intact. For now. A single flat tire on a deserted back road. That's all it took for our world to turn upside down, for the line between reality and nightmare to blur beyond recognition. We thought we were just unlucky travelers. We had no idea we were about to become pawns in a game as old as the hills themselves. My wife, Sarah, and I were on our way back from a weekend getaway. We'd spent 2 blissful days at a quaint bed and breakfast, reconnecting and escaping the stress of our daily lives. As we drove home, the sun dipping below the horizon, we were relaxed and happy, already planning our next trip. That's when we heard it, the telltale thump, thump, thump of a flat tire. I pulled over onto the narrow shoulder, the tall grass brushing against the side of our car. We were miles from the nearest town, on a winding back road we'd taken as a scenic route home. "It's okay," I reassured Sarah as I got out to assess the damage. "I'll have us back on the road in no time." But as I opened the trunk to get the spare, I realized with a sinking feeling that our luck had truly run out. The spare was flat too, the result of neglect and overconfidence. We were stranded. I pulled out my phone, hoping to call for help. But there was no signal. Of course. Why would anything go right at this point? "We'll just have to wait for someone to drive by," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Someone's bound to come along eventually." Sarah nodded, but I could see the worry in her eyes. The road was deserted, and the encroaching darkness made the surrounding woods seem ominous and forbidding. As we stood there, debating our options, I noticed something strange. Carved into the trunk of a nearby tree was a symbol, a crude circle with a line through it. I wouldn't have thought much of it, except I suddenly realized I'd seen the same symbol a few miles back, spray-painted on an old barn. "Hey, Sarah," I called out. "Come look at this." She walked over, her brow furrowing as she examined the carving. "Weird," she muttered. "Do you think it means something?" Before I could answer, we heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Relief washed over me as I saw headlights appear around the bend. It was an old pickup truck, slowing down as it neared us. The driver, an older man with a weathered face and a worn baseball cap, rolled down his window. "You folks having some trouble?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I explained our situation, and he nodded sympathetically. "Tell you what," he said, "I've got a pump in the back. Let me see if I can get that spare inflated for you." As he worked on the tire, making small talk about the weather and the tricky nature of these back roads, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Something about this whole situation felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on why. That's when I noticed it. Another of those strange symbols, this time painted on the side of the man's truck. It was partially obscured by mud, but unmistakably the same design. I was about to mention it to Sarah when I heard the sound of another vehicle approaching, and another, and another. Within minutes, we were surrounded by a half-dozen cars and trucks, all having appeared as if from nowhere. The drivers got out, forming a loose circle around us. They were a mixed group, men and women, young and old, but they all had the same blank expression, the same unsettling stillness. The old man straightened up from his work on the tire, a smile spreading across his face that didn't reach his eyes. "Well now," he said, his voice taking on a strange, sing-song quality. "Looks like we've got ourselves some visitors." Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "John," she whispered, "we need to leave, now." But there was nowhere to go. We were hemmed in on all sides, the circle of silent observers slowly closing in around us. "What's going on?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "What do you want from us?" The old man chuckled, a sound devoid of any real mirth. "Want? Oh, we don't want anything from you. You're the ones who came to us, remember? You're the ones who saw the signs." "Signs?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "You mean those symbols?" A murmur ran through the crowd, and I saw several of them nod approvingly. "Smart girl," the old man said. "Yes, the symbols. Markers for those who know how to look. Invitations, you might say." "Invitations to what?" I asked, though a part of me didn't want to know the answer. The old man's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. To the gathering, of course, to the harvest. As he spoke those words, the air around us seemed to change. The temperature dropped, and a mist began to rise from the ground, swirling around our feet. The people surrounding us started to chant, a low, rhythmic sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I looked at Sarah, saw the terror in her eyes that must have mirrored my own. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some kind of sick joke or a hallucination. But the chill in the air, the growing pressure in my head, It all felt terrifyingly real. "Please," I said, hating the pleading tone in my voice. "We don't want any trouble. Just let us go and we'll forget this ever happened." The old man laughed, and this time, the others joined in. It was a horrible sound, more akin to the cawing of crows than human laughter. "Oh, my boy," he said, shaking his head as if I'd said something terribly naive. "And it's far too late for that. You've been chosen. The old ones are hungry, and you've wandered right into their feeding grounds." As he spoke, I began to notice changes in the people around us. Their features seemed to blur and shift, becoming less human with each passing second. Limbs elongated, fingers stretching into claws, and their faces began to melt away, leaving smooth, blank expanses of skin. Sarah screamed, the sound piercing through the chanting. I grabbed her hand and made a desperate lunge for the gap between two of the creatures, hoping against hope that we could break through their circle. For a moment, I thought we'd made it. We burst through the line, our feet pounding against the asphalt as we ran blindly into the night. But then I heard it, the sound of pursuit. Not the heavy footfalls I expected, but a sort of slithering, squelching noise that turned my stomach. We ran until our lungs burned, until the taste of blood filled my mouth. But no matter how fast we went, the sounds behind us never faded. If anything, they grew closer. Just as I thought we couldn't go on, I saw lights ahead, a gas station, its fluorescent glow a beacon of hope in the darkness. We stumbled towards it, gasping for breath. As we burst into the harsh light of the parking lot, I risked a glance behind us. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. The road behind us was empty, no pursuers, no monstrous creatures, just an empty stretch of asphalt disappearing into the darkness. The attendant looked up as we crashed through the door, his eyes widening at our disheveled appearance. "You folks okay?" he asked, already reaching for the phone. I opened my mouth to explain, to pour out the insane story of what had just happened. But as I met Sarah's eyes, I saw the same realization dawning there that I felt. Who would believe us? We'd sound crazy, possibly drunk or high. "Flat tire," Sarah managed to gasp out. "Had to run, to find help." The attendant nodded sympathetically, buying our story without question. As he called a tow truck for us, I sank into a chair, my mind reeling. What had we just experienced? Was it real, or some shared delusion brought on by stress and the isolation of that dark road? But as I sat there, I felt something in my pocket, something that hadn't been there before. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out. It was a small wooden disc, and carved into its surface was that same symbol, a circle with a line through it. I quickly shoved it back into my pocket, my blood running cold, because I knew then that it had all been real, and I knew that somewhere out there, in the darkness beyond the lights of civilization, they were waiting for the next unwary travelers to see their signs, to stumble into their trap. We never drove down back roads again after that night. We stuck to well-lit highways, always making sure our spare tire was in good condition. But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself looking out the window, half expecting to see those blank faces staring back at me. And I wonder, how many others have seen those symbols? How many have been invited to the harvest? And most chillingly of all, how long before they decide to bring their ancient, hungry gods to the cities where the hunting grounds are so much richer? So if you're ever driving down a lonely road at night and you see strange symbols carved into trees or painted on old barns, don't slow down. Don't stop to investigate. Just keep driving and pray that you haven't already been noticed. Because once you've been chosen, once you've been marked for the harvest, there's no escaping the hunger of the old ones. The wilderness was supposed to clear my mind, not fill it with terror. But as I stared at the circle of rocks surrounding my tent, rocks that hadn't been there when I fell asleep, I realized that some things in nature aren't meant to be understood, only feared. I'd always been the outdoorsy type, finding solace in the quiet of the forest and the challenge of rugged terrain. But after a messy breakup and losing my job in the same week, I needed more than just a weekend hike. I needed to lose myself in the wilderness, to strip away the complications of modern life and find myself again. The Appalachian Trail seemed like the perfect solution. Miles of pristine forest, challenging enough to occupy my body and mind, but well-traveled enough that I wouldn't be completely isolated. I packed light, just the essentials. A small tent, sleeping bag, some dried food, and basic survival gear. The plan was to hike for a week, maybe two, however long it took to clear my head. The first few days were exactly what I needed. The physical exertion of climbing hills and navigating rough terrain left me pleasantly exhausted each night. The fresh air and stunning vistas worked like a balm on my troubled mind. I felt myself relaxing, the knot of anxiety in my chest slowly unraveling. It was on the fourth night that things began to change. I'd found a perfect little clearing to set up camp, far enough off the main trail to feel secluded, but not so far that I risked getting lost. As I sat by my small campfire, watching the flames dance and listening to the night sounds of the forest, I felt truly at peace for the first time in months. I must have dozed off there by the fire because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to complete darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, and the night had grown cold. But that wasn't what had woken me. There was a sound, just at the edge of hearing. A soft whispering that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I sat up, instantly alert, my eyes straining to pierce the darkness. The whispering continued, rising and falling like waves on a shore. I couldn't make out words, but there was a rhythm to it, almost like chanting. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared in the vast silence of the forest. "Is someone there?" The whispering stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was so profound, it felt like a physical presence, pressing in on me from all sides. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking as I clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees around my campsite. There was nothing there, no sign of anyone or anything that could have made those sounds. But as I swept the light around, something caught my eye, there, just at the edge of the clearing, was a small pile of rocks. I frowned, certain that hadn't been there earlier. It was a simple stack, just 5 or 6 stones balanced on top of each other. Probably just some fellow hiker marking the spot, I told myself. But even as I thought it, I knew it wasn't true. I'd chosen this spot precisely because it was off the beaten path. I climbed into my tent, zipping it up tight as if the thin fabric could protect me from whatever was out there. Sleep was long in coming, and when it did, it was filled with unsettling dreams of whispered voices and shadows moving just out of sight. I woke to birdsong, the cheerful sound a stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of the night before. In the light of day, my fears seemed foolish. I'd probably imagined the whispering, my mind playing tricks in the unfamiliar silence of the deep forest, and the rock pile, well, I must have just missed it when I set up camp. But as I crawled out of my tent, ready to laugh off my night terrors, I froze. The small pile of rocks I'd seen the night before was gone. In its place was a perfect circle of stones surrounding my entire campsite. My heart began to race. This was no trick of the mind, no half-remembered dream. Someone, or something, had been in my camp while I slept, meticulously arranging these rocks around me. I spun around, scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me. But the forest was quiet, peaceful even, betraying no sign of the nocturnal activities that had taken place. With shaking hands, I began to pack up my camp. Whatever was going on here, I wanted no part of it. I'd hike back to the main trail and figure out my next move from there. As I was rolling up my tent, I heard it again. That soft, insistent whispering. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the forest, beckoning me. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn towards the sound. I pushed through the underbrush, branches scratching at my face and arms. The whispering grew louder, more distinct, though I still couldn't make out any words. It led me to another clearing, smaller than the one I'd camped in. What I saw there stopped me in my tracks. The clearing was filled with stone circles, dozens of them, ranging from tiny rings the size of my palm to massive formations that must have taken multiple people to construct. And there, in the center of it all, was a symbol carved into the trunk of a massive oak tree, a crude circle with a line drawn through it. I approached the tree, my hand reaching out almost of its own accord to trace the carving. As my fingers touched the rough bark, the whispering suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, from behind me, a twig snapped. I whirled around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. There at the edge of the clearing stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs too long and bent at unnatural angles. Where its face should have been was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction or stealth. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I kept going. I could hear it behind me, moving with a speed that defied its awkward appearance. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that panicked flight, but eventually, I burst out onto the main trail, gasping for breath, my legs shaking with exertion. A group of hikers stared at me in alarm. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, taking in my wild appearance and terrified expression. I opened my mouth to explain, to warn them about what was in those woods. But as I turned to point back the way I'd come, I saw only peaceful forest. No sign of pursuit, no unnaturally tall figure, nothing. I got lost. I managed to stammer out. Took a wrong turn off the trail. They nodded sympathetically, offering me water and a granola bar. As my breathing slowed and my panic receded, I began to doubt myself. Had I imagined it all? Was it just fear and isolation playing tricks on my mind? But then, as the hikers were about to continue on their way, I saw one of them pause. He was looking at something on the ground just off the trail. My blood ran cold as I realized what it was. A small pile of rocks, stacked neatly one on top of the other. Huh, wonder who left this here, the hiker mused. I didn't stay to chat. I hiked out that day, pushing myself to exhaustion to reach the nearest town. I never went back to finish my hike, never told anyone the full story of what I'd seen. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I swear I can hear it again, that soft, insistent chanting. And I know that out there, deep in the woods where few people venture, something is waiting. Something that builds circles of stone and carves ancient symbols into trees. Something that watches and whispers and lures unsuspecting hikers off the beaten path. So if you're ever hiking in the wilderness and you come across a strange pile of rocks or hear whispers on the wind, remember my story. Don't investigate. Don't try to understand. Just turn around and head back to civilization as fast as you can. Because some things in nature aren't meant to be understood, only feared and avoided at all costs. And whatever you do, never, ever sleep in a place surrounded by stone circles. Because you never know what might be there when you wake up.